Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Your college football game day has come early.
Goes down the field for Sicky, goes up high. He's got get away from the top speed, and the ball is free. Woo! What a hit! You got barbecue back there.
From underdog triumphs to powerhouse showdowns, we've got your winning playbook covered. It's BetMGM with Chris Mack, RJ Choppy, and John Martin on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
And welcome in. We're going to bet. Might not be the best slate in the world, but we're going to bet on it anyway. Alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network. Wherever you may be inside your Odyssey app, make sure you've downloaded it so you can take us with you and get us in podcast form, not just inside that Odyssey app, but wherever you download your podcasts. And make sure you follow along with all the nonsense and shenanigans and all the best bets, too, on all your social media at BetMGM Network. You can watch the show on YouTube, the BetMGM Network. Search that. You'll find us. Welcome in as we get ready for Week 6 of the college football slate. I mentioned maybe not the best in the world, but we definitely got a few games that we want to dive into. We'll talk about some long shot playoff teams, or at least some teams with some decent odds. Maybe you don't think they're long shots, and you're going to want to bet them to make the CFP towards the end of the show. Maybe we'll throw some parlays and best bets at you before we wrap up as well. But we got to start, as much as I don't want to, with a look back at Week 5. If you're in Baton Rouge, if you're in Athens, if you're in State College, you're a fan of one of those teams, just buckle up. Let's talk about each one of these losses and get them out of the way and move on, because I don't think any of the teams that lost is out of the playoff conversation, but they definitely didn't look good in some cases, even in double overtime in one case. And let's start, Choppy, with Oregon over Penn State. Had my doubts about this one. I told you guys, even as a Penn State alum. Yeah, convenient I don't have the Penn State hat on this week, huh? Had my doubts about this one, and they came to fruition. Penn State looked terrible for 3 quarters, made a game of it in the fourth quarter, and then had the ball on the 25 in double overtime, and Drew Aller said, F it. Let's throw in triple coverage on first down and see what happens. Penn State loses to the Ducks 30-24. I don't want to put it all on Penn State mistakes. Oregon looked really good, in particular that defense. Oregon looks like one of the true national title contenders, one of the few true national title contenders we should be talking about after the first 5 weeks of the season, RJ.
Yeah, look, I mean, that was a really fun game at the very end. Penn State did not look like they were a top 5 team playing at home for the first 2.5 quarters, 3 quarters. And that was disappointing. It was disappointing. It was really disappointing. And like you see that certain players kind of show out in these kind of games. Drew Aller showed played well in the fourth quarter, but where was he in the first quarter and the second quarter and the third quarter? And then you get over to the Oregon side, it's like, okay, you jump out to a 17-3 lead on the road. I don't need the final score to know who the better team is. Generally, the better team is the team that jumps out to a 17-3 lead. That was fun. It was good to see Oregon do what they needed to do. There were some questions, about Dante, and there's questions about James Franklin. That we got answers really to both of them in this game.
John, James Franklin is apparently never going to wash off the stink of his record against top 10 teams. Maybe, presumably, Penn State gets to the playoff and he's got a chance against another top team late in the year. He'll have a chance in Columbus in a few weeks. But as of now, it's not even urban legend, because an urban legend would imply that, maybe there's some myth to it. No, it's just fact. It's truth. James Franklin against good teams is, well, exactly what the Titans have called themselves over the last week. Ass.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think this to me is like, James Franklin hasn't done it. He hasn't broken through, and we can sort of put it all under a microscope, and we could say he should have done this, he should have done that, he should have called a timeout here, he should have made this play, this, that, the other. I think what it really is just like Penn State is a top 10 program. That's a great thing to be. I think any program in America, if you say, hey, every single year you're going to be ranked in the top 10, they would take it. And Penn State basically has been that since James Franklin showed up. But I think that's all they are. I know that sounds sort of like instinctually negative. It's not meant to be negative. It's just like, that's what, you're not going to be Ohio State. You're not going to be Oregon. You're not a perennial national championship contender. You're a top 10 team. You're going to be a favorite probably to make the playoff every year, but are you going to be a true threat to win the Big Ten? Are you going to be a true threat to win a Natty? I think that answer we know now is no, even as close as they got last year, right? And they did. Without that, again, it's kind of the same thing, the Aller pick. But I just think like you're a top 10 program. It's a great thing to be. But that's sort of where the road stops for Penn State under James Franklin. And again, some people may hear that and that may make them upset. Like where I sit, I mean, I think a lot of people would give a lot of things to be a top 10 team perennially.
Yeah, and look, James Franklin doesn't suck. He's not a bum. He's just not the guy capable of taking a perennial winner, like you were describing, John, a top 10 team, and pushing them up that last summit toward the peak, right?
Right.
As a Penn State fan, I hope he proves us all wrong in December and January, but I'm not holding my breath for it. I'm not optimistic.
Right.
I think it's defined just as you have defined it. Choppy, Penn State still minus 185 to make the playoff, plus 140 to miss the playoff. I don't think it's a question, as John just laid out there, of whether they make the playoff or not. The question is, can they finally do some damage once they get there, not against an SMU or a Boise State?
No, they're going to make the playoff. They're going to lose at Ohio State, and they'll beat Indiana at home. And they're going to make the playoff with 2 losses. And we know what's going to happen. If they get a top half seed and they get to host, North Texas, USF, Tulane, Memphis, they're going to do the same thing they did to SMU last year, and they're going to get to the second round of that, and maybe they get, another team that isn't that great, and they walk right through. But the moment they go up against Ohio State or Oregon or Georgia or Alabama or whatever, we kind of know what's going to happen, and that's part of the problem. Like John's right, they're a true top 10 team. If there was no preseason rankings, though, they're not even close to the top 10 right now because they don't have a resume. Their resume is a loss to Oregon and wins over, like, Old Dominion or something. Like, it's just, what I mean? It's just not like
How dare you disparage the likes of Villanova and FIU, RJ Choppy?
And listen, there's nothing wrong with that. We're 4 weeks in. We're 4 weeks in. You're not supposed to have wins over Ohio State and Bama and Oregon in the first 3 weeks of the season, right? I get it. It's okay. A lot of teams are like this. There's plenty of teams out there who play the same kind of schedule over the first 4 weeks. But without the preseason rankings, they're not a favorite to make the playoff yet. They will, because they're only going to have one more loss.
Yeah, and that Indiana game at home, depending on how the Hoosiers are playing at that point in time, will be massive, because a loss there, I think, completely takes them out of the conversation. That's really the only resume builder left on the schedule for them other than the trip to Columbus. in early November. So Penn State, like you guys laid out, a playoff team, but probably no more. Let's talk about the Bama-Georgia game, because we were all in on Georgia. We did not expect Ty Simpson to throw for 275. I can guarantee none of us expected a Caden Proctor screen pass down within the 1 yard line, which is the favorite clip from that game. But John, Alabama surprised a good number of us. They definitely surprised everybody who was sitting there between the hedges in Athens. First loss at home for Georgia in forever. And Alabama firmly inserts themselves in what is quickly becoming a cannibalistic game of musical chairs at the top of the SEC.
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue here is that this, when I thought about a Georgia defense, 2, 3, 4 years ago, I thought about just destruction at the line of scrimmage. Just you weren't running the ball on them. Good luck. Good night. You weren't going to find any success. And I don't know if that was like a Jalen Carter thing. Maybe it was just happened to be a generational defense thing with him, and you had Nolan Smith flying around. But this Georgia defense has not been the same the last 2 years. It just doesn't strike fear in your heart the way it used to. Alabama's receivers were just wide open, and it's just like I don't. These things seem not characteristic of a Georgia football team. With that all being said, they had a chance to take the lead there late in the game on that 4th and short. It was just a play that was called and not executed well, didn't work. And if that does work, Choppy knows how that feels when it's 4th and long with the joy. It wasn't long, but 4th down for the game. Choppy's been on the other end of that. Sometimes it does work. It didn't work against Alabama. I think Gunnar Stockton has shown that he's much better this season than expected. The defense is I think, the issue here. So what that means for them in the SEC, it's probably going to be tough now with the way Alabama is playing, but I still think they'll be heard from in the playoff is my bet.
Yeah, look, I think they will too. I was surprised. I'll be the first to admit, I was very surprised that Bama won this game. I thought they were done. I thought the program was done. I thought Kalen DeBoer was, going to trade in his hoodie and his polo that the Alabama fans can't quit arguing over. And he was going to go back to the West Coast, or he was going to do something else. But I was very, very surprised. And it's obvious, the Georgia defense isn't what it used to be. We scored a ton of points on them at the Tennessee game. And, Bama seems to didn't have a ton of problems with them on the road. Kirby doesn't give up that many points at home. Kirby doesn't lose games at home. He wins those games. I was surprised. I got to hand it. I am very, very impressed with what and how Alabama has responded.
Yeah, if you still got your doubts about the Tide, plus 170 to miss the playoff at BetMGM, and they got a big one at home this weekend against, Vanderbilt, a big one at home against Vanderbilt. We'll get into that in just a couple minutes as well. One other SEC team I think we have to talk about because they beat LSU this past weekend, 24-19. A direct quote from my cousin who lives in Baton Rouge, has grown up in Baton Rouge, and went to LSU. Nuss sucks. That might be going a little bit far, but I will say this. The opposing quarterback this past Saturday looked really damn good. I had my doubts about Trinidad Chambliss based on who he'd beaten the previous 2 weeks, but he's now thrown for 974 yards in the last 3 weeks, and he just beat a really good LSU defense, John.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what is wrong with this Ole Miss. This LSU offense. I really thought of all things like that was one of the sure bets in college football this year. Because how many teams were going to be able to say that they were bringing back an NFL draft pick, a first-round NFL draft pick at quarterback as a returner? LSU was one of few, and it looks like a mess. And it's, this Ole Miss team, I like them. I love what Lane has done. The fact that he's still at Ole Miss is kind of nuts to me, because I thought he'd be a short tenure and he'd move on to the next thing. So I think he's done a really good job there. But I don't think of Ole Miss as ever having these elite defenses. something seems fundamentally wrong with LSU. I don't know if that's a Brian Kelly function. I don't know if that's a Nussmeier function, but somebody's got to be accountable, man, because, for you not to be able to win a game, that where the other team only scores 24, that's a problem. That is a real problem for LSU.
Look, I'm not going to tolerate any Nuss slander. All right, he's a DFW kid. We like him. We like his old man. He was on the Cowboys coaching staff for years. But I warned y'all. I said LSU hadn't beat anybody. I said they were overrated and overhyped. And this is another problem that I have with these preseason rankings. Ole Miss gets credit for beating the top 4 team in the nation. LSU was never top 4. They beat a crap Clemson team. And, who else they beat? Florida. Florida was a bad – Florida was preseason highly ranked. But if you go based on a resume this year, they're not nothing. So that's – I warn y'all. I hate to say it. Toot my own horn, pat myself on the back. Yeah, they're not nothing.
Yeah, by the way, I do think Ole Miss, how can you not say they're a contender? They're doing this with a backup quarterback. I think that's one of the best stories in college football, the fact that Lane Kiffin found in this Ole Miss staff, whoever's responsible for it, found this guy from Ferris State. It's easy to say now that, high-level recruit, whatever. This guy was like 700 or something. At a D2 place like Ferris State, I'm sure they get a call that say, hey, you got to check out this guy's highlights or whatever. But hell, a D2 to SEC jump? Are you kidding me? I don't think that has that ever happened. Has that ever happened?
Probably not, but he looks like he has taken everything in stride. Chambliss looks totally comfortable down there in Oxford. We'll talk about that big SEC matchup that we mentioned earlier, Vandy, Bama. That is a massive one on this week's slate. And a couple of huge games down in the Sunshine State to talk about as well, plus whatever else we get into, and long shot playoff teams as well before we get to our best bets, all on the way here on BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
With you every weekend here on the BetMGM Network. Catch it across the network and wherever you may be in the world inside your Odyssey app Friday nights and Saturday mornings, or just get us on demand wherever you get your podcast. Search for BetMGM-U, and you can always watch the show as well on YouTube. Search the BetMGM Network. We got you covered every weekend, including this one, Week 6 across the world of college football. A couple of massive games down in Florida to touch on, a big one in the SEC. We might even talk about a Big 12 game that has me asking some questions and could be big as far as the top of that conference goes. I keep calling it a one-bid league, to use a March Madness term for it, but who knows if they'll actually cannibalize each other at the top of the Big 12 or not. Plenty to get into before we wrap up our best bets, some parlays. We even talk some playoff long shots in a couple moments as well here on BetMGM-U alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin. I'm Chris Mack. Let's start down in Tallahassee. Florida State coming off a rough one, a Friday night loss at Virginia in OT, 46-38. Miami, they beat Florida State up last season, but last season definitely a distant memory for the Seminoles. Miami, though, for what it's worth, hasn't won in Tallahassee since 2019. First meeting in the series with both teams ranked in nearly 10 years, John. Number 3, Miami, laying 4.5 at number 18, Florida State. A chance for Florida State to prove maybe that opening win against Alabama wasn't a mirage. A chance for Miami to cement themselves at the top of the ACC as national title contenders.
Yeah, I'm not really sure I would want to lay 4.5 here with Miami. Yeah, and I watched that entire Florida game, and if the Florida offense wasn't so anemic, then that would have been a completely different game. It just would have. Like, Florida's defense played well enough to win that game. I like the under in this game. Miami plays really slow. Cristobal, by his nature, is a super conservative guy. And, I think Florida State's defense is going to meet the challenge this week. Carson Beck at times this year even when you think about that Notre Dame win, think about how many throws he made that he was just completely bailed out on by his receivers.
Yeah.
I think of 2 touchdowns as being bailed out by his receivers, which obviously changes that entire game if he's not. So I haven't been super impressed with Carson Beck this year, and I think this Florida State defense is going to be challenged this week. I don't know if they're going to win, but I do like the under. I think this is going to be a lower scoring game.
Man, I know the juice is to the over. I'm with you on the under. I don't see this being a massively high-scoring game. I have no feel on it. I honestly don't, because Florida State at home, we have seen this year home crowds are like a great equalizer at times. Obviously, it doesn't play that way all the time. Didn't play that way, obviously, with Oregon and Penn State. Didn't play that way with Georgia, Alabama. But you've seen quarterbacks go on the road. Now, the difference is Carson Beck is not going to be scared by the Florida State crowd. Right? He has played in a million road games in big-time environments. But I don't have a great feel on either of these two. I don't know which Florida State team is going to show up. But I do think, I'm with John, I think the under's in play.
Yeah, I tend to lean the same direction as both of you. The under seems to make sense given pace of play and the way this thing will play out. And I think probably both teams kind of try to get a feel for each other early on. You're right, Choppy. Beck isn't going to be fazed by the crowd in this one. And I'm curious to see if this just becomes about which quarterback avoids making a big mistake late. Beck against Castellanos. I think that's what it boils down to. Castellanos was carrying those stones around in a wheelbarrow against Alabama. Does he similarly show out in this opportunity, or does Miami's defense force him into a mistake? That front seven, I think, can get in his kitchen and force him into one late. It's why I would lean Miami, but to your point, John, 4.5 just feels a little too heavy for this one. If you had me in the 3 range, I would play it, but I don't think we're getting back to that number by kickoff on Saturday night, so the under may be the play there. We touched on this one earlier, and it is massive for Living Pavia Loca. Number 16, Vanderbilt, going into Tuscaloosa to visit number 10 Alabama. Bama laying 10.5. I think this could be a whole lot closer here, Choppy. Vanderbilt beat Alabama last year, granted in Nashville as 24.5-point dogs. Ty Simpson did seem to find some things last week in Athens. I'll grant you that. But how about this number for you, RJ? Vandy against the spread as a road dog since the start of last season, 6-0. I will take Vandy and the 10.5 all day. We'll see if this number moves anymore before kickoff on Saturday afternoon. I feel like it might come down within the 10 because I think a lot of people are going to look at the Commodores here and say, yeah, 10.5. This thing's going to be a whole hell of a lot closer than that.
Yep, I'm with you. I'm rolling 10.5. I mean, you got to give me Diego and 10.5. I'm going to take that. It would have to get. I think this line is a good 3.5 to 4 points off. I think this is closer to a 7. That I wouldn't take Bama, I don't think, unless it got to about 7. Other than that, I'm going to roll with Diego. Diego, he is the Johnny Football of NCAA right now. He's got that Johnny Manziel hoodoo voodoo. That's exactly what he has. He figures out ways to make things happen. Absolutely love him. I think Bama wins, but I'm taking the 10.5.
I mean, it doesn't hurt that he's 36 years old on his 12th year of eligibility or whatever it is. But, John, this would be, if Vandy pulled off the upset and didn't just cover, pulled off the upset, it would be the first time the Tide had lost back-to-back games to Vanderbilt in 69 years. Nice. Is that a possibility?
I mean, in the same way that, like, it's a possibility that the United States government confirms the existence of aliens this year. I mean,
we're not far off.
The chance exists. Is there a chance? But it's not a big one. I don't know if I'm allowed in Tuscaloosa after last week. I picked Georgia, very controversially, very bravely as the home favorite, and Alabama fans wore me out all week. I mean, they acted like I came in and took a piss on their state flag or something. I mean, it was really, and I appreciate the passion. I really do. I think it hurts Vandy that they're ranked, to be honest, because these are the games that Kalen DeBoer loses. I think Vandy should hide their ranking. I think they should try to put a black curtain over it or something and make everybody think they're not ranked. Because those are the games that Kalen DeBoer is known for losing. It's not these. I think he'll have his team ready to go. Obviously, the loss last year. Vandy's not sneaking up on anybody. This Alabama team indeed does look real. I mean, going into Georgia and doing that, that can't be a fluke. So I do like Alabama in this one, and I would lean towards laying the 10.5 as well. But I'm only saying that mostly to get back in the good graces of the Alabama faithful.
I was going to say that's just because you're persona non grata in Tuscaloosa.
I'm pandering.
Really, the entire state, probably.
I have to live in the Southeast, I have to travel through Alabama quite a bit. I don't want my face to be on a bounty or something like that. So,
man, you're far enough west. You don't have to worry about them.
I got to go to Florida though. I'm going to Disney and all that.
Yeah,
you got to go through Bama at some point.
Yeah, and, just drive through Mississippi and then go west. You get a small sliver by Mobile. You'll be fine.
You go around. Yeah, you get down to the Gulf Coast. It's
not
even
everywhere,
like Alabama.
They're always watching. And it's just amazing. They have such a complex. I'm like, you guys were on top of the sport for a million years. What are you so sensitive for? But
they thought their world was crashing down, and as it turns out, it's not yet crashing down. So they got beer muscles. They got Georgia muscles.
Somebody has to be the enemy every week, And last week it was me on the BetMGM network with Alabama fans. I mean, they were wearing me out, man. Good God. So. Hopefully they'll do that to Vandy this weekend.
Now you know what's going to happen is they're going to call you a jinx for saying that you'd lay the 10.5 and then some.
Damn. That would be terrible if that happened. Man, wouldn't it just be the worst thing ever if Vandy went in Tuscaloosa and pull the upset? I mean, that would just be so devastating. Man, I'd hate to see it.
You would never go clap back at each and every one of those 7,000 comments.
He would have time. You would have some time that day.
No, I tell you what I did. I bought the Etsy witch, and I said, take care of Alabama football this week, Etsy Witch. Put a curse on Kalen DeBoer.
All right, one other big one in the SEC. Big because I think there's a legitimate question about whether this could be a game or not. Florida stinks. Let's be honest. DJ Lagway's expected to play, I think. I don't know if that is a good thing or not for the Gators. The more important question here, Choppy, is the opposing quarterback, the number 9 Longhorns, going to Gainesville, favored by 6.5. It's Arch Manning's first start against a power conference team since week 1 against Ohio State. He's averaging 239 yards passing a game. He's had 8 touchdowns in those 3 games since, 2 picks. I'm curious to see whether he actually looks like a legitimate power conference quarterback in this one or not. Again, it's Florida. They stink. But I don't know what Arch has shown us to believe that he may not also stink.
Right. Exactly. And that's why. And I know. I mean, this is a low number. 42.5. That's a bad NFL game. And I think it's too high. I'm taking the under. I like the under. I know that's low. That's a very low. I don't trust Florida's offense at all. Texas's defense is an elite unit. If Georgia had Texas's defense last week against Alabama, they win that game. That's how good Texas defense is. Florida might score 7 points. Texas might score 10. It's going to be a low-scoring game. Another road environment. We know road environments are very difficult. Arch has played 1 road game that was at Ohio State. He did not perform well at all. And maybe that's way different in the second game, but that was a month ago. So I am taking the under in this one. I've seen this thing as low as 5.5 too, and I still don't trust it. I'm taking the under.
John?
I mean, I agree with everything Choppy said. I mean, I hate to just parrot that, but I mean, Arch has not looked like the guy I thought he would be at all this year. And we talked about that Florida defense against Miami. I mean, that's the one unit that is consistently showing up for Billy Napier. It's the only unit that's consistently showing up for Billy Napier is that defense. So I really do. I mean, I think this has the look of a really ugly game. I just don't know. I just don't know how the over gets there. I don't really know what that looks like because, I mean, Lagway's hurt. He's been in a boot. He hasn't, at any point looked like that's another guy, right? I'm talking about Arch. I expected big things from DJ Lagway this year, based on the end of the season he had in 2024, but he just doesn't look like that guy. They don't have that many playmakers, it feels like, on that offense. So rather than try to guess here on the spread, I'll just pay to see it. I mean, go become the greatest show on turf, Florida. Go do it. I mean, because I'll pay to see it. I don't think you can. So I'm going to take it's like RJ said, it's a crazy total, but I think it's absolutely justified. What would I make it? I don't know. I could see this being a 20-10 type of game. So I would play this down to probably 40.5.
All right, one more game I want to touch on here before we move on to talking about some long shot playoff teams and giving people parlays and best bets. Explain this one to me. I know Iowa State has had a ton of injuries, especially in the secondary, right? They lose 2 key defensive backs with ACL tears in the last week. So maybe people are just looking at this and going, Brendan Sorsby is going to light them up for 500 yards and 5 touchdowns. But Cincinnati, 1.5 favorites at home against the number 14, 5-0 Iowa State Cyclones, Choppy. Am I missing something here? Because I'm about to jump on Iowa State money line.
Yeah, look, the only thing I can think of as to why this spread is that it's a road game,
right?
And it must be at night, but it's not at night; it's at noon. So that doesn't make any sense there. It's got to be injury related, man, because otherwise this just kind of goes into the narrative of how disrespected Iowa State's been this year. And they are being punished because they're Iowa State. They're not sexy. There's no hype to them. Vegas doesn't love them. Nobody loves them. The only people that love them live in Ames. That's it. And there's 11 of those people. So I like Iowa State here at 1.5.
John?
Yeah, I mean, look, Cincinnati's at home. Obviously, a big win for them last week. Brendan Sorsby gets on Fox. He tells Victor Cruz, "I didn't like you growing up. You know, I was a Cowboys fan." He's got some juice, man. He's got some juice. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you would make it. Should it be should it be a pick? Maybe, but I think Cincinnati can get this done at home.
Yeah, if Becht is anywhere close to 100%, and I guess that's still questionable. He left last week's game before coming back. I really like Iowa State to go in there and shut things down and make life hell for Sorsby. So I would be all over Iowa State plus the 1.5 or just ride a money line at that rate. We've still got some playoff long shots that are worth talking about. Plus, we'll give you some of our best bets, maybe sprinkle a parlay, a pizza money parlay in there as well from Choppy. We'll get at it here as we get ready to wrap up BetMGM-U right here on the BetMGM Network.
You've been listening to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we've made it to week 6 of the college football season, which means we are well on our way, firmly entrenched in conference schedules in most spots, and ready to start maybe rolling the dice on some playoff long shots. We'll get you some parlays and our best bets before we wrap up in just a couple of minutes. But there have been some teams, some of whom we've already talked about today, who we may like with some decent numbers to make the college football playoff. Don't forget, you can download BetMGM-U in podcast form wherever you get your podcasts. Alongside John Martin and RJ Choppy, I'm Chris Mack. We can roll through some of your favorite teams here, boys. We could talk about certain teams in particular, maybe teams we've already talked about. For example, Vandy, currently undefeated, plus 375 to make the playoff, but just got done talking about their impending trip to Tuscaloosa. We talked about Iowa State momentarily, a lot of injuries, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Still undefeated, though, 4-1 to make the playoff. Florida State, 5-1. Cincinnati, 13-1. If there's a long shot playoff team that you like right now, Choppy, give me one.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm not going to throw Vandy in there, and I'll tell you why. Like, it's been a great story, but they have 3 road games left. Yeah. At Alabama, at Texas, at Tennessee. They also have home games with LSU and Missouri. That's brutal. That might be one of the worst schedules in the country in terms of difficulty. That is awful. Like, I feel really bad for Vandy fans. So, I would throw Vandy kind of out of there in terms of, a long shot. TCU, Florida State, those were teams that I think you could throw in the long shot category at this point, because I think Florida State's going to wind up finding a way, if they pull this upset with Miami, then they're basically in. But your upset champions to win the Natty, it just doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. College football doesn't lend itself to that. There are about 15 to 18 teams that have a realistic chance of making the playoff. There's probably only 3 or 4 of them that have a realistic chance of making the national championship and winning the national championship, and that's part of the problem.
Yeah, the interesting thing, too, here, John, as we talk about possible SEC dark horses like Vandy, Missouri, is something we talked about right before the show started, and that is just the cannibalization at the top of the SEC. There's an opportunity where you may end up with 5-6 SEC teams with 2 losses, and then it really is going to get down to the granular slicing and dicing of who beat who, when they beat them, who was available in that game, how much did they beat them by, home, road. And it does, I think, open the door and the possibility to some of those teams like Missouri, like Vandy possibly. But I also think it gives me reason to pause and think, is that number necessarily worth it? Like, if I'm going to bet Vandy to be a playoff team, I got to get better than 4-1. If I'm going to bet Missouri to be a playoff team, as good as Bo Pribula looks, as good as they've looked overall, I got to get better than plus 260.
Yeah, and I think, when you ask me, bets like this that I would want to make, I would want to say, all right, I know exactly what the path is. If this, and this happens, they're going to the playoff. That's why I would endorse a North Texas 5-1 or better bet to make the playoff. Because look at number one, first thing, the winner of the American Championship game is going. It's a wrap. Boise State's not going to the playoff this year. They already lost to South Florida. So I think there's just no question about it that the winner of the American Championship game is going to the playoff. Now, let's talk about North Texas' schedule. Guess who they don't have to play this year? Memphis. Mm-hmm. They don't have to play Memphis in the regular season. And guess who they get at home? They get South Florida at home. They get UTSA at home. They get Navy at home. Guess who else they don't have to play? Tulane. So they don't have to play 2 of the 3 best teams in the American. And if they do play them, the ones they do get, they're getting indented. Not that necessarily is some great home field advantage, but if I had to play him, I'd rather play him at home than their place, right? You play in Memphis, lose. So I think you're seeing 6-1 to win the American. That's basically make the playoffs as far as I'm concerned. So I would say North Texas 6-1 AAC winner. That's as good as a playoff bet to me. So it would be North Texas 6-1 to win the AAC.
And that stadium is 15 minutes from here. They have given, because that South Florida game's next week, they've given the students the Friday off.
There you go. No class.
They said, it's a Friday night game. It's a Friday night game. And listen, like I always say, you can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning. So they're going to be going. They're going to be ready to go, baby. This is going to be fun.
This kid, Mestamaker for them is freaking awesome. And this quarterback, I mean, and again, basically, to me, it's like it comes down to one game. Whereas, like, with Missouri and Vandy and all these other teams, like you're trying to kind of figure it out. If North Texas does what they're supposed to do, I assume they'll be favored in each of these games, other than the championship game, which probably be a pick 'em. It's a lot worse than plus 600, though, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah. What about teams from the ACC? The only reason I ask is Georgia Tech is still listed at 3-1. I don't think I like them at that number, just given the resume. The rest of the way out is trash, aside from wrapping up against Georgia. And Louisville is listed at 5-1, but then I eye up the rest of their schedule, trips to Miami and SMU. They've still got Clemson on the schedule for what that's worth, although it's at home on a Friday night. Is there another team besides Miami and Florida State who we should be thinking about in the ACC, John?
No. I mean, just to be honest, I mean, I'm not really a believer in some of these teams. Like, imagine if the American and the ACC merged. This is what it would look like on this graphic, right? You got South Florida, Tulane, Memphis, Georgia Tech, Miami, North Texas. That would actually be a good conference. I'd be excited about that if that happened. Much better than the slop that I'm dealing with now. But no, I don't think
you're just trying to get Memphis into the ACC in basketball. That's all you're doing.
That is 100% true. Football is actually fine in the American. I mean, North Texas, Tulane, Memphis, South Florida, like you actually have a credible football league. It's the basketball that's the embarrassment. But no, I don't think there's another credible team in the ACC besides those two.
Nope. It is the Average Coast Conference. It is you got two teams, and that's it. That's all you got. Clemson ain't going to do it.
No, Clemson's cooked. I'll throw one more team from a major conference at you, because we were talking about the depth of the SEC and how they could have 4 or 5 teams sitting there with 2 losses. I'll flip it to the Big Ten page, where it feels, I think we all feel fairly good about Oregon, Ohio State, and Penn State being playoff teams. And we've talked about Indiana. Indiana is currently to make the playoff plus 135. That's not a bet I'd make at that price. But right there in that neighborhood is Michigan, and they're 3-1. Now, Michigan's borderline. I think you'd have to have an SEC team move out of the way to open up the opportunity for another Big Ten team. But that's one I might eye up, especially depending on how well they handle their business this weekend, John.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I think they have a lot of the ingredients that, if you're getting a jump from the quarterback, and if he's the prospect that he's looked like at times this year, then, defensively the floor is going to be, high enough. So I think that absolutely makes sense, especially, in the 4 figures.
Man, that is one of the easiest schedules for a Big Ten team I've seen. Mm-hmm. That is, I mean, they got Wisconsin at USC, Washington at Michigan State, Purdue at Northwestern, at Maryland, Ohio State at home. That is, you're not going to get a gift like that. If you're in the Big Ten or the SEC and you get a gift like that, you have to find a way in the postseason. That's embarrassing. Michigan should be ashamed. They should be ashamed they're playing that schedule. They really should. Look at because Indiana's got to play who? They got to play Penn State and Oregon, and they played Illinois earlier. And Michigan's not getting any of those teams.
File a complaint.
How is that possible? See, the Big Ten does it right. They just, they allow their big time schools to, every few years just kind of just skate by. That's what you should do. This is smart. I like this.
I mean, to their credit, Choppy, they did go on the road to Oklahoma in non-conference, and they don't have control of the conference.
And they lost. I know they lost.
They lost. All right, we got like a minute and a half. Let's throw some parlays and favorite bets at folks. Choppy, the king of the pizza money parlay. I'll let you start us off.
All right, I like pizza money parlay here. We are going to go Army -7 against UAB. We are going to go Vandy plus the 10.5, and we are going to take the under in Texas and Florida.
All right.
I like how as soon as you gave out the dog started barking. I mean, that's got to be a winner.
Yeah, so I'm sure the wife has a delivery. Amazon's probably here. Who knows, right?
Man.
You could have given the dog some credit and made it sound like you trained it for that.
I did.
I'm serious. Like, you almost have to bet Vanderbilt plus 10.5. I mean, it's like there was something about that spiritually.
Yeah. John, what do you got?
We're gonna go. This is the government shutdown special. We're gonna go Navy and Air Force over 52 because somebody has to do something, right? In the government. I mean, the Secretary,
the Department of Defense, the Department of War, whatever it is.
War.
The Secretary of War sent a message this week. He said, "I want nothing but the fittest, best soldiers in the world, okay, in this military." And so that to me says he wants points.
Yeah.
And so I think honestly, I'm halfway joking, but Navy scores a lot. Our Air Force can't stop anybody. They just lost to freaking Hawaii, who's dreadful. And they can also score too. So I think this is going to be an over. Nobody ever wants to take an over in a service academy game, but I'm going to be on it this weekend.
All right. I'll throw a parlay out there as well. I mentioned Iowa State on the money line against Cincy. I mentioned Vandy getting the 10.5 at Bama. Choppy's with me on that one. Also, Georgia at home, coming off a stinging loss against Alabama, is playing Kentucky. Yes, I'll lay 20.5. Thank you very much. So I'll take all three of those individually, and on a parlay, it gets you to close to 6-1 at BetMGM. And there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. You can use a parlay boost inside the BetMGM app to boost your potential payout from any winning college football parlay. Go jump on some of those. We'll be back to talk about them next week. For our producer, Zach Kroll, for RJ Choppy, for John Martin, I'm Chris Mack. This has been BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
season. The Brewers and the Blue Jays, and we'll get to the Blue Jays here in a second, they kind of remind me of like the same team, where I think they've had great regular seasons. I don't know if both of these teams are built for postseason baseball, though. The Brewers, I just don't know if they have enough firepower in their lineup. It feels like the same story every year with Milwaukee. Great regular season team. They're well coached. Their pitching is always terrific. But then when we get to October, it's just they don't have enough to get through some of these top teams. And going up against the Cubs, who's got a lot of really good talent, I like Chicago in this series. So Cubs at even money, plus 100 to win the series, I think is a very good bet. If you just want to bet them to win game one at plus 130, because you're getting a really good price there. And then if they lose, you come back and bet them on the series price at maybe like plus 150 or something like that. Couple different ways that you can attack that Cubs-Brewers series, but I do like Chicago at plus 100 to take down Milwaukee. Yankees and Blue Jays are going to start their series as Toronto minus 125 in game one. The Yankees are plus 105. Neither team has decided yet who is going to start game one of that series. Yankees are minus 155 to win the series. The Blue Jays are plus 130. I do like the Yankees in this series. I kind of like the Yankees in like 4 games. I think if you can bet that exacta, that's a good one. I think we're going to get a split in Toronto. So whichever team wins game one, I'm going to bet the other team in game two. And then I think the Yankees are going to take both games 3 and games 4 in the Bronx. I mean, how good was Cam Schlittler last night for the Yankees? Their pitching rotation with Fried and Rodon and now Cam for game 3, really, really good. So the Yankees right now looking to have one of the best starting pitching rotations in baseball. Judge has been pretty good so far this season. Stanton was good for them yesterday. They're getting timely at-bats from certain guys. Their pitching staff's been very good. The Yankees should be favored in this series. It is enticing to take them in game one at plus 105, and I probably would because they're probably going to be underdogs potentially in both of the first 2 games, and I think they're going to win at least one of the games, if not both. So I do like the Yankees plus 105 in game one, and I think they win the series. There's a reason why they are minus 155. Dodgers and Phillies. This might be the World Series, to be honest with you guys. The winner of this series might go on to win the whole thing. That's how good these two teams are. We're going to get Ohtani against Christopher Sanchez in game one. I just like the Dodgers. I think the loss of Wheeler for Philadelphia is so big. Not having him for game one, not having him in the postseason is just really tough. And Philadelphia, you know, there's a lot of unknown about what that lineup is going to look like with the Dodgers or with the Phillies this postseason. We've seen it the last couple of years. They can be awesome, that lineup, or they can be really, really cold. You figure Schwarber's going to show up, Harper's going to show up, Turner's going to show up, but what are you going to get from some of the other guys in that lineup? What's Castellanos and Real Muto and Stott and Bone? What are these guys going to look like for the Phillies? So there's a lot of unknown, and I like the Dodgers in that series. I don't know if I'm going to bet the Dodgers in game one, but I do like a minus 120. But again, winner of that series, I think has a good shot of winning the whole thing. And then Tigers and Mariners, Seattle a minus 185 to win this series. They're minus 220 on the money line, plus 180 to win game one. I just think minus 220 is way too high for Seattle in game one. I like Detroit. Plus 1.5. You can get them at like minus 125 on BetMGM, taking them on the run line. Look, Seattle hasn't won a divisional series game in like 25 years, okay? So this series isn't going to be a sweep. It isn't going to be easy. Scooble's going to throw 1, if not 2 games in this series. And, you know, the Tigers, they've been playing pretty decent small ball so far this postseason in those 3 games against the Guardians, and that's what you have to do in that ballpark against Seattle. So with all the pressure on the Mariners, and with them not having a lot of postseason experience, this is a big line in game one. I think Tigers on the run line, a nice bet there at minus 125 against the Mariners. All right, you guys, let's get in to the PJ Pick 5 here on Send It In. We will start with the NFL today as I look at my 5 favorite picks in the NFL. We'll start with the first play. It's going to be the Las Vegas Raiders plus 7 against the Indianapolis Colts. I love this spot for Las Vegas in this game. Right now, there's some 6.5s out there, so make sure if you like Vegas like me, you grab the 7 against Indianapolis. But this is really all about backing Vegas after a tough home loss and going on the road the following week, right? It was part of my handicap yesterday for San Francisco. I love backing teams that lose at home as favorites outright and then go on the road as an underdog the following week. They tend to play really, really well in those type of situational spots in the NFL. Historically, that's a very profitable angle to look at. And Indianapolis, meanwhile, they're coming off a brutal loss on the road against the Rams. And I think that could still be taking its toll on Indy just a little bit. Now, they've been terrific at home this season. They haven't punted in either of the two games that they have played at home. But I think the Raiders can keep it close. I think this can be a competitive game. Genty started to get going a little bit against the Bears last week. It's a big if, but if Geno is able to take care of the football, he should be able to make some plays in this game. So Raiders +7. I think they can keep it competitive with the Colts. I'll take the Raiders as my first play. What about the New Orleans Saints? I like them on the money line against the New York Giants on Sunday. Some twos are starting to pop out there. On Monday, we gave it out at Saints +1. At -2, I'd probably just take the Saints now on the money line at -130. This is what the line should have been to open up the week. It should have been Saints -1, Saints -2. The Giants opened up as like a 2.5-point favorite at some spots. Just way too much of an overreaction to the Giants' upset of the Chargers. And now everybody's so high on the Giants. Everybody's so high on Jackson Dart. But now he's got to go on the road. And he's got to play in a tough NFL environment against a Saints team that's still playing hard. And a Saints team that's been very competitive so far this season. They were right there with Arizona in week 1. They were right there with San Francisco in week 2. Last week, they played Buffalo tough for 4 quarters. Outside of that game against Seattle, where it was just a special team fiasco and the game kind of got out of reach, New Orleans played these teams tough in 3 of their first 4 games. And the fact that the Giants got their first win last week, New Orleans is still winless. New Orleans, I feel like, is going to be the more desperate team, the more hungry team, doing whatever they can to win this game. Because let's be honest, New Orleans knows there are not going to be many games this season that they're going to win. So this is definitely one of their best chances. Probably going to be the only game they're favored in all season. I like the Saints. I think they win on Sunday, so we'll take New Orleans on the money line. Let's also take the Ravens. They're +2.5 right now. I would take them +2.5, +1.5. I think they win the game outright against the Texans. Their injury report is insane. It's looking like Lamar is going to be out on Sunday. He didn't practice again today. Kyle Hamilton also didn't practice today. So, I mean, the Ravens are just so beat up. There's going to be no Roquan Smith, no Marlon Humphrey. It's going to be an interesting matchup to watch this Ravens defense and how bad they have been this season and now how banged up they are going up against this Texans offense that has been putrid. The total is at 40.5. It's probably going to be an ugly, low-scoring game. But look, we have seen so far in the NFL, whether it's rookies making their first start, in week 2, 3, 4, you get backups coming in. That first game is usually when you want to back those teams, when there's not as much film. Yeah, the Texans can watch some Cooper Rush stuff when he was with Dallas, but you don't know really what he's going to run with the Ravens. This is going to be a heavy Derrick Henry game plan. Still got Zay Flowers, you got Bateman, you got Likely, you got Andrews. He's got some weapons to throw to. Ronnie Stanley was limited in practice today. Hopefully he is out there for the Ravens. But the Ravens' pass protection has been so bad the last couple weeks. They got to get back to running the football. Derrick Henry has had 12 carries or fewer the last 3 weeks. That's just unacceptable. So Ravens running the ball, maybe getting some inspiration from seeing what San Francisco did last night, how beaten up they were, and learning from that, pulling off a little mini upset at home. Because if the Ravens lose this game, they're home against the Rams next week. They're very quickly staring 1-5 in the face. So this is kind of a big game for the Ravens to win. I think they show up, and I think they take care of business. So I'll take the Ravens +1.5. The Bucks, we'll take them +3.5 against the Seahawks. I like Tampa. I like the number. I like the number with the Bucks at +3.5. Now, Seattle opened 2.5. It went to 3. Now it's up to 3.5. Seahawks do have some injuries, though. Devin Witherspoon, their stud corner, doesn't look like he's going to play. Now, they might be getting their safety, Nick Imanori, back. Bucky Irving was ruled out for this game for Tampa. But you know what? Tampa's shown the ability the last year or so that they just plug in whoever at running back and they're effective. As long as Baker's out there, that's really all that matters. You got another week of Godwin. Ibuka's been terrific for Tampa Bay so far. I just like them as a dog. And again, I like fading Seattle at home. So we're getting a key number. We're getting Tampa Bay off a tough home loss. I think they're going to respond, play very well against Seattle. I like the Bucks +3.5 in that game against the Seahawks. Chiefs are 3.5-point favorites on Monday night against the Jags, and I am rolling with Kansas City in that game. I like KC minus 3.5. Obviously, there are still some threes out there. If you can get KC at minus 3, better number, but even 3.5, I still like Kansas City. I just think Jacksonville is extremely overrated. They're 3-1, very easily could be 4-0. They should have won that game against Cincinnati. I'm still not impressed with them, though, and I'm still not a Trevor Lawrence guy. This is definitely the best team that they have played so far up to this point, and the Chiefs they're starting to get some of their mojo back. They're starting to get some of their swagger back.
Trick Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era.
Offense, kind of a new dimension. They're missing that spark. Defensively, I think Trevor Lawrence is really going to struggle. Raiders +7, Saints on the money line, Ravens +1.5, Bucks +3.5, and the Chiefs at -3.5. All right, let's get to some of my favorite NFL player props that I like for this week in the NFL. As, again, any questions, comments that you guys have here on Send It In, let us know. Write them into the YouTube, Twitch chat for us, or our live stream on X. NFL props. Derrick Henry over 18.5 rushing attempts against the Texans. Derrick Henry, again, the last 3 weeks, he has had 11, 12, 8 carries the last 3 weeks. Give the man the football, okay? He had 18 carries in week 1 against Buffalo when he was popping off and he was ripping off all those big runs. Last year, the Ravens were feeding Derrick Henry a bunch, especially in non-divisional games. If you go back and look at Derrick Henry last year in his game log, when he would play the Steelers, the Browns, the Bengals, they really wouldn't run him a lot. But when he would go up against these other teams and out of the division, that's when they would feed Derrick. And how do you not feed him in this game, right? Harbaugh went to he was talking to the media this week, and he was talking about how the offense needs to be better, the play calling needs to be better. And with all the injuries that they have, with Lamar being out, and all the injuries on defense, and how bad the defense is right now, you got to choose some clock. You got to run the ball. Texans have a very good defense. You can't attack them through the air. It's very difficult. You got to try and run. So Derrick Henry over 18.5 rush attempts. I mean, that's got to be the game plan. We saw what San Francisco did last week or yesterday with McCaffrey. That's got to be the game plan today on Sunday for the Ravens. Amari DiMercato over 9.5 receiving yards against the Titans. 2 receptions for DiMercato this past Thursday against Seattle. Now with the injury to not only James Conner, but Trey Benson getting banged up, it's going to be Michael Carter and DiMercato. DiMercato is the better receiving back of the two. And I don't think it makes any sense that Michael Carter's receiving number is 11.5, yet DiMercato's number is 9.5. Because when Benson was healthy, DiMercato would come in as the third down guy. He'd come in as the receiving guy. So now with the injury to Benson, DiMercato is going to get more snaps. He's going to get more playing time and should be more of a factor than Carter in the receiving game. So over 9.5 receiving yards. I like that for Amari DiMercato. Emeka Egbuka, we're going under 63.5 receiving yards against the Seahawks. Buka's had a terrific year so far this season. The one game where he did struggle from a reception standpoint was against the Houston Texans, where he only had 29 receiving yards. Texans have one of the best defenses in the NFL. Now he's facing another one of the top defenses in the Seattle Seahawks. I mentioned that Witherspoon could be out on Sunday, which is obviously a big deal. But Mike McDonald, Seattle's coach, such a good defensive mind. He knows Ibuka's been the guy so far for Baker, so I think he's going to do everything he can to take him away, especially with the Bucky Irving injury. So under 63.5 receiving yards for Ibuka. I like that against Seattle. What about Marion Hampton over rushing yards? Over 67.5 against Washington. Man, the Chargers are beat up too. Defensively, they have some injuries, but offensively, losing Joe Alt on the offensive line is a massive deal. You're already without Slater this season. Now you're going to be without Joe Alt for these next couple weeks. It's going to be a big loss. Washington's run defense, their front seven has been pretty good so far to start this season, but it doesn't matter. You got to try and run the football against them. Last week against the Giants, the Chargers got into trouble because it was a close game, but they just abandoned the run. They got away from what they were. McConkey's not been good here as of late. Quentin Johnson's actually been their best receiver. Has been a pleasant surprise so far this season. Got to get Hampton the football, and I would take his over rushing yards at over 67.5. Geno Smith over 1.5 passing touchdowns at plus 125 against Indianapolis. I like Geno to have 2 or more passing touchdowns against the Colts. Look, Indy is back at home. They haven't punted so far in their 2 home games this season. Their offense has been very good this year, and they've been very good in the dome. So if you're somebody that is like me, and you like the Raiders plus the points against Indianapolis, I mean, they're going to have to score with the Colts. Geno's going to have to play well, and I like the fact that we're getting them in a dome. Even though he hasn't played all that great this year in his games indoors, he has throughout his career, and this could be a nice spot against the Indianapolis Colts. So at plus 125 for Geno to throw 2 or more passing touchdowns when we know that the Raiders are going to have to score in this game if they want to keep it close with Indy, I think that's a nice bet there for Geno. So over 1.5 passing touchdowns for Geno, I like that against the Colts. So those are our 5 player props this week in the NFL. Derrick Henry over rushing attempts at 18.5. Amari DiMercato over 9.5 receiving yards. Emeka Egbuka under 63.5 receiving yards. Amarion Hampton over 67.5 rushing yards. And Geno Smith over 1.5 passing touchdowns. All right, let's get to the PJ Pick 5 now in college football as we dive into week 6. We've been on a roll in college football, 18-12 this season, 8-2 in our last 10 plays the last 2 weeks. This week, I think, is the toughest week so far of a handicap in college football. Nothing I really, really love on the card this week, but we'll start with my favorite play, Arizona, minus 20.5 against Oklahoma State. I think this is a big number, but it's a big number for a reason, and I'm laying it with Arizona on Saturday. Mike Gundy got fired last week for Oklahoma State. So this past week against Baylor, that was the game that you look at, right? You always want to back a team normally when they fire their coach, fire their manager, whatever it may be. You get that initial bump from him being gone. And Oklahoma State was able to keep that game competitive with Baylor. They covered the spread. They hung around for about 3 quarters. Well, now after that, you got to go on the road this week, and you got to go to Tucson, and you got to take on Arizona, who's coming off a blowout loss against Iowa State. This is one of the most veteran teams in the Big 12, and I think Oklahoma State's going to turn into the team that we saw early on in the season. This is the second road game for the Cowboys this season. Their first road game, they lost 69-3 to Oregon. I know Arizona's not as good as Oregon, but I do worry about Oklahoma State away from home, so I'll take the Wildcats at minus 20.5. What about Akron? Going with Akron, plus 7.5 against Central Michigan. This line is super, super stinky, okay? Akron is a horrendous football team. In 5 games this season, 3 of them, they have scored 3 points or fewer. They've gotten shut out in their first 2 games this season. But in that week 3 game, after Akron didn't score a point the first 2 weeks, they were an 11.5 point dog against UAB. Everybody was betting UAB. That line didn't move, though. And Akron ended up losing that game by 3 points. And it has a very similar feel to this week against Central Michigan, where Akron just lost 45-3 to Toledo. They're an absolute mess. Nobody wants to bet this team. They were an 8.5 point home dog to Central Michigan, and now it's down to 7.5. So fishy line. We're trusting the bookmakers. I think Akron's going to get up for this game. Central Michigan's not really a team I want to trust all that much as a favorite. I think there are a lot of bad teams in the MAC this year. I think there are 2 of them. Akron can keep this game close. We'll take the Zips, plus a 7.5 against Central Michigan. Vanderbilt, we've been talking about them all week against Bama. I like Vandy, plus the points, plus 10.5. Give me the Commodores to keep it close. Diego Pavia and Vandy have a ton of confidence, and I think their run game is going to give Bama some big issues. So we'll go with Vandy plus the points. Oregon State plus 1.5 against Appalachian State. Oregon State is 0-5. App State is 2-2. And yet App State is only a 1.5 point favorite. So it feels like the market there is trying to tell you something with the fact that the Beavers, who are 0-5, are essentially in a pick'em against App State. The strength of schedules for these games, the disparity is something Oregon State's played Oregon. They've played Houston. They've gone up against some good teams. That state really hasn't played anybody. So I like Oregon State to win that game. And then California +3 against Duke. Give me Cal +3. Duke has to travel nearly 3,000 miles across the country to play this game. I think Cal and Justin Wilcox, he's the better coach than Manny Diaz. It's just one of those games, you know? I mean, we talk about it. ACC, Big Ten, you got to have these cross-country flights. Always favor the home team. So I like Cal +3 against Duke. All right, let's see if we got my man Shane Jackson, who's been waiting around patiently. Glad we can try and have him on. Shane, do you have me? I'm glad you have me, Shane. I do not have you. All right, it looks like our guy Gertz is still working on it, so we'll try and get to Shane here in a little bit. Hope to get him before the show wraps up. A promo, though, we'll tell you about from BetMGM. It's a college football odds boost token. Time to zero in on every snap. Activate your odds boost token on any college football bet. You'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. All right, guys, we have a couple of minutes to kill here before we wrap up our favorite plays. And again, trying to have Shane on the show before we wrap up. Looking at some of the other NFL games that I didn't end up putting in the pick 5, but I thought were intriguing this week. The Jets +2.5. I think the Jets are a great teaser leg this week at +8.5. Dallas's defense is horrendous. Not having CeeDee Lamb in this game, I think, is a big deal. And Dallas has kind of just been playing to the level of their competition, right? Could have beaten Philly, tie against Green Bay, then they lose to Chicago, should have lost to the Giants. So this is what Dallas is. It's up and down. They play the level of the team that they're going up against. And an 0-4 Jets team who is desperate for that first win, I think they have a chance to win the game. I think they're going to keep it close, but I really like the Jets in a teaser. So keep an eye on them at +8.5. Broncos and Eagles, one of the marquee games of the week. A lot of people have been talking about this game. I would probably just take the Eagles on the money line. I'm hoping maybe some threes start to pop up for Philadelphia. Everybody's betting the Broncos, it feels like, this week, and I just don't understand why. We all kind of agree that Philadelphia is like this year's Chiefs from last year, where they don't look impressive. You want them to be a lot better than they actually are, but all they do is win games. So if all they do is win games, why would you constantly want to try and bet against this team, especially when they're only a 3.5-point dog? And is Bo Nix really the quarterback to do that with? I don't know. The Rams love, I could understand. With Stafford in that team, they should have won the game. They should have covered. Broncos and Bo Nix, I don't really know about that one. So nothing for me in that game as of yet, but if we get down to a 3, I would look at betting the Eagles -3. Kind of like the Panthers a lot on the money line against the Dolphins. I think Panthers are going to win that game. I think being at home is a big deal for Carolina. I do not like the Panthers when they're on the road, but when they are at home, it's a different story. So Carolina -102 against Miami, who has to get used to life without Tyreek Hill and figure out all that new stuff. I like the Panthers in that game. Nothing for me in Cardinals-Titans. Nothing for me in, let's see, the Commanders and Chargers game is interesting. I do like Washington +3. I do like Amarion Hampton again over rushing yards, but the Commanders +3, and I take a look at the money line too. Having Jaden back is big, but again, you guys, I mean, losing these offensive linemen for the Chargers is big deal. So I think Commanders could pull that upset. Feels a little like stinky that line has only stayed at -3. So I would look at Washington. No play in Patriots-Bills for me on Sunday Night Football, so I'm going to stay away from that. And then looking at college football, real quick, some of the marquee games. So you guys know I like Vandy. Florida State and Miami, really tough one this week. If I had to make a play, I'd probably go with FSU. I mean, my rule is that usually when a team loses a look-ahead game, I come back and bet them the following week. So I would lean towards Florida State in that game, but I don't have a strong feel. Miami's just so good on both lines of scrimmage. I think they'll be able to move the ball on Florida State. I think they'll be able to get some stops too. But Carson Beck, Mario Cristobal, you don't know what you're going to get out of that combo. So I'm staying away. Had to play it. Would probably lean towards Florida State. Boise and Notre Dame would probably lean towards Boise if I had to make a play at 20.5. Notre Dame's maybe got the best offense in college football, but when your defense is that bad, it's always a little bit scary when you're laying 3 touchdowns, right? I mean, Notre Dame could win that game 45-28, and you don't cover the spread. So would lean, but oh, Shane, there we go. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Perfect. All right, Shane. Unfortunately, we only got like 30 seconds left, my friend. So real quick, just give me like your favorite NFL play for this weekend. What do you like?
Again, last week I took them on as the upset pick, so it only feels fitting to do them again. I just feel like I'm going to fade Spencer Rattler getting his first win as a favorite 10 times out of 10.
Fair enough. And then Shane, real quick, MLB, we got all these divisional series. Which team do you like the best to advance to the next round if you had to pick?
I think the Yankees, they just profile of the last couple World Series championships just so much like those, and it feels like they've pieced the bullpen together quite a bit. And I just feel like they've played well against the Blue Jays, so I think that's the team I would pick to advance to the next round.
Awesome, Shane. Wish we could have spent more time, man. Appreciate you hanging around. Have a great weekend. We'll talk again next Friday.
Yeah, no problem. Have a great weekend.
All right, great stuff there from Shane Jackson, BetMGM writer. Give him a follow on X @by Shane Jackson. As we're wrapping up the show, favorite plays of the day, favorite plays of the weekend. I'm taking Cal Raleigh to get a base hit on Saturday against the Tigers. Might be the MVP. Playoff baseball back in Seattle. I think he gets a base hit, maybe even hits a home run. Amarion Hampton over rushing yards against the Commanders. I like that matchup for him, and I like the fact that the Chargers have some injuries to their O-line. Got to focus on running the football. We'll take the Yankees as my dog of the day tomorrow, plus 105 against the Blue Jays. And then my best bet tonight in college football, Delaware, Western Kentucky, over 61.5. So those are our favorite plays of the day. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Have a great weekend. See you on Monday. The Brewers and the Blue Jays, and we'll get to the Blue Jays here in a second, they kind of remind me of like the same team where I think they've had great regular seasons. I don't know if both of these teams are built for postseason baseball, though. The Brewers, I just don't know if they have enough firepower in their lineup. It feels like the same story every year with Milwaukee. Great regular season team. They're well coached. Their pitching is always terrific. But then when we get to October, it's just they don't have enough to get through some of these top teams. And going up against the Cubs, who's got a lot of really good talent, I like Chicago in this series. So Cubs at even money, plus 100 to win the series, I think is a very good bet. If you just want to bet them to win game one at plus 130, because you're getting a really good price there. And then if they lose, you come back and bet them on the series price at maybe like plus 150 or something like that. Couple different ways that you can attack that Cubs-Brewers series, but I do like Chicago at plus 100 to take down Milwaukee. Yankees and Blue Jays are going to start their series as Toronto minus 125 in game one. The Yankees are plus 105. Neither team has decided yet who is going to start game one of that series. Yankees are minus 155 to win the series. The Blue Jays are plus 130. I do like the Yankees in this series. I kind of like the Yankees in like 4 games. I think if you can bet that exacta, that's a good one. I think we're going to get a split in Toronto. So whichever team wins game one, I'm going to bet the other team in game two. And then I think the Yankees are going to take both games 3 and games 4 in the Bronx. I mean, how good was Cam Schlittler last night for the Yankees? Their pitching rotation with Fried and Rodon and now Cam for game 3, really, really good. So the Yankees right now looking to have one of the best starting pitching rotations in baseball. Judge has been pretty good so far this season. Stanton was good for them yesterday. They're getting timely at-bats from certain guys. Their pitching staff's been very good. The Yankees should be favored in this series. It is enticing to take them in game one at plus 105, and I probably would because they're probably going to be underdogs potentially in both of the first 2 games, and I think they're going to win at least one of the games, if not both. So I do like the Yankees plus 105 in game one, and I think they win the series. There's a reason why they are minus 155. Dodgers and Phillies. This might be the World Series, to be honest with you guys. The winner of this series might go on to win the whole thing. That's how good these two teams are. We're going to get Ohtani against Christopher Sanchez in game one. I just like the Dodgers. I think the loss of Wheeler for Philadelphia is so big. Not having him for game one, not having him in the postseason is just really tough. And Philadelphia, you know, there's a lot of unknown about what that lineup is going to look like with the Dodgers or with the Phillies this postseason. We've seen it the last couple of years. They can be awesome, that lineup, or they can be really, really cold. You figure Schwarber's going to show up, Harper's going to show up, Turner's going to show up, but what are you going to get from some of the other guys in that lineup? What's Castellanos and Real Muto and Stott and Bone? What are these guys going to look like for the Phillies? So there's a lot of unknown, and I like the Dodgers in that series. I don't know if I'm going to bet the Dodgers in game one, but I do like a minus 120. But again, winner of that series, I think has a good shot of winning the whole thing. And then Tigers and Mariners, Seattle a minus 185 to win this series. They're minus 220 on the money line, plus 180 to win game one. I just think minus 220 is way too high for Seattle in game one. I like Detroit. Plus 1.5. You can get them at like minus 125 on BetMGM, taking them on the run line. Look, Seattle hasn't won a divisional series game in like 25 years, okay? So this series isn't going to be a sweep. It isn't going to be easy. Scooble's going to throw 1, if not 2 games in this series. And, you know, the Tigers, they've been playing pretty decent small ball so far this postseason in those 3 games against the Guardians, and that's what you have to do in that ballpark against Seattle. So with all the pressure on the Mariners, and with them not having a lot of postseason experience, this is a big line in game one. I think Tigers on the run line, a nice bet there at minus 125 against the Mariners. All right, you guys, let's get in to the PJ Pick 5 here on Send It In. We will start with the NFL today as I look at my 5 favorite picks in the NFL. We'll start with the first play. It's going to be the Las Vegas Raiders plus 7 against the Indianapolis Colts. I love this spot for Las Vegas in this game. Right now, there are some 6.5s out there, so make sure if you like Vegas like me, you grab the 7 against Indianapolis. But this is really all about backing Vegas after a tough home loss and going on the road the following week, right? It was part of my handicap yesterday for San Francisco. I love backing teams that lose at home as favorites outright and then go on the road as an underdog the following week. They tend to play really, really well in those type of situational spots in the NFL. Historically, that's a very profitable angle to look at. And Indianapolis, meanwhile, they're coming off a brutal loss on the road against the Rams. And I think that could still be taking its toll on Indy just a little bit. Now, they've been terrific at home this season. They haven't punted in either of the two games that they have played at home. But I think the Raiders can keep it close. I think this can be a competitive game. Genty started to get going a little bit against the Bears last week. It's a big if, but if Geno is able to take care of the football, he should be able to make some plays in this game. So Raiders +7. I think they can keep it competitive with the Colts. I'll take the Raiders as my first play. What about the New Orleans Saints? I like them on the money line against the New York Giants on Sunday. Some twos are starting to pop out there. On Monday, we gave it out at Saints +1. At -2, I'd probably just take the Saints now on the money line at -130. This is what the line should have been to open up the week. It should have been Saints -1, Saints -2. The Giants opened up as like a 2.5-point favorite at some spots. Just way too much of an overreaction to the Giants' upset of the Chargers. And now everybody's so high on the Giants. Everybody's so high on Jackson Dart. But now he's got to go on the road. And he's got to play in a tough NFL environment against a Saints team that's still playing hard. And a Saints team that's been very competitive so far this season. They were right there with Arizona in week 1. They were right there with San Francisco in week 2. Last week, they played Buffalo tough for 4 quarters. Outside of that game against Seattle, where it was just a special team fiasco and the game kind of got out of reach, New Orleans played these teams tough in 3 of their first 4 games. And the fact that the Giants got their first win last week, New Orleans is still winless. New Orleans, I feel like, is going to be the more desperate team, the more hungry team, doing whatever they can to win this game. Because let's be honest, New Orleans knows there are not going to be many games this season that they're going to win. So this is definitely one of their best chances. Probably going to be the only game they're favored in all season. I like the Saints. I think they win on Sunday, so we'll take New Orleans on the money line. Let's also take the Ravens. They're +2.5 right now. I would take them +2.5, +1.5. I think they win the game outright against the Texans. Their injury report is insane. It's looking like Lamar is going to be out on Sunday. He didn't practice again today. Kyle Hamilton also didn't practice today. So, I mean, the Ravens are just so beat up. There's going to be no Roquan Smith, no Marlon Humphrey. It's going to be an interesting matchup to watch this Ravens defense and how bad they have been this season and now how banged up they are going up against this Texans offense that has been putrid. The total is at 40.5. It's probably going to be an ugly, low-scoring game. But look, we have seen so far in the NFL, whether it's rookies making their first start, in week 2, 3, 4, you get backups coming in. That first game is usually when you want to back those teams. When there's not as much film, yeah, the Texans can watch some Cooper Rush stuff when he was with Dallas, but you don't know really what he's going to run with the Ravens. This is going to be a heavy Derrick Henry game plan. Still got Zay Flowers, you got Bateman, you got Likely, you got Andrews. He's got some weapons to throw to. Ronnie Stanley was limited in practice today. Hopefully he is out there for the Ravens. But the Ravens' pass protection has been so bad the last couple weeks. They got to get back to running the football. Derrick Henry has had 12 carries or fewer the last 3 weeks. That's just unacceptable. So Ravens running the ball, maybe getting some inspiration from seeing what San Francisco did last night, how beaten up they were, and learning from that, pulling off a little mini upset at home. Because if the Ravens lose this game, they're home against the Rams next week. They're very quickly staring 1-5 in the face. So this is kind of a big game for the Ravens to win. I think they show up, and I think they take care of business. So I'll take the Ravens +1.5. The Bucks, we'll take them +3.5 against the Seahawks. I like Tampa. I like the number. I like the number with the Bucks at +3.5. Now, Seattle opened 2.5. It went to 3. Now it's up to 3.5. Seahawks do have some injuries, though. Devin Witherspoon, their stud corner, doesn't look like he's going to play. Now, they might be getting their safety, Nick Imanori, back. Bucky Irving was ruled out for this game for Tampa. But you know what? Tampa's shown the ability the last year or so that they just plug in whoever at running back and they're effective. As long as Baker's out there, that's really all that matters. You got another week of Godwin. Ibuka's been terrific for Tampa Bay so far. I just like them as a dog. And again, I like fading Seattle at home. So we're getting a key number. We're getting Tampa Bay off a tough home loss. I think they're going to respond, play very well against Seattle. I like the Bucks +3.5 in that game against the Seahawks. Chiefs are 3.5-point favorites on Monday night against the Jags, and I am rolling with Kansas City in that game. I like KC minus 3.5. Obviously, there are still some threes out there. If you can get KC at minus 3, better number, but even 3.5, I still like Kansas City. I just think Jacksonville is extremely overrated. They're 3-1, very easily could be 4-0. They should have won that game against Cincinnati. I'm still not impressed with them, though, and I'm still not a Trevor Lawrence guy. This is definitely the best team that they have played so far up to this point, and the Chiefs they're starting to get some of their mojo back. They're starting to get some of their swagger back.
Trick Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era.
Offense, kind of a new dimension. They're missing that spark. Defensively, I think Trevor Lawrence is really going to struggle. Raiders +7, Saints on the money line, Ravens +1.5, Bucks +3.5, and the Chiefs at -3.5. All right, let's get to some of my favorite NFL player props that I like for this week in the NFL. As, again, any questions, comments that you guys have here on Send It In, let us know. Write them into the YouTube, Twitch chat for us, or our live stream on X. NFL props. Derrick Henry over 18.5 rushing attempts against the Texans. Derrick Henry, again, the last 3 weeks, he has had 11, 12, 8 carries the last 3 weeks. Give the man the football, okay? He had 18 carries in week 1 against Buffalo when he was popping off and he was ripping off all those big runs. Last year, the Ravens were feeding Derrick Henry a bunch, especially in non-divisional games. If you go back and look at Derrick Henry last year in his game log, when he would play the Steelers, the Browns, the Bengals, they really wouldn't run him a lot. But when he would go up against these other teams and out of the division, that's when they would feed Derrick. And how do you not feed him in this game, right? Harbaugh went to he was talking to the media this week, and he was talking about how the offense needs to be better, the play calling needs to be better. And with all the injuries that they have, with Lamar being out, and all the injuries on defense, and how bad the defense is right now, you got to choose some clock. You got to run the ball. Texans have a very good defense. You can't attack them through the air. It's very difficult. You got to try and run. So Derrick Henry over 18.5 rush attempts. I mean, that's got to be the game plan. We saw what San Francisco did last week or yesterday with McCaffrey. That's got to be the game plan today on Sunday for the Ravens. Amari DiMercato over 9.5 receiving yards against the Titans. 2 receptions for DiMercato this past Thursday against Seattle. Now with the injury to not only James Conner, but Trey Benson getting banged up, it's going to be Michael Carter and DiMercato. DiMercato is the better receiving back of the two, and I don't think it makes any sense that Michael Carter's receiving number is 11.5, yet DiMercato's number is 9.5. Because when Benson was healthy, DiMercato would come in as the third down guy. He'd come in as the receiving guy. So now with the injury to Benson, DiMercato is going to get more snaps. He's going to get more playing time and should be more of a factor than Carter in the receiving game. So over 9.5 receiving yards. I like that for Amari DiMercato. Emeka Egbuka, we're going under 63.5 receiving yards against the Seahawks. Buka's had a terrific year so far this season. The one game where he did struggle from a reception standpoint was against the Houston Texans, where he only had 29 receiving yards. Texans have one of the best defenses in the NFL. Now he's facing another one of the top defenses in the Seattle Seahawks. I mentioned that Witherspoon could be out on Sunday, which is obviously a big deal. But Mike McDonald, Seattle's coach, such a good defensive mind. He knows Ibuka's been the guy so far for Baker, so I think he's going to do everything he can to take him away, especially with the Bucky Irving injury. So under 63.5 receiving yards for Ibuka. I like that against Seattle. What about Amarion Hampton over rushing yards? Over 67.5 against Washington. Man, the Chargers are beat up too. Defensively, they have some injuries, but offensively, losing Joe Alt on the offensive line is a massive deal. You're already without Slater this season. Now you're going to be without Joe Alt for these next couple weeks. It's going to be a big loss. Washington's run defense, their front seven has been pretty good so far to start this season, but it doesn't matter. You got to try and run the football against them. Last week against the Giants, the Chargers got into trouble because it was a close game, but they just abandoned the run. They got away from what they were. McConkey's not been good here as of late. Quentin Johnson's actually been their best receiver. Has been a pleasant surprise so far this season. Got to get Hampton the football, and I would take his over rushing yards at over 67.5. Geno Smith over 1.5 passing touchdowns at plus 125 against Indianapolis. I like Geno to have 2 or more passing touchdowns against the Colts. Look, Indy is back at home. They haven't punted so far in their 2 home games this season. Their offense has been very good this year, and they've been very good in the dome. So if you're somebody that is like me, and you like the Raiders plus the points against Indianapolis, I mean, they're going to have to score with the Colts. Geno's going to have to play well, and I like the fact that we're getting them in a dome. Even though he hasn't played all that great this year in his games indoors, he has throughout his career, and this could be a nice spot against the Indianapolis Colts. So at plus 125 for Geno to throw 2 or more passing touchdowns, when we know that the Raiders are going to have to score in this game if they want to keep it close with Indy, I think that's a nice bet there for Geno. So over 1.5 passing touchdowns for Geno, I like that against the Colts. So those are our 5 player props this week in the NFL. Derrick Henry over rushing attempts at 18.5. Amari DiMercato over 9.5 receiving yards. Emeka Egbuka under 63.5 receiving yards. Amarion Hampton over 67.5 rushing yards. And Geno Smith over 1.5 passing touchdowns. All right, let's get to the PJ Pick 5 now in college football as we dive into week 6. We've been on a roll in college football, 18-12 this season, 8-2 in our last 10 plays the last 2 weeks. This week, I think, is the toughest week so far of handicap in college football. Nothing I really, really love on the card this week, but we'll start with my favorite play, Arizona, minus 20.5 against Oklahoma State. I think this is a big number, but it's a big number for a reason, and I'm laying it with Arizona on Saturday. Mike Gundy got fired last week for Oklahoma State. So this past week against Baylor, that was the game that you look at, right? You always want to back a team normally when they fire their coach, fire their manager, whatever it may be. You get that initial bump from him being gone. And Oklahoma State was able to keep that game competitive with Baylor. They covered the spread. They hung around for about 3 quarters. Well, now after that, you got to go on the road this week, and you got to go to Tucson, and you got to take on Arizona, who's coming off a blowout loss against Iowa State. This is one of the most veteran teams in the Big 12, and I think Oklahoma State's going to turn into the team that we saw early on in the season. This is the second road game for the Cowboys this season. Their first road game, they lost 69-3 to Oregon. I know Arizona's not as good as Oregon, but I do worry about Oklahoma State away from home, so I'll take the Wildcats at minus 20.5. What about Akron? Going with Akron, plus 7.5 against Central Michigan. This line is super, super stinky, okay? Akron is a horrendous football team. In 5 games this season, 3 of them, they have scored 3 points or fewer. They've gotten shut out in their first 2 games this season. But in that week 3 game, after Akron didn't score a point the first 2 weeks, they were an 11.5 point dog against UAB. Everybody was betting UAB. That line didn't move, though. And Akron ended up losing that game by 3 points. And it has a very similar feel to this week against Central Michigan, where Akron just lost 45-3 to Toledo. They're an absolute mess. Nobody wants to bet this team. They were an 8.5 point home dog to Central Michigan, and now it's down to 7.5. So fishy line. We're trusting the bookmakers. I think Akron's going to get up for this game. Central Michigan's not really a team I want to trust all that much as a favorite. I think there are a lot of bad teams in the MAC this year. I think there are 2 of them. Akron can keep this game close. We'll take the Zips, plus a 7.5 against Central Michigan. Vanderbilt, we've been talking about them all week against Bama. I like Vandy, plus the points, plus 10.5. Give me the Commodores to keep it close. Diego Pavia and Vandy have a ton of confidence, and I think their run game is going to give Bama some big issues. So we'll go with Vandy plus the points. Oregon State plus 1.5 against Appalachian State. Oregon State is 0-5. App State is 2-2. And yet App State is only a 1.5 point favorite. So it feels like the market there is trying to tell you something with the fact that the Beavers, who are 0-5, are essentially in a pick'em against App State. The strength of schedules for these games, the disparity is something Oregon State's played Oregon. They've played Houston. They've gone up against some good teams. That state really hasn't played anybody. So I like Oregon State to win that game. And then California +3 against Duke. Give me Cal +3. Duke has to travel nearly 3,000 miles across the country to play this game. I think Cal and Justin Wilcox, he's the better coach than Manny Diaz. It's just one of those games, I mean, we talk about it. ACC, Big Ten, you got to have these cross-country flights. Always favor the home team. So I like Cal +3 against Duke. All right, let's see if we got my man Shane Jackson, who's been waiting around patiently. Glad we can try and have him on. Shane, do you have me? I'm glad you have me, Shane. I do not have you. All right, it looks like our guy Gertz is still working on it, so we'll try and get to Shane here in a little bit. Hope to get him before the show wraps up. A promo, though, we'll tell you about from BetMGM. It's a college football odds boost token. Time to zero in on every snap. Activate your odds boost token on any college football bet. You'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. All right, guys, we have a couple of minutes to kill here before we wrap up our favorite plays. And again, trying to have Shane on the show before we wrap up. Looking at some of the other NFL games that I didn't end up putting in the pick 5, but I thought were intriguing this week. The Jets +2.5. I think the Jets are a great teaser leg this week at +8.5. Dallas's defense is horrendous. Not having CeeDee Lamb in this game, I think, is a big deal. And Dallas has kind of just been playing to the level of their competition, right? Could have beaten Philly, tie against Green Bay, then they lose to Chicago, should have lost to the Giants. So this is what Dallas is. It's up and down. They play the level of the team that they're going up against. And an 0-4 Jets team who is desperate for that first win, I think they have a chance to win the game. I think they're going to keep it close, but I really like the Jets in a teaser. So keep an eye on them at +8.5. Broncos and Eagles, one of the marquee games of the week. A lot of people have been talking about this game. I would probably just take the Eagles on the money line. I'm hoping maybe some threes start to pop up for Philadelphia. Everybody's betting the Broncos, it feels like, this week, and I just don't understand why. We all kind of agree that Philadelphia is like this year's Chiefs from last year, where they don't look impressive. You want them to be a lot better than they actually are, but all they do is win games. So if all they do is win games, why would you constantly want to try and bet against this team, especially when they're only a 3.5-point dog? And is Bo Nix really the quarterback to do that with? I don't know. The Rams love, I could understand. With Stafford in that team, they should have won the game. They should have covered. Broncos and Bo Nix, I don't really know about that one. So nothing for me in that game as of yet, but if we get down to a 3, I would look at Bet Me Eagles -3. Kind of like the Panthers a lot on the money line against the Dolphins. I think Panthers are going to win that game. I think being at home is a big deal for Carolina. I do not like the Panthers when they're on the road, but when they are at home, it's a different story. So Carolina -102 against Miami, who has to get used to life without Tyreek Hill and figure out all that new stuff. I like the Panthers in that game. Nothing for me in Cardinals-Titans. Nothing for me in, let's see. The Commanders and Chargers game is interesting. I do like Washington +3. I do like Amarion Hampton again over rushing yards, but the Commanders +3, and I take a look at the money line too. Having Jaden back is big, but again, you guys, I mean, losing these offensive linemen for the Chargers is big deal. So I think Commanders could pull that upset. Feels a little like stinky that line has only stayed at -3. So I would look at Washington. No play in Patriots-Bills for me on Sunday Night Football, so I'm going to stay away from that. And then looking at college football, real quick, some of the marquee games. So you guys know I like Vandy. Florida State and Miami, really tough one this week. If I had to make a play, I'd probably go with FSU. I mean, my rule is that usually when a team loses a look-ahead game, I come back and bet them the following week. So I would lean towards Florida State in that game, but I don't have a strong feel. Miami's just so good on both lines of scrimmage. I think they'll be able to move the ball on Florida State. I think they'll be able to get some stops too. But Carson Beck, Mario Cristobal, you don't know what you're going to get out of that combo. So I'm staying away. Had to play it. Would probably lean towards Florida State. Boise and Notre Dame would probably lean towards Boise if I had to make a play at 20.5. Notre Dame's maybe got the best offense in college football, but when your defense is that bad, it's always a little bit scary when you're laying 3 touchdowns, right? I mean, Notre Dame could win that game 45-28, and you don't cover the spread. So would lean, but oh, Shane, there we go. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Perfect. All right, Shane. Unfortunately, we only got like 30 seconds left, my friend. So real quick, just give me like your favorite NFL play for this weekend. What do you like?
Once again, last week I took them on as the upset pick, so it only feels fitting to do them again. I just feel like I'm going to fade Spencer Rattler getting his first win as a favorite 10 times out of 10.
Fair enough. And then Shane, real quick, MLB, we got all these divisional series. Which team do you like the best to advance to the next round if you had to pick?
I think the Yankees, they just profile the last couple World Series championships just so much like those, and it feels like they've pieced the bullpen together quite a bit. And I just feel like they've played well against the Blue Jays, so I think that's the team I would pick to advance to the next round.
Awesome. Shane, wish we could have spent more time, man. Appreciate you hanging around. Have a great weekend. We'll talk again next Friday.
Yeah, no problem. Have a great weekend.
All right, great stuff there from Shane Jackson, BetMGM writer. Give him a follow on X @by Shane Jackson. As we're wrapping up the show, favorite plays of the day, favorite plays of the weekend. I'm taking Cal Raleigh to get a base hit on Saturday against the Tigers. Might be the MVP. Playoff baseball back in Seattle. I think he gets a base hit, maybe even hits a home run. Amarion Hampton over rushing yards against the Commanders. I like that matchup for him. And I like the fact that the Chargers have some injuries to their O-line. Got to focus on running the football. We'll take the Yankees as my dog of the day tomorrow, plus 105 against the Blue Jays. And then my best bet tonight in college football, Delaware, Western Kentucky, over 61.5. So those are our favorite plays of the day. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Have a great weekend. See you on Monday.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
A Football Friday here on Bet Sweats. Thanks for hanging out. Another hour to go. We got Patrick Everson. We will have a 2-minute drill. Most importantly, we'll go and see where the room is at heading into the weekend on the NFL and college football. We'll find a little bit about the room right now with our guy, Patrick Everson, senior reporter, Vegas Insider, also a contributor over at Fox Sports. You can follow him on X at @PatrickE_Vegas. Patrick, appreciate you getting up early out in Vegas to jump on with us. And we were just talking during the break about the potential of Survivor. I mean, I was part of that carnage in some of my pools yesterday, and I looked in the big money pool where you can see the stats. We don't know about the Circa because they don't release that until Saturday evening. But I will say in the one that the big money one I'm in, it was 35% on the Rams. So it's going to be a big number.
Yeah, no doubt it's going to be a big number. It's going to be really interesting here in Vegas, 4 p.m. Pacific time on Saturday. Actually, I guess it'll be a little after that. That's the deadline to get the picks in. It usually takes them a little bit to kind of sort it all out, which you can understand with the thousands upon thousands of people who are in this contest. But this one's going to leave a mark. The only reason I feel it might be lessened is just because it was the Thursday game, and some people have an aversion to that Thursday game for good reason, especially after what we saw last night. No, this is going to be really interesting. I think so far, I think it was week 3 in Circa Survivor had 3,100 plus bow out. That's been the most. I believe that's been the most so far. So this one could leave. This week could leave a lot more damage, especially if any of the other key favorites fall. But that was hard to believe. I mean, the Niners out 14-0 in almost no time, and then the Rams come back. They make that extra point. I mean, it may be a whole moot discussion this morning, but other than the great sweat that it would have been. But wow, I'm really anxious, eager, not anxious, but eager to see Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening here, what that did to Circa Survivor.
Love that you come on a Chicago-centric show with the Abe Froman shirt on.
Oh, yeah.
That's outstanding by you.
Oh, there you go.
That's well done.
The Sausage
Look
King.
At that. Outstanding.
I'm Abe Froman.
You hear a lot of things. I hear a lot of things. Joe hears a lot of things. What's the best thing you've heard from the books all week?
That's a really good question. I've talked to, quite a few odds makers in town over the course of the week, just looking at an NFL piece that I've got up on Fox right now, going through that. I think where you almost have to go with this is, Sammy, the Ravens-Texans game, Texans at Ravens, just with that, just with that massive line movement and all that's behind it. And I guess, Sammy, you might have heard, I guess Lamar Jackson's not going to play this week. Is that so?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, folks. Little inside joke.
Yeah. Ravens reporters were like, well, the line's moved 8 points. Lamar might not play. I'm like, wow, this is actually a thing, huh?
Really? You don't say. I think that's the most dynamic thing. And one odds maker here in Vegas just said, look, it's a very bizarre game. The look ahead on this was 9.5. You had some books that decided not to open Sunday night to try and get a little more information. Still ended up, including BetMGM, I believe, opened 6.5. Ravens quickly went down to 3.5, and then over the course of Tuesday, Wednesday, as this all evolved, with the Ravens having a lot more injuries than just Lamar Jackson. Obviously, Lamar Jackson. What I heard from Casey Degnan at the Superbook, our friends at the Superbook, Sammy and Joe, they figure 6.5 is what Jackson's worth to the number each week. So you're talking a 9.5 look ahead, and the Texans got as far as 2.5. So you're looking at almost a dozen points there. So obviously they're concerned about some of the other injuries that are mounting for the Ravens. It's wild. But what this one odds maker said to me, and he said, kind of reiterating what I just said, to me, Lamar Jackson is worth 6.5 points. This line going through 0 to make the Texans a favorite is baffling to me, is what he said. So, but again, it's the line maker's decision to go through 0. However, you can't also leave yourself hanging out there, even if you don't think it should go through 0. Your opinion, if everybody else is that Ravens 1.5, 2.5, or Texans 1.5, 2.5, you can't necessarily have a line hanging. You can't have a line hanging out there the other way with the Ravens a favorite.
Which sharp sides in the NFL are getting play?
So this is again from an odds maker here in Vegas. The Broncos, Joe, every week seem to be getting sharp play. My Denver Broncos. There's a big helmet behind me. I'm obviously not sure that's warranted, but for whatever reason, the wise guys seem to like what Denver brings to the table overall. Maybe not on a week-to-week basis, losing 2 games on last-second field goals that they probably, certainly should have won one of them, could have won both. But sharp money on the Broncos at 5.5, plus 5.5, plus 4.5. Colts Raiders, sharp money both sides. Took the Colts early in the week at -6, got up to -7, took the Raiders at the +7. And then this London game, they're taking the under on that. The wise guys are 38.5 and 37.5. I think that's down to, that might have got as low as 35. I'm taking a peek right now just to see where 35.5 and 36 is where it's at now. That's a pretty tidy total for an NFL game, but that's what people think. And bettors came in on the under at 38.5. Wise guys came in at the under at 38.5, 37.5.
In college, I on Tuesday and Wednesday was saying I'm going to bet Florida against Texas, and Joe and I looked up at the board. I love when he flips through the notes and he's just flipping. There's so many pages on the notepad. And we were looking up at that time at the board, and it's 7. And now you look at that game, Texas and Florida, I see a 4.5. I see 5. They came in and they blasted Florida again. Now, this is not the first time all season this has happened. It happened against LSU. It happened against Miami. Didn't really work out, but I think there's this appetite one more time, one more spin for the wise guys on Florida here against Arch Manning.
I think that's got to be what's happening, because you got to figure Miami is the public side here, Sammy. I'm actually looking at this morning's release from your friends and show partners, BetMGM, and I'm surprised by this. I'm just seeing this now, but Florida is the most bet team in spread tickets at BetMGM as of right now. I am baffled by that. They are not among the Gators are not among the top 5 in money, but they are they are number 1 in tickets. And but guess who's number 1 in handles, Sammy? Conversely, Texas taking the most money right now at BetMGM Friday morning. Keep in mind, and I'm sure you tell your listeners this all the time, the overwhelming majority of money is going to come in closer to kickoff, game day and closer to kickoff on game day. But Friday morning, Florida, the most bet team in spread tickets, Texas, the most bet team in spread handles. So that's kind of an interesting dichotomy there as you bring this up. But yeah, it looks like they're going to take one more spin on Florida. It's not one that I'm necessarily willing to take. I think I'm going to my Chili's money is going to be on a Florida State money line upset. I'm gonna take a dabble in that just for fun. But that's I did, as I looked at this last week, Sammy, I thought, you know what, maybe this is, Texas, it's not like Texas has looked awesome this season. So I kind of thought about it as I looked at it a few days ago. But like you said, with that number coming down the way it has, it's not nearly as appealing.
What are you hearing? You brought up Florida State, your Chili's money. You're going there. What are you hearing about Miami, Florida State, and also Vandy, Bama? That game's probably been discussed more than any college game on the show this week.
Right. There was one odds maker here in Vegas I talked to extensively about Vandy, Bama, and we need to keep in mind a couple things. Last year, Vandy beat Bama. Vandy was at home 40-35. I think Alabama was ranked number 1 at the time, if I'm not mistaken. So huge upset. Vanderbilt was 23-point underdog. And the oddsmaker said, if you would have told me 2 years ago that Vandy, Alabama would be considered a good competitive game, I'd have told you that you were crazy. But he said that's going to be a game that drives action this week. And they definitely saw sharp money on Vandy at the opener of 13.5. Even a couple of other numbers as they got down to 10.5, even as low as 10. I think there might have even been a book or two that briefly, Joe, dipped below 10. But it looks like it settled in at 10.5. I think there's a little bit of honesty needed here. 10.5 is still a lot of points. I mean, this could still be a relatively easy game for Alabama if they're winning and covering the spread. So, Vandy's still Vandy, but it's definitely a better team. The quarterback is definitely very confident. That quarterback is great as an underdog, by the way. I had Paul Stone. He sent me over a stat on that, and I think he's in his time at New Mexico State and Vandy as a dog. He's 19-5-1, something like that. So, it's a surprising game. You've got sharp folks on Vanderbilt, pretty good, Joe. And but the public is certainly going to come back on Alabama. They're especially coming off of what the public remembers what they saw last, and Alabama went to Georgia and beat Georgia.
I know you've got some info on NFL MVP and also this really awesome race for Rookie of the Year that we've talked about this week. What do you got?
Well, I think what's interesting about NFL MVP, and this is from BetMGM, is Joe Burrow took so much action in the offseason that 2 weeks after coming off the board, Sammy, and I'm just looking through my notes from Christian Cipollini, the trading manager at BetMGM, he took so much offseason money that he is still number 1 in tickets and number 1 in money to win the MVP at BetMGM. And he said all that action is from preseason, early season. He said he was the most bet on player in the offseason. And this is direct quote from Christian Cipollini, by an overwhelming amount. People were riding him like crazy. And he's still, he's still got, I'm double checking this futures piece that I've got up at Vegas Insider right now, but I believe his ticket count is still about twice that of Lamar Jackson. And his money is more than 1.5 times that of Lamar Jackson. So crazily enough, he's got a lot of tickets and money. Joe Burrow does. Obviously, he's not going to win, very obviously, he's not going to win the award. Some of the more interesting players in there, obviously Lamar Jackson, Matt Stafford, last night notwithstanding, is somebody if you're looking at maybe one of the longer shots. But Lamar Jackson's up there. Obviously, Josh Allen he's kind of the extending favorite each week. He keeps getting to be a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger favorite week by week. And I think BetMGM even this week has flipped him. He's a slight minus money price now.
Couple more minutes
and then
here.
Rookie of the year.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
A couple more minutes. Patrick Everson. Jump to Rookie of the Year. Then we want to hit on baseball.
Sure.
What do you have for Rookie of the Year?
Sure, absolutely. So Jackson Dart has now entered the chat, obviously. He made his first NFL start. The Giants beat the Chargers 21-18. He didn't have like a hugely dynamic game as you look at the stats, 111 yards and 1 touchdown passing, but he had the 15-yard TD run as well, finished with 54 yards on the ground. He opened 25-1, and he actually, prior to week 3, guys, he'd slid out to 33-1. But once they announced he was going to start, he goes to the plus 1,200 co-7th choice. Now he's the plus 450 third choice at BetMGM behind only Emeka Egbuka and Ashton Genty, who improved his stock last week with a pretty good game. So Jackson Dart is the flavor of the week in that for sure. And if he manages to keep it up and make the Giants interesting, perhaps he moves up even higher. And then, Joe, as you point out, World Series futures odds. This has been kind of interesting because over the last couple of weeks of the regular season, the Phillies took over as the favorite at BetMGM. They overtook the Dodgers, who had been the favorite all season long. Now you have the Dodgers facing the Phillies in the NLDS, and BetMGM has decided to not only make the Dodgers a slight favorite against the Phillies in the series, but a slight favorite over the Phillies to win the World Series. So they're, again, the favorites. And I think this is probably the most interesting thing about World Series outs, guys, and that is at BetMGM. This is from senior trader Hal Eglin. The Yankees are an excellent outcome. They would love to see the Yankees win it all. He said, I can't believe I'm saying this, but BetMGM is cheering for the Yankees. They're actually our best result.
What would be their worst result? Did they share that?
That's a good question. Probably the Brewers at this point, and the reason why is you could have gotten longer numbers on the Brewers. Not hugely long numbers, but they opened 35-1. You still could have got the Brewers at 25-1 as late as July 21st, and now Milwaukee is right there in those World Series odds.
Okay,
but yeah, it sounds like the Brewers would be would be their least light scenario, although there's probably a couple of others in there. I'm sure there's a lot of Cubs money floating in there.
Oh, yeah. That's Patrick Everson, senior reporter, Vegas Insider, contributor over at Fox Sports. Great breakdown, Patrick. Appreciate your time on this Friday. Best of luck with your wagers. And we're going to find out where the room is at. College football and NFL on the other side. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Where's the room?
All right, all is right with the world because the room sucked last night. Did we go over the overall? We know Brian Robinson Jr. was the most popular play, going over his props, the backup running back for San Francisco. Did not come close. He was in a lot of like short yardage situations, didn't come close to the number. Remember, number 2 was Blake Corum to go over his rushing prop. No, he got benched in the middle of the game because he couldn't do anything. Every time they threw the ball to him, he would drop it. He had that fumble that killed them just outside the 20. Like, the room totally got Corum. There were 2 McCaffrey props, and I'm blanking on what the other one was. But it was a big losing night for the room, right?
It was actually, I mean, again, I didn't have the exact I feel like the quorum number was minus 130, which I think makes it a losing night, but they went 3-2. DeMarcus Robinson went over, and the McCaffrey reception went over, and the McCaffrey rushing attempts went over.
Oh, so I just picked the right ones then to fade.
Yes, the top 2 lost.
Yeah.
So, and McCaffrey needed overtime to get over the reception number. I'm almost positive. And that was a bet that was 6.5 minus 150. I believe I should look this up. I should know this. I believe he finished with 7 catches. 8. Okay. Then maybe he had 2 in overtime. I thought for some reason, I want to say he was at 6 at the end of regulation. So if we don't get that crazy finish where you get the field goal and then the other field goal and all that jazz, and Kyron Williams doesn't fumble, the room probably doesn't get there, but we don't do the ifs and buts thing on this show. The Robinson one, I mean, when we heard Robinson live, I remember saying that's the one.
It.
Play the backup running back when they're a 9-point dog. Yes, that's a great idea.
They did the backup running back on both sides. Those were the 2 most popular plays. Those are the 2 I faded, and those ended up winning. Corum, I don't know, man. If I'm them, I'm not putting Corum on the field for a couple weeks. Like, he looks so bad. I was under rooting against him, and I was frustrated at how bad he was. But what are you going to do? Because Kyron Williams, every time Kyron Williams had the ball, I'm like, 2 hands, hold on to it. Like, it kind of felt like he was going to fumble it at some point, and then he did it at the worst possible time.
Not a good running back room right now for Sean McVay.
Sucks. Nope. Good receivers, but not so much with the running back room. All right, Paul Aspen, let's go over it.
Kicker and a bad kicker. Anyway.
Yeah, and San Francisco doinks it in, of course. Like, everything that they needed, they got last night with Pinheiro, too. Great. Former Bear. Yeah. What a bum. All right, let's go to the room. College football and NFL. What do you got?
So, couple that are we can run through the bottom, but there's a couple very notable ones. Number 5, most bet side tickets at BetMGM for the college football weekend. BYU minus 19.5 against West Virginia.
19.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 4, Iowa State. The favorite has flipped in this game. Iowa State is now a plus 1.5 point underdog to Cincinnati. Iowa State plus 1.5 is the 4th most bet side at BetMGM.
You think Cincinnati's real, Sam?
I just lagged out for 30 seconds. What did I miss?
Iowa State plus 1.5
Iowa State
is the 4th most side.
Oh, okay. I kind of liked Cincy to begin with. That's good.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Kind of surprised how bad Cincy's pass defense is. I mean, but I don't know if Rocco Beck can really take advantage of that. All right, here we go. Pavia Coffin.
Oh,
come on.
Plus 10.5.
Are you serious?
Hell yeah.
They're going to get blown out. Out.
I was thinking about coming on here today and saying, you know what, screw all that. Give me Vandy. Now I can't.
Nope.
I can't.
No shot.
Nope. Wow. I'm floored because Everson just hinted at the idea that people just saw Bama take down Georgia in Athens and that they're probably going to bet that, but so far, quite the opposite.
Yep. Number 2, most bet side at BetMGM, Miami, minus 3.5
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm nervous about this game. I am, for sure. I need Miami. I need Beck to have a big game. I'm just going to hold out hope that Miami wins by 1 or 2 or 3, whatever. That's fine. Just don't lose. It does, Joe. It worries me that Florida State just lost. If that makes any sense, I would rather have Florida State come in off a win than come in off that loss on Friday night to Virginia. I don't know why I feel that way, but it just it's a gut feeling. Yeah. It's a gut feeling.
It makes perfect sense too. We'll go over that game in a couple of minutes on the college football side, but I understand why you're nervous. I get it. I think Florida State is live for that game, man. All right. Let's get to it. Number one,
Patrick Everson kind of clued us in a little bit. I can't do the Florida thing again after the LSU game and whatever, another game that they just can't. Oh, the Miami game. Yeah, not doing that again. But Florida plus 5.5 is the most bet side at BetMGM against Texas.
I'm shocked.
I'm also like, that really bothers me because I have Florida plus 7. How can you come in and bet 5.5 hand over fist when you could have bet 7? Like, that is so fundamentally dumb. You're going to need every point you can get with Florida because Florida offensively has been miserable. But the room decides, no, we don't want 7 or 6.5 or 6. We'll take 5.5. It blows my mind, just the lack of awareness on getting the important numbers. 7 is the most important number in college football. And you didn't want to bet 7, you'll settle for less than 7. It's so dumb.
There are 4.5s out there right now, but Paul, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, they're counting all the bets at 7, right?
That's what I was going to bring up too. I think they have to be, right? It's just like the total number of tickets on Florida, probably from plus 7 on down to the current number.
But it's not stopping. So, I mean, it's a collection of Florida bets. And sure, maybe there's a big chunk at 7. But if it continues that way, it has to have all the numbers a part of the equation. That's my guess.
For sure.
We have 3 of the top 4. Remember, the room has been the worst in college football. 3 of the top 4 are public dogs.
Oof.
So if you want to put together a Texas, Bama, Cincinnati parlay, I don't think that's an awful idea.
Ooh, Texas and Bama is interesting because now I'm coming from a position where, I mean, Alabama's winning. But now I could get a little creative here, and I can do an Alabama and a Texas money line parlay and then create sort of a 7-point middle on the Florida plus 7 with the Texas money line. I'm going to calculate and tabulate that right now. Don't mind me.
Just to win?
Any other?
Yep. Money line.
Okay. Texas. Okay. Makes sense.
Any other college thoughts, or you want to move to the room in NFL?
I'm glad the room isn't on Notre Dame. That's all I'm going to say.
To the Miami, Florida State. I understand your concern, especially coming off the loss, double overtime on the road, Virginia. Any concern that this is Beck's first road game too? Miami's first road game, which it's rare that you go this far into the season and they get their first road game. I think that's worth bringing up. And if you look at Beck's numbers last year at Georgia, home versus road, he was not the same guy. Obviously, most of the games were at home and he had great numbers. But on the road, it was 3 touchdowns, 7 interceptions for Beck last year.
I'm a little nervous for sure. But also Carson Beck, every game he's played this year has been in the rain. And the last game we saw Beck, it was monsooning sideways. And then on Sunday and Monday, the conversation is, Carson Beck's lost his zip. It's like, it was windy and it was raining sideways. So this ideally for Miami is a game that's not pouring rain. Just win the game for my Heisman stock. Just win it. I don't care by how many points. Just win it.
I like the over in that one. It's been ticking up, and I think for good reason. Expect that one to be a high-scoring affair. Yeah, Paul, let's jump to the NFL. What do you have for the room there?
Yeah. All chalk. Shocker.
Okay.
All right. Number 5, most bet side at BetMGM before we even get to Monday is Chiefs -3.5.
Yep, I expected that.
So that means on Monday it's going to be through the roof. It's going to be like 90% tickets at least.
Can't wait to do the Jags thing again. Great.
Yeah.
Number 4, and we are on the opposite side of this one. I know you guys are, and I am as well. Chargers -3.
Huh. Love it.
Yeah, I like the Commanders +3, no doubt.
Number 3.
Okay. They're betting it at 3 still too, when it was 2.5.
Yeah.
The most key number in NFL.
Yep. Number 3, man. They did the Vikings last week, and they're doing it again this week. I got that strong of an opinion on this game. Vikings -3.5 is the third most bet side at BetMGM.
Carson Wentz in London. You got to lay it. You got to lay it.
I've heard some strong opinions on Minnesota. They don't have an offensive line, and you're facing arguably the best defense in the NFL. Like, this might be first to 10 wins. Oh, gee. I can't. Like, there was a split second where I thought about Minnesota and Survivor. I'm like, no. Even though it's Gabriel against Flores and all that, not interested in that.
I was getting irrationally angry watching Carson Wentz play football last week. He's still doing the same crap. Anyway, just dumb decisions, everything, clock management, everything. All right, number 2, Sam, you alluded to it. You are in the room. Eagles -3.5, second most bet side at BetMGM.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I like Fangio against Knicks. So be it.
Number 1, most bet side at BetMGM. Understand this one. Lions -10.5. That's Cincinnati.
Really? The most popular bet is laying more than double digits. 10.5.
Well, the Bengals are atrocious.
They suck.
That's been chronicled enough this week.
I know. You
Can't
just
score,
usually don't
can't get
see the
stopped.
most popular bet be the biggest spread of the week.
Yeah.
Everybody wants a piece of the Lions too. They look like the old Lions. Huh.
And like, unlike the Bills, they won't take their foot off the gas, I guess is the thought as well.
I'll say I'm a little relieved because I don't like any of the sides for the room. I mean, maybe KC. We'll get there Monday, but the others I'm not really in on.
So with KC, let me just tell people real quick. If you know you're going to be on the Chiefs on Monday, you should bet the Chiefs now. There are a couple books you can lay 3 -118, -120 at.
Oh, yeah.
Not that I'm a forecaster of where markets are going to go, but if most of the markets are 3.5, and Paul's telling us on Friday how popular the Chiefs are going to be, it's very likely that we see 4 before we see 3. I would never lay 3.5, 4 when I could lay 3. Right now, I can lay 3 at multiple places. So if you're going to bet Kansas City on Monday, if you know that you're going to wake up Monday morning and like Chiefs, just lay the number now while you can lay 3.
Is Washington, of the other side of the room, is Washington our favorite one?
It is now.
Yeah.
Therefore,
I like the
they lose to the Giants and they're back on the Chargers with no O-line.
You guys like
The
Broncos.
Vikings
I can
isn't-
feel it.
I'm on the Broncos too. Yeah,
I like
I'll be on the
Broncos.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand.
Just
We're
to
gonna bet
remind
Cleveland?
the people,
We bet in Cleveland on
Oh.
Sunday morning.
I'm betting Cleveland first touchdown. Defense, I mean.
We take really?
And-
Wait,
yeah.
what? Wait, first
Yeah.
touchdown or a defensive touchdown?
Yes.
Okay, first
Defense.
touchdown,
Defense touchdown
slash special
and a
teams,
first
which-
touchdown. Yeah,
which
I think
is-
you should bet both defenses to score a touchdown. Honestly,
It's a good idea.
Wentz and Dylan Gabriel.
What are the numbers on that? I don't think I've ever.
I
Well,
think
they have
that-
to be
I think it's
low.
5. I think it's plus 500 for an
That's
anytime, and it might be 30 for a first.
Well, that's what everybody. I mean, that's the thought process. These offenses stink. They're going to make mistakes. If this was a Chiefs-Ravens game, that defensive touchdown number is probably 8-1. But because it's Browns and Vikings, you're going to get that support for sure.
Oh, what an ugly game for Sunday morning. All right. 3 public dogs in college football. What could possibly go wrong for the room? Coming up next, our Lightning Bets contest plays we'll get together on. That's on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, BetSweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming your way. A lot of action. The division series starts tomorrow across Major League Baseball. We get 4 games, and you get 2 games on Sunday, 2 games on Monday. I was just trying to figure this out. Like the scheduling, kind of no rhyme, no reason, but I get it. You don't want to throw 4 division series games up against the NFL on Sunday. It makes sense, and you want to spread it out as much as you possibly can. Big advantage, though, for certain teams in the National League. We can talk about that coming up as well. Lot to get through. Want to get through everybody's favorite bets going into the weekend with NFL, college football, Major League Baseball playoffs, now down to 8 teams left. So let's try and throw our contest plays together, see if we can come up, agree on a list for week number 5 in the National Football League with the sides that we like. Paul, it was actually a winning week for us last week.
We got to 3-2, so we are now 8-12 on the season, climbing out of a early hole, and we are on our way.
We are on our way somewhere. Hopefully not like it was last night. Sammy P, start us off. Where do you want to go with your first selection?
Let's go Commanders +3.
I think we're all in on that. So yeah. I think that's strong. Commanders +3 is a good look there. And then it'll probably get more challenging after this. Let me see where we're at for... See, Sam, I know you don't like the Denver side. What about Buffalo?
I could be wrong there, though. I mean, we could do Denver. If you guys both like it, if anything,
still might
I'm
get
a
there.
sub. No, I'll sub.
Checking
I'll
on
sub to you guys.
Well, the Buffalo number's 8. Paul, where are you at on that game? We haven't heard your opinion.
Yeah, it's I think we got to do one of these favorites. Obviously, seeing Detroit in the room kind of keeps me away from that. So yeah, I don't really want to be sitting there Sunday night hoping that Drake May sneaks in the back door. So yeah, I'm good with Buffalo.
I think they're going to kill him.
Good.
Yeah.
Get there, Sam. Get there.
I'll get there right now. So here's my 5. Cleveland, Philly, Baltimore, Washington, KC. Who do I flip out for Buffalo? Ravens? I guess.
I don't know what to do with that game.
All right.
Yeah.
Where's that number going? Like in the contest, we got what?
1.
All right, I'm in. I'm in on Buffalo. I got there. Let's go. Let's ride.
Paul, what you got?
Man. So this is what I have loosely plugged in. Denver, Washington, Buffalo, Jacksonville. And I had Vegas. I don't love it. So we can say, because I'll be on Colts and Survivor. That just seems like a lot.
I hate
but
the
it's only 6.5.
I lean Vegas side, but not at 6.5.
Oh.
Tampa?
Could do Tampa.
I like Tampa.
Okay.
I'm betting Tampa. I didn't think you guys would be in on that. The 3.5?
Yeah, I'm in for that. Sure.
Yep.
Yeah. For sure.
That's
I like
3.
that one. That's 3. Sam? Which one do you want to throw out?
Well, see, in the contest, it's 3.5. I laid Chiefs 3. So I understand we don't want to do KC. So what are our 3? Washington, Buffalo, and Tampa?
Correct.
Yes.
All right, well, we're heads up on Philly, Denver. What about Cleveland, +3.5?
It's never Vikings, right?
Let's go, dude. Myles Garrett against Carson Wentz.
God, he's going to blow him up on like the 3rd snap and then just scoop and score.
Who's their 3rd quarterback? Who's next coming in?
I was just about to look that up. The 3rd stringer in Minnesota
yet,
is
oh, sorry,
Max Brosmer.
Who the hell is that?
He's a Minnesota Golden Gophers quarterback.
They wouldn't bring in Ritter?
No, Ritter's the 4th guy.
I might bring in Ritter instead of throwing this kid out there. Throw him to the Wolves.
All right, one more.
All right.
We can do the Broncos, guys. It's fine. Don't feel bad.
No, yeah, I was just looking at the room. Like, is there one we're missing? That would be my play, and I know Paul agrees.
Yeah,
Just do it.
yeah. I've got that plugged in.
Don't care. It's all good. I sat in the chair last night. I'll sit in it again Sunday.
Dude. And that was a rocking chair winner when you sat in the chair. You had +6, closes 8.5. Never in doubt. They go right down the field.
Some people have always said CLV is a myth. I don't think that's true, but sometimes it is.
Thanks, GRP.
Imagine if you laid, like, there were some people that laid Rams -4 on that game and lost outright.
Wow. A myth? I mean, it's a real thing, but
I know.
Yeah.
It definitely matters. Don't tell Spanky CLV's a myth.
Oh, he'll go off on you?
That's all that matters to him is beating the line. All that matters.
Where's Kelly on that? I feel like I've heard her be pro on both sides of that, right? Or she makes fun of herself when she gets CLV and she ends up losing anyways.
Yeah. We can ask her. Put her on the hot seat next week.
I also want to ask her I forgot about the college football pool because it's the same situation. Same thing. It's like 1,200 out of 1,600 are still alive, and it was going to be so much more challenging picking 2 teams a week and narrowing down the conferences that you were going to make your selections for. So let's set up more contests. You in on Touchdown Survivor? She explained it to you yesterday.
Absolutely not.
All right, Paul. Well, let's start with Sam. Lightning bets we have not talked about this week. We broke down all the games. I think we talked about all the college plays. Anything else you want to throw out there? Could be baseball or something you haven't mentioned.
I like Chiefs -3. Good luck to all of you on Trevor Lawrence on Monday night. I understand it, but yeah, all right. Again, Paul, you're sitting there Monday night, you got the TV on, and then you hear da 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 da, and you're gonna be sitting there with your Jags ticket, hating life. You know it. So I'll go Chiefs.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm just gonna say this out loud. The Jaguars beat the Chiefs on Monday Night Football. Never happening.
I only
Right?
see 1-3 left out there at the blue book. That's it.
I would lay the 3. I thought Circa was still at 3, but could be wrong there. Maybe it moved. I'm joining Paul on Bama. On Wednesday, I was Vandy, and I realized on Thursday I was wrong. I apologize, Paul. You're good looking. I'm not. Vandy coughing.
Okay.
Would you say 44-2?
I'm gonna adjust that because I don't think Bama's getting taken a safety unless it's at the very end of the game. Let's say 44-10. 44-10.
That would cover 10.5. And Commanders +3. Let's do it. Ship it. There you go.
Love the Commanders play. That's strong. What else have I not talked about? I like Denver. We're getting 4s now. There's a 4.5. How far is this thing going to climb? I'm surprised by that with all the sharp money that's coming in on Denver. I agree with that. So I'm going to wait on that, but I will be betting Denver at some point. We mentioned Washington. I like the Tampa Bay side. Also Buffalo. Talked about that. I'm getting close on Jets. I don't know. Maybe that's a teaser play because I don't want to regret that one. Maybe a contest play there. So that's where I'm looking for NFL. For college, I think we nailed it. We covered it all. I'm biggest on Penn State. Miami, Florida State, I'm going to be on the over in that one. And baseball, Dodgers -120 against the Phillies. Love that series price there. And let's see. I do like the Cubs over the Brewers. Cubs as a short dog. The slightest of dogs there as far as series prices go. So that makes sense to me. All right, Paul, what do you have?
Mentioned Bama, Commanders, Broncos. One other college play, Wisconsin. Yeah, they're off a bye.
Really?
They've scored. No, I'm not betting Wisconsin.
Oh, I was going to say, their offense can't do anything.
On that point, first half points this season, 17. If you take out the grand total of 14 they scored against Middle Tennessee State, 3 first half points this season. Skunked against Bama, skunked against Maryland, Michigan, first half -9.5 against Wisconsin.
Paul, you going to bet Texas?
I think I am. At 4.5? Yeah.
That Bama
I like
Texas
the Texas
money line parlay -120.
I like that.
BetMGM.
Yep.
That's a good one. I like that.
Joe, you could do that with your Dodgers with your free bet. You get like 8 to 1.
Ooh. Yeah, let's see.
Oh, parlay it?
Mm-hmm.
Dodgers and Alabama and Texas. BetMGM just really structured very nicely right now on the app. Plus 740.
Flagged.
Kicked
You don't
out.
want your
Banned.
business.
Yeah.
Not paying you.
Yep. Pretty much. All right, that's everything, right, Paul?
Yeah. Baseball Jake. What do we got?
I think I've talked myself into the Tigers for the series, so I'm going to do that. And I've talked myself into that. And then
The World
Dodgers in Game
Series?
1. How is it not?
The World Series or just the series?
Series against the Mariners, not World Series. I'm not going that far. I still think it's just going to be the
Jake, 3
Dodgers. But for the
years
series
ago-
against the Mariners.
3 years
Sorry.
ago, you
Sorry.
were saying Tigers. Come on.
My bad. That was a bait and switch on my end. I'm sorry.
The Hawk was giving him crap for like 2 years, too.
For so
Yeah,
long.
about this Tigers bet. Yeah.
Because she looked at her bets and would just see Tigers for like 6 months because Jake said it one day. Now they're legit chance, and he's out on that. All right. This has been Bet Sweats. Check us out Sunday morning all over the network. BetMGM Game Day and You Better You Bet Countdown to kickoff. Best of luck this weekend right here. This has been the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. You ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you want to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram at Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. You like our show, you like Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends at BetMGM Network is where you can find the Wagertainment. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Friday. We have Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Haw, Addie Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on last night's Thursday night football game that saw the 49ers stun the Rams, knocking us out of our survivor pool. We will get into all of that here during this segment, but Nick will get his thoughts 60 minutes from now to begin the 4 o'clock hour. But as always, because we're going to get to the NFL, Thursday night recap, talking about the games this upcoming Sunday, college football Saturday, Major League Baseball Saturday with the game ones in the LDS. If you miss any part of these 4 hours, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcast. And because we're so kind, putting it on there in on-demand fashion for all of you to consume, the least you could do is to subscribe, rate, and review. We have two guests who will be joining us later on in the program, starting at 4:40 Eastern. College football betting analyst for the Action Network, host of the Big Bets on Campus podcast. Our buddy Colin Wilson returns for his weekly Friday spot, giving us his best bets in Week 6 in college football, headlined by Vandy, Alabama, and Miami, Florida State. It feels like a throwback with this Miami, Florida State game being a big-time game. Like I said all week long, we grew up on this rivalry in the 90s, in the 2000s, even in the 80s for some of you folks out there. But Miami, Florida State is meaningful for the national title picture, and we absolutely love it. So we'll get college football best bets from Colin at 4:40 Eastern time. At 5:20 Eastern, former big leaguer, now MLB analyst, our buddy Cody Decker returns to us here on You Better You Bet. He's going to help us break down the ALDS, the NLDS. Are the Yankees now the front runners in the American League? Should they be considered the front runners in the American League? What about the Seattle Mariners? And who's going to win this monster matchup in the NLDS between the Dodgers and the Phillies. Ohtani versus Sanchez on the mound tomorrow afternoon. It will be a banger in the city of brotherly love. Cannot wait to get into all things baseball with Cody coming up at 5:20 Eastern time. But we've put it off long enough. Let's go ahead and get into what we saw and what transpired last night in Los Angeles. Between the Niners and the Rams, San Francisco gets it done as an 8.5-point underdog. They beat the Rams 26-23 in overtime. And before we get to the sad part about the game, let's start with the good part. How the game started. Jake Tonjes. How about that? Femi's Island. 4 in a row, baby. We keep chugging along with the island. I'm watching the first drive. Mac Jones leading the Niners down the field. It's looking pretty solid. I'm like, man, just find Tonjes, buddy. No more of this Kendrick Bourne stuff, who had an awesome game last night. Just find Tonjes. Let's get to Tonjes. First and goal from the 6. Wide ass open in the end zone. Not wide open. Wide ass open in the end zone. Tonjes, 20-1 banger. Absolutely love it. That's coming off of Jake Barner, 25-1, Darren Waller, 30-1, Bo Nix, 14-1, and now it's Tonjes at 20-1. How do you like them Apple Sportsbooks, huh? How about Femi's Island in your eye hole? Absolutely love how the things have transpired over the last week. All of you out there have been tailing. I know I got a lot of awesome messages on Twitter last night. I appreciate it. Everybody, if I retweeted you, liked the tweet or whatever it was, I really do appreciate all the kind words as we're cashing tickets, baby. And come Monday with the Jags and the Chiefs, we're going to try to do it again. So stick around with us on Monday. An absolutely awesome run that we've had with these first TD scorer bets. But that was the only thing that we could celebrate last night. Because early on in the game, hey, this is great. And then I look up, I'm like, okay, we went with the Rams in Survivor. They're now trailing 14-0. What the hell is going on? And all of a sudden, after that, we needed to lock in, edge of our seats. Let's try to get the Rams home and advance in our Survivor pool. So the celebration was short-lived, to say the least. And of course, with Survivor, hindsight can be 20/20. I know it's like, oh, why didn't you just take the layup with the Lions? Why didn't you just take the Colts? Why didn't you take? Okay, all right, yeah. If I had the script, I would not have taken the Rams. All right, I did not predict the tomfoolery that took place last night. All right, I didn't see that happening. It's very frustrating. We will outline it because despite falling behind 14-0 early in the game, I'm texting with Nick and Tyler because, usually early in the game, team takes the lead against us. And this happened last Sunday, as we talked about on the show on Monday. Panthers go down the field, they score. Nick's like, are we in trouble? I'm like, no. Let's just relax. We're good. Niners go down the field and score, celebrating Tonjes. Nick asks, hey, are we good? Are we in trouble here? I'm like, too early to tell. 14-0. I'm like, okay, I don't think we're in trouble. A lot of ball game left, but I'm a little bit concerned. And once it's down 14-0, all right, the Rams start to put a drive together in the Niners territory. Here's Blake Corum dropping the pitch. At that point, I'm like, okay, we need to be concerned because this is going to end up like Giants-Cowboys best case scenario where it's just an unbelievable sweat and somehow we make our way through this bad boy. I'm texting the guys. I'm saying, hey, you know what? I would be thrilled if we're down by a touchdown. Hell, if we're down by 10 at halftime, I would be thrilled because the Niners in the first half had a chance to really run the Rams out of the building. It looked really easy, those first 2 touchdown drives, to where I'm now not panicking, but thinking, all right, we now have some gotta have it drives from this Rams team. And luckily, despite all of that nonsense in the first half, the Rams were only down 10 at halftime. So it's okay. That's great because only down 10 when they're going to get the ball to begin the third quarter, we're still in good shape. Have a good drive to start the second half, score a touchdown, down by 3, pretty much right back into the ball game. Just need to get a stop to eventually try and take the lead. So I was thrilled with that. 17-7, whatever. Great, we're getting the ball. So the first drive of the second half, driving the ball in the Niners territory. Second down, here's Jordan Whittington dropping a pass. All right, annoying, but there's still third down. We can pick up the yardage. Here's Kyron Williams dropping a pass on third down, a name that you're going to hear more often in this segment. He drops the pass, so the Rams now have to settle for a field goal. Let's just cut it to 7, right? How about a swing and a miss from our guy, Joshua Carty? So what should have been, at worst, 17-10, maybe even 17-14, if Whittington, or Whittingham, as he was called a couple of times on the broadcast, if Whittington could just catch the ball, or if Williams can just catch the ball, All right, we're chugging along, and this is maybe a 3-point game. Instead, nothing, empty, still a 10-point game. But despite all of that, all of these shenanigans, somehow, some way, the Rams, early in the fourth quarter, have the ball trailing by 6, 20-14. All right, this is sweaty, but we still have a great chance. We have a great quarterback, a great head coach. We can win this thing, and we can survive in advance. So, of course, LA goes on a 9-play, 80-yard drive that ends with a touchdown. Bang! Look at us, about to take the lead. Here we go. Should have taken the lead, I should say, because for some reason, the extra point gets blocked. As if the Rams have learned absolutely nothing from their other loss this season, where they had 2 field goals blocked against the Philadelphia Eagles. Nope, we're not going to correct any of that stuff. This extra point gets blocked, so instead of 21-20 Rams, it's 20-20, all knotted up in the fourth quarter. And at that point, it's like, all right, like, just please hold the Niners to a field goal. Worst case scenario, the Rams can match with a field goal, or better yet, they can take the lead and be up 27-23 at the end of the game and just needing a defensive stop to win the ball game. So, of course, Niners on their drive, because Kyle Shanahan, he was in his bag, which we can talk about as well later on in this hour. He had a thing cooking. Like, he showed us how great of a coach he is, which was one of the concerns about taking the Rams. Was like, hey, we're going up against a really good head coach. Like, we got a good guy in McVay, but Shanahan's also really good as well, having been to multiple Super Bowls. But Niners are driving, 3rd and 11, boom, we got him right where we want him. The whole game. We know Mac Jones, at some point, Mac Jones is going to throw the ball to a linebacker. He's going to do it at some point. Here it is. 3rd and 11, 3 minutes left, throws it right to a linebacker with it tied up. Of course, he drops the ball. It was one of those nights. He drops the football. Why couldn't he just catch the football? Because at that point, bang, we're tied up with the ball and only 3 minutes left in the game. He drops it, and then that sets up Eddie Pinheiro, who tucks in a 59-yard field goal. Eddie Pinheiro, who they just picked up a couple of weeks ago. Of course, he makes a 59-yard field goal when it looked like he might miss it. Is a guy that just picked up off the scrap heap. He makes the field goal. So, just one of those kinds of nights. We're going to have to do this the hard way. We're going to have to get this out the mud. So, still at that point, down by a field goal, all good. All good, because we have Matthew Stafford, we have 3 timeouts, and we have 2:50 to drive down the field and try to win this damn game. So, all things considered, we're in pretty good shape. All it took for the Rams, chunk play to Devontae, chunk play to Puka Nacua, Kyron Williams with a run as well. All of a sudden, bang, we're deep into the red zone, setting up a 1st and goal from the 3. At that point, I'm just like, all right, please, I texted Nick and Tyler. I said, just run the ball 4 times and live with the result. Because then I'm thinking, I want the Niners to use their timeouts so they don't have a ton of time once the Rams score a touchdown. So let's make the Niners use their timeouts, go up, worst case scenario, you score on 3rd and goal, and maybe there's let's say a minute left in the game, and you're up 27-23 or whatever it would be. Let's make them use their timeouts. Let's punch the ball into the end zone. 1st and goal from the 3. They hand it off to Kyron Williams. Chronic fumbler, Kyron Williams, who once again fumbles as he's falling down at the 1-yard line. Unreal. And I know we've all seen the replays. Great job by the defensive tackle. Punches the ball out and even punched Kyron Williams in the face along the way. But, bro, you're near the goal line. It's 1st and goal, and you're holding the ball with 1 arm. Put 2 hands on. You fumble the ball all the time. Put 2 hands on the ball. After the game, Kyron Williams, he was, of course, asked about it, and he said this, quote, bleep sucks. He didn't say bleep, but it's his FCC airwaves. We got to say bleep. Bleep sucks. I don't know. For me, I just got to hold on to the ball. I feel like I let the team down at the 1-yard line, not securing with one thing that matters and scoring the touchdown. So for me, I put this all on me, honestly, and just knowing that I got to be better. You think? That quote could have literally been from 6 different games in Kyron Williams' career, by the way. What are we talking about? Hold on to the damn ball. He fumbled in the divisional game against the Eagles last January. This guy is a chronic fumbler, and he fumbles again. But with 1:05 left and 3 timeouts left, there's still a chance for the Rams. At this point, I thought they were losing. I'm like, okay, this is done. Can't believe that's how we're going down. But there's 3 timeouts still left. They, of course, get the stop because the Niners go conservative. They just run the ball into the line of scrimmage, saying, all right, just use your timeouts, LA. We'll punt the ball back to you, which is great. And the Rams got a great punt return. All the way down to the Niners 37. But wait! Holding. Let's bring that bad boy back. 10 yards from the spot of the foul, first down. So the Rams get it at the 50-yard line with 50 seconds left, pretty much erasing any chance that they can score a touchdown. They tie the game up, force overtime, and in OT, I'm like, all right, well, maybe they got a chance. It's a coin flip proposition. Let's see how this goes. Of course, the Niners, they get the ball first. They drive down the field. They kick a field goal. And just to put the cherry on top of the sundae, Eddie Pinheiro banks this one off the goalpost, off the upright, because that's the kind of night it was. He banks it off the upright and in because we can't have nice things. It was one of those nights. The Rams drive the ball down the field into the red zone, 4th and 1. Stafford had been dealing all night. What does Sean McVay decide to do? Give the ball to the chronic fumbler, Kyren Williams, who holds onto the ball this time, but because in front of him, here's 2 wide receivers and a tight end trying to block the Niners' defensive front that's coming downhill on that ass. Kyren Williams can't get the first down. We lose. You get nothing. Good day, sir. Like, that's how the game ends. That's how it unfolded. Our survivor ticket that was riding on the Rams, a Rams team who, oh, by the way, outgained San Francisco 456 to 407. 7 yards per play for the Rams. 4.9 yards per play for the Niners. Welcome to the NFL. Welcome to your survivor pool. And I'll say this, as much as we celebrate Jake Tonjes, I would give back Tonjes, Varner, Waller, and Bo Nix just to still be in this damn contest because it's that much fun. But whenever you lose, it's that much of an absolute heartbreak. I cannot believe it. I just cannot believe it. That's how we're out. And on the other side, we'll talk a little bit more about the 49ers and get to the top stories that we have from throughout the rest of the world of sports. This is You Better You Bet, coming at you on a Friday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And, you know, I read this stat and I did not believe it, but we haven't had, at least this century, we haven't seen a back-to-back champion. And the Dodgers, again and again and again, have been, you know, that one team. They have been the dominant team this century, right? Certainly a better roster than anyone else on paper, but they don't have, I think, as many World Series titles as maybe we thought they would. And when they went on this spending spree, right, where they just bring in talent after talent after talent. So it just goes to show, A, how hard it is to win a World Series, and that, B, there are always teams that are willing to step up and raise their level of play when we get to playoff time in Major League Baseball. I mean, but are you going to be shocked if the Dodgers win it? No, but I also don't think that the pressure is on them because they have that title. I think the pressure is really on the Phillies more than any other team, and Bryce Harper in particular. You've got guys on that roster like a Kyle Schwarber, like a Trey Turner, and they've won it all before. But if you're looking at the greats in the game who need that one world championship to sort of solidify their resumes, like Bryce Harper is up there, right? He's been a generational player, but has not been able to come home and win a World Series, where the Brewers, I feel like, are playing with house money. They're not, I don't want to say they're lucky to be here, but I don't think anyone expected them to be the 1 seed in the National League. The Dodgers, yeah, the Cubs have done it, but the Phillies are the one team that have been so close and haven't been able to get over the hump. And so I think that's the team that, when it gets down to it, is going to sort of feel the screws tighten a little bit if they get deeper and deeper into the postseason.
One trip was only the beginning.
And I'm going to go with a guy for the Seahawks in A.J. Barner at 25-1.
Good protection, man open, caught, touchdown. A.J. Barner, the tight end.
The second trip was eye-opening.
Darren Waller, 25-1 as he makes his 2025 debut.
Caught back in the end zone. Touchdown. Darren Waller is first as a Dolphin.
The third, shocking.
And for Denver, how about Bo Nix? Because Bo knows at QB, calls his own number, 14-1.
Nix, once hit on the ground. Touchdown, Denver.
4 straight trips to Femi's Island seemed impossible. But for Femi, the impossible is now probable.
For the 49ers, we've got a lot of Tonjes. Jake Tonjes at 20-1.
Short drop over the middle, wide open. Touchdown. The tight end Tonjes into the end zone. Go figure.
What's his secret?
Gray's Sports Almanac. He says this book will tell me the outcome of every sporting event till the end of the century. All I have to do is bet on the winner, and I'll never lose.
Tune in Monday as Femi Abebefe attempts to hit 5 straight first touchdown scores. Only on Femi's Island.
And I'll see you on the island. I mean, how about that? Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Great job by our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, who will be joining us here shortly with our usual headlines. Thinking back and reflecting on it, it's been a hell of a run. And shout out to our guy Russ, with a little bit of the Ross that we're dripping on that thing there. It was a lot of fun just thinking about all of those TD bets cashing. And sometimes you catch lightning in a bottle and you stay hot. And we're going to try to stay hot. Chiefs at the Jaguars. Once again, Monday night. Tune in for the Island Monday at 6:40 here on You Better You Bet. I know I've been getting some Sunday stuff for the international. No, sorry. It's the international games at 6:30 in the morning on the West Coast. It's a damn miracle that I'm even up for that game, to be quite honest. So you're not going to get an island bet for that one. But Monday Night Football, you will get an island bet coming up at 6:40 on Monday. So yeah, we can smile about that. Unfortunately, the Survivor that's over. But the Island was amazing, and we will look to make it 5 in a row. 40 minutes from now, though, we'll be joined by Nick Costos to go more in depth on our Survivor defeat at the hands of the 49ers. They beat the Rams 26-23 in overtime. In 20 minutes, we'll break down some of the most popular bets, not just in the NFL, but also in college football. I'm looking to see what's the most popular bets that are out there for this weekend's games and how I'm looking to bet those games. Some of them I'm with the public. Some of them I'm against. We'll outline that in 20 minutes from now here on You Better You Bet. But I will say this before we bring Bill on, and we'll talk a little bit more about it later on in this segment. Like, Mac Jones does deserve a lot of credit for last night. Honestly, that was probably the best game of his career. And that dude had a banged up knee. He was dehydrated, apparently, having the cramps and all this stuff, and he was getting drilled, especially in the second half. 33 of 49, 342, 2 touchdowns. Like, Mac Jones does deserve his flowers for what he did last night. McCorkle, and he had that suit last night too. The Two-Face get-up that he was rocking. If you haven't seen it, go search it on social media. But Mac Jones does deserve credit for getting that one done. And that was a culture win for Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers to improve to 4-1, and now with 3 wins over NFC West rivals. But let's go ahead and get to some of the big stories from throughout today in the world of sports with our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, who joins us each and every weekday here at 3:20. Bill, great job with the imaging heading into this segment here. It does bring a smile to my face, reflecting on all of these tickets that have cashed with the first tee. And Jake Tonjes, this is the latest just last night.
It's been quite a run, Femi. I think the movie rights might be coming out here soon for you. I mean, this is the kind of thing that you can't even encapsulate it. It's the type of drama that you can only see in the movies. You can't think it's going to happen in real life, but it's happening to you.
Hey, here it is. I got Biff's Almanac going on. I got the script. I can tell you, but you'll have to wait until 6:40 on Monday as to who's going to score the first touchdown between the Chiefs and the Jaguars. But yes, it's been a hell of a run. And like we say, like, the reason why I love taking on these long shots, because like it's so hard to find out who's the first touchdown scorer. Like, it's impossible unless you have like the game plan, which I don't have, So it's like, hey, let's take some long shots, some guys that are on the field in those moments, going to be targeted or whatever, and you hit a few of them, pays for the whole season. We've hit 4 in a row. Now we're playing with the house's money the rest of the way this 2025 regular season. So enjoy it. Let's try to stay hot, though, with Monday night Jags hosting Kansas City. But enough of that, Bill. Let's get to the pressing items that we have for us today. What's the number one thing we need to know this Friday afternoon?
Well, Femi, we're going to get to some football items, but let's start on the diamond because last night the Yankees cruise in Game 3 of their wild card series, beating the Boston Red Sox 4-0. Yankees got all 4 of their runs in the fourth off Connerly early. Cam Schlittler was incredible. 8 innings, a shutout ball, 12 strikeouts. He was totally dominant, Femi, as the Yankees advance and will face the Blue Jays in Toronto tomorrow.
I was mesmerized by this Schlittler performance last night. Like, this was on the second screen experience, obviously dialed into what was going on between the Niners and the Rams. But I couldn't look away. When Schlittler was on the mound, of course, as somebody who bet Boston to win the series and wanted to see the Red Sox win it and get to the ALDS, like, I was clearly watching, hey, let's get some offense going. Let's get the bats going. And he never could do it. Like, a rookie in a playoff game, do or die, against your heated rival, one of the best rivalries in sports, not just baseball. To go 8 innings, 12 Ks, that's stuff of legends, man. Like, that is a legendary performance by Cam Schlittler. And who knows, maybe he caught lightning in a bottle, and maybe like he never performs to this level again in his career in October. But for one night, like, that dude looked unhittable. He was incredible in the game, and the crowd kept feeding off of it, and he brought confidence to this Yankee team, and they got going. Obviously, the fourth inning was the big inning where they got the 4 runs off of our guy Early, like, who I backed him, yeah, but it was a game where I didn't know what pitcher would show up. Apparently, it was Schlittler instead of our guy Connolly early, but like, that fourth inning was all he needed. I was kind of hoping that they would let him go out there and finish the game. He only had 107 pitches. Now, obviously, you don't want to leave him in there too late, and all of a sudden, maybe Boston gets going in the 9th, but with the way he was pitching, Boston had no shot. I mean, you could have put him out there for 12 innings if you wanted to, maybe. Like, he was that good. He was that dominant, and it's got to give Aaron Boone a lot of confidence going forward and saying, hey, like, we got this guy, in addition to what we also have in the rotation. Like, we can count on Cam Schlittler. So I thought it was a massive, massive performance, and maybe this is the start of something special with Cam Schlittler becoming like a Yankee legend, and maybe he has this big run in this month of October, because that was incredible. And unfortunately for the Red Sox, this series was lost in Game 2. Like, that's the problem. Like, Boston had a chance in Game 2, tied up at 3, had some errors in the field. This was lost in Game 2, and when they go back and they go back to Boston, which I'm sure they already are now. Maybe some guys have even gone on vacation as they've gotten back to Boston. Maybe that's to do the exit interviews and all that stuff. But when they get some time to reflect this weekend, maybe next weekend, maybe in a month, they're going to be kicking themselves after what happened in Game 2 of this series, because that was the gettable game. That was the game that if they won it, obviously they would advance to the ALDS, but they never had a chance last night. Not with the way that Cam Schlittler was pitching on the mound. And when you blow a game,
all right, it seems like we've lost Femi here. His internet will be back with us in just a minute, and I think he has returned.
We are back. As lost the internet and also lost the money you would pay for with that Red Sox bet, unfortunately. But that is the kind of game though that you kick yourself, having lost Game 2 on Wednesday night. So yeah, for the Yankee bettors, kudos to you. They're a very, very dangerous team. I think they probably should be the favorites to win the American League. And I'm saying that as a Mariners fan. This Yankees team is talented. And if we end up getting Yankees, Mariners in the ALCS, despite the home field advantage, I would like New York in the series. So I think the Yankees are going to end up going to the World Series. And last night was the big step in making that move to the Fall Classic later on this month. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, Femi, one other baseball game to discuss that finished after our show went off the air yesterday, and that's the Chicago Cubs. They advanced to the NLDS, where they will face the Milwaukee Brewers tomorrow. Cubs handled business yesterday against the Padres, winning 3-1. Yu Darvish got the Padres in trouble early. The 2 runs the Cubs got in the second were enough. 13 pitchers pitched in this one, and Femi, even Pete Crow Armstrong, who has been in a slump for months, delivered 3 hits for the Cubbies.
PCA, how about multi-hit game? Is he back? Many are asking. But no, in all seriousness, he was very, very big at the plate. And I've been criticizing a lot, saying that he's been playing cricket with some of the stuff that he's been swinging at. But he was awesome last night. Of course, defensively, he's like a rock star out there at center field. Like that, you already expect that to happen every single night. But to him to have the offense as well, that's what you needed. And shout out Michael Busch too. 3 for 4 from the leadoff spot, a home run. Yu Darvish in a big spot. Of course, Yu Darvish got off to a slow start and only lasted an inning in the game. That's a classic Yu Darvish big moment kind of a performance. He's never going to show up for you. But I will say this though about this game, because obviously for the Cubs, I like the Cubs prior to the start of the series. Happy to see them advance as we won money off of that. You can't talk about this game without talking about some of the the calls behind the plate of the umpires. Whoever that ump is, buddy, next beer's on me. There were some atrocious strike ball calls. The ball is so low. Hey, ring them up. It's come on, dude. And I'll say this, because as bad as the umps were, I still have no sympathy for the way the Padres got bounced, and especially for the way that they acted after the game. I don't know if anybody saw the videos that were out there. Afterwards, the umps are leaving, they're walking down to the dugout or whatever, and the Padres guys, they look like they wanted to fight the umpires. I'm like, what are you gonna do? Xander Bogaerts is losing his mind. Other guys are losing their minds, trying to get into the ump's face. It's are you really gonna fight these old dudes? Come on, grow up. For real, grow up. That's why you're going home. Because I'm sure at some point in 162 games, you probably benefited from a bad call. This stuff all evens out at the end of the day. And it's hard to think about it that way when it happens in such a big moment. But is that why you lost? No. You lost because your pitcher is a bum in big spots and you really couldn't hit the bullpen for the Cubs. And your bullpen kind of wore out in this series. So that's why you're going home. It's not just because of one call. It's frustrating. I get it. And you work 162 games for that moment to try to advance. Didn't happen, wasn't in the cards. See you later. Have a fun winter, and we'll check back with you guys in April, as we typically do. This Padres team that every October, everyone says, you don't want to face the Padres. Well, the Cubs didn't have any issue. They're moving on. Padres are going on vacation. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I mean, let's get to some NFL notes here because we know the 49ers beat the Rams last night behind the arm of Mac Jones. Don't need to get into too many more details about that one. But we may be seeing more of Jones as Kyle Shanahan says that Brock Purdy is going to be listed as week to week after he aggravated his toe injury. Femi, it may be Mac Jones next week because Purdy's status is certainly up in the air for the Niners game against Tampa.
Yeah, that's a big one, obviously. Like, Brock Purdy is their starting quarterback for a reason. I know people want to do the whole, like, is there a quarterback controversy? Like, no. Like, look how much money they're paying Brock Purdy. Like, Brock Purdy's gone to a Super Bowl. What is the controversy? Like, they got a good performance from Mac Jones. We can also look at some of the other performances from Mac Jones. Like, look what he did against the Cardinals at home. Like, that's the guy you want to go with full time? like, come on. Like, let's be for real here. But I will say this, though, with San Francisco, their team, when they get healthy, whenever that is, since they seem to be having bad luck now for a second consecutive year, like, they're obviously a contender. And it sounds like George Kittle's on his way back. Maybe not next week. That sounds like a long shot based on what Kyle Shanahan told the media earlier this afternoon. But in a couple of weeks, if they get Kittle back, and maybe you can get Jennings back and Pearsall back, all of a sudden, this offense, which on paper back in July and August was like, whoa, this is a very dynamic team. If they can get close to fully formed, the Niners will be heard from. Now, I don't know if that means they're going to run away with the West. I find that hard to believe, but you have to consider this team as a legitimate Super Bowl contender if they can just stay healthy. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Well, Femi, the Texans will be in Baltimore to take on the Ravens, and it does appear that the Ravens will, in fact, be without quarterback Lamar Jackson. But another one that has popped up this week, it looks like Kyle Hamilton will most likely miss this game as well. We've already talked about the other injuries that the Ravens are dealing with. Femi, those injuries have put the Texans as a 2.5-point road favorite.
Yes, 2.5 over at BetMGM, but I am seeing in other places in the market, Baltimore getting bet. How about this? Like, no Lamar, no Kyle Hamilton, no secondary damn near, the banged up defensive line, and all of that movement towards Houston, we've reached the buy point for Baltimore. And the more I've thought about this game, I actually agree with this. I think by the time we get to Sunday, I'm curious to see where this goes, like later on today, Saturday, and early Sunday morning. But I think we're going to end up closing around 2. I'm just going to bet the Ravens to win the game. There's just a vibe to this game to where I think Houston just stinks. And maybe Baltimore stinks with all these injuries, but Houston does not deserve to be favored on the road. This should just be like a pick 'em. And if I'm going to get plus money with Cooper Rush, who's 9-5 in his career as a starter, by the way, I'm going to go ahead and grab that. So I agree with this movement. I like Baltimore to win the game on Sunday, despite a litany of injuries to the most important players on the team. Bill, hit me with the last one before we head to break.
I mean, let's just do 2 quick injuries here that are significant. Tampa Bay Buccaneers running back Bucky Irving will be out as the Bucs take on the Seahawks. And another one we're monitoring for the Raiders, Brock Bowers has not practiced all week. His status is up in the air.
Yeah, this Seattle one makes a lot of sense. I didn't understand why the openers last Sunday were 2.5. Bet that. And I bet 2.5, 3, I think that makes a lot of sense. Now that to 3.5 or 4, I think we're just right where we need to be. As it pertains to the Raiders, it's a bummer because I do have Raiders +7 in pocket. I'm very, very concerned with no Bowers, no Colton Miller, and a team that does not look like they're very well coached despite being coached by a Super Bowl champion in Pete Carroll. On the other side, we'll talk about those popular betting sides in the NFL and college football to wrap up this hour here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
So what do you say? Fade or follow? Iowa State -1.5 against the Bearcats.
Oh, Brandon, I'm going to ask for a quick favor, and it's I'm going to need the sledgehammer here. So Daddy wants, Daddy needs, Daddy's got to have it. Game of the year bet. College football. Game of the year. Biggest bet of the year coming up this weekend. I might bet this 8 different times. I love Cincinnati in this game. I think they win this game by a field goal. I've been waiting for the spot to fade this Iowa State team. Did it week 1. Unfortunately, Avery Johnson still can't throw the football. They didn't cover for me last week, though, Kansas State. But, dude, this Cincinnati offense is humming right now. They're at home. I love their quarterback, Brendan Sorsby. He's only been sacked 1 time this season. So in pass protection, the offensive line really holding up well. 10 touchdown passes, only 1 pick. He's thrown for over 1,000 yards. He's completing 69% of his passes for nearly 10 yards per completion. He's also the leading rusher right now, averaging almost 7 yards per carry with 4 scores on the ground. Walker also has 3 rushing touchdowns. And I like their receivers, man. Cyrus Allen already has 23 grabs and 5 touchdowns. Caleb Goody has also been really solid. I like Cincinnati. There's a reason I think why the unranked team is favored over the ranked team. Give me the Bearcats and the fighting Brendan Sorsbys to win this game by a field goal. Love this bet.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network.
Let's get back to it here on a Friday on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging with you guys this afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the 49ers' overtime victory over the Los Angeles Rams last night, 26-23, what it means for the Niners going forward, what it means for the Rams going forward, and ultimately what it means for us in Survivor. I'll tell you what it means. It means we're out. We lose. That's how it goes. Very abrupt. In a game where the Rams found 51 different ways, it felt like, to blow that contest. So unfortunately, we are done thanks to the Niners beating the Rams. But Nick will talk about that coming up in 20 minutes. I wanted to get into, though, in this segment, as we're approaching what is going to be a fun weekend of football. It's not as like marquee as last weekend, Oregon, Penn State, Bama, Georgia, some of the games we had in the NFL, like with like the Parsons going back to Dallas, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm really excited to watch some of these games, especially in college football, which we'll talk about here shortly. But I want to start with the most popular betting sides in the NFL. Now, this is courtesy of our guy John Ewing over at BetMGM, and this is by ticket count. So the most bet spreads by ticket count, the top 5 this week in the NFL. Now, the 5th most popular one, which I think is pretty interesting, since it's the Monday Night Football game. Usually the Monday night game is not amongst this list because people don't start betting that until like Saturday or Sunday or even Monday morning. It's like, oh, there's a Monday night game tonight. Let me go ahead and chase my losses or really press my winnings. Like that's kind of how that usually rolls for Monday Night Football. But with all that said, the fifth most popular bet so far this week is the Kansas City Chiefs laying the 3.5 against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Now, I think that betting market is just right. When I was thinking about that game all week long, heading into this week, feels like Chiefs at worst 3-point favorite, but probably needs to be 3.5 because I asked myself, hey, what would I do if I saw Chiefs -3? I would bet Chiefs -3. So 3.5 makes a whole lot of sense to me. I think the big thing with Jacksonville is, are they just like turnover merchants, as the kids say, or is this defense actually legitimate? Because through 4 games, the Jags have forced 13 turnovers. That's absurd. 13 turnovers, at least 3 in every game, and they forced 4 of them last week when they beat the 49ers in San Francisco. So for me, I understand why bettors like Kansas City. I would be more so on the Kansas City side, but it is funny, just to point this out. Last week, people couldn't get enough of Baltimore. It was like, oh, I got to fade the Chiefs. And now all of a sudden, everyone's like, now I got to bet the Chiefs. Like that's how these things go in the NFL. We just kind of remember what we last saw. So folks are liking Kansas City quite a bit on Monday down in Duval County. The fourth most popular game, or at least bet I should say, is the Chargers laying 3 at home against the Washington Commanders. Now, this is going to be a hairy one for yours truly here because I'm on the side of the underdog. I like the Commanders +3. I also bet a little bit of money line. I realize fully that the Commanders in this game are likely going to be without Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, and potentially Deebo Samuel. That's not good. It's not good at all. And even Jaden Daniels coming back as he returns from his 2-game absence due to the knee injury, Jaden Daniels will be wearing a knee brace. This is not going to be the fully unleashed version of Jaden Daniels where he's running around, making plays, extending drives, et cetera, et cetera. It's probably going to be a more traditional pocket passing Jaden Daniels, which is a problem when you might have some receivers out there who can't get open, who can't separate against this Chargers secondary that has been really, really good this season. Now, on the flip side of that coin, the Chargers have some injuries on the offensive line. Like Joe Alt dealing with a high ankle sprain. We're probably not going to see him for the next handful of weeks. Of course, Rashawn Slater already out for the year, having torn his ACL back in training camp. So I do see the injury news on both sides. O-line for the Chargers, wide receiver for the Commanders. I just think in a game where, to me, it feels like the Chargers should be favored by 2.5, 3 in that range. I just like the idea of grabbing the points, even with Daniels probably not being 100% in his first game back from injury. So I bet the Commanders. I thought about potentially buying out, but I just want to let this one ride. Let's see how this goes because heart to heart, I think this is a kind of a coin flip game. And I'll take those 3 points with a quarterback that's really, really talented in Jaden Daniels. The third most popular bet in the NFL this week over at BetMGM, and this is one that I'm also against. That is the Minnesota Vikings laying 3.5 in London as they take on the Cleveland Browns. Now, I don't really know how to, I guess we kind of know how to quantify this stuff since we've seen the Jacksonville Jaguars have those back-to-back weeks in London or whatever. But Minnesota, they actually had to travel, just not as far as Cleveland did, since they went from Ireland now to London. Cleveland obviously having played in the States last week, now going overseas. I understand why people might like Minnesota because of that angle that they don't have to throw off their body clocks entirely like the Browns have to do. And also, by the way, the big headliner with that game, Cleveland starting Dylan Gabriel, a rookie in his first start ever overseas and against a Brian Flores defense. That's not usually the ideal spot for a rookie to make their NFL debut, at least starting debut in a season. But that's what the Browns decided because they realized that they were doing nothing offensively with Joe Flacco at quarterback. Now, my problem with people betting Minnesota is that the Vikings offensive line is also battered and bruised. They are going to be with their third string center. Not only are they missing Ryan Kelly, they're missing Ryan Kelly's backup. That's how banged up they are on the offensive line. They are banged up at right tackle with Brian O'Neill missing in the game. And then Donovan Jackson, their first-round pick at guard, he will also be missing in the game. Now they have Christian Darrisaw, who's probably their best offensive lineman. But here we are, center number 3, offensive tackle number 2, and a backup guard against Myles Garrett and this defensive front. that the Cleveland Browns have, that doesn't seem like a good situation when you already have your backup quarterback in Carson Wentz there, who is dying to turn the ball over. And if he's not turning the ball over, watch out for this one Sunday morning. The classic Carson Wentz, oh my goodness, there's pressure. Let me duck my head to try to avoid it. Get ready for that. The Carson Wentz duck, like, he's got to put a patent on that bad boy. Copyright that thing, Wentz, because he's the only guy that I see consistently do that. And that's something that he will be doing frequently against this Browns defense, who, oh, by the way, has yet to allow a team to have 5 yards per play on offense. Cleveland has been dominant on defense. I love the Browns plus the points. I even bet some Browns money line earlier this afternoon before the show. Plus 175 was out there at a sportsbook here in Las Vegas. I gobbled that up because I think the Browns are very, very live as long as they just get serviceable quarterback play from Dylan Gabriel. Don't need to be like the next big thing. You don't need to be even average. Just be serviceable. Just don't turn the ball over and just play within yourself, play within this fancy system. And I think this is a field goal game either way. And a couple balls bounced their way as opposed to Minnesota's way. I actually think that Cleveland could win the game outright. So I like Cleveland plus 3.5 and on the money line against the Minnesota Vikings. The second most popular bet over at BetMGM. It's the Philadelphia Eagles laying 3.5 against the Denver Broncos. I agree wholeheartedly with that bet. I like Philly quite a bit. And I laid 3.5 as well earlier this week, as now I'm actually even seeing 4s out there in the market. In fact, 4 is now our new consensus price. And that's the price currently over at BetMGM, 4 with the total sitting at 43.5. I just think we're going to continue to be doing this with the Philadelphia Eagles. Like, oh my goodness, like they got outgained and oh my goodness, this and that, blah, blah, blah. They're just finding ways to win, guys. And also, too, on the other side with Bo Nix, now he's going up against a Vic Fangio defense. And point me in the direction of the good Bo Nix performance against a good team. It doesn't exist. It doesn't. Whether this year or last year, whenever they played a contending team, they got drilled. Like, Denver is the best of the bad teams. That's what they are. They're mediocre. And a good coach like Sean Payton, when you put a bad team against him, like this past Monday night against Cincinnati, yeah, they're going to kill him. And they're going to look great in the game. And everyone's going to be like, oh my goodness, look at Denver. But then when they play a contender, like they did last year against Baltimore, like they did last year against Buffalo in the playoffs, like they're going to do on Sunday against Philadelphia, I think they're going to get run off the field. I don't think that offense can function against this Eagles defense, and I think Philly's offense will open things up because they've just continued to get slaughtered with criticism after criticism. I think the Eagles win this one by at least a touchdown. I like Philly quite a bit on Sunday against Denver. And then finally, the most popular bet at BetMGM is the Detroit Lions laying the 10.5. I have not yet bet Cincinnati, but at some point I will. I just need to work up the courage to do it. I want to see the full injury report. I know Detroit has some injuries in the cornerback room. That's not ideal when you're going up against Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. I think those guys are unbelievable. Obviously, we all know that. And I kind of like the aspect of backing Cincinnati after 2 horrendous performances. One against the Vikings, and then last Monday night against the Denver Broncos. Nobody wants anything to do with Cincinnati, as outlined by the Lions being the most popular bet at BetMGM. I will be on the Bengals. Please don't embarrass me in front of company. So that's the NFL. Real quickly here before we wrap things up, the college football most popular bets. The 5th most popular one is actually tonight's game between BYU and West Virginia. The Cougars at home. Tough travel spot there for West Virginia. Going all the way from Morgantown, now go have to go out west to Provo, Utah. Not an ideal scenario, but BYU laying 19.5. No real opinion for me on that game. I can see why people like to bet that angle because it's an East Coast team traveling out west on a Friday night. Stuff gets weird when that happens. I can see BYU rolling. The 4th most popular bet is Iowa State plus 1.5 at Cincinnati. Give me the Bearcats. Iowa State, I know they're the ranked team, but this is another one of those unranked favorites against a ranked team. I love these spots in not just college football, but also in college basketball, but particularly in college football. And oh, by the way, the Cyclones are going to be down some of their top corners in this game. I think this is a great spot to back Cincinnati. Iowa State's undefeated, but they don't really have the profile of a team that's undefeated. So I'll take Cincinnati laying the 1.5 at home against the Cyclones. 3rd most popular bet at BetMGM. Vanderbilt plus 10.5 on the road at Bama. I am dying for this to get to 10 because I want Bama. I will lay the 10 with Bama. I think there's been so much made about Pavia, Diego Pavia, the quarterback for Vanderbilt. And look at his record as an underdog. And oh my goodness, look how good he is. I think Bama is locked in this week. They all remember what happened last year. Beat Georgia, lost to Vandy the next week, the number 1 ranked team. I think Bama rolls. I'm just dying for the 10. And even if we don't get the 10, I'll still lay the 10.5. But I want the best number. I hope the 10 comes. And I think it might come with how many people like Vandy this weekend. Number 2, Miami laying the 3.5 at Florida State. That's now out to 4. I'll be on the other side. Let's go Seminoles. I'll take the 4 with Florida State. I just think in these rivalry games, give me the better coach, give me the home field advantage. These two teams know each other in and out. I like those Seminoles grabbing the 4. And then finally, this one's kind of wild, right? Florida is your most popular bet over at BetMGM, plus 5.5. The line is down to 5. I loved Florida early in the week, and I think we might get some Texas money coming up tomorrow on game day, but I cannot recommend betting plus 5. I just cannot do that. At these prices, it's actually Texas or pass, but if we get to 6, and I think we might, I will be chomp with the Gators Saturday afternoon. Nick joins us to break down our unfortunate Survivor defeat last night at the hands of the 49ers.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
I still feel like I want to know more about the Colts before I take them in Survivor. And it's a good bounce. So I'm thinking no Colts. And the other thing is, when you look at the money line for the Colts this morning, it's minus 290. And then these other ones are $4, $5. That's a big gap between the 7 and the 7.5. Okay, so we get to the top 4. Lions, Rams, Bills, Cardinals. I don't want to take Kyler Murray, but I feel like I have to. This is the only spot this year. The line's 7.5. The money line's $4. It is the last time. I did not take the Cardinals in the first couple weeks. Maybe I should have against soft opponents, Saints and Panthers, I believe. But I'm going to have to take some Cardinals. Bills, I'm saving. I think the Bills smash them, destroy them. But there are so many spots like Carolina, Cincinnati, Cleveland, where I can take the Bills in the future. I feel like I have an advantage if I still have the Bills in my back pocket when most people have used them, and more people are going to use them this week once again. So I'm saving the Bills. The Lions, I would rather take them at home. They're the biggest favorite. They're minus 530 on the money line. Not a ton of future value. I will be using some Lions. Jake Browning is god-awful, and the Bengals are going through maybe like one of the roughest patches over a 2-game period in team history. So there will be some Lions. There will be some Cardinals, less Cardinals. There will be Rams. I'm going to be sweating tonight because I have so many spots. So far, I've been divvying it up for the most part with 3 teams. Those are going to be my 3: Lions, Rams and Cardinals. Rams don't have a ton of future value. They do get the Saints in week 9. Right now, that's projected as a 9-point spread. So that's a week where you're going to want to use them. But how do they lose this game? How does that happen? I don't see it. The Niners are up against it, and this line keeps going up, up, up. Who knows? We might get to 10. Maybe this is going to be in that area of the Lions point spread, which is 10.5. But I didn't think I was going to be here, Sam. I'm going to have to take some Rams. Yeah, some Rams tonight.
The BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
Sorry for hating. No, I'm not. I love being a hater when it comes to winning money.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
If I have to listen to one more all 22 moron tell me that Geno Smith is one of the best quarterbacks in the league and that our eyes are wrong, I can't handle it. Like when Joe Burrow's career is over, when we talk about the greatness of Joe Burrow, the fact that he's done all of this, what he's done, with this boob, Zach Taylor, and Brian Callahan largely coaching him. Is he the greatest quarterback that's ever lived?
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, phenomenal Football Friday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, youtube.com/@ the BetMGM Network. Like and subscribe there. And on Twitch at twitch.tv/ the BetMGM Network. Like and subscribe there. And, of course, heard on radio stations nationwide, in your hearts and in your minds, as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, we are going to give you, dear listener, you, dear viewer, our bets for the divisional round of the MLB postseason. We've got Game 1 markets, even if we don't have all the pitching matchups. We've got Game 1 markets that we will discuss for the games that will be starting tomorrow and Sunday in the Major League Baseball divisional round. And we will give you our series bets as well. Who will win? Who will advance to the ALCS? Who will advance to the NLCS? We will break it all down, including the Dodgers and the Phillies in an absolute banger heavyweight showdown in the NLDS. Two tremendous guests will join us on today's edition of the show. Colin Wilson, Big Bets on Campus podcast, Action Network, his best bets for college football this weekend. Always love Colin Wilson joining the show. And our good friend, our old pal, the great Cody Decker. Cody will be joining us to break down the Major League Baseball playoffs, give us his best bets for the divisional round. All of our football bets for the weekend, college and National Football League in the Power Hour, the final hour. We look forward to that, as well as bets for the WNBA Finals. And we want to take your bets as well, your best bets on YouTube and on Twitch. So if you're watching the show right now in one of the streaming chats, please let us know your best bet for the football weekend. We'd like to keep it to the National Football League, but if you've got something in college football, let us know. Type it in the chat on YouTube and Twitch. We will read them throughout the show. Mike Brown will put your name on the screen if you're watching on video. And Bill Zimmerman will read the best replies as we move forward. Your best bet for the football weekend on YouTube and Twitch. We will read them later in the show. But we begin the phenomenal Football Friday edition of You Better You Bet with a funeral. Last night in Los Angeles, there was a terrible, terrible event. Rescue crews tried their best, but unfortunately, there were no survivors. Among the lost, among the departed, 3 members of this show's crew. Tyler Morales, survived by his brother, Corey. Femi Abebefe, dead. And yours truly, Nick Costos. Dunzo. By virtue of the Los Angeles Rams somehow, some way, losing to the San Francisco 49ers in overtime, 26-23. You know, you think you're a member of the family. You think you're a member of the Ramily. You're in on them last year. You uphold Omerta. You keep your mouth shut. You're loyal. You do all the things that the family, that the Ramily would want. And somehow it turns out like you're Joe Pesci in Goodfellas. You think you're about to get made? You think you're about to survive to week 6? Instead, you walk into an empty room and you know what's coming. What an absolute kick in the junk last night with the Rams 49ers game as we are knocked out of Survivor. And it was to the point that it should be a great night for Nick Costos. Should be an awesome night for Nick Costos. First off, we had Femi's, the Island touchdown score hit for like the 900th consecutive game. That was awesome. How about my prop analysis last night? Mac Jones over passing yards went for over 300, 221.5. Kendrick Bourne over receiving yards. That son of a bitch looked like Jerry Rice last night. That's as easy as it gets. Femi's Island, crushing. The Prop King, back in business. And my New York Yankees shut out the Boston Red Sox. Schlitt happened to Boston. Cam Schlittler dominates the Red Sox and sends my Yankees to the American League Divisional Series. And despite all of this, despite the fact that I made money last night, it was great. And my favorite baseball team beat my least favorite baseball team and ended their season. It was great. My night was ruined. Not an exaggeration when I say I get into bed after the football game and I'm laying in bed and I can't sleep. Not only because my daughter is sick and is like moaning and like yelling on the monitor. Not only because of that, but because I can't stop thinking about the Los Angeles Rams losing to the San Francisco 49ers. I am up until like 1 a.m. thinking about all the events that unfolded that led to us losing and knocked out as Survivor. On Friday mornings, you know what? This is a brag. You know, because I'm a good dad and I'm a good husband. I get up like 5:15 on Friday morning to go work out so I can be home to deal with my daughter in the morning, to help my wife before I have to come to the office and start Nick Costos' Friday media tour throughout the country. My alarm goes off, and the first thing I think of, I can't believe the Rams lost. I actually can't believe that happened. And look, the money that me, Femi, and Tyler spent on Survivor is not a tremendous amount of money. But this isn't about the money. It's about the love of the game. It's about the fun. And this fun has been ripped from us. Now, Tyler in our chat writes, yes, of course it's about the money. Yes, we want to win. Obviously, we want to win. But, I mean, you go into a huge Survivor contest, like you're probably not going to win. Like, for me, I'd love to win. Obviously, you want to win. It would be incredible to win. I've won Survivor contests in the past, not like for tremendously huge money, but I've won. But the fun in this, for me, I don't like think we're going to win. I'd love to. But I think you have to go into this knowing like probably something insane's going to happen and we're going to lose. I love talking about it every week. I love thinking about it every week. It's great content for the show. I know our listeners and viewers, I know they love it because I get notes about it. And it's been ripped from us because of the Los Angeles Rams. After the game last night, and we will talk about the game and we will dissect the 3,000 things that all went wrong. Sean McVay, after the game last night, saying, quote, I put our team in a bleepy situation. A word that rhymes with Shalit. In a bleepy situation, and I'm sick. Not as sick as we are, Sean. Kyron Williams. And by the way, how about me? Far be it from me to make it about me. Could you imagine? Like, we are checking off all the bingo numbers on the bingo card this NFL season. Sunday, A.D. Mitchell anytime touchdown, Colts plus 3.5. Fumbles going into the end zone. Sunday. Monday, Jets plus the points and money line. Braylon Allen fumbles at the 1-yard line on the opening drive going into the end zone. And Thursday, down by 3 in the closing moments, Kyron Williams fumbles going into the end zone. What are the chances that this happens more than once in the span of a season, much less Sunday, Monday, Thursday, all in a row? What are the chances? What are the chances? Kyron Williams says after the game, I need to be better. Yes, you do. And what you also need is my Venmo at the Costos. TheKostos. Stop crying on the bench and start sending those payments to everyone that lost money last night on the Los Angeles Rams. Now, I am going to detail all the principles involved in our lost Survivor entry. And we'll get to the game. I got a lot to say about the game, about the Niners winning and what it means moving forward for both teams, what it means for the NFC West, what it means for the NFC. But we are going to make it about ourselves to start because it was an absolute gut punch last night, the result. First off, I feel very confident in saying that at the conclusion of his coaching career, no one will look at Rams defensive coordinator Chris Shula and say that he's the greatest Shula to ever coach in the NFL. I don't think anyone will say that. Maybe the worst defensive game plan in the history of the National Football League was whatever this clown put out there last night, where Montana to Rice, Young to Owens have been replaced in 49er lore by Jones to Bourne. You'd think at some point that the aging slot receiver, who has never once been a number one wide receiver, could be covered. That you would stop playing off of Kendrick Bourne and stop playing off of DeMarcus Robinson, a Curtin Jerkin Jabroni. Stop playing off of Jake Tonjes, the third-string tight end to begin the year. Don't give Christian McCaffrey the space. What kind of defensive game plan was this from Chris Shula? I'm being serious. Like, we will get into what this means for the Rams, this result. How do you have any faith in this defense? If that's the scheme they're going to run. It's like taking candy from a baby for Kyle Shanahan. And look, Kyle Shanahan's one of the great offensive coordinators, play callers in the history of the NFL, in the history of the league. He's incredible. The Rams couldn't have made it easier for him. They served it up to Kyle Shanahan and to Mac Jones on a silver frickin' platter. I was screaming at the television. I was texting Femi. I was texting Tyler. What is he doing? Like, every play is like the Nine Inch Nails song. Every day is exactly the same. Here's the Nick Costos remix. Every play is exactly the same. Every single play. Mac Jones out of the shotgun. Here's a 5-yard pass to Bourne, Tonjes, Robinson, or McCaffrey. And then they take it 6 yards because they're running away from a slow-ass linebacker or corner. It's the same thing. The same thing every play. This is like if you were in Madden and you're playing against some pimply-nosed stone teenager and they don't know what the hell they're doing and you take advantage of their linebackers. This is Madden in real life. This is real life. Chris Shula probably got $1 million to run this defense. I'll do it for free. We'd still be in Survivor. How hard is this? Play up on them. Jam them at the line of scrimmage. Give your pass rush a chance to get home and actually impact things. Pathetic from Chris Shula and this Los Angeles Rams defense. So I actually think we can blame Sean McVay and we can blame Kyron Williams and we can blame, to paraphrase Peyton Manning, the idiot kicker, Mike Vanderjagt. That's what Vanderjagt, the original. We could blame Josh Carty. I blame Chris Shula, first and foremost. If he has a better defensive game plan, none of it matters. The rest of it doesn't matter if his defensive game plan is better. But man, Chris Shula, far, far from the only culprit. And Chris Shula's defense, far from the only thing that cost us our Survivor entry last night in that pathetic excuse of a football game from the Los Angeles Rams. Oh, we're going to detail all of it. We're going to do it on the other side. Bit by bit. The anatomy of a collapse. Where if one of these 900,000 things goes differently, we survive. Instead, we dead. More Rams-Niners talk coming up next. Phenomenal Football Friday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I'll flip it to the Big Ten page where it feels, I think we all feel fairly good about Oregon, Ohio State, and Penn State being playoff teams. And we've talked about Indiana. Indiana is currently to make the playoff plus 135. That's not a bet I'd make at that price. But right there in that neighborhood is Michigan, and they're 3-1. Now, Michigan's borderline. I think you'd have to have an SEC team move out of the way to open up the opportunity for another Big Ten team. But that's one I might eye up, especially depending on how well they handle their business this weekend, John.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I think they have a lot of the ingredients that, if you're getting a jump from the quarterback, and if he's the prospect that he's looked like at times this year, then, defensively the floor is going to be, high enough. So I think that absolutely makes sense, especially, in the four figures.
Man, that is one of the easiest schedules for a Big Ten team I've seen. That is, I mean, they got Wisconsin at USC, Washington at Michigan State, Purdue at Northwestern, at Maryland, Ohio State at home. That is, you're not going to get a gift like that. If you're in the Big Ten or the SEC and you get a gift like that, you have to find a way in the postseason. That's embarrassing. Michigan should be ashamed. They should be ashamed they're playing that schedule. They really should. Look at because Indiana's got to play who? They got to play Penn State and Oregon, and they played Illinois earlier. And Michigan's not getting any of those teams.
File a complaint.
How is that possible? See, the Big Ten does it right. They just they allow their big time schools to every few years just skate by. That's what you should do. This is smart. I like this.
They signal that with the ball coming out, and it goes the other way. And the call is a fumble in San Francisco ball. Wow. That is unbelievable.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Look, Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit with the call last night. Look, I'll just say, it was not the greatest call of an NFL game of all time last night. I don't know if anyone knew this, but Utah head coach Kyle Whittingham also is a slot receiver for the Los Angeles Rams. Pretty amazing. Kind of like can't believe it. And honestly, Kyle Whittingham might have better hands than Jordan Whittington of the Los Angeles Rams. We could use a better, like Giants-Eagles next week. Listen, my team's probably going to get slammed. Can we at least have halfway decent play-by-play and commentary, please, for the game next Thursday night while I'm watching my team get their brains beaten in? That would be, we're not asking for much. Can we get the bare minimum? The bare minimum can we get? We were way below that last night. Absolutely terrible. And then there's the game. As the Rams losing, we get eliminated from Survivor. So here are these series of events that unfolded that led to us losing. First, Blake Corum. What did you and then it's like whenever you get one of these players who was recently big in college football, like Corum was the starting running back when Michigan won the national championship a couple years ago, we get do you remember when so-and-so did this in college? I don't care. I don't care. And yes, I do remember. It was 2 years ago. I remember. They won the title. Can we call the NFL game, please? Can we do that? That would be great. Blake Corum fumbles on a simple pitch. Why is he in the game? Why is he in the game? Loser. Get him out. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Start of the second half. 17-7. Rams get the ball. Drive down the field. And here comes Joshua Carty. A couple weeks ago, when the Rams played the Philadelphia Eagles, Joshua Carty, you might remember this. Let me do like my Herb Street imitation. Do you remember when, 2 weeks ago, Joshua Carty had 2 kicks blocked against the Eagles, and one of them was returned for a touchdown to cover the spread at the end of the game? Do you remember that? I do. No one's learned their lesson. That's fine. Another blocked kick, 17-7. So we hold there. No worries. That's not a big deal. Just like 3 blocked kicks in the last 3 games for the Rams. Normal stuff. All good. No problem. The Rams score a touchdown to pull even at 2020, and we can't believe it. I thought we were absolutely dead at 14-0. The Rams come all the way back, score a touchdown 2020. Here comes Joshua Carty. I'll tell you, it was not a party in the Costos residence when this idiot missed the extra point. So we're at 2020. Could be leading. Yeah, why would you want to lead when you have the team in Survivor when you could be tied? Right? Just ask anyone who took the Packers last week how they feel about that. Missed extra point. Absolutely terrible. Then we get to the end of regulation. 23-20. Kyron Williams is about to score, and the ball gets punched out, and the Niners recover. You can't make this stuff up. Like, you couldn't make it up if you tried. The Rams somehow get the ball back, and give Carty credit. He did kick the field goal to force it, because I would have broken my television if he had missed that field goal. So we force overtime. And then Carty does the opposite of the line in the movie Dumb and Dumber, where just when I thought you couldn't be any dumber, you go ahead and totally redeem yourself. This was, just when you do something great, you do something stupid and make me hate your guts again. Because his kick falls about 19 yards short of the landing zone, the most obvious penalty of all time. Niners start at the 40. And then Chris Shula plays the prevent defense, and the Niners just matriculate the ball down the field. And just in a delicious bit of F-U from the gambling and Survivor gods to us, Eddie Pinheiro doinks one in from 41, where you can bet your bottom dollar. If Joshua Carty had kicked that ball, it would have bounced off one upright, down to the crossbar, off the other upright, and missed, and not gone in. But Pinheiro, his goes off the upright and doinks in for the field goal. But we're not done yet. No, we want maximum pain. Matthew Stafford was outrageous last night. Outrageous. First ballot Hall of Fame last night. Ridiculously good. Has a sick, like circle button, spin move, throw across his body, perfect dot to Tutu Atwell, and we are in business. And the drive stalls. And we get a 4th and 1. And the Niners call timeout. Because it looks like the Rams are going to run the ball. Then the Rams call timeout. Looked like they were going to run the ball. They come out of the timeout. And they run the ball. And not only do they run it, because Matthew Stafford said after the game, this is a great short yardage play for us. He had no problem with the call. I think Matthew Stafford's maybe taken one too many hits to the dome. Because you run, and there's 2 things that are wrong with the play. Number 1, you run straight at Fred Warner. Bad idea. Number 2, you run behind the backup right tackle. Rob Havenstein's not playing. It's the backup. You're running at the worst side of your offensive line, right at San Francisco's best defensive player. If you're gonna run it to the other damn side. Please, what are you thinking? You know who agrees with me? Sean McVay. he knows it was a terrible call. If any of these things goes differently, Corum doesn't fumble the snap, Cardi makes the extra point, obviously Kyron doesn't fumble going in, we win. We win. This was one of those where this was like you cashed like an 8-leg parlay to get bounced from Survivor. You needed every single piece, all of these bad things to happen in order to bounce us. And now we're out. And one of the most fun parts of my week has been taken from me by Chris Shula, Sean McVay, Kyron Williams, Blake Corum, Joshua Cardi, B, and the Los Angeles Rams. And honestly, I'm sad. You bet on this Friday. Let's talk about the actual game. We'll carry this into next hour on the show. Colin Wilson will join us in 10 minutes, bets for college football. I actually want to start with the 49ers because they actually do deserve a lot of credit for winning this game last night. Even if I think they're bad. But still, they get a ton of credit for winning this game. This was, and I want to give a shout out to Roto Pat Doherty, who works for NBC, one of my favorite follows on Twitter, a fantasy football analyst, who tweeted before the game started, and he's so right about this, that Kyle Shanahan, without his starting quarterback and 2 top receivers up against Sean McVay, this is his Super Bowl. That he cares about winning this game and showing everyone how great he is, and I don't mean that as an insult. I actually mean it as a compliment. More than he cares about the Super Bowls that he lost to Kansas City or the Super Bowl with Atlanta when they blew it against the Patriots when he was the offensive coordinator. This is a Kyle Shanahan masterclass. And just as a reminder to everyone that, yes, we can get on him for like some conservative decision-making, and he loves to kick. It's like sexually arousing to send out the field goal in the punt unit for him. But he's a great coach and one of the great play callers in the history of the league. So he gets, obviously, a ton of credit. And, jokes aside, Mac Jones, I don't know if it's like one of the best quarterback games I've ever seen. It's one of the gutsiest games I've ever seen a quarterback play. He has a PCL injury. I actually was disappointed in the Rams pass rush overall and thought the Niners did a nice job pass protecting for him. But when he got hit, he was getting crunched, like slammed to the ground, and had a couple moments. And my guess is, like my intuition tells me that I don't think Mac Jones was putting on for the camera. I don't know if he's got a lot of Ben Roethlisberger in him in that regard. Or a lot of like Jalen Brunson in that regard, where Brunson has a moment every single playoff game where you think like, not is he going to play in the next game? You think, is he dead? And then he gets up and scores and takes 20 shots in the fourth quarter, and we'll see how many he makes. Mac Jones, there are a couple moments in this game where I'm like, Adrian Martinez is going in and like, we're going to win. I'm not going to say I was that upset about it. But Mac kept coming back into the game, kept getting rocked, kept getting back up, and kept delivering throw after throw. And to me, the funniest part of the game, and a game that was not funny, was when the Rams forced overtime, and the camera shows Mac Jones on the bench, and he's like, oh my God, I got to go, like the game's still going? I got to go I got to go back out there? He's magnificent. He was great. Deserves a ton of credit. And a lot of people now are saying, and I think like the question is fair because this is the world that we live in, right? And I don't even mean that in a bad way. Is there a quarterback controversy? I mean, like you would have thought that like someone came to Al Michaels and said, hey, Al, we're going to give you $100,000 every time you reference a potential quarterback controversy in San Francisco. He brought it up like 15 times. And I think it's a ridiculous thing. I think there's no way. They just paid Brock Purdy a bleep ton of money. Like, Brock's going to be the starter of this team. And Mac Jones is going to be a backup, and maybe he gets paid. Maybe he gets like a Darnold contract and goes, we'll see. I just think that whole thing is ridiculous. It's a great thing for the Niners to have both these quarterbacks, to have Purdy and to have Mac Jones. The problem with San Francisco, as far as the rest of the season is concerned, this defense is really, really bad. Now, Fred Warner is great. There's no question. And it's not like every player's bad. But Nick Bosa is that piece of the Jenga tower where if you take him out, the whole thing comes crumbling down. And you can't make the Niners defense great again until he's back out there on the field, and that won't be till next season. They have no pass rush. The secondary stinks. And Robert Saleh, while he could probably beat up Liam Cohen and could beat up Sean McVay in a fight, he can't go out there and play defense for this team. Matthew Stafford sliced and diced them. They are going to have no hope of stopping really good passing attacks this season. None. They had personnel issues before the Nick Bosa injury. And Bosa's the one guy that you cannot afford. Honestly, we're seeing it. Like, Mac Jones can come in and win games. Purdy's better, but Mac Jones can come in and win games. The one truly indispensable member of the San Francisco 49ers, seriously, is Nick Bosa. Because the defense falls apart without him. You got no pass rush, and if you got no pass rush, the secondary is getting exposed. They are somehow, and this is like a credit to Kyle Shanahan, who maybe he'll win. We're way early in the year, but obviously already getting Coach of the Year buzz. Way early in the process, obviously. I can't believe they're 4-1, but they are. And as a result of being 4-1, the current futures market at BetMGM for the NFC West has the Niners as a minus choice. San Francisco minus 105. And to be fair, they're 3-0 in the division already. Beat the Seahawks in week 1, beat the Cardinals in week 3, and then just beat the Los Angeles Rams last night in week 5. So you can understand, right? 4-1, 3-0 in the division, minus choice to win the division. But again, I actually don't think, even if I acknowledge that Kyle Shanahan is unbelievable, and I like Saleh as a defensive coordinator, and Mac Jones is gutty, and I like Brock Purdy more than most, and McCaffrey and Trent Williams, and they've got some good players. They're not winning this division. They're just not. Like, the defense is not good enough to get them home. The Rams right now are plus 240, and the Seahawks are plus 340. Would you ever consider pairing those two teams together to try and beat the 49ers in the NFC West? I don't think the Niners are winning the division. I respect them. I give them a ton of credit. Do I think they're going to win the division? No. I think it'll be the Rams or the Seahawks that ultimately win the NFC West. We will start next hour on the show. We'll talk about what's next for Matthew Stafford, Sean McVay, and the Los Angeles Rams. But on the other side, we'll get some college football bets for the weekend, courtesy of our friend Colin Wilson from Big Bets on Campus and the Action Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Let's continue talking college football. Let's look at our favorite props from Week 6. And let's start with the Iowa State-Cincinnati game. I'm looking at an anytime touchdown. The Iowa State quarterback, Rocco Becht, plus 155. He scored a touchdown so far in 3 games this season. Our guy Chase Kitty was on yesterday, on Wednesday, and he liked the over in this game, thinks there can be some points. I think there are going to be some points in this game, too. And even though Becht necessarily doesn't run for a ton of yards, they love using him in short yardage and in the goal line. And I think in a game like this, they could use his legs. So plus 155, I think, is a really good price for Rocco to find the end zone. I'm also going to take Arch Manning under 217.5 passing yards against Florida. You know, it's funny watching Texas, man, in these big games. We think Texas and we think Sark and we think about these offenses. But the reality is when you get them in these kind of high-profile games, they just do not show up offensively. They usually don't even crack 20 points. Arch just has not looked right. Now, he's coming off a bye week. He's played some more games, but this is going to be a big-time step up in competition. Florida has a great defense, and we all know the Swamp is a very difficult place to play. So for a guy in Sark who's been very conservative, who usually keeps the training wheels on his quarterbacks in these kind of games, likes leaning on his defense, running the football, these kind of things, I don't think Arch is going to throw for very many yards. So I like under 217.5 against Florida.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, we will get to the Los Angeles Rams and the real-life implications of their loss last night, not just as it impacts us. We didn't survive. We'll start next hour with that. Femi and I will talk about the Rams. Other betting thoughts off of Thursday Night Football, Major League Baseball with Cody Decker, and our baseball bets for the divisional round of the postseason. But joining us right now to talk the college football weekend is our good buddy, the great Colin Wilson from the Action Network and Big Bets on Campus podcast with our friend Stuckey, a great college football podcast that we encourage all our listeners and viewers to check out. Colin is on Twitter at _Colin1. My friend, welcome back to the show. How's it going?
Guys, thanks for having me on. It's, Stuckey and I were talking on the podcast yesterday, like this slate doesn't look attractive to a lot of people, but to us, we just see multiple places where there could be chaos. So, we'll see what happens, but there's no Saturday that goes by where something funny doesn't happen.
Give us the potential biggest chaotic spot on the schedule where something funny could happen tomorrow.
If Florida beats Texas, right, let's just grasp how much this changes so many things. Billy Napier is going to keep his job. Steve Sarkisian can't get it done. The SEC standings are upside down. And frankly, the way I spoke about this on our podcast at BBOC about the way Texas A&M is playing right now, I really think that they can make a deep run in the college football playoff. And a loss by Texas to Florida kind of helps them, kind of helps a lot of teams, because we're starting to even out. Georgia's got a loss. Alabama, I don't think is safe with Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt, I've said this before. I don't know if you were going to ask about Alabama Vanderbilt, but you can't put Vanderbilt in a spreadsheet. It's going to spit out a bunch of stats to say Alabama should absolutely dominate them. But Vanderbilt won this game. It's just how Diego Pavia and Cedric Alexander run this power scheme that they have from Jerry Kill that they got from New Mexico State, and Alabama couldn't defend it last year. So I think the SEC in general could be mass chaos tomorrow. It's looking pretty solid in the Big Ten, but the SEC could have some trouble.
Well, it's interesting that you started with that Texas-Florida game, Colin, because you said if Texas loses to Florida. Well, today the betting market has been betting it like that might be a very real possibility, as we are down to 5 at many sportsbooks. This was 7 earlier in the week, 6.5. Now we're down to 5, and I even see a 4.5 that is out there at a betting market right now between Texas and Florida. How do you see that game playing out? Do you have a bet in that game? What do you think happens tomorrow afternoon?
I do have a bet in the game. Are you betting Florida confidently? I mean, DJ Lagway, his average depth of target in his last game against Miami was 3.7 yards. And he didn't have any mistakes, and he didn't have any turnover-worthy plays. And he didn't have any big-time throws because he was just dinking and dunking. So it's not like he's fixed all of his issues that caused 5 interceptions against LSU. So really, what are you betting on here? Are you betting on the fact that Florida defense has been excellent? Because that is the bet right there. The scheme that Texas runs from a run concept perspective, Florida is going to be able to defend. My bet in this game was first quarter under and first half under. Both those numbers were 7.5 and I think 21 if you can get it. And the reasoning is because these defenses are absolutely elite, both of them, both Texas and Florida. I think there's going to be some soggy conditions, but if you look at what these teams have given up, Texas hasn't allowed a score in the first quarter the entire season, and Florida's only allowed 1 touchdown, and that was to Miami, so it's kind of forgivable. I think this is a slog of a game. I mean, literally, it could be 6-3, 9-3, 9-6. And I think that's why you're seeing this come in. You're seeing the under get whacked. You're seeing Florida get whacked. And I just think it's going to be a brutal, grinding game.
Well, Colin, the spreadsheets have spoken in the other SEC game, as Alabama is now out to 11.5 against Vandy coming up tomorrow afternoon over at BetMGM. The way you kind of phrase it, it sounds like you might be interested in Vandy. Is that correct, that you like the points with the Commodores here, or are you kind of sitting this one out?
I do. I'm trying to decide whether I'm taking Vandy on the spread or if I'm going to take Vandy in a team total over. And the reason why I like them to score points here is because they run exclusive inside zone, and Alabama has been dominated by man concepts and inside zone. They only have a 41% success rate. Alabama's defense is good at defending on the outside with outside zone. And so Bama's strength against the run is really kind of neutralized here with what Diego and Cedric Alexander, their running back, wants to do. And then the other side of that is that Ty Simpson has absolutely destroyed cover 3, and he's going to see a lot of cover 3 from Vandy. So I think overall the main play should be over. I do think Vanderbilt's going to score their share of points. 10 probably is a number I would stop buying if I was going to buy this side. If I had to rank them all, I'd probably go Vandy team total over, and then I'd take Vandy on the spread. But I do think Vandy has the chance to potentially put a real scare in the Crimson Tide.
This is You Better You Bet. Nicasio Femi and Bebfe hanging out with Colin Wilson of the Action Network, host of the Big Bets on Campus podcast, on Twitter at _Colin1. Well, we'll stay in the SEC here because I know you mentioned that Texas A&M game. They're hosting Mississippi State. Aggies, 15.5-point favorite. That's the consensus number, total 56.5. How are you betting the side in total between Mississippi State and A&M?
Yeah, this is such a bad game for Mississippi State. I know that they have been better. They are better, and they deserve to be talked about, but this is just not a good matchup whatsoever because if you look at what Tennessee did to Mississippi State last week, they had, 10 explosive passes over 15 yards. They were absolutely torched, and that's just something that Texas A&M is absolutely going to be able to do with Craver, with Casey Concepcion. They're going to run that exact same thing, and Mississippi State, it feels like we've had a couple of good weeks in a row and there's going to be a letdown, but there definitely is going to be in the trench. This Texas A&M offensive line is absolutely eating people alive, and they're going to do that against the Mississippi State defensive line. And, if Texas is going to throw if Tennessee can throw explosives over Cowbell and their defense all day, Texas A&M is going to be able to do the same thing. And if you look at Texas A&M's defense, I've been harping on them for a month that they have let too many tackles go. I think they're bottom 10 in PFF ranking, or 118th in PFF ranking in tackling right now. But if you go and look what they did against Auburn, they only allowed 6 missed tackles. That's fantastic. The average is about 9, 10, 11. They only allowed 6. So they're getting better on the defensive side. And that's why I keep saying, Texas A&M's got offense figured out. I mean, they are elite on offense. If they get this tackling problem figured out on the defensive end, on the defensive side, and I think they will with Elko, A&M is going to be a serious problem in the postseason. But I do like them to blow out Mississippi State tomorrow.
Colin, I can't wait to get your opinion on this Miami-Florida State game. Love this rivalry growing up. Miami, a 4.5-point road favorite, first road game of the season for the Canes. Florida off the loss last Friday against Virginia, total 54.5. How are you betting this one, Miami and Florida State?
Yeah, I bet over, and then I came midweek and I bet over again, and then I'm probably going to lay another over wager tonight. There's a lot of advantages for both offenses, and I think if you want to bet Miami on the side, then you're going to believe that this great disciplined offense, because right now Miami's offense is sixth in havoc allowed. They don't turn the ball over. They don't fumble. They don't throw interceptions. But they've also played 4 games at home, right? They haven't been on the road, and they haven't been in a hostile environment. So if you're betting Miami, you're kind of having a leap of faith that they're going to be able to execute on all those things that they did against Notre Dame and USF. They're going to be able to do that on the road here against Florida State. Now, if you're betting on Florida State, you're getting the number 1 offensive line in the nation in line yards, and you're going to get Tommy Castellanos and Gavin Sawchuk running inside zone. Are they going to be successful? I'm not really sure, but Tommy Castellanos absolutely tears quarters coverage apart, which is what Miami runs. So there's advantages for both sides here. I mean, this Miami offense is elite. The Malachi Toney factor over the middle is going to score some points. Florida State's got the offensive line that's absolutely pushing people around in the run game. The weakness in this game is the Florida State defensive line. They got pushed around by Virginia so horribly. I would be a little bit scared putting my money here on FSU. So I'm going to stick with the over. If I had to pick a side, I've been back and forth on this. I think it was Florida State yesterday, but I think anything sub 4, you're looking at Miami.
Colin, give us 30 seconds on this game, so I want to hit 1 or 2 others with you. But Ohio State, the number 1 team in the country, 23.5 at home against Minnesota, 43.5 the total, a very funny side in total market. 23.5 point favorite, total in the game, 43.5. How many points Minnesota going to score here? What do you like, Ohio State and Minnesota, if anything?
If anybody would give me a prop, I'd say Minnesota scores 3. And the reason is, look at their strength of schedule. Rutgers, Cal, Northwestern State, Buffalo. They've done nothing against nobody. And, they're still 97. Consider all those teams that they played. They're 97th in offensive finishing drives, which means when they get past the 40, they're having a real hard time getting points up on the board against those defenses. That's a real problem. And so now you're going to go up and face this Ohio State team. And the reason why I kind of hold back is Ohio State going to blow them out? And if they are, is it going to go over the total? Because that's the big question here, right? Can they blow them out? Yes. Will they? Maybe, because this game was played in the exact same 2 years ago, exact same place, exact same circumstances, and Ryan Day took his foot off the pedal, and that final score was 37-3. I could see Ohio State absolutely dominating this Minnesota offense, limiting them to maybe a field goal or maybe 1 touchdown. I think the best play would be Minnesota team total under. But I also see Ohio State not exposing anything for Illinois next week. That is a huge game next week that you would want to keep some stuff off film.
Give me 10 seconds on this one, Colin. Clemson laying 14 at Bill Belichick.
They have to wake up at some point, right? Bill Belichick are you going to lay down for everybody, including Dabo? But what is the life inside of Clemson right now? I don't understand. What is this team? They're dead. So we've got a corpse. We've got Clemson as a program that is regressing into their most horrible years. Remember, Clemsoning used to be a term, and we got a North Carolina team that has never woke up. I understand Belichick's involved here, but his buyout's pretty super low. This is just not working out whatsoever. But at the same time, I think it's a little overinflated. I'd probably take North Carolina, and I'd probably make it one of my lower volume bets of the day.
Well, I think that says it all. Colin, out of any game that we have not yet discussed, what is your favorite bet for college football Saturday and why?
Ooh, that's a good question, because I really do think Mississippi State is going to get their doors blown off by Texas A&M. If I had to go outside of that, I would probably, you know what, I'll stick with, oh my goodness. I do love the Florida under, but we already talked about it. Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame can absolutely name it. This is a college football playoff committee watch game. This is Boise State potentially getting knocked out of their spot of the G5. This is Notre Dame, who has their backs against the wall with 2 losses. They just put a 50-burger up on Arkansas, and they could do the same thing to Boise's defense. I think this is a name-it game. So if you could find a prop on Notre Dame scoring a 50-burger, you'll see me posting 50 burger emojis tomorrow. Like, I mean, I think Notre Dame goes 50 tomorrow. So I would love to. Everyone join me.
Total in the game 62.5. Do you like the over?
You have to have Boise score their fair share. And if you look at Arkansas, they only scored 13. This Notre Dame defense woke up and shut down Taylon Green. The only offensive touchdown by Arkansas was by a 350-pound offensive lineman. None of our skill position, like I still live with Arkansas, none of the skill position players scored a touchdown. Like Notre Dame shut them out. Maybe they'll shut Boise out. I really think it's Notre Dame team total over.
I heard a hot rumor that Bobby Petrino was considering you as a member of the new coaching staff. Colin, great job as always on Twitter at _Colin1. Big Bets on Campus Action Network. Good luck with the bets. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks for having me, guys.
The great Colin Wilson joining us here on You Better, You Better. Woo, pig suey. Maybe not. Hour 1 done. Hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. Femi and I start the hour talking about the Rams and everything last night from Thursday Night Football.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Let's continue talking college football. Let's look at our favorite props from Week 6. And let's start with the Iowa State-Cincinnati game. I'm looking at an anytime touchdown. The Iowa State quarterback, Rocco Becht, plus 155. He scored a touchdown so far in 3 games this season. Our guy Chase Kitty was on yesterday, on Wednesday, and he liked the over in this game, thinks there can be some points. I think there are going to be some points in this game, too. And even though Becht necessarily doesn't run for a ton of yards, they love using him in short yardage and in the goal line. And I think in a game like this, they could use his legs. So plus 155, I think, is a really good price for Rocco to find the end zone. I'm also going to take Arch Manning under 217.5 passing yards against Florida. You know, it's funny watching Texas, man, in these big games. We think Texas and we think Sark and we think about these offenses. But the reality is when you get them in these kind of high-profile games, they just do not show up offensively. They usually don't even crack 20 points. Arch just has not looked right. Now, he's coming off a bye week. He's played some more games, but this is going to be a big-time step up in competition. Florida has a great defense, and we all know the Swamp is a very difficult place to play. So for a guy in Sark who's been very conservative, who usually keeps the training wheels on his quarterbacks in these kind of games, likes leaning on his defense, running the football, these kind of things, I don't think Arch is going to throw for very many yards. So I like under 217.5 against Florida.
biggest names in the business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening, as you do every day, to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The phenomenal Football Friday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. Our friend Cody Decker stops by in 20 minutes. His bets and his analysis for the divisional round of the Major League Baseball playoffs. Femi and I will give you our bets for the divisional round of the Major League Baseball playoffs, and we'll be joined by the crew of the show. And we'll find out who will win Nick Costos' money this week on our crew. Next hour is the Power Hour. The Power Hour is the final hour. And on Fridays, the Power Hour devoted to our bets for the football weekend, college, and the NFL. And we will take your submissions, you, our listeners and viewers, on YouTube and Twitch. Type it in the chats. Your best bet for the football weekend. We'll put them on the screen. Mike Brown will shout you out in visual fashion and audio fashion, courtesy of the great Bill Zimmerman. He'll come on and read some of these at the end of the show. So put them in the YouTube chat, in the Twitch chat. Your best bet for the football weekend. Could be college, could be the NFL, could be a side, could be a total, could be a prop. We will feature them on the show as we move along. Femi will join me in a few moments, and we'll talk about Thursday Night Football and how we're going to spin it forward. Just want to give my opinion on the Los Angeles Rams and their loss in this game last night. So I think there are a couple ways you could look at the LA Rams, who are now 3-2 following last night's shock defeat against the Niners. One way would be to say, okay, they're 3-2. Could easily be 5-0. Absolutely should have won last night against the Niners. Duh. And that's not even sour grapes for me, who like lost in Survivor on the Rams. Like, you watch the game, like, yes, you can credit San Francisco, but you can also acknowledge that the Rams should have won the game. I'm not saying they should have covered the spread, but should they have won the game? Like, if you're going to be honest with yourself, the answer is yes. And then the Week 3 loss against Philadelphia, leading 26-7. Should the Rams have won that game? Like, yeah, like they should have won. You can make a case the Rams should be 5-0. And if they were 5-0, it would mean that the Eagles would have lost. And the Rams would be the only unbeaten team remaining in the National Football Conference. So that's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it would be that when it gets to these big moments in these big games, sometimes this is what you get from a Sean McVay coach team. And I don't want to turn this into a McVay bash session in the same way that, like, we can do this with Kyle Shanahan. Sean McVay is a terrific, terrific head coach. One of the great offensive minds, like Shanahan. It's the same thing, basically. One of the great offensive minds and play callers in the history of football. Like, they're both super. They're both like, we'll see if Shanahan can win a Super Bowl. I actually hope he does at some point, because he deserves it, seriously. They're Hall of Fame level coaches. They're both magnificent. But you have these moments with both of them, and with McVay sometimes at the ends of these games where it's like, what are you thinking with these decisions that he's making? And I think the difference between McVay and Shanahan, and where I actually think you can, even though McVay beat him in the biggest game that they played against each other in the NFC title game, Shanahan will sometimes make bad decisions. He doesn't really go on tilt. Now, if you're a gambler, and I'm guessing you are to some degree, you the listener, you the viewer, we've all had these moments, whether you're betting on sports on an NFL Sunday or the opening Friday of the NCAA tournament, or you're at the casino and you're playing blackjack or roulette or crappy playing table, whatever it is, where you lose in some sort of insane fashion, right? And you go on tilt. It's something that we joke about, right? Like you go on tilt when you, but like it's a real thing when you go on tilt. And it doesn't just have to be with betting. This could just be in life in general, where something happens in your personal life and you go on tilt. Like, I wake up a half hour later than I should have, and my wife gets pissed at me because I wasn't around to help, even though I do 15 other things that are great. Maybe that's something that actually happened. When things like that happen, you go on tilt. Like, there are so many examples, right? Think about it in your personal life. Like, you're driving, like someone rear ends you in your car. You could go on tilt for the rest of the day. Like, back in the day, I played the PlayStation 1 video game Xenogears for 50 hours and my memory card didn't save and got wiped out. I was on tilt for 2 weeks. Like, things happen that send you on tilt. Sean McVay absolutely goes on tilt and makes decisions because he's tilted. We've seen it over the years. We saw it in last night's game. Aaron Boone goes on tilt. Like, Boone left Carlos Rodon in for too long in game 2 because he pulled Max Fried too early in game 1. A million examples of it in life and in sports. Sean McVay goes on tilt, and he makes bad decisions. That's the first thing with the Rams. The second thing would be the pass rush is great. Jared Verse is awesome. Young's awesome. Turner's awesome. Fisk is awesome. They don't get home. This defense is bad. The linebackers all stink. Like, and they don't care about the position. And you cannot care about the position. That's fine, as long as your pass rush is getting home. And the secondary is also no good. And I think the defensive coordinator might be clueless. So, like, do I think the Rams can win the NFC West? Of course. I just spent time telling you why I don't like the Niners to win the division. And Matthew Stafford, like, is his back a ticking time bomb? It feels like it. I'm going to say something, and it's going to sound dramatic. I think it might be true. Is Matthew Stafford playing the best football of his career right now? Like, he was on freaking fire last night. He was unreal. And I used to, just as an aside, like, even after he won the Super Bowl, I was kind of like, like, obviously a great player. Is he in the Hall of Fame? Or is he in the Hall of Very Good? At that time, I feel like there was a conversation. I bet Matthew Stafford's a Hall of Famer. Like, I was a Stafford detractor for years. I think Matthew Stafford's a Hall of Famer. He's playing out of his mind incredible football. But when you have a coach, and again, I think he's great, but sometimes in these moments, he completely melts down and he goes on tilt. And you have a bad defense. Could they go 11-6? Of course. 12-5? Good. Could win the division? No doubt. Win a playoff game? Why not? Are they winning 3 playoff games to get to the Super Bowl with this defense? They could. Would you bet on it? You bet on this Friday. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, the crew, and you. Femi, I ask you, the Los Angeles Rams, can they win 3 playoff games? And any of your betting thoughts, my friend, from last night?
Yes, they can. They can win 3 playoff games. And if we get there and everyone's healthy, yeah, that is something that I would be interested in betting. Like, we've seen these guys do it. Now, that was obviously with Aaron Donald and Von Miller and Cooper Kupp and a different version of this Rams team. But like with Puka Nacua, who, like, I mean, he might be the best receiver in the league right now based on how he's been playing. I think they can get it done because I think the head coach, while you can criticize him, and I have some of those same criticisms as we all saw last night and how that game unfolded with his eyes popping out of his head, looking kind of crazy at certain points. Like, he's still a Super Bowl winner, and Stafford is still a Super Bowl winner. So I do believe they can get it done. As for me,
would you bet on it?
Yeah, I would. If we get there and like they're not the favorite and the price is right, I will definitely bet it. Yeah. I mean, I bet them against Philadelphia last January, 13 yards away from pulling that one off. I'm not scared. You know, I bet, like, that I can trust those guys. Like that's last night notwithstanding. But I can trust those guys to actually get it done.
This is like, how much copium you inhaled before this? They just like they just killed. They just killed our Survivor entry. Yeah, like I
Okay.
think Stafford's awesome, and I think McVay's like a Hall of Fame level coach, but I worry with these late game decisions that he makes. I think this defense is no good. Last night was a disgrace from Chris Shula.
Yes, Shula was horrendous. But if we're ranking the head coach quarterback combinations, outside of Sirianni, Hurts, who are you taking above Stafford and McVay?
Honestly, and maybe like if it were just those, maybe you take them and they would be number one.
But yeah, like you're not taking anyone else. Even Shanahan, Purdy, who've been to a Super Bowl, and Shanahan's been to multiple Super Bowls.
You take McVay Stafford. I agree with
I
agree with that.
Yeah.
I have big time issues with this defense and the back end specifically.
Yeah.
Where if the pass rush doesn't get home, they're toast.
I don't know what the hell they were doing last night. Because like when they actually, in the few moments where they did try to like challenge the receivers, the pass rush started to get home, and like they were in Mac Jones's face, and things were working. But who knows? Chris Shula was on a different program, not the winning program, because we all saw what happened. But for me, I think the Rams are going to win this division, and last night I think confirmed that for me. Like it's plus 240 right now at BetMGM. I know like you kind of like the dual bet of Rams and Seahawks. I don't need the Seahawks. Throw them out. Whatever. Don't need them. Although I do like them this week. Like I think the Rams take care of business and win it, because like this offense, as long as Stafford stays healthy, and he looks phenomenal. The spin move to throw the ball to two, like that doesn't look like a guy who's hampered by a back injury. I think these guys are going to win.
I can't believe we lost. He was like, and I felt
McVay
like
took
as
the ball
long
out
as
of his
we were
hands.
within one possession, totally. I felt like if we were within one possession and like we had a chance with Stafford, I felt like at the very least we were going to keep tying the game.
Yep.
If not win.
100%.
I can't believe it. He was so good last night.
It's disgusting. It's actually disgusting, the fact that we lost
gross.
that game. And it's a shame, like to waste that kind of a performance in a game where they had a chance to get fat against a wounded Warrior in the 49ers. Like that is a very, very tough loss for the Rams. But I do think they'll be able to bounce back and get it done and be able to win this division, because the Niners now, and we haven't even talked about this on the show together yet, Kyle Shanahan's saying that this is a multi-week injury once again for Brock Purdy. He aggravated the toe against Jacksonville. So like Mac Jones, I don't think you're going to be getting this every week. It might look closer to what we saw against New Orleans or what we saw against the Arizona Cardinals, which that game, like everyone says, oh, quarterback controversy. Go turn on that tape against the Cardinals, and you'll stop asking if there's a quarterback controversy between Mac Jones and Brock Purdy. So I think that the Niners, albeit a phenomenal performance last night, and you got to give them full credit, and they showed you what they are made of in terms of their culture, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think that's sustainable. And I think the Rams will be able to pass them, even though the division record looks like what it looks right now. I think the Rams pass them, and at plus 240, it is a bet today for me for the Rams to win the NFC West. There was a little bit of, and we can talk about this too.
And by the way, next week, probably facing the Ravens without Lamar Jackson, you would think they would win that game.
That's another opportunity against a wounded team. Don't blow this one, all right?
Wait, hold on. Wait. So I really need to we need to bring this up. So the question that needs to be asked is, what year is this? Did we have the same exact conversation? I don't know if it was like at this moment, like at this point in the calendar. Let Jake.
They were
come on,
1-4 at this time last year.
Because you know what? Last year, Femi on these airwaves gave out the price was like plus 900 at points for the Rams to win the NFC West, and the Ramily got home for us. So this isn't quite that plus 240 right now, but Femi, will you sing our version of "We Are Family"?
We are Ramily. I got Matthew Stafford with me. We are Ramily. Get a Puka Nakua and sing.
Yeah, let's go. I'm in,
baby.
Yeah,
I'm in.
Jake wants me to in Femi's Island voice. By the way, I said it at the start of the show. And actually, so I like the bet also.
No.
Dude, I had Parkinson anytime touchdown, and like the ball went through his hands.
He got targeted. You had an opportunity.
Okay, we need to.
One of those nights.
And we have a we'll pay off Femi's Island both today and Monday, when Femi will return to give the first touchdown scores. Dude, this is some kind of heater you're on with the Jake Tonjes touchdown. 4 straight Island game first touchdown scores is ridiculous.
Last night, I was just smiling and no words were coming out of my mouth. I was just like, wow. Like, wide open in the end zone. Wide open. Mac Jones to Tonjes. It's incredible. It's lightning in a bottle. We're going to keep the thing rolling, or hope to keep it rolling at least for Chiefs-Jaguars on Monday night. But yeah, and it pays for the season. That's the fun part. You got all this money, and it pays for the season. And now you get to have fun every single primetime game with these first TD scorer bets, and it's a great sweat. But it was fun to celebrate that. And once again, shout out to everybody who said all the kind words on Twitter and everything like that. Really do appreciate that. And let's keep putting some money together, baby, because 20-1s, 30-1s, let's roll them in. They're absolutely phenomenal.
My favorite part of this recently has been all like the white tight ends that you've been picking. So like when Barner caught the one last Thursday, I was like, is that Barner or Arroyo? And then the Tonjes touchdown, like, is that Luke Farrell or is that Tonjes? So I actually don't know who it is for a second, which is great. On the other side, our friend Cody Decker joins us, his bets and analysis for the divisional round of the Major League Baseball playoffs.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
For this one. Texas -4.5 at Florida. All of the money is coming in on the Gators. This opened at 7 and a hook. I don't know what's going on. I gotta tell you, I don't care. I do not care. I think it's gonna be a low-scoring game. Look at the Florida defensive line. George Gumbs Jr., LJ McCray out indefinitely. Aaron Gates, their number one corner, had surgery on his shoulder early this week. He's done. I think people are fading Arch Manning, but he's not going to go crazy and toss 3 or 4 touchdown passes, but he got his confidence back against Sam Houston State. You can laugh at that. That is opponent agnostic. Also, huge for Texas this week. They get Trey Wisner back at running back. Quintravion Wisner back at running back. Also, Emmett Mosley, the transfer from Stanford, he's going to play, so Arch will have a couple more weapons. DJ Lagway has been so bad for Florida this season. That Texas defense is going to give him all sorts of trouble. And I think there's a real possibility this Gators team has quit on Billy Napier. Easy wading in the swamp. Is that an expression? It is now. Easy wading. You dip your toe in, couple inches deep, you get a dub, you go back to Austin. Texas -4.5 at the swamp.
takes second. This one is popped up. McMahon. And the Yankees have completed step one on their way back to a World Series.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Oh, hell yeah. Carl Ravitch with the call last night on ESPN. My Yankees beat the Red Sox. Talk about that coming up next segment and advance to the ALDS against the Toronto Blue Jays. Our friend Cody Decker will join us in just a moment to break down the divisional series in Major League Baseball. But we got to tell you, because our show sponsors BetMGM, that no matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use today's Parlay Boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. And please download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. And like and subscribe to our YouTube and Twitch pages. YouTube.com/at the BetMGM Network. Twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. The aforementioned Cody Decker joins us on the show, one of our absolute favorites here on You Better You Bet, our longtime Odyssey Sports teammate. He looks good. His analysis is excellent. My friend, happy Major League Baseball playoffs to you and yours. How's it going?
Really happy to you. Congrats to your Yankees getting past the Red Sox. By the way, are you like lighting candles around Lucas Giolito or something? Because if it weren't for Lucas Giolito being out, I'm not positive you'd be moving on, my guy.
Oh, come on. Lucas Giolito had nothing to do with Cam Schlittler absolutely shoving last night, my guy.
I agree wholeheartedly. What a performance. Did not have it on my bingo card. Would not have put $1 down even getting close to that. What a performance. Legendary. Will live. If the Yankees go on to the World Series and say win the World Series, that performance will live on in Yankee history for decades. That's how good that performance last night was from Schlittler.
It was absolutely awesome. Cody, did anything from the wild card round surprise you heading into the divisional rounds? And then we'll talk about all four series.
Yes, the Detroit Tigers absolutely surprised me. Not that they're not capable. They're a very capable team, but I was really playing the hot hand. I thought the Cleveland Guardians were going to come out swinging, and weirdly, not even at all did we get that out of the Guardians. And Stephen Kwan, who's arguably one of the best bat-to-ball guys in Major League Baseball, kind of no-showing during that series as well. I really thought the hot hand was going to be the Cleveland Guardians, so much so that I thought the Guardians were going to cause a little bit more chaos going forward. I thought if the Guardians got to the Mariners, and by the way, I love this Mariners team so much, but I also love them enough knowing full well that I shouldn't really put any money on them, considering the fact that I've lived life and I've seen the Mariners in this position way too many times for me to actually put money on them. If the Guardians were in this scenario, I'd say the Mariners are going to be knocked out in the divisional series, but I'm going to say something differently when you eventually ask me.
Oh, we're about to ask you right now, Cody. I am a Mariners fan from the Pacific Northwest. I got King Felix behind me here. Unfortunately, he didn't get to pitch in October, given the atrocity that they put around him back in his heyday. But the Mariners taking on the Detroit Tigers. Like right now, George Kirby was named the Game 1 starter. Dan Wilson just announced that moments ago. Game 1, Seattle minus 220 over at BetMGM. You can get Detroit plus 180. But the series price is what's really interesting. Seattle minus 180, Detroit plus 160. If you had to bet it. Are you going with the M's or are you going with the Tigers?
Maybe I'm going with the M's. I really am, and I can't believe I'm saying that because this is a team that I've wanted to believe in this team year in, year out for the last really 4 years. And I'll quote another guy that's been on the BetMGM network a ton, Jake Hassan, because I think he's actually got a great line about this team that he said over and over. This is a God-tier pitching staff. They've been a God-tier pitching staff for 3 seasons. The problem is they've been allergic to wood, and this season, finally no longer allergic to wood, and they go make some killer moves from the Naylor move to obviously the Eugene Suarez move. Even though the Eugenio Suarez move did not pan out immediately, it's October now. Slates are absolutely wiped clean. I think this is going to be a phenomenal series for this team. The Tigers are not swinging the bats ad nauseum. Let's be real clear. They're getting by because their pitching has been phenomenal. And Scooble went out there and did Scooble type things. So I would watch out for, of course, the pitching. But outside of that, if the Mariners don't move on with George Kirby on the mound in Game 1, there's no one to blame but the Mariners. Period. Stop.
Yeah, I mean, the pitching hasn't been as great this year, but the bats, though, you are correct. The bats are alive for the first time since I can't remember. Cannot believe that they've been hitting this well. I mean, honestly, 0-1, but we don't need to relive 0-1 either, as that 116-win team went ahead and crashed out in ALCS. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's go over to the NLDS though, the game that's going to get us started tomorrow. Cubs at the Brewers, hell of a storyline. Council going against Pat Murphy. Peralta on the mound for the Brew Crew, -160 at BetMGM for the game one price. The series price, more of a coin flip. Milwaukee -120, Cubs even money. How do you see that series playing out?
Listen, the smart money is on the Brewers. The way this team has been playing all season long, obviously they're the young arms, and got Peralta in game one versus one of my favorite Cubs pitchers, TBD. I don't know what the Cubs are going to do, man. Their pitching is simply going to run out at some point, whether it's this series or the next series. On paper, offensively, the Cubs can go toe-to-toe with just about anybody. But if I'm looking at this series right now, I would put the money on the Milwaukee Brewers, both the home field advantage and the fact that the Brewers just went on a crazy streak this year. Their pitching is killer. And Pat Murphy's got these guys running on all cylinders. That doesn't mean I'm counting out the Cubs by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, I honestly didn't think the Cubs were going to get past the San Diego Padres. And you send your thanks to a lot of umpires from last night calling a pitch roughly a foot out of the strike zone. My God, what a bad call. No more umpires. Umpires should never call pitches ever again.
The strike call to Xander Bogaerts, and look, we bet the Cubs in that game. We had the Cubs in the series. That strike call, the strikeout of Xander Bogaerts, it's so bad that, and please forgive me, I forget who it was that called the game on ESPN. The play-by-play guy was just like, that pitch wasn't even close. When the play-by-play guy's doing that, not even the analyst, you know it's really bad. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Cody. My interpretation of what you just said, because you're like, you don't want to count the Cubs out, and I totally understand that. Mm-hmm. But again, I'm trying to filter what you said. What's the bet that I would like to make off of what Cody Decker just said?
Brewers.
It sounds to me
say Brewers.
And not only that, it sounds to me like you think the Brewers might sweep or might win 3-1 in the series. Is that fair?
I think they're going to win 3-1. I think they're going to win specifically 3-1 in this series. Now, I honest to God hope that I'm wrong. I would love to see the Cubs move forward in this series because weirdly, we got the Milwaukee Brewers, a young team with Pat Murphy at the helm. The Cubs are kind of looked at as the underdog at this moment because frankly, the Cubs since 2016 has just been this weird, just over and over washing machine of just nightmarish hellscape that their GM simply doesn't want to put them in a winning position. Now, they got in a position this season. All their pitching clearly just broke down immediately, and that's just the pitching that they had. And then, of course, during the trade deadline, did next to nothing. Listen, their bats can carry them. I just don't think they will against this pitching staff.
All right. It's good stuff there on the Cubs and the Brewers. You bet on this Friday. Cody Decker is our guest, breaking down the divisional round of the Major League Baseball playoffs. Cody, your favorite pitcher is going tomorrow for the Yankees, TBD. We think it'll be Luis Gil. I don't think that's officially been announced yet. Kevin Gausman goes game one for the Toronto Blue Jays. The Jays are small home favorites in game number one, -125. Yanks +105. Total in the game is 8. The Yankees, though, since this market opened last night for the series, the Yankees keep getting bet to win the series. The Yankees -155 at BetMGM. The Jays +130. What do you think of game one? Gausman, let's call it Luis Gil, Gausman v. Gil. And who do you think wins this series and how does it play out? Yankees and the Jays.
Surprisingly, I might surprise you with this. I think the Yankees are going to the CS, and I'll tell you why. It's not that the Toronto Blue Jays aren't great. They are a phenomenal baseball team, but there's something about this bye that we have seen over the years that is just not great for a lot of teams. I definitely can see this team coming out completely flat on offense against this Yankee team who these last 2 days, let's be real clear, the vibes through the roof. You telling me right now you weren't charged up, even if you're not a Yankee fan, you hate the Yankees, you weren't charged up watching Jazz Chisholm slide headfirst into home plate after that terrible interview he gave the night before, after the game when he wasn't starting in the game. Dude, there are some decent vibes going on over there in the Bronx at this exact moment, and every once in a while, I hate to say it, even though there's no thing to really quantify it with, as a former baseball player, you got to ride a hot hand. I know it's a weird thing. It's one of those things you can't really ever quantify, but when you're just in that mode, you can do no wrong. And these last 2 days, the Yankees were putting themselves in a position where they could kind of do no wrong. Even when they were doing wrong, they got themselves out of positions, and it was pretty fun to watch. I honestly think that, especially in a 5-game series in this setup, I honestly think the Yankees are going to end up in the CS. Now, if the Blue Jays come out swinging the bats, which I don't expect them to after a few days off, because let's be real clear, taking 5 days off and then going to facing a playoff game is not an easy task for anybody, let alone this young, and I'm still going to refer to them as a young Blue Jays team based on their playoff history.
thought, I wanted to follow up and ask you about what it sounds like you like the Yankees in Game 1, but then that'll take us to the Phillies and Dodgers. So let's do that.
I do like the Yankees in Game 1, and I like the Yankees in the series. It might go 3-2, but I do think the Yankees come out on top.
Yeah, and we'll talk about this series, Femi and I will, in the next segment, because I'm considering Blue Jays win Game 1, Yankees win the series, with because I think the Blue Jays will have the pitching advantage in Game 1, and then the Yankees will the rest of the series. But I thought that was interesting the way you ended that there, because okay, he likes the Yankees. Phillies Dodgers feels to me, Cody, and I love the Yankees. This kind of feels like the World Series, right? Like winner of this is going to be the favorite. Winner of this might just win it all. Now, the Phils have had a bunch of time off, obviously, as the number 1 seed and with one of the buys in the National League. And the Dodgers absolutely smoked the Cincinnati Reds. The Dodgers are a small favorite in the series, -120. The Philadelphia Phillies, despite having home field at even money, +100. And tomorrow, an absolutely insane Game 1 pitching matchup. Shohei Ohtani for the Dodgers, first playoff start of pitching, and Christopher Sanchez for the Phils. The Phils slight favorites in Game 1. How do you break down and bet, Cody, Game 1? And how do you break down and bet, which should be an epic National League Division Series?
It's not unlike the division series last year when we actually said, in fact, the Dodgers said it after they beat the Padres, that was the World Series. I think whoever wins this series is your World Series champion. It's going to be the Dodgers or the Phillies, barring something crazy actually happening. Because I've said all year long, the best team in the American League is the 5th best team in Major League Baseball. The National League is just that much better at the moment. That does not mean this is going to carry on to next year, or even last year, I should say. But listen, the Dodgers
it was true last year. Just ask the Dodgers.
It was definitely true last year. But I got to say, dude, I'm looking at this team. Shohei Ohtani is just a monster. I can't wait to watch this guy make his first playoff pitching appearance. Not to mention the Phillies. Listen, the Phillies offensively are as good as it gets. Of course, the Dodgers have 3 Hall of Famers starting off in their lineup, but it kind of tails off towards the end, especially if we're not going to see a whole lot of their catcher Smith in there. It's going to be an interesting series, to say the least. And I honestly think whoever wins this will win the World Series. And I can't believe I'm going to say it out loud, but even though I just watched the Dodgers with all the vibes, and though it was against the Cincinnati Reds, I think the Phillies are going to win this series. If the Phillies don't get it done this year, I got some bad news, Philly. It's not going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years. This is their final shot as far as I'm concerned, because this team should have 2 rings on their fingers already, not a one in the bunch at the moment.
So Phils over Brewers in the NLCS, Yankees over Mariners in the ALCS, or who do you like in the ALCS to win the AL pennant?
I got Mariners and Yankees in that series, and it's right now, as of now, a coin flip. I got to see how these 2 teams react in the DS. That being said, if I were to pick it right now, I'm going Yankees-Phillies in the World Series. We're getting ourselves a nice little rematch of 2009.
Yeah, and Hideki Matsui is going to throw out the first pitch. And you'll take the Phillies over the Yankees, I'm guessing, to get some revenge 16 years in the making?
Take it. It's funny you say that. I would take the Phillies over the Yankees. Dude, you're the best. That's why you're so good.
What a jerk. If you had to, so you like the Phils.
Yes.
Who's your most likely World Series MVP for the Phillies in about 30 seconds?
Kyle Schwarber. Kyle Schwarber comes alive in October. If Kyle Schwarber is at the end of October swinging the bat for the Philadelphia Phillies, they're going to win the World Series because Kyle Schwarber used his bat to win the World Series for the Philadelphia Phillies.
Can you complete, Cody? I didn't even know what this was until about 40 minutes ago. So apparently in Philadelphia, there's something called the
999. Can Daddy do the 999 challenge?
So this is...
You want to try?
So this is... It's full beers? Because I sincerely don't know. So full beers and 9 full hot dogs, or like mini hot dogs?
Every single inning, you drink a full beer and a full hot dog. I will admit that this has gotten much, much more difficult in the last 2 years because of the pitch clock. But don't think for a second Daddy's not up for a challenge.
Now, I have no doubt you could finish it.
Yes.
Are you puking at any point?
No,
Definitely,
maybe not puking.
right?
And I'll tell you why I'm not puking. And this will surprise you. To this day, at 38 years old, and Daddy knows how to put down a drink. I've never thrown up from alcohol one time in my entire life. It just hasn't happened. I don't think that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a weird thing that I have. I don't vomit on that. That being said, I don't really like hot dogs, so maybe I'll vomit.
Well, that's one of many differences between me and you.
You love hot dogs?
No,
Oh, you vomit a lot? Oh,
I don't know about a lot, but I've
been drunk with you. We've been drunk together. You didn't puke that night.
Well, not that you saw. Final question, 5 seconds for the answer. Over under 4.5 times you call yourself daddy over the course of a day in the third person.
I've already done it in this show 3 times, and Daddy's going to do it more. So the over. Take the over. Always take the over.
Cody, you're the best, buddy. I hope you're wrong about that World Series prediction and my Yanks get it done, but love having you on the show. Stay well. We'll talk to you soon.
I love you both. Have a great day. Enjoy some playoff baseball.
Yeah, we love it. Cody Decker joining us here on You Better, You Bet. Kyle Schwarber, World Series MVP per Cody Decker. On the other side, Femi and I will give you our thoughts on the divisional rounds of the Major League Baseball playoffs. We'll get Tyler, we'll get Jake as well to wrap up hour number 2 on this phenomenal football and playoff baseball Friday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Man, Ohio State has a pretty big game on deck against Illinois the following week at noon, I believe.
It is.
Here's the thing. I can't bet this game because I really liked Washington, and Washington should have covered. I can't believe I'm saying this because I dogged them all summer long. Maybe the best hire in college football was actually Matt Patricia. Matt Patricia is the defensive coordinator for the Ohio State Buckeyes isn't fair. These defenses that he's throwing at these kids, they just can't comprehend. I don't want to bet against Ohio State. It's a big number, but they're good, man. Julian Sayin just got his first big road win. Jeremiah Smith hasn't even really done what I thought yet this season. They're just loaded. Tate, they got so many good receivers. It will be Ohio State or pass. I do like Minnesota's quarterback quite a bit, Drake Lindsey, but I think this could be a rough day against that Patricia defense. So Ohio State for me.
Oh, so you're saying that the pencil is quite sharpened right now
Yes.
for Matt Patricia. Oh, yeah, he's been outstanding. No doubt about it. That defense has been locked down, to say the least. All right, let's go to the marquee matchup of college football week 6, and it's Miami on the road against Florida State. The Hurricanes laying 4.5 against those Seminoles.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Our betting thoughts for the divisional round of the Major League Baseball postseason coming up in moments, but just a few minutes on my New York Yankees last night. I actually can't believe that last night went the way it did. I can't believe that Wednesday night went the way it did. And the Yankees won this series against the Boston Red Sox. And just, if you'll indulge me, a quick moment on Yankee fandom, which people may not care about, but listen, I got the microphone and I'm a Yankee fan, so you got to listen to me. So when I was growing up, we always beat the Red Sox, and I'm going to say we. We always beat Boston. And there was never a question that we were going to beat Boston. And then 2004 happens. And since then, whether it's 18, whether it's 21, the Red Sox have owned us. They've owned us. They've definitely gotten the better of the Yankees to the point that you have Yankee fans like me, prior to the series starting, thinking that the Yankees are going to lose, despite the fact that, like, objectively, the Yankees are a better team. They're way better than this version of the Red Sox, with Devers getting traded, obviously, a while back, and Roman Anthony not playing. Giolito's not healthy enough. I think the Yankees would have won anyway, but just saying, Yankees are way better. And you still had the Yankee fans like me picking against them, and even with me, betting against them at points in this 3-game series. It cannot be overstated the psychological edge that I think the Yankees gain by virtue of winning last night against Boston. And I said it earlier this week. If the Yankees, and I didn't expect it, but if the Yankees win, I think it's a launching pad to an American League pennant. And I do feel that way. And Aaron Judge hasn't even gotten going yet, and I actually do believe that he's about to lay a world of hurt down on the Toronto Blue Jays. I do believe that. And if I didn't, I would say it. I think the Yankees will take care of business against Toronto, maybe lose game 1, and then win the series. You'll talk about how we see the series playing out in a moment. And then probably beating Femi, Seattle Mariners, Femi, in the ALCS. Before bowing out in the World Series, I'll be rooting for them. But man, I really think getting over that hump of beating the Red Sox in the fashion they did, with son of Boston, Cam Schlittler, absolutely shoving, I think the Yankees will win a second consecutive American League pennant. Femi, Tyler, and Jake join us now for thoughts on the American League and National League Division Series. Femi, let's start with your thoughts on the Yankees and Blue Jays. Do you agree with me? You like the Yankees here? How do you see the series playing out?
Yeah, I like the Yankees quite a bit. I think this is a 4-game series. I actually think the Yankees win tomorrow in game 1. I know Gossman's on the mound, and that's their best pitchers, but no, I'm good with that. I think the Blue Jays are actually going to be a little bit tight. Like, all these expectations. Now you're hosting the Yankees, and I think the Yankees roll the momentum. Now, getting over the Red Sox was a big hurdle. I said it all before the wild card series began. Yankees-Red Sox was the ALCS. I think the Yankees take game 1. I think they take the series. BetMGM has Yankees 3-1 at plus 290. Like, I don't think they're going to sweep, but I would like to take my shot on the Yankees to win it in 4. So plus 290 is going to be my bet, and I will be betting the Yankees tomorrow as well at plus 105 to win it.
And if anyone agrees with me, Jays game 1, Yankees series, that exact outcome pays plus 310 at BetMGM. So let's go around the horn here. Let's hit all 4 series here in the next 8 minutes or so. Jake, next word to you, Yankees, Jays. How are you betting at 30 seconds?
Oh, I think we lost Jake there.
Great.
Really like.
Okay, Jake.
He's back.
We lost you for a second. Go ahead.
All right, cool. I saw you all freeze, but I just kept talking because I didn't know what was going on. I'm agree with Femi. I think in game 1, I bet the Yankees already. I think they win the series. The Blue Jays' best starter is Trey Savage. He of 3 career starts. He's awesome, but I don't trust this Jays rotation as far as I can throw them.
Is that Macho Man Randy's son? Tyler, noted Yankee hater. Yankees, Jays, what do you got?
I mean, I am a Yankee hater, but when it comes to betting, I'll be objective. I've been saying all posting, I think the Yankees are going to win the World Series. I do agree that this might be the winner here is going to go to the World Series. So I like the Yankees in game 1. I think they're going to win 4-2. So the Yankees are my pick. Hopefully they don't win the World Series, but I do think they're going to kind of cakewalk to the World Series.
Who does Corey Morales root for in baseball?
He roots for the Phillies.
I thought there was because you live in kind of like a halfway area, right? You be Yankees or Phillies fans where you live in Jersey?
Yeah, I'm in the middle. My dad was a Philly fan, so he raised us both to be 4-for-4 Philly guys.
I was hoping that Corey would have turned against the family. All right, that's the Yankees and Jays. Clean sweep, all of us like the Yankees. Do with that information what you will. Brewers and the Cubs. Milwaukee minus 120 for the series. Cubbies plus 100. Femi, I think you'll disagree with this one. I do like the Brewers in the series. I loved the Cubs in the wild card series against the Padres. I think this is Pat Murphy's FU to Craig Counsell. I'll take the Brew Crew in Game 1 and in the series against the Cubbies. And they're a pretty big favorite in Game 1, so I'll try to find a way to play it, maybe run line. I like Milwaukee. Femi, then Jake, then Tyler. Your thoughts on Brewers Cubs?
Yeah, I think this is Craig Counsell's FU again to Milwaukee. After leaving the Brewers to go to the Cubs, I think he goes into Miller Park and says, "What up, y'all? I'm back, and I'm still that dude." I just do not trust Milwaukee in October. Like, there's so many times we've gone, oh, Milwaukee, no, I'm good. And if I can get plus money to fade them, this Cubs team, to where, like the pitching, Cade Horton, you really wish he was out there because that would bolster this rotation without him. It's a little bit lackluster, but I think they'll find a way to get it done. All the pressure on Milwaukee, give me the youthful exuberance of PCA, who found himself against San Diego. I'll take the Cubbies at plus 100.
The PCA 0-for-4 Golden Sombrero tomorrow is going to hit like crack. I can't wait. I think the Brewers win Game 1. I give them the slight edge in the series. I agree with Cody. I think the Cubs just don't have the arms on the pitching staff. I think they're going to run out of guys. So I lean the Brewers in the series. I like them tomorrow. I think Freddie Peralta over 6.5 Ks is a bet tomorrow as well. He has great history against this Cubs lineup.
Love that.
And I guess I'm not gonna. I guess the family's joining me on Cubs Island here. I've been getting clowned for my Cubs takes, thinking that they're going to win the NL. But I don't. Now that Cade Horton got injured, I don't know about that. I do think they're going to win this series in 7. This was a close in the season. The Cubs won this season series 7-6. So I do think this is going to be a close series. But this lineup, I think they'll be able to hit the Brewers against pitching that they've seen all season, and they played pretty well against the Padres super pen. So I think the world of this lineup. I think Kyle Tucker being in this lineup has helped PCA. He's hit 2 home runs since Kyle Tucker's gone back into the lineup, and hopefully he did find something last game. So I'm going to stick with my guns here. I don't know if Cade Horton's going to show up, but I like the Cubs here to advance the NLCS.
So in this best of 13 divisional round series, you think it'll be 7-6 Cubs?
Well, there's 7 games, so I think they'd win 3-2.
Sure, bud.
That's if there are.
5 games, excuse me.
There's 5.
I said 5. I said 7 games and said 3-2. It's Friday.
There's
Corey probably knows there's only 5 games.
Yeah. Where is Corey?
What?
You bet on this Friday.
Watching?
Okay. Mariners and Tigers. Mariners, a pretty nice sized favorite in the series. I actually think they should be a bigger favorite I think they should be a bigger favorite in the series. Minus 185 to plus 155. I don't know if I'm going to bet Seattle, but I'll end up doing some kind of parlay. I love the Mariners to win the series. Femi, I think the Tigers stink.
I think the Tigers stink as well. And I think the Mariners will win the series. And obviously the betting market for Game 1 is telling you that Scooble's not going to be out there on Game 1 because the Mariners are a massive, massive favorite. That would not be the case if your AL Cy Young winner was pitching on the mound for Detroit. So I think Mariners take care of business Game 1. And I do think they win Games 3 and 4 because Scooble, Game 2, I think he's just going to beat the Mariners. I don't trust, even though the Mariners' offense has been great, the bats have been hitting, Scooble's on another level. So I think Scooble actually scares them and wins Game 2. But then the Mariners win Games 3 and 4 in Detroit. Mariners 3-1. Plus 350 at BetMGM. That is a bet that I'm making.
I'm out on the Mariners. I don't sign up for teams that engage in shenanigans. Shenanigans! You're running out Ichiro for these scrimmages. Shenanigans! I'm out. Give me the Tigers in the series. No way.
Yeah, I don't know how you
can name, please.
I don't know how you could watch the Tigers last series and think they're going to beat the Mariners. Their bullpen hasn't even been great. They blew both those games to the Guardians because their bullpen's stinking. So I actually think the Mariners win comfortably here. I'm not even worried about the Scooble starts. I think we get Mariners, Yankees, ALCS, and the Yankees just win.
Jake, I thought the shenanigans bit was terrible. Dodgers, Phillies in the NLDS. Dodgers minus 120, Phillies plus 100. I actually don't know what I'm going to do here, so maybe you guys can convince me. Femi, first word to you.
This is where the Dodgers bullpen comes and bites them. This is the issue for the Dodgers. The lineup obviously is what it is. It's great. The starting pitcher is what it is. It's great when fully healthy. And I know they can put some guys into the bullpen. Nah, I don't care. I think this bullpen is a problem. We saw it against the Reds, where the Reds had multiple chances to try to get back into the game. That's the Reds lineup. Here's the Phillies lineup that has big-time players, Harper, Turner, Schwarber, etc. Like, they have big-time guys. I think this is the year Philly gets over the hump. Even money. Philly wins this series. They go on to win the World Series, but I do like them in a classic over the Dodgers.
I'm all Dodgers here. I think they're just going to win the World Series again. We're overthinking it with the bullpen. Okay, great. The bullpen gives up 5 runs. The Dodgers drop 12 on your head. I think they are relentless. And as we know, this Phillies lineup just disappears at times because every one of these guys is from like the middle of Illinois. They're all just generic cookie cutter white guys. If I could speak. Anyway, I like the Dodgers. I think they just go and win the World Series.
And I lean the Phillies. I'm a Phillies fan, obviously. I have not liked them this year. I think they're going to win this series. But if they do lose, it's because the bottom of that order with Alec Boehm, Castellanos, Brandon Marsh do not show up. That's my only issue here. In a game-by-game scenario, I do think that we could see a ton of runs scored in this series. And I think we bet a ton of overs with both. The Phillies have a good bullpen, but before Duran, it gets a little shaky with Kerkering and Strahm. So I think we get a bunch of overs. I like the over in tomorrow's game, so I think there's going to be a lot of runs. I think the Phillies will win maybe like 3-2 in the series.
I think you guys have like all the analysis. So here's where I'm at. Is it fair to say that this iteration of the Phillies, are they losers? Is that fair?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, and the Dodgers just won the World Series?
Everyone's a choker until they're not. Yeah?
I like the Dodgers.
Winners.
I'm betting the Dodgers.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Oh, prior to last year, you could say the Dodgers were losers too. You know?
Could you?
I mean, like this version hadn't done it really. You know?
Well, I mean, but they have Ohtani.
Yeah, but I mean, like we all had big questions about the Dodgers. Everyone said, "Oh, the starting pitching." Like everybody has warts this time of year, and everyone's a choker until they get it done. And I think this is the year the Phillies get it done.
I don't think so. I think that I don't know. Here's what I want to know, Jake. Do you have a brother?
No, I have 2 younger sisters.
Do they like sports?
Absolutely not.
I would. Do they have a better bit than Ichiro Shenanigans?
No.
It's our baseball expert,
Jake
Hassan. How are you handicapping the series? Well, Ichiro is at the game. Give me the Tigers. Final hour, power hour coming up on the other side. All our football bets for the weekend.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
I'm not going to throw Vandy in there, and I'll tell you why. Like it's been a great story, but they have 3 road games left: at Alabama, at Texas, at Tennessee. They also have home games with LSU and Missouri. That's brutal. That might be one of the worst schedules in the country in terms of difficulty. That is awful. Like, I feel really bad for Vandy fans. So, I would throw Vandy kind of out of there in terms of, a long shot. TCU, Florida State, those were teams that I think you could throw in the long shot category at this point, because I think Florida State's going to wind up finding a way, if they pull this upset with Miami, then they're basically in. But your upset champions to win the Natty, it just doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. College football doesn't lend itself to that. There are about 15 to 18 teams that have a realistic chance of making the playoff. There's probably only 3 or 4 of them that have a realistic chance of making the national championship and winning the national championship, and that's part of the problem.
Yeah, the interesting thing, too, here, John, as we talk about possible SEC dark horses like Vandy, Missouri, is something we talked about right before the show started, and that is just the cannibalization at the top of the SEC. There's an opportunity where you may end up with 5-6 SEC teams with 2 losses, and then it really is going to get down to the granular slicing and dicing of who beat who, when they beat them, who was available in that game, how much did they beat them by, home, road. And it does, I think, open the door and the possibility to some of those teams like Missouri, like Vandy possibly. But I also think it gives me reason to pause and think, is that number necessarily worth it? Like, if I'm going to bet Vandy to be a playoff team, I got to get better than 4-1.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. Final hour. Hour. You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you. When should we determine who wins Nick Costos' money this week out of the crew?
Before we get into the final bets, we're at 640. So I guess right after Brad. So we do Brad, Nick Costos' money, the rest of the NFL slate.
So we announced earlier this week that, because I generally, because I'm sick, I have like a number one crew member in my head every week. Like, who was the best performer on the crew this week? And it could be for whatever the reason. Like, Bill Zimmerman had a lead coming into today because he got Mad Dog Russo on the show. Now, it's an easy book for Bill but Bill still made it happen. He gets credit for it. It's like Aaron Boone gets credit for the Yankees beating the Red Sox, even if he didn't do much. He still gets credit. They won. Bill gets credit.
Chewing
And
sunflower
also
seeds.
came on the show. Now, Tyler wants to make a case why he should actually win Nick Kostos' money, which is, again, I will Venmo $20 every week of my own money to the number one crew member on the power rankings. And that person has to put a bet at BetMGM with that money and send a screenshot to us. And we'll see how it does. Tyler, why should you win Nick Kostos' money?
Honestly, I think I had a pretty good flu game yesterday. That's the only reason why. I was sick as a dog, and I drank some NyQuil and toughened up and produced 8 hours of Wagertainment. Who else is doing that?
Well, the 8 hours means nothing to me. It's how do you perform on this show.
Well, 4 hours.
Yes, well, okay, but yes, not 8 hours. And you also had multiple errors in the reads that you posted at the end of the show. Yes or no?
I'm gonna say no. I just put today's read in there. It wasn't that big of an error.
I'm going to say no.
Yeah.
Knowing wholeheartedly, it's yes.
I'm going to say no. I have to.
That's a tremendous answer.
This is gonna be great practice when I'm arguing with like my toddler when she starts talking in a few years. Like, honey, I just saw you threw your water on the ground. Did you do that? No. Okay. So I don't know if that was a convincing argument from Tyler. Does anyone else on our crew want to make his or her case why he or she should win Nick Kostos' money this week? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Or I will
Bill's
render my
disrespected
verdict.
by your Aaron Boone dig. He says, wow, I can't believe I'm Aaron Boone.
Mike Brown has withdrawn his name from consideration, which is, yes, Mike, you were never in consideration this week. This is not.
I'll defend myself again.
Last week. Go ahead, Tyler.
Again, I was sick. Showed up all the time. I still think I fought for the Rams survivor pick. I still think that was a good pick. I fought for that. We should have won. So there's two good stuff.
You said you didn't make a mistake, and now you're defending a survivor pick that lost.
Yeah, but it was the right pick.
Also, he's making it seem like Tyler's like a coal miner. He's like, I showed up to work regardless. We're just talking
like Tyler,
about sports.
like you realize like you don't get credit for showing up to work. Like that's what you're supposed to do. Also, like the Rams were not the right pick; they lost.
Well, no one's fighting for themselves but me. So there's my third reason why I should win. No one else clearly wants to win. I want to win it.
It's a legitimate reason.
That's a legitimate reason. Honestly,
so I should win.
It's a great reason. Does
anybody
on
want
the
it
crew,
more than Tyler?
Does anyone want to win Nick Kostos' money more than Tyler Morales this week? Speak now or forever hold your peace, and I will factor this into my ultimate decision in 40 minutes.
I'd like to knock Tyler. He hid that he had a brother for 6 years.
That what? Jake brings up a great point. Jake brings up a great point.
You guys should have known that, to be honest.
And it's worth noting that Jake took the opportunity not to promote himself, Tyler, but to bash you. Your thoughts?
Because he's intimidated, which is another reason why I should win, because I'm going to be first.
Jake, are you intimidated by Tyler Morales?
I just laughed out loud. No, unequivocally.
Why not?
Come on, Jake.
To be intimidated, it would have to require him to leave his house. Great, you showed up to work and opened your laptop. I actually leave my home for this job every day.
Oh.
I mean, when you work 6 days a week, at least I'm happy I get the option to at least work from home, you know?
Jake?
Tyler, I frequently work 6 days a week on this network and also 2 shows separated by 4 hours.
Tyler?
Listen, I just want the $20 to bet on a golf outright. This is all I want.
I gotta be honest. That felt a little personal with Tyler and Jake.
It did. I love
the best part about it is
there's
Jake didn't do it on behalf of himself. He did it to try and knock Tyler off. Jake doesn't want Tyler to win Nick Kostos' money.
No. He opened up the floodgates.
Now let me ask you this. Femi, I'm going to ask you a question. If it were Femi Abebefe's money, who would win the money this week? This will not impact my decision. I'm just curious. Who wins the money?
This week, who would win? It would be Bill. Bill would win the money this week. I thought Bill had a very, very sound week. Obviously, it was awesome getting Mad Dog, the work he does in the 3 o'clock hour. Bill would get the money.
Bill would get the money. Okay. And Addie, who was only on the show 3 days this week, Addie, I think we need to set has to work at least 4 shows a week in order to be eligible. Is that fair or unfair?
Correct.
We agree with that?
Yeah,
That's
not
all right?
enough. Addie even said it. Not enough innings. Not enough
Didn't
innings.
meet the innings requirement.
Yeah. We got to get some more innings out there.
Now, Addie does a great job.
So I win.
Like, if Addie, well, Tyler, you haven't won. Like,
That was just like the most innings.
Bill booked Mad Dog Russo. You copy and pasted a terrible read into the chat and then said you didn't.
While sick.
These are just, yes, you were sick. You know who else was sick yesterday? Me. I was sick also on the show yesterday. Anyway, I will reveal who wins Nick Costos' money coming up at the end of the show. But for right now, we got to get to our football bets for the weekend. And you keep sending them in on YouTube and Twitch. Your best bet, college or NFL. But for now, Jake, let's hit the college football music. And Femi, let's roll through the slate. Tell you what, Jake's timing was impeccable there.
Here we go.
Tyler might actually end up stealing this award because he's making me laugh this entire segment. He wanted Jake to, like, I'll tell you what, underrated funny part of this is going to be the crew rooting against each other to screw up so they can win Nick Costos' money. Okay, that was really funny. All right. Femi, let's go game by game, hit the biggest games this weekend in college football, and let's start in the SEC with Georgia off the loss last week to Bama, 20.5-point favorite against Kentucky, 48.5 the total. Anything on this game?
Yeah, this is a plug and no special. I'm back in Kentucky. I love these Mark Stoops teams as big underdogs. This is where he thrives. Their style of play just makes the game ugly. It's hard to cover big numbers in these ugly games. And also, Georgia's defense is not your typical Kirby Smart, like Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis kind of a Georgia defense. Not as stout up front there. So I think Kentucky is actually able to hang within this number. Georgia wins by a couple touchdowns, but that's not good enough to cover 20.5.
I'll pass this game. I actually disagree if I had to bet it, and I'm not, so your opinion counts for way more than mine since you'll back it up with money. I would lay Georgia bounce back spot coming off the loss, but I'm not going to bet the game. I have other places I would like to put my money, like Michigan hosting Wisconsin. Bryce Underwood and the Wolverines, 17.5-point favorites. Femi total, 43.5, and I'll go first here. I'm going to take the 17.5 with Wisconsin. Thought being one of our favorite spots. Look-ahead spot for Michigan next week. And I said it when I bet Michigan to make the college football playoff. If they beat USC, they're going to the playoff because they won't lose another game before they play Ohio State at the end of the year. And I think they know that game against USC next week, that's for all the marbles to make the college football playoff. Maybe eye off the ball a little bit this week. I think Michigan wins. I will bet Wisconsin. And I just want to say this. My college football bets, I think I say this every week, are smaller than my NFL bets. So these are not meant to be big. I am not an expert college football handicapper. Just putting some money down because I enjoy the games. Wisconsin plus the points for me. Femi, Dabo v. Belichick. Clemson, a 2-touchdown favorite at Chapel Hill, 46.5 the total. Anything in this game?
I'm not going to be betting it. If I did bet it, I would lay the 14 with Clemson. I just think they have way, way more talent than North Carolina. This whole overhaul of the roster in one off season hasn't really worked out. So it would be Clemson or pass. I'm going to pass it just because Clemson's been so bad. But it would be Clemson if I had to bet.
I agree completely. Clemson if I had to, but I'm not going to bet it. I think we'll both have money on this next game, and that is Texas at Florida. The Longhorns down to a 5.5-point road favorite in the Swamp, 42.5. I'll go first here. I'm curious to see where this market goes. I would like to bet Texas. I don't know if I'm going to, but I'd like to bet Texas. I have a sneaking suspicion. I base this on nothing other than my own thoughts. I can be wrong. I just got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. I got a feeling Arch Manning's gonna play well tomorrow. You know, my wife is going to get her eyebrows done or something. I have to leave as soon as the show ends, and I'm putting my daughter to bed. Tonight's going to be a boring night. I'd like to lay Texas, but I don't know if I'm going to, but it's Texas or pass for me, Femi.
Yeah, I would say my feel for market entry in college football is not as good as it is for the NFL because I've been hanging out waiting. I thought that the 6.5s and 7s would stay there. Apparently, a lot of other people like Florida as well. So I've yet to make this bet, but I actually think Texas money is going to show up tomorrow to where a 6 will show up. If we get 6, it's Florida plus 6 for me. But at these current prices, I'd actually pass the game. Need the 6 to back Florida. This is the classic look-ahead spot for Texas ahead of Red River next Saturday.
Let's get to the Diego Pavia Bowl. Bama hosting Vandy. Bama out to an 11.5-point favorite in this game against the Commodores, 55.5 the total. I'll pass this game, but I didn't. Who was the guest that was a Brett? Who did we go? Kanish said that if you like Vandy to maybe win this game, bet Diego Pavia to win the Heisman. Yep. I could see so many different things happening here, Femi. I actually think if I had to bet it, I would bet Bama alts. Like Bama minus 19.5, minus 20.5. I think this game will be a pass for me.
Yeah, I'm going to be betting Alabama. And right now I'm seeing 11 as our consensus number. BetMGM has 11.5, but there's some other sportsbooks out there. Please shop around. But I think this Alabama team is so locked in after everyone's been saying, oh, Pavia, and look at him as an underdog. And look what happened last year. I think you're actually going to get a focused Alabama effort. And Alabama is just a more talented team than Vanderbilt. So I will lay the 11 with Alabama. Not placing the bet yet because maybe the number comes back because I think a lot of people are going to be interested on Pavia come tomorrow on game day. But it will be a Bama bet for me.
All right, Notre Dame laying 21 against Boise, 62.5 the total. Based on Colin Wilson's analysis earlier, it sounded like a case for the over, which I may consider betting that. Maybe the over for me. I considered taking the points with Boise just because Notre Dame's defense is bad. A little scared of that. Maybe just the over, but no bet on this game right now for me. Give it to me in 10 seconds.
Easy Notre Dame bet. They got to impress the committee after those first two losses. Laying the 21, easy bet.
Maybe I'm overthinking it. Ohio State laying 23.5 against Minnesota, 43.5 the total. If I had to bet this game, Femi, I'd lay Ohio State. I think I'm going to pass.
Yeah, I'm passing this game. I think the Buckeyes suffocate them, but that's already baked into the number.
I did take 4.5 with Florida State, with the thought being Carson Beck, first road game this season. He has done better as a college quarterback at home than on the road. I think it's a close game. I'll take the points with the Seminoles. What say you?
Give me the home field advantage. Give me the better head coach in the game. Mike Norvell gets these guys up for this one. I think it's a field goal game either way, so I'll take the 4 happily with the Seminoles.
Other college football bets for me, I will ride with Joey Kanish, baby, and I will take now the 12.5. Market moving against Kanish. I'll take the 12.5 with Michigan State against Nebraska, so give me a bit Sparty plus the points. That was a Kanish special. And I'll go with what my gut told me earlier this week. And I'll bet Iowa State to beat Cincinnati, even though Cincinnati has been the preferred betting side this week. So small bets for me this week on Iowa State, Sparty, Florida State, Wisconsin, and I think I'm going to end up betting Texas. What other college football bets do you have?
We will be Oppo Taco in that Big 12 showdown. I'll be laying the 1 with Cincinnati. I like that unranked favorite versus a ranked opponent team. And also Iowa State down 2 key corners for the rest of the season. I think the Bearcats clip them. I like Purdue plus 9.5 against Illinois. Come down from Illinois after beating USC. I'll lay 24.5 with Penn State. UCLA might be the worst FBS team that they've faced all year, and their schedule's been bad. UCLA is horrendous. I'll lay the points. I'll also lay 6.5 with Louisville. Love fading teams after an intense field storming like we saw last week in Charlottesville. And then finally, give me Houston plus 12 to hang with Texas Tech. For 2 straight weeks, people have been just showering Texas Tech with all this praise after they dismantled Utah. I think they come back down to earth, and Houston gives them a game tomorrow night.
I'm going to end up tailing you on a couple of those bets you just gave out. Like, I love the Louisville thought against Virginia, and I like taking the points with Purdue against Illinois off the Illinois win last week against USC. If you want, we can. Do you want to do WNBA here? Do you want to save your thoughts for the top of the next segment?
We can do it at the top of the next segment because I have multiple bets for this series. So
all right. So Aces and Mercury in the WNBA Finals. The Aces 3.5-point favorites coming up in Game 1. Aces favorites to win the series. On the other side, Femi's going to give you his bets for the WNBA Finals, and we will delve into the National Football League. We'll start rolling through the Week 5 slate. We've got all the injury info you need. We've got all the betting thoughts that you need, and it's all coming up on the other side. Femi and I start the National Football League. You better you bet on this phenomenal Football Friday on the BetMGM Network. I am filibustering time to get to the end of the segment because I started breaking too early. It's great to talk to everyone, as always, here on a Friday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
against better lineups, against better teams, that will hurt the Dodgers. They cannot continue with this this bullpen is so problematic. Like, I don't know how they're supposed to navigate the LDS, the LCS, and a World Series with this bullpen. Like, it's trying to do like this high wire act. I think any Dodger game, as great as the lineup is, the other team is always in the game. If the Reds can do that, what do you think the Phillies can do? Like, I like this Dodgers team quite a bit, but I just cannot look past that bullpen. And I think it's going to end up burning them in this series against Philadelphia. Like, I like Philly. And right now, you can get the Phillies over at BetMGM plus 105 on the series price. The Dodgers are minus 125, which shows you how much respect the betting market has for the Dodgers, who are once again the favorites to win the World Series. I think Philly, with their combination of pitching, and if this lineup can please just like be normal and not get cold, and all of a sudden everybody just like starts to go on a slump together, like what we saw last October, if this lineup can have it cooking, I think the Phillies are going to the World Series. I think the Phillies are winning the World Series. And in fact, I actually think, I'll say this, because like as much as I talk about the Dodgers bullpen, you need the team quality to actually take advantage of it. I think Philadelphia is actually the only team that can take advantage of it. I'll say this. I think not only is this the NLCS, I think that this is the start of the World Series come Saturday. I think the winner of this series is going to win the World Series. Put that one in pen, put it in stone, however you want to do it. Take a picture, whatever you got to do. This is the World Series. I think the Phillies are going to get it done. I think the Phillies will be the winner of the Fall Classic later on this month. But give me Philadelphia plus 105. I'll take that all day long. I'm just absolutely fired up for Ohtani versus Sanchez.
One trip was only the beginning.
And I'm going to go with a guy for the Seahawks in A.J. Barner at 25-1.
Good protection, man, open court, touchdown. A.J. Barner, the tight end.
The second trip was eye-opening.
Darren Waller, 25-1 as he makes his 2025 debut.
Caught back in the end zone. Touchdown. Darren Waller is first as a Dolphin.
The third, shocking.
And for Denver, how about Bo Nix? Because Bo knows at QB, calls his own number, 14-1.
Nix wants it on the ground. Touchdown, Denver.
4 straight trips to Femi's Island seemed impossible. But for Femi, the impossible is now probable.
For the 49ers, we've got a lot of Tonjes. Jake Tonjes at 20-1.
Short drop over the middle, wide open. Touchdown. The tight end, Tonjes, into the end zone. Go figure.
What's his secret?
Ray's Sports Almanac. He says this book will tell me the outcome of every sporting event till the end of the century. All I have to do is bet on the winner, and I'll never lose.
Tune in Monday as Femi Abebefe attempts to hit 5 straight first touchdown scores. Only on Femi's Island.
And I'll see you on the island.
Oh, that is extraordinary from our friend Bill Zimmerman, our executive producer.
Billy
Before we
Z.
get to the WNBA, Tyler, do Do you have a closing argument to win Nick Kostos' money after that piece of imaging?
Wait till you see the injury reports I put in the chat in about 5 minutes. It's going to blow everybody away.
Someone's got to do it.
All right. Femi, how are you betting the WNBA Finals? Aces and Merck and Femi's Island, of course, coming up. And just, I wanted to do this, but the people that are tweeting like, hey, can Femi come on Sunday? Like, is nothing enough for you swine? For you pigs? Is nothing enough? It's unbelievable. You'll get Femi's
Monday,
Island
Thursdays.
on Monday, and that's when it's happening. Femi, how are you betting WNBA Finals in like 30 seconds?
Yeah, I'll be using some of those shekels that we've won over the last week on the island to bet the Las Vegas Aces. I think the Aces win tonight. I'll lay the 3. The more I thought about this series, I think A'ja Wilson, literally is going to go down as the greatest player in WNBA history, and we get to bet her team at -130 with home court advantage to win a 7-game series. I think the Aces win in 6 or 7. You can bet Aces in 6 at 5-1 at BetMGM, Aces in 7 at +425. Pair those bad boys together. If you want to bet Wilson Finals MVP at -105, put that on top of the Sunday as well. I like the Aces to win it. They don't make a whole lot of sense, neither do the Mercury, but here's what we got. I think the best player gets it done with the home court advantage.
I just bet some Aces to win the series. You convinced me. And with that,
legendary player.
We turn our attention to the National Football League. It's our bets for week number 5. That was not the cleanest. That was not totally clean from Jake just now.
Tyler just evaluating Jake's performance in real time.
This is great. Also, how do we feel about, for people not watching the show, Mike Brown built these fancy new animations. They look pretty good.
Yeah, they look great. Bill texted them to us yesterday, and I was like, this looks awesome. So let's run with it. I'm liking it.
And I said to you guys on the phone, I don't want to see it until we're on the air. I like it. I give Mike credit. Mike clawing his way out of the ditch that he dug himself in. So good job by Mike Brown here. And Femi, we begin our Week 5 NFL betting sojourn across the pond in London with the Vikings and the Browns. Minnesota, 3.5-point favorite. Total in the game, 36.5. Minnesota going to be down 3/5 of its offensive line. Donovan Jackson, Ryan Kelly, and Brian O'Neill. Andrew Van Ginkel out as well. Dylan Gabriel starts for the Browns. Jack Conklin questionable for Cleveland.
Yeah, and Minnesota's also going to be starting a third-string center. The backup to Ryan Kelly also hurt, not going to be playing in the game. This offensive line is in shambles, and because of that, I like Cleveland. I took 3.5 earlier in the week. I bet money line this morning at +175. I think the Browns just win the game outright. I want to lean into the extreme stuff with Dylan Gabriel, who I think if he's just serviceable, Cleveland can win. Because Carson Wentz behind a banged-up O-line against Myles Garrett with how this defense has been playing, best defense in the league damn near, I like Cleveland to get it done. It sounds a little bit weird to back Gabriel in his first start, but I think they've pulled it off. So give me the Browns +3.5 and on the money line.
I am not as confident as you are in this bet, but I did take 4.5 with the Browns earlier this week, so I'm on Cleveland as well. Let's go Brownies in London.
Let's go Brownies.
All right. Colts and the Raiders, Femi, in Indianapolis. Indy holding as a 7-point favorite. Total is 48. The juice is towards Las Vegas. It feels to me like Brock Bowers is not playing. Pete Carroll says he's going to play. Bowers told the media that he feels like he doesn't want to play until he has full explosion and he doesn't have it. So I think okay, we can go with what Pete Carroll says. It feels like we're not going to know until Sunday, 90 minutes before kickoff. So we'll see about Brock Bowers. Alec Pierce is out for the Colts. We think A.D. Mitchell will start at outside wide receiver. We'll see. And Colts star slot corner Kenny Moore is out. And Tyler Morales missed an important note on the injury stuff here. Xavier Howard retired earlier this week. That is something that should have made the Tyler Morales injury notes. But that's okay, Tyler. I'm still operating at a high capacity here. That's okay.
According to Tyler, that's sort of been baked into the number, I guess. we don't need to mention that Xavier Howard decided to walk away from football. I'll say this about the Pete Carroll thing, having covered Pete Carroll when I was up in Seattle working, that dude is positive Pete. So the injury news with him, you always have to take it with a grain of salt. The guy could be coming off a torn Achilles a week prior and says he has a chance to go on Sunday. That's kind of how things roll. So this is legitimately a game time decision. I'm already invested in on the Raiders at +7. That's the bet that I'm going to ride with. If Bowers is out, it's a bummer, but I've already made the bet. I'm not looking to buy out. If Bowers ever plays in the game, even if he's at 75, 80%, I do think the Raiders can somewhat keep this close. Indy's going to win, but I think this is just a little bit too big of a number for Indianapolis, so I'm on the Raiders.
I did bet the Raiders earlier in the week. I may buy out of it. If Bowers is not going to play, and Colton Miller. Also, Colton Miller's on IR. That didn't make the Tyler Morales injury report either. I'm calling it right now. Tyler Morales will not win Nick Costos' money this week. We need a better effort, Tyler. If you're going to do the injury reports and you're going to tout yourself as being like the male Stephania Bell, we need better. We need better.
The male Stephania Bell.
I'm going to, congratulations to her on her extension with ESPN. She does a great job.
Yes.
I may buy out of my Raiders bet, not feeling confident in it at the moment. We move on to the Saints and the Giants from the Superdome in Louisiana. New Orleans, a 2-point home favorite, total 42. Dexter Lawrence, another DMP today. He's suffering from an illness. Brian Dable did say that he expects Lawrence to play. That also did not make Tyler's injury notes. Cesar Ruiz is out for the Saints on their offensive line. Chase Young is out. Femi, how are you betting the Saints and the Giants?
Yeah, I'm not betting this game, at least not as of now. Let's make sure Lawrence is good to go. I'm assuming he's going to play with dealing with an illness there, but I think the best unit in this game is this Giants defense. And that defensive line can, I think, have its way against a bad old line in New Orleans. Spencer Rattler's never won a game. If I had to bet it, it would be Giants at plus money on the money line. I might get there this weekend, not there just yet.
I want to figure it out this weekend, what I want to do here. I think the Giants fan in me may win out, and I may end up betting the Giants. But maybe not.
It's never
I got my show on my show on the Fan on Sunday morning, and then the show with Sammy, and I'll figure it out then. But leaning at the moment towards my New York Football Giants. You bet on this phenomenal football Friday. Nick Costos, Femi, a bet buffet. Our bets coming up for Week 5 in the NFL. All right. Let's go to the Jersey Meadowlands, Femi, where your team, the Dallas Cowboys, visits the 0-4 Jets. Dallas down to a 1.5-point road favorite, total 47.5. Bad injury report for Dallas. Tyler Booker and Tyler Guyton both out. So is Cooper Beebe. CeeDee Lamb out. Kevontae Turpin out. Malik Hooker out. Tyler Smith questionable. The Cowboys could be down 4 starters, Femi, on the offensive line. And I said this a couple days ago. I like the Jets. I bet plus 2.5. I bet money line. Give me gangrene on Sunday against your Cowboys.
If Tyler Smith plays, I'm not going to bet the game. If he's out, I think it's just an avalanche, and this offensive line has no chance. The Jets' defense isn't good, but you cannot be out there with 4 backups protecting Dak Prescott. That does not sound like a good scenario with already CeeDee Lamb and now Kevontae Turpin not playing in the game. So if Tyler Smith is in, no bet. If Tyler Smith is out, I will be betting Jets money line at plus 105 or at some kind of plus money price. But right now, we're holding steady. Let's just see the actives and inactives 90 minutes prior to kickoff.
All right, so I'm on the Jets. Femi, maybe Jets, but maybe not, depending on the actives and inactives in the game. Fascinating betting game here in Philadelphia, where there was finally a move towards the Eagles today, up from -3.5, now sitting at -4. Feels like the Broncos have been a very popular pick in betting content, which sounds like I'm making fun of it. I really don't mean to do that, just like everyone likes the Broncos this week. I don't, but everyone likes Denver. Total in the game is 43.5. Pretty clean injury report, Femi, for both teams.
Yeah, that's why you saw the movement. Lane Johnson, all good to go. Jalen Carter, all good to go. Philadelphia Eagles, all good to go. They got my money. I laid 3.5. I actually still think there's value at 4. I think that this should be closer in that 6-ish range. I might be the crazy person here. I'm just that low on Denver or maybe that high on Philadelphia. Maybe it's a combination of the two. I just have not seen Bo Nix play well and beat a contending team. The only team that he's done that against was the Chiefs' backups last year, and we all know that they're resting. Whenever they play the Bills, all the other contenders, the Ravens, etc., they got destroyed. The Eagles are the Super Bowl champions. I think Fangio puts the clamps on this offense. I think the Eagles win this one by a touchdown. Favorite bet of the week, Philadelphia laying 3.5. I still like it at 4.
So I want to hold true to what I've said this week, that I think the Eagles are this year's Kansas City Chiefs, in that I think they're going to win a million games. I don't know if they're going to cover big numbers, and not that this is a big number. 4, if you lay 4, you need them to win by 6 or 7. It's not a small number. Maybe Denver covers. Maybe. I don't think the Broncos win the game. So if I had to bet the side, I'd lay Philly. What's Philly's money line price right now? Let's see. Eagles are...
I'm saying best that you can find is probably -210.
Yeah.
There's a -198 that's out there.
Let's see. Just at BetMGM, if I wanted to pair the Eagles, let's say, how about this? Eagles with Yankees to win the series against Toronto, plus 140. I don't hate that. What about the Eagles and the Cardinals money line? That's minus 125. I'm going to figure out some ways to play Eagles money line. Maybe they cover, maybe they don't. I would only bet the Eagles, but I do think the Eagles are going to win. I think they're this year's version of the Kansas City Chiefs. We move on to the Dolphins and the Panthers in Carolina. Miami, about a 1-point road favorite, total 44.5. See, Tyler's adjusting. He put in the notes that Tyreek Hill's out for the season. That's a good job by Tyler, who's editing on the fly. Storm Duck continues to be out for Miami. Chuba Hubbard's out for Carolina, so it'll be Rico Dowdle and Travis's brother, seriously, Trevor Etienne, as Carolina's running backs.
I don't know what to do with this game. I think it's a pick'em game. You're around that price. Like, should Miami get credit to being favored over anybody on the road? Maybe not, but Carolina might be the worst team in the league. I think that everything is working properly here. I bless the hearts of those who are betting this game and have a strong opinion. I do not. I think these are both two terrible teams. We'll watch it as a fact-finding mission, but no bet for me.
Yeah, I think this is probably a pass for me as well. If I had to do anything, maybe under 44.5, but I'll finalize any plays that I have on Sunday. All right, Texans and the Ravens. A lot going on here, obviously. Houston, 1.5-point road favorites, total sitting at 40.5. All right, so this is going to take a little bit for the Ravens. Lamar Jackson officially out. Cooper Rush will start. Chidobe Awuzie, Marlon Humphrey, Patrick Ricard, Roquan Smith are all out. Kyle Hamilton, Odafe Owe, Ronnie Stanley, and Tez Walker, all questionable for the Ravens. I'm guessing this means, Tyler, that Nate Wiggins is playing, which is a big deal. And Nnamdi Madubuike out for the season for Baltimore. And Broderick Washington's on IR. Tyler forgot those. Pretty clean injury report, Femi, for the Texans. How are you betting this game?
So we talk about fallen hero spots on the show quite a bit, and this is obviously multiple heroes that we have for the Baltimore Ravens. But with that said,
this is like Thanos killed the Avengers. That's what this is.
But Derrick Henry's still there for whatever it's worth come Sunday. I do like Baltimore. The more I've thought about this game throughout the week, like early on, I was like, man, this might be too many guys that are hurt. At some point, it becomes to be too much in terms of the adjustment. And this was supposed to be 9.5, and yeah, it goes down to 6.5, and now we go all the way out to Houston minus 2.5. I'm expecting that we hang out here pending a really, really bad active and inactive list for the Ravens 90 minutes prior to kickoff. Like if Hamilton's out, we're going to 2.5 probably, and the rest of those guys. Like that's going to be bad. But if those guys play, I actually think that they should be a pick. And at plus money price, I'm going to back the Baltimore Ravens against a dreadful Texans team. And I say that as somebody who was high on Houston going into this season. I'm dead wrong on the Texans. This team sucks, and I would not trust them at a minus price against anyone in the league on the road. So I'm back in Baltimore. I just want to make sure that we get a good injury report 90 minutes prior to kickoff.
You would take them at the Titans. I'll speak for you when I say that. Just like in case people are like, well, what about Tennessee? Yes, Tennessee, because they're terrible.
Yeah, like I said, that would never happen. Yeah.
If Hamilton, Owe, Stanley miss, you can make a case that the Baltimore Ravens are the worst team in the league. Probably not as bad as Tennessee, just because Brian Callahan might be the worst coach ever, but they might be 31 out of 32. If all the guys that are questionable are out, in addition to the guys that are actually out. And if that's the case, I want to bet Houston. But to Femi's point, if these guys all play, we got to consider Baltimore. I said to Femi off air today during a commercial break, I think this game is going to provide one of the best betting opportunities of the season. We're just not going to know what it is until 90 minutes before kickoff when the injury report comes out. On the other side, we will finalize our bets for Week 5 in the NFL, and more importantly, we will find out who wins Nick Kostos' money.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Like, if you can start in the NFL, you will start, especially if you're the Cleveland Browns. Have you looked at the litany of quarterbacks they've tried to start over the years? And people want to make it a race thing, like, oh, it's because of the color of his skin. Those issues exist. But look around the league. Jaden Daniels, Justin Fields, Geno Smith, Dak Prescott. The Browns signed Deshaun Watson to a $240 million contract with multiple accusations of sexual misconduct against him. I can assure you, if you can play in the league, you will play. And with Shedeur, I don't understand his thinking here. Like, don't respond to Rex Ryan. If you think that's too harsh, get in there and earn your way into that starting job and shut him up, because he has the talent. He's a hell of a football player based on what we saw at Colorado, but there is a reason why he dropped to the fifth round in the draft. And also, how hard is it to say, you know what, I'm working really hard. Dylan deserves his chance. I want to make sure we win. That's the most important thing. If he said something like that, boom, case closed. So don't act like you don't want the attention when you know that acting like this will bring you attention. This is the same guy that during a preseason start, came out with a posse and a boombox, which is fine. I don't care. But you can't fool me into thinking, oh, you really don't want the cameras in front of you. Of course you do. You thrive on attention. And then you're finally getting it, and you cause even more undue or negative attention to come your way because you're acting so weird. Like, if you want to make a name for yourself, get out there, work your ass off, and become the QB1. And if you have the talent, they will elevate you.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, some thank yous to Dole before we wrap up the Phenomenal Football Friday edition of You Better You Bet with the rest of our NFL bets for week numero 5. We had two tremendous guests on the program today. The great Cody Decker breaking down the Major League Baseball playoffs, and our friend Colin Wilson from Big Bets on Campus and the Action Network. Our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, our technical director, Tyler Morales, our engineer, Jake Hassan, our associate producer, Addie Bates, and our video producer, downtown, Mike Brown. We will find out which crew member wins Nick Costos' money momentarily. But first, we got to tell you about our show sponsor, BetMGM. No matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use today's Parlay Boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. And please, if enough of you do it, we don't have to say it 3 times a show. Download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. And like and subscribe to our YouTube page, youtube.com/@the BetMGM Network. And Twitch at twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. Coming up after us is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring the Glassman, PJ Glasser, and our guest at this time, the great Brad Evans. Brad, happy Friday. Hola, amigo. What is your best prop bet coming up for Week 5?
Hola, amigos! Let the party begin. The weekend is officially here. Amari DiMercado, gentlemen. I'm going to take the over on 9.5 receiving yards. That's it, folks. Available right now. They're at BetMGM, taking on the Tennessee Titans at a -115 juice. He's going to be in some sort of split. We have no idea what it's going to be with Michael Carter, as Jonathan Gannon was asked about the distribution touches, and mum was the word, to say the least. But DiMercado, we know, is the supreme pass-catching back. He's a guy they feature with a hurry-up offense, and you're facing a Tennessee Titans front that is dreadful. Number 26 in drop-back EPA defense. They give up 4.3 receptions and 29.8 receiving yards per game just to the running back position. 5 RBs have gone over 9.5 receiving yards already through 4 games. Amari DiMercado sizzle down there in the Sonoran on the over 9.5 receiving yards at a -115.
Brad, have a great show tonight, BetMGM. Good luck with the bets this weekend. We'll catch up with you on Monday.
Maryland +6.5 against Washington. I'm out.
He put some sauce on the I'm out there. The great Brad Evans joining us here on You Better You Bet. BetMGM tonight with Brad and the Glassman follows us on the BetMGM network. Our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, currently the betting favorite to win Nick Kostos' money. Bill also has the social submissions on YouTube and Twitch from The Real Ones, best football bets for the weekend. Billy Z, what do we got?
Nick, I know you got some games to get to, so let's just jump in with S. Bowles, who says David Montgomery scores twice this weekend because, one, it's kind of a revenge game for him, and he was just shut down by the Browns, and him and Gibbs love to compete against each other on who scores the most. Got one here from Red Rye. Giants money line +110. Saints have not ran an offensive play with the lead this season. Dart with a chip on his shoulder. G-men win. And Jacob B. will throw this one in here. I know we only asked for football plays, but Christian Yelich to lead the Brewers and Cubs series at hits +1,000. I know the Cubs will be throwing lefties, but he hits Boyd and Imanaga well. So there you go, a little sample from The Real Ones.
That's a great job by The Real Ones, and good delivery in a clutch spot from Billy Z. Nick Kostos' money on the line. Is now the time?
Now's the time. Who wins?
Okay, so here's what I want to do. I need to know, is this insulting?
You don't ask me. I'm not up for it.
So
is it insulting to the crew? Okay. Do they feel insulted? I don't think they feel insulted.
Bill Zimmerman wins Nick Kostos' money this week. Like he was secretariat this week. Bill, you won. Wow. You will get the $20, and you will have to place a bet at BetMGM and send us the screenshot. Yes?
All right. I will do that. I already know what the bet's going to be. I don't know what the actual players are, but I know what I'm betting.
All right, so Bill knows what it is.
Femi's Island on Monday.
Oh, I love it. So $20 on Femi's Island for touchdown scores on Monday. We absolutely love it. Here's what I want to do. Now, is this insulting? I think Tyler deserves something.
Okay, now we're getting insulted.
I'd like to send him $5 of Nick Kostos' money.
Tyler, send it back.
I don't want that.
Tyler, it's a $5 free bet.
No, I'm good.
Laugh a lot in this segment.
send it back, Tyler.
You're getting it right back, Nick.
Like, I do think does Tyler deserve something or no, Femi?
I mean, it's a pity payout, is what it is. Jake is correct. It is a pity payout.
I literally walked out of the office here for a minute, and I'm thinking to myself, like, Tyler really made me laugh really hard. Like, I feel like he deserves something.
Said, you made me laugh. Here's $5. Like, that's what you're saying. Like, that's not great.
Should I send Tyler? Should Tyler win Nick Kostos' money also?
But that defeats the purpose of the competition. No, we got one winner. We got one winner a week. See you next week.
I'm questioning my choice to have Bill win Nick Kostos' money.
I mean, you'd have to really jump through hoops and mental gymnastics to not give it to Bill this week.
Yeah, Tyler was a tour de force this hour on the show. He was. He made us laugh like a lot.
He made a late push.
Honestly, I'll say this. So we have look-ahead market for next week. Tyler enters next week as the favorite to win Nick Kostos' money. Just want to get that out there. All right, Jake.
Look ahead, Marcus.
Jake, please redrop the Mario music, and let's get back to Week 5 in the National Football League. And Femi, we pick up in the 4 o'clock slate with the Cardinals and the Titans in the desert. Arizona 7.5-point favorite, total 41.5. Calvin Ridley did get a practice in today. He's questionable. J.C. Latham out again. Tyjae Spears might make a season debut. We'll talk more about that coming up on Sunday. Will Johnson questionable for Arizona.
Yeah, I think if I had to bet this game, I'd actually lay the points with Arizona. And if it ever gets to 7 minus 110, I think I actually will do that. It can never be Tennessee. I'm not doing this train where they never cover 3-18 ATS with Brian Callahan as the head coach. It's Cardinals or pass. Let's see where the market goes. 7.5, nothing to do. 7 minus 110, I will bet the Cardinals.
Bill is producing in the chat right now, asking Jake to bring the music up. Now he's just stunting on everybody. He's already won the money, and he's still performing well.
Flexing.
This is, to me, it's either lay. Honestly, I'm going to put some teasers in with Arizona tonight. Get the Cardinals down to minus 1.5 against Brian Callahan.
I like that.
Bucks and the Seahawks in Seattle. Seattle, a 3.5-point home favorite, total 44.5. Mike Evans, Bucky Irving, and Jamel Dean all out for Tampa. But Devin Witherspoon, DeMarcus Lawrence out for Seattle. Femi, how are we betting the Seahawks and the Bucks?
Yeah, this is one of those CLV trophies, I guess it's going to be. I bet Seattle laying the 2.5 Sunday night. Texted you guys about that when we're looking at some of the lines for Week 5. I like Seattle at 3. Those are no longer available. At current price, I think we're just right with all the injuries on Tampa. But 2.5 out to 3.5, let's see how this goes. But I'm on Seattle. But at current price, I'd pass the game.
I'm considering betting the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But I want to think more about it into the weekend. It's not Seattle for me, and I love Seattle. It's not Seattle for me at this price. It's Tampa or nothing, so I have to decide if it is Tampa or nothing. Lions and the Bengals in Cincinnati. Femi, it looks like the Bengals are starting to draw some betting interest with the number at 10.5. That number is juiced towards Cincinnati right now. The total is 49.5. Shamar Stewart out for Cincinnati, but for Detroit, Aleem McNeil is out. Taylor Decker questionable, Kirby Joseph questionable, and Detroit's secondary not in good shape heading into this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, DJ Reed was placed on IR earlier this week. That's another one that Tyler did not throw there in the chat for you.
I was going to say,
DJ
in my head,
Reed
I'm like,
is.
I know something else happened,
Yes.
and that's why I felt like,
Yep.
and I couldn't think of who it was.
Oh, yeah. Now you don't have to give him $5. I think
I'll
that
tell you
settles
what,
that.
Tyler, with the way these injury reports have been going, you need to leave no doubt by the time we get to Friday at 6 o'clock to win my money next week.
But I think for this one, it's Bengals or pass. I want to see the actives and inactives, but I think I'm actually going to bet Cincinnati come Sunday. This will be an afternoon bet Sunday for me once we get those during the witching hour for the late games. 10.5 is just a little bit too much. And I know Detroit's much, much better, and the Bengals been blown out. I just like the aspect of getting a team that's been embarrassed 2 straight weeks when their only strength might be the wide receivers against that Lions secondary that is banged up. I like that matchup. So give me Cincinnati, but I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to bet it, until we get to the actives and inactives.
I think if you like Cincinnati, you should bet the over, because I think the Lions are going to score 1 million points in this game. If it gets to 10, I'll consider betting Detroit, maybe a Lions team total over. We'll talk about it more on Sunday. Chargers hosting the Commanders in Los Angeles. LA close to being a 3.5-point home favorite, 3 minus 15 at MGM. Total of the game is 47. Joe Alt is out. Mekhi Becton is questionable. This is a banged-up Chargers offensive line. Jaden Daniels is back and starting for Washington, but he's without 2 of his top 3 receivers, Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown. We think Deebo Samuel plays, Femi, for the Commanders.
Yeah, it's a bet on the Commanders, +3 for me. I also bet some Commanders money line at +140 because it just feels like this game could go either way. And I like the aspect of getting Jaden Daniels to win a football game. It gets a really good Chargers team. I understand that, but a Chargers team that's really banged up on that offensive line. They've struggled to run the ball. Now that both tackles are out, maybe the Commanders can actually put some pressure on Justin Herbert. And if you just give Daniels enough guys with Deebo Samuel out there, McCaffrey's actually been playing pretty well for the Commanders as well. I think they can put up enough points to hang with the Chargers. So give me the Commanders +3. I also have some money line at +140.
You're lucky you're not eligible for this because you're the worst time manager of all time. You would not win Nick Costos' money. Commanders are a bet for me in this. I just need to figure out if it's 3.5, 3 or money line on Sunday. And we close on Sunday Night Football. Bills an 8-point home favorite against the Patriots, total 49.5. We think Ed Oliver and Matt Milano are back for the Bills. Milton Williams added to the injury report yesterday for the Patriots. Femi, that is a big deal.
Yes, and I think this number is just right. Like, now that these guys are all good to go and everyone's good, no bet for me. I think New England maybe could be frisky, but it's just a pass. I'll just watch the game and have fun and root for Josh Allen to put up big points.
And he will. I like teasing Buffalo down to -2, and my favorite side bet of the week, I think Buffalo wins this game by double digits. So I'm laying the Bills -8 and Bills teaser legs. Let's call it Bills Arizona as my teaser leg coming up on Sunday. I had teaser legs with the Rams that unfortunately they couldn't even cover teaser legs. That died last night.
Teasers, Survivor.
All right. Yeah, it's not great. All right, that does it for the Phenomenal Football Friday edition of the show. Femi is back with me on Monday. I am back on Sunday morning. My friend, have a great weekend.
We'll see everybody on Monday. Let's go ahead and get some more first TD score bets. Let's go.
Femi's Island returns to the show on Monday, and we look forward to that. I'll talk to everyone 8 a.m. Sunday morning on The Fan, and then nationally with Sammy P at 11 a.m. Eastern. And until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, and the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Carson Beck, I'm going to take his anytime touchdown price at plus 320 against Florida State. You know, a lot of times I like taking anytime touchdown prices with some of these college quarterbacks, but watching that Virginia-Florida State game last week, FSU struggled with stopping the run for Virginia. They struggled with stopping Juwan Taylor, the running back for UVA, and then Chandler Morris, the Virginia quarterback, had 3 rushing touchdowns. They could not contain the zone read. They were undisciplined every single time. Miami with multiple weeks to prepare, even though Beck isn't all that great of an athlete, he's not a guy that scrambles all that much. I mean, FSU's going to commit everybody in the box, and they're going to try and do everything to stop Mark Fletcher. So I think there could be an opportunity for Beck to maybe keep one of those and just take it around the edge and score a touchdown if they're close. I like the price at plus 320, so I'd look at Carson Beck anytime touchdown in that game against Florida State. And then we'll stay in that FSU-Miami game, and I'm going to take Malachi Toney over 59.5 receiving yards against Florida State. Look, Toney, his receiving total against the Gators a couple weeks ago was near the 80s. It was like high 70s, 77.5, 78.5. Well, he has 40 yards receiving in that game, and now his number is all the way down to 59.5. That just makes no sense. There's a 20-yard adjustment off of one game. This is Carson Beck's number one target. This is a guy who's been their best receiver all year. And again, Florida State's defense does give up a lot of yards. They do give up a lot of explosive plays. So I think this is a too low of a number. Toney, over 59.5 receiving yards, I think is a really good bet. I like that price. I like the Jeremy Bernard price as well. So a couple of good numbers you can get with some of the top receivers playing this weekend in college football.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
Not going to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise here. Another booming edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans, joined by the Glassman, PJ Glasser, in for the off tonight, Ryan Horvat. But we're still going to get on our horses in a little giddy-up edition of the Freaky Fast Friday slate here of BetMGM tonight. Of course, we're going to be going game by game, every single matchup in the Sunday slate of NFL Week 5 affairs. We're going to give you either a side, a total, a player prop, or possibly for greedy SOBs, some SGPs as well. So again, that's what we do in every single Friday episode of the show. We're also going to throw out some college cash. Not the most engrossing slate of college football games to pick from, but there's numerous ones, and there are a lot of money-making opportunities. And we got a handful of games available tonight as well. We're going to get after it here momentarily with our card breakdown. Maybe we'll have some action in one of the matchups this evening, or we're just going to be looking ahead to the main slate tomorrow in the world of college football in week number 6, or possibly there in the National Football League, or even the MLB postseason. I am still on cloud like not even 9, not even 10, like cloud 11 after the Cubs finished off the San Diego Padres. Woo! In sweaty fashion. I had a shower after the show because the drip was profuse, you could say, as they eked one out there, 3-1 in the end, and they march on to take on the rival Milwaukee Brewers right up the road, just a couple hours away there along the shores of Lake Michigan. So can't wait for game 1. That is going to be tomorrow because the Cubs have not yet announced who is going to be taking the hill because what pitchers are really going to be available. I'm guessing it's going to be Matthew Boyd, but we're going to find out here in short order. In Milwaukee, we'll see who they trot out. All the rumors are it's likely going to be Freddie Peralta, who's been masterful at home this season with a sub-2 ERA. So we got a lot to discuss on the program tonight. And we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine program. If you have any fantasy football questions, and man, the injury amp has been running amok right now in the virtual game. So many key players out due to injury. Numerous players that are still highly questionable. We'll get into that discussion, our Choose Your Own Adventure here momentarily. So you're racking your brain about some of these start-sit decisions. Maybe you're already dealing with a massive deficit thanks to Kyron Williams, the big game last night, but it unfortunately coughed it up at the goal line to end a regulation, which would have sealed the deal on the victory, and for me, a cover on a lot of old lines with the LA Rams. So a little bitter Betsy about that, but he went off regardless for fantasy purposes. Christian McCaffrey went off, and how about Kendrick Bourne? If you're one of those fortunate individuals that picked him up, you're like, yeah, I'll roll the dice and see what he can bring to the table. Double figures in receptions, over 140 receiving yards. Dude was on point last night, locked in, channeling the football playing ghost of one, Jerry Rice. So a very entertaining game, and especially for BJ because he was on San Francisco plus the 8.5 last night. But we donated some cash on the live dives, continuously chasing the Los Angeles Rams there on the live money line. Didn't pull through, but again, I was still tickled at how well the game was played from beginning to end. So again, if you want to talk to us about a variety of gaming topics, whether fantasy or sports betting related, pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: which running back has the best shot at 100 rush yards in NFL Week 5? Very simple. These odds pulled, of course, from BetMGM. Your options are Quinshon Judkins across the pond and Jude England against Minnesota at plus 210. Jonathan Taylor, the Colts, against Vegas at plus 115. Jahmyr Gibbs on the road against the Bungles at plus 180. Or Saquon Barkley taking on the stiff and stout Denver Broncos at plus 145. So far, over 175 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Let me bring in my esteemed and handsome and ultra-intelligent colleague, PJ Glasser and Glassman. Here are your topics tonight for Choose Your Own Adventure. Topic number 1, Chuba Hubbard officially ruled out with a calf setback, and the belief is he is going to land on injured reserve, which means he's going to miss a minimum of 4 games. Rico Arena Suave, as in Rico Dottle officially in the starting lineup. Where does Uncle Rico rank in fantasy this week against the Miami Dolphins? Option number 2, Bucky Irving, a no-go. He is not going to be able to play with that foot sprain. That was always the expectation all week long. Of course, Tampa making that long cross-continental flight to Seattle, taking on the Seahawks. Got Rashad White and Sean Tucker likely to form some kind or loose RBBC. White rush yards prop sits at 49.5 right now at BetMGM. Receiving yards at 21.5. Tucker opens at 27.5 rush yards. And option number 3, Brock Bowers missed practice today for the Las Vegas Raiders, though he is listed as questionable. Pete Carroll anticipates he will play despite the missed practice time the last couple of days against the Indianapolis Colts. So out of Chuba Hubbard with Rico Dotto now in Carolina, Buck Irving out, Rashad White and Sean Tucker in for Tampa on the road in Seattle. Or Brock Bowers, we think he's going to play, but is he going to be limited? Well, those are your options tonight. PJ, choose your own adventure.
Brett, I'm going to go with Brock Bowers. Because, look, the Raiders, if they're going to want to keep pace with Indianapolis, they're going to have to score. The Colts have played 2 games at home this season. They have not punted in either of those games. Their offense has been on fire. So, Brad, if they want any chance at covering the spread, if they want any chance of maybe shocking Indy and pulling off the upset, they're going to need Bowers to be out there. So I think that's the lane I would choose. I mean, Seattle and Tampa are 2 of the top rush defenses in the NFL, so I don't really think it matters who is in there at running back for Tampa, to be honest with you. And then Carolina and Miami, same sort of thing. I think Dowdle is interesting and could benefit from that for sure. I think he could have a nice game, but I think the Bowers injury is a big deal. The Raiders are going to have to score points. Geno has not been playing well. And if Bowers isn't able to go, Brad, that is bad news for Vegas.
Yeah, I totally agree. And the Colts line has moved ever so slightly. I think the last I saw, it was Indy at -7 there at BetMGM. But, yeah, Bowers has not looked like himself really this season. A guy that a lot of fantasy managers spent exorbitant draft capital on in early round 2 and a lot of 12-team formats. The guy simply has not delivered on high-level expectations because he's been playing wounded. But he is going to try to cowboy up and likely get out there, but temper your expectations. Honestly, he needs a bye week in the worst way, and it's still off in the distance for the Las Vegas Raiders. All right, let's go ahead and switch gears now and get down with our cards this evening. These are top 3 picks of the night or of the weekend in the NFL, college football, or Major League Baseball. PJ, what do you got at numero uno on your card this evening?
Brad, let's go with on Sunday, Derrick Henry over 18.5 rush attempts against the Houston Texans, right? I mean, this one's pretty simple. All the injuries that the Ravens have, no Lamar Jackson. Derrick has not gotten more than 12 carries in each of the last 3 games. He's fresh. He's ready to go. I mean, give the king the beast, right? Brad, what did we see with San Francisco last night? They were outmanned. They had a ton of injuries, but they still had McCaffrey, and they did everything they could to get involved in the pass game, in the run game. Derek is obviously not the receiver that CMC is, but he's still one of the best running backs in all of football. I would expect him to have 20, 25 carries, so over 18.5 rush attempts for the king. That is my first play.
Numero from me in Joliet, England, with Minnesota taking on the Cleveland Browns. I'm going to live in the land down under on Jordan Mason rush yards. I grabbed it a couple of days ago at 68.5. It has moved. It is down now to 66.5 at a heavier juice at minus 135, but I would still play that bad boy on the under. I don't think he's going to break 60 in this game. Why? Well, you got a bunch of man-eaters there. Oh, here they come. Watch out. With Myles Garrett, Del Pitt, a number of guys. Actually 4 defenders there on the front line and the linebacker core that rank inside the top 30 in total run stops, according to Pro Football Focus. As a collective, the Browns number 6 in rush EPA defense, giving up just 2.82 yards per carry, 60.5 rush yards per game to all running backs. That's crazy. Jahmyr Gibbs, the only one to crack the 60-yard mark against them so far this year. Mason's been great on a per-touch basis, 3.41 yards after contact per attempt. He's forced 7 combined missed tackles, but he's only gone over 68.5 one time. Again, I don't think he gets to 60. I got him for like 58, 59 in the end. Give me the under, my top play of the weekend. Jordan Mason on that 68.5 rush yards against the Brownies. Numero dos on your card, PJ. What else do you have?
I like the Saints spread on the money line against the Giants. It's about minus 130 on BetMGM. I think this is where the Saints get their first win of the season. I like the fact that the Giants got their win last week, so they're feeling good about themselves, maybe a little overinflated in the market. And New Orleans, Brad, we all knew they were going to be arguably the worst team in the NFL this year, and they're 0-4. But I've been impressed with how they played in 3 of their games, right? I mean, they hung with Buffalo for all 4 quarters last week. They went toe-to-toe with Arizona and San Francisco the first 2 weeks. So 3 of the first 4 games, the Saints have been very competitive. Now they're at home. Jackson Dart making his first career NFL road start, coming off a big upset win. I'll take a New Orleans team that's going to scrap and claw and fight to try and get that first win. I think the Saints are the right side, Brad. So we're taking Nolans minus 130.
Yeah, raise a glass of Sazerac. I'm with you. I think the Saints get their first victory of the year. Numero dos on my card. This one just posted earlier today, and I grabbed it immediately because I was shocked at how low the number was. Amari DiMercato over 9.5 receiving yards against the Tennessee Titans at a minus 115. Going to see his role ramp up, obviously, with Trey Benson out. No James Conner for the rest of the year. Benson out for the next 4 to 6 weeks. He's going to work in concert with Michael Carter, and I still think Michael Carter is going to lead this team in touches. But Jonathan Gannon was asked about the backfield split today, and he's like, mum's the word. I don't know. Keeping it close to the vest. But what we do know about DiMercato, he's a primary pass down back. He operates in the hurry-up offense exclusively. And all we really need, he could get this on one catch. Could be a single play payday. Last week in Seattle, 2 targets, 2 grabs for 14 yards, around 15 routes. I think he's going to run at least 20 routes in this matchup on Sunday. The Titans, number 26 in dropback EPA defense, have allowed 4.3 receptions, 29.8 receiving yards per game to the running back position. 5 RBs have caught at least 10 receiving yards against him. So Amari DiMercato, I think, is going to add his name to that list. So that is my second favorite play of the weekend. Numero tres on your card, PJ. Bring it home.
Brad, we got Oregon State, another winless team. They're 0-5 going up against Appalachian State, who's 2-2. App State, the 2-2 team, is at home, and they're only favored by 1.5 points. I think the market is trying to tell you something. Also, the schedule disparity between these two teams. Oregon State played their rivalry game against Oregon. They played a middle-of-the-pack Big 12 team in Houston. So Oregon State's played some decent teams. App State's played nobody. I think Oregon State wins that game tomorrow out in Boone, North Carolina. So let's go with the Beavers, plus 1.5 against App State.
Oh, could be slapping their tails there, the Beavers. All right, numero chase for me. Let's stick with the college game. Turtle power, baby. Give me the Maryland Terrapins at home in a prove-it matchup against the Washington Huskies in that cross-continental trip and a long one for Washington to get to College Park. Plus 6.5. I love that. At a minus 110. I look at the football power index. Washington is 21 spots higher, but Maryland, according to PFF, and their offensive and defensive efficiency data, the defense efficiency, the Terps #1 in the country. Yeah, Washington's number 5 in offense efficiency, but they're 112 in defense efficiency. I think Maryland, at a minimum, keeps it ultra close. Maybe loses by a field goal, and that's fine by me because they still cover. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. Bets, and more bets, including our crew to cash. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Let's start with that Cincinnati and Iowa State game. As we look at some of the top 25 matchups that we have, it feels like Cincinnati would be the play, right? I mean, unranked team favored against a ranked team. The problem is in college football, every year, there is a team like Iowa State who is like fraudulent. They're a ranked team, they're undefeated, but everybody wants to bet against them, and all they continue to do is win and cover spreads. And Arizona was taking a lot of money last week on Iowa State. People were betting Kansas State week 1 in Dublin. They were betting Iowa against Iowa State. All these type of games, and all Iowa State keeps doing is winning. So normally I'd be on the side of Cincinnati. Iowa State's the kind of team that scares me. And something I've noticed about college football, these noon Eastern time games, feels like every week we have one game that's like a trendy pick. Last week it was Arkansas. Everybody was on Arkansas against Notre Dame. That didn't work out. I kind of think this is going to be the trendy game, and people are going to be on Cincinnati. Just makes me a little nervous. So I'm going to pass on the game, but I am interested to see if Iowa State keeps winning these kind of games. Illinois is a 9.5-point favorite on the road at Purdue, and I like Purdue in the game. Maybe wait to see if you can get a 10 with Purdue after Illinois is coming off that big win against USC. I just don't think this Illinois team is very good. You know, USC, they continue to struggle. We talked about it all last week, how they struggle outside the state of California and how they've struggled against these Big Ten teams when they go to the Midwest or the Eastern time zone. Purdue's much improved. Barry Odom's a very good coach. Their offense is decent. I think they can hang around and keep this game close. So I look at Purdue plus the points. Texas and Florida is going to be a very interesting game. The under is getting hammered. This was at like 45.5. Now it's all the way down to 41.5. If we start to see some 40s pop up or even like a 39.5, I would maybe start to consider an over. Now, I understand why everybody is betting the under because Texas and Sark in these big games have just been terrible. They have not been able to score any points in these big games. Florida's got a very good defense, but psychologically, where is Florida out of this bye week? They lose to Miami. They lose to LSU. Lagway's banged up. He's not playing well. Are they just ready to quit on Napier, or do they still feel like they can save their season a little bit? I think at +7, I would look at Florida because I'm going to trust that they're playing Texas. They're at home. And Sark and the Longhorns, again, have just not been scoring a lot of points in these marquee games. So I would look at Florida plus the points. And, again, if this total keeps going down, I would consider an over as well. Bama and Vandy, you guys know how I feel about this game. I like Vandy plus the points. Feels like a lot of people are laying the number with Alabama this week. I understand it. From a mentality standpoint, from a bounce-back revenge standpoint, it makes sense. But Bama's run defense, I don't think people are talking about enough. It's still not very good, and not having a good run defense against Vandy is problematic. So I still like Vandy plus the points. Virginia and Louisville, again, number 24 Virginia on the road taking on Louisville, and the Cardinals are a 7-point favorite. That right there is what we call a market indicator. So Virginia's having a great season. Tony Elliott's done a great job. His team can score a lot of points. But Jeff Brom in Louisville, he's a very good coach. They're coming off a bye week. I like Louisville minus the 7. Notre Dame's laying 3 touchdowns this week at home against Boise. It's 20.5. I'm going to see if we can get a 21. But right now I am leaning Boise plus the points. When you have a team like Notre Dame that's all offense and no defense, it always makes me a little nervous laying 3 touchdowns. And Notre Dame's going to score 40 in this game. They probably are. but who's not to say they might not give up 28 or 30 points themselves. And when you're that great on offense and your defense is that bad, it puts a lot of pressure on your offense to deliver every drive and put up points. If maybe Carr has a deflected pass that gets intercepted, or there's a fumble or a miscue, whatever it may be, that obviously helps us having the points with Boise State. They're going into Notre Dame. They get to play the Irish in South Bend. So it would only be Boise for me. When you have a defense that bad, I don't love laying that many points with a team like Notre Dame.
Will Jalen Hurts have the stats to potentially justify a bet? You could get him like 8.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad, the big noise happens with you. The glass man in for Ryan Horvath on this Freaky Fast Friday. That's PJ Glasser. We're going to rock and roll through some more bets. Got a crew to cash, parlay play, and I'm leaving the door open. Any brand of football you want to go with, gentlemen. Could be the NFL or in college as well. We got another juicy parlay potentially. Nearly hit one at 1,700 last night. If only the under would have came through on the first half of that Niners and Rams matchup. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. We're going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time bets as well. Also, friendly reminder, phone lines remain open. If you're racking your brain right now about some of the fantasy football start-sit decisions you got to make, pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. PJ and I are happy to help and try to get you that win in a critical and buy-impacted week. Also, you can fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's asking you this: which running back has the best shot at 100 rush yards in NFL Week 5? Odds pulled from BetMGM. Your options are Quinshon Judkins in Joliet, England, taking on Minnesota at plus 210. Jonathan Taylor against the Las Vegas Raiders at plus 115. Jahmyr Gibbs against Cincinnati on the road at plus 180. Or Saquon Barkley against the Denver Broncos at home at plus 145. So far, over 175 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes to come and drop us a comment. We'll read them a little bit later on in the program. So bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. No matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use the Parlay Boost token to boost your potential payout on a winning college football parlay. And boy, got a lot to choose on them tomorrow with the loaded slate. So opt in right now with that Parlay Boost token and use it on the Junior Gridiron. Another busy Saturday on the immediate horizon. All right, it's time to do our crew to cash parlay build. I'm going to give you a leg. PJ's going to chip in, and so is our EP, Brandon Combs. And I'm going to bat lead off here, gentlemen. Again, I will allow college football or the NFL. I'm going to go with the player prop market. You guys know how much I love and adore player props in the National Football League. By the way, check out my always free transparent spreadsheet. I think I'm up to like about 30, 35 bets for Week 5 at thegamingjuice.com. I don't charge you a dime. Check out the full lineup of plays that I have. Yes, and I actually put my real money on it at thegamingjuice.com. I'm going to go with Seal, Smashel, oh, and the football Frankenstein. PJ loves him to be a busy man on the ground. All I need is one stinking catch from Derrick Henry. I think he's going to cash the over on 4.5 receiving yards, taking on those Houston Texans. You look at Henry, his involvement in the pass game has ramped up a little bit more unusual compared to years prior. He's gone 1 for 13, 0 for 0 in week 2, 1 for 7, and 3 catches for 16 yards. Season high in both categories last week. He's only running 6.8 routes per game. He's only running out on a route on 21.8% of his snaps. He has 5 targets in total. Again, we need one grab off the hand of Cooper Rush, and I think he's going to get that. Houston is number 4 in dropback EPA defense, so they've been rather robust on that back end, which means that checkdown game is going to be wide open. They've given up 22.3 receiving yards per game in the running back position. Four running backs have caught at least 5 yards against them this year, so that's our first leg in tonight's Crew to Cash. PJ, what is your pick to click?
I like it, Brad. I'm going to go to college football. I'll take Louisville minus 6.5 against Virginia. Virginia, number 24 team in the country, coming off that big upset last Friday against Florida State. Now they have to turn around, go on the road, and play a very good Louisville team who always has a good offense under Jeff Brom. Brad, I just hope that nobody after Louisville wins this game says that it's an upset, okay? They are a touchdown favorite. Please, let's not do that, even though they're an unranked team over a ranked team. But I like the Cardinals, right? I mean, anytime you see something like this where an unranked team is a 6.5-point favorite, they're usually the right side in the game. I think they're going to be able to get stops on this UVA offense, and I think Virginia's going to have a tough time stopping their offense. So Louisville, I think, Brad, they could win this game by a couple touchdowns. I like them laying 6.5.
Yeah, go in and dip that play in wax like at the Maker's Mark facility there in Lowell. That's how we pronounce it in the Midwest. It's not Louisville, folks. It's not even Louisville. It's just Lowell. That's what it ultimately becomes, and I think the residents here will fully accept that pronunciation. Brando, you're batting third and last here in our Crew to Cash parlay. Again, so far, Derrick Henry over 4.5 receiving yards, and Lowell minus 6.5 or Louisville against UVA. Brandon, what is your selection? And you're also staying on the junior gridiron, aren't you?
I am. I'm going to go with Vanderbilt. I like them plus 11.5. It's moved up to 11.5. It was 10.5 this morning. I like them plus 11.5 at minus 110 against Alabama. I think Diego Pavia is going to present a real problem for this Alabama defense. Not only can he throw the ball with over 1,200 yards passing, his 13 touchdowns, he takes care of the ball real well, doesn't turn it over a ton, but he can also run, and that's the weakness of Alabama's defense. They don't stop the run very well, so I think they're going to be able to keep this game close. I think they're actually live on the money line if you're crazy like I am and want to sprinkle some.
All right, so going to roll with the Vandy Dandies. All right, so the Crew to Cash build for this NFL and college football weekend. Leg numero dos, Derrick Henry over 4.5 receiving yards. Leg numero dos, Louisville or Lowell minus 6.5 against UVA. And leg numero tres, Vanderbilt plus 11.5 against Alabama. Uno, dos, and tres, mi amigos. All 3 legs hit. You're looking at an outstanding and very cool plus 531 there at BetMGM. Fade or follow, that is entirely up to you. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, PJ Glasser. What is the phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's gotta have it, Brad. The Sledgehammer Special. All right, so we could have gone a lot of different ways with this one. I'm going to stick in college. We're going to take Arizona minus 20.5 against Oklahoma State. I'm laying the big number with Arizona. I think this is a smash spot for them. So Oklahoma State fired their longtime coach, Mike Gundy, a couple weeks ago. He had been at the school 21 years. That was his alma mater. They let him go. It hasn't been good the past couple of years. This season, they were atrocious. So they fired Gundy. And I think everybody, Brad, who watches this show or knows about betting, You usually want to back any kind of team that fires a coach, fires a manager, right? That initial game, they usually get a little spark. They get that initial juice out of it. Last week was the week to bet Oklahoma State. They were 3-touchdown dogs at home to Baylor. They end up covering that game. They were competitive up until the fourth quarter. Well, now this week they got to go on the road, and they got to play an Arizona team that just got blown out by Iowa State. I think it's a really bad spot. It's a bad matchup. Oklahoma State is still awful. I think they're the worst team in the Big 12. I got no problem laying the big number with Arizona minus 20.5.
Yeah, I love the Wildcats. I think they're going to cook as well. I'm going the NFL, and of course, back to a player prop mark, and there's a theme. I'm hopefully going to be able to recognize it with all of my plays in this segment. So, Daddy want, Daddy need, Daddy gotta have it, brother. Let's go! Crank the fake Peter Gabriel there in the background. I'm going to go Rachaad White, guys, in that battle there in Seattle. Of course, on the shoes there of Bucky Irving. I'm going to go the receptions market. Give me the over on 3.5 grabs at a minus 120 juice. Bucky Irving was responsible for not only 4.7 targets per game, but 4.7 receptions per game. He had a 100% catch rate, but he is not going to be in uniform, out with that foot sprain. Rachaad White, who has been averaging 10 routes per game, his total 9 targets, 8 grabs, an outstanding 88.9% catch rate of his own. Seattle has allowed 7.3 receptions per game to the running back position. 3 RBs have hauled in at least 4 passes against him with a workload cranked up. I know he's going to surrender a few touches here and there to Sean Tucker, but White's going to be the primary pass down back in this Tampa offense. So give me the over, my sledgehammer special on Rachaad White, 3.5 catches in Seattle at a minus 120 juice. Speaking of juice, we got to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Thank you, bartender, as always, for the healthy pour. Cheers to you, my man. All plus money on the time. PJ, let's belly up the bar, throw back some shots, catch a buzz, and hopefully grab some cash. What do you like at plus money tonight or over the weekend?
Yeah, I'm going Raiders and Colts on Sunday, Brad. We're going Geno Smith over 1.5 passing touchdowns at plus 125. Look, Indianapolis offense has been awesome this season. It's been really good at home. They've played 2 games, Brad. They haven't punted yet at Lucas Oil Stadium. So the Raiders know that they're walking into a buzzsaw this weekend. Indy's going to put up points. If Vegas wants to keep it competitive, they're going to have to put up some points as well. And for them to do that, Geno's going to have to play well. And he hasn't been playing very well so far this season. We hope that Bowers can play. We talked about that at the start of the show, but I think it's a good matchup for Geno. I like the price at plus 125, and I like the game script because Vegas is going to have to keep pace. Geno's going to have to play well. And I think we're due at some point one of those Geno 3-4 touchdown performances. I think this could be that game potentially. So over 1.5 plus 125. That'll be my play.
Oh, the bye week filler managers out there in Fantasyland are praying that you are correct, sir. Hey, here's the continued theme. I'm going to go with another market on a running back reception. And I'm going to go with R.J. Harvey of the Denver Broncos over 2.5 grabs in the city of brotherly shove at plus 140. Attractive juice on that one there at BetMGM. He's done this in back-to-back games. He's averaging 10 routes per contest, and his roles slowly ramping up. He's only run out a route on 28.6% of his snaps, and I think it's going to be greater than 30% here in week 5. He has logged an 81.8% catch rate, which is terrific. Philadelphia has allowed 4 receptions per game to the running back position. A pair running backs have caught at least 3 passes against him, and it happened in the same game as Bucky Irving did it, and so did Rachaad White. So R.J. Harvey get the last laugh and be the joker in Sean Payton's scheme, and I think he will be. I'm taking the over on 2.5 receptions in Philly at plus 140. All right, it's bonus time. Whether in college football week 6, the NFL in week 5, the MLB postseason, all that I require, PJ, is for you, my very smart man, to give me another bet. So give it to me. Give it to me.
Brad, we're going to the MLB post season. We're going to win the series. They're the better team, to be honest with you. And I think getting them at even money is a good bet. I look at the Brewers, and they're a team that I think is built more so for the regular season than they are for the postseason. I like what I saw out of that Cubs lineup in the series against San Diego. Council, very familiar with that Brewers team. I like the way their bullpen has looked up to this point. So all things are pointing in the right direction for the Cubs. The Brewers were a team, Brad. They were all about rhythm in the regular season, right? They had like 2 massive win streaks. Now they've been sitting around. They've been waiting for a week, and they're playing against a team that just had a really fun series and played well against the Padres. So I like the Cubbies plus 100.
Oh, way to kiss your co-host ass. I love you, PJ. I hope you're absolutely spot on with that assessment on my Northsiders. All right, I'm going to work a little same game parlay for bonus time. And again, the theme is running back reception. So let's work on a leg on that end. Omari Hampton, 3+ grabs. And Omari Hampton, anytime touchdown against the Commanders, plus 129 on that simple 2-legger. Again, built there at BetMGM. Washington, number 9 in rush EPAD. They've been pretty good in that category, but number 28 in dropback EPAD. They've given up 4 receptions per game of the running back position and 3 running back touchdowns on the year. Hampton, his roll's really cranking right now. 24.8 routes per game. He's average on the season, running around on 61.5% of his snaps. He's booked an 87.5 catch rate, and he has gone for 6 and 5 catches in back-to-back games. And he's also scored a touchdown in his last 2. So to recap, same game parlay. Omari Hampton, 3+ receptions. Omari Hampton, anytime touchdown against Washington, plus 129 at BetMGM. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on the program. We come back. We're revving the engines with our first game breakdown. Go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
Now it's Lamar. 2 to 3 weeks. You thought it couldn't get any worse, Ravens fans? Now you don't know that if QB1's going to be out there, and you are now a dog against Houston.
I didn't think it would go through Pick'em. We had this conversation yesterday. What does it go to if he's out? And I thought Baltimore 1, and here we look up this morning, 1, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. So the look-ahead number was 9.5. They reopened it 6.5, and now we're 1.5 the other way. They're not saying Lamar Jackson's worth 8 points, but if you do the math, it's right around there. From 6.5 on the Baltimore side to 1.5 on the Houston side. I don't know that he's worth that much, considering how bad their defense has been. That's a massive move. Not many quarterbacks will justify a line move like that, from 6.5 to 1.5 the other way.
And you were going to have Lamar in a desperate spot. Lamar with a 1-3 record. And now what do you have? You might have that desperate feeling in the building, but so what if Lamar's not out there?
Let's start with that Cincinnati and Iowa State game. As we look at some of the top 25 matchups that we have, it feels like Cincinnati would be the
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. The Glass Man is along for the ride. PJ Glasser on this Freaky Fast Friday. We're about to go game by game. NFL Week 5 and the main slate on Sunday. Every single game, we're going to be offering either a side, total, some action in the player prop market, or possibly SGP. And if we have any extra time, we'll work at a little bonus time as well. For the reminder, we have our pole dancing poll question of the day live right now on X, where we're always giving it to you there at BetMGM Tonight. It's asking you this: which running back is the best shot at 100 rush yards in NFL Week 5? Simple as that. Odds, of course, pulled from BetMGM. Your options are Quinshon Judkins and Joe England taking on Minnesota plus 210. Jonathan Taylor at home and against the Raiders at plus 115. Jahmyr Gibbs on the road against the Bungles at plus 180. Or Saquon Barkley at home against the Broncos at plus 145. So far, over 180 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. You can also fire off any fantasy football questions you may have, and we already got a couple that are rolling in right now. You can hit us up on X at BetMGM Tonight. You can also hit up my personal account, have it right in front of me with the computer wide open, so constantly updating at Noisy Huevos with an H. Again, at Noisy Huevos. You can hit me up. We'll grab your question. We'll read on air. We're going to be a quick fantasy spin as well. We're going to do that right now. We got a couple questions that have already loaded. Ricky D asks, start Drake May or Jaden Daniels? And here's a little bit of a twist. 6 points per touchdown, no matter if it's rushing or passing. So, PJ, if you had your pick, you're going to go with Jaden Daniels in his matchup against LA Chargers on the road, or Drake May under the prime time lights in Western New York against the Bills.
Man, I kind of like both, Brad, to be honest with you.
I do too.
I like both guys. I mean, I would probably go with Jaden. You do worry about him coming back from injury. The Chargers are the better defense. I think the appeal with Drake May, though, Brad, is just the rushing numbers, right? I mean, how often he's running, the amount of times he's rushing for touchdowns. So Jaden obviously has that capability. I mean, both totals, the Washington total's about 47, the Bills total's about 49.5. I kind of like both those games to go over. I don't really think you have a wrong choice. You should probably go with Jaden. I mean, you drafted him higher. You drafted him to be your guy. He's back. He's healthy. Probably could have played last week. Washington decided to sit him out, make sure he was good. Chargers are banged up. So that's probably who I'd end up going with, Brad. But, I mean, look, if you wanted to take Drake May, it would not shock me at all if he outscored Daniels this week.
Yeah, look, I got both these guys locked in my top 10. I actually bet on Drake May, the over 1.5 passing touchdowns, a plus 125. But, again, with this deviation here, I think it's a rushing appeal of Jaden Daniels. Not to say Drake May won't run. I mean, he's good usually for 25 to 30 rushing yards in a game, really raises the floor. But Daniels has that outstanding rushing appeal. His over-under on his rush yards prop is in the mid-40s right now at BetMGM. Can make the play with the arm as well. It's ultra tight, very close. I think these guys could be very similar in the rankings come weeks in, so I don't think it's a lose-lose situation. I think it's a lucky 7 situation, I like to call it. But yeah, ever so slight edge. I agree with the commander there and Jaden Daniels. All right, one more question just came in from at Kimball Gathers, a.k.a. Maverick. Need flex help. Kendre Miller, Harold Fannin Jr., Troy Franklin, Jordan Mason, Devontae Smith, or Wandale to start. He also lists off his entire team. I'm not going to bore you with that. He says he's leaning toward Kendre Miller, believe it or not, it's a glorious match because the Giants are dead last in rush EPA defense. But either Miller, Fannin, Franklin, Mason, Devontae Smith, or Wan'Dale Robinson. PJ, who would you play?
Oh, man. I mean, we were talking about Troy Franklin yesterday on the show, Brad. I kind of like him a little bit versus Philadelphia, right? I mean, when you're looking at the Eagles' defense, usually the receivers to target are the number 2s and number 3s. You would think Quinyon Mitchell's going to be on Sutton for a majority of the game. Could give some opportunity for Franklin. They're likely going to be trailing, so Bo Nix might have to make some plays through the air. The Wan'Dale appeal is interesting, although Dart, I just don't think is quite there yet as a passer. It feels like it's going to be a lot of scataboo, and it's going to be Dart running, and with Neighbors out now, they're going to have to reshuffle the offense a little bit. It's tough, man. Miller's interesting too. I think I'd probably go Franklin, though, Brad. Actually, if I had to decide between all these guys, I think that'd be my play.
Look, I know I'm on the under on Jordan Mason. I don't think he's going to hit 60 yards, but I think he has touchdown appeal. You get goal-to-goal situation. Who's going to get the ball in the belly? It's going to be Jordan Mason with that superior yak ability. I think he's got the most upside of the entire group. So Jordan Mason is my play. Could get you like 50, 55 yards and a TD, and you will take that in a flexy, sexy spot all diggity day long. Good luck to you, Maverick. All right. We got to go on a freaky fast Friday. First up, let's move on to our first game.
The Minnesota Vikings, the Cleveland Browns.
All right, at the butt crack of dawn for especially the left coasters here in the United States, this game being played in Jude, England. Minnesota laying 3.5 against Dylan Gabriel and the Cleveland Browns. The lowest total aboard this week at 36.5. So it could be a field goal kicking contest. So whether side, total, player prop, same game parlay, Vikings, Browns, PJ, what's your play?
I like Dylan Gabriel under 18.5 completions, Brad. That would be the play that I like the best. First career NFL start going up against a Brian Flores defense. I think he's going to take a lot of sacks. I think they're going to run the football. I think he's going to be very cautious. He's not going to take too many chances. I don't see him getting to that number. So, I mean, you got two great defenses. You got a very good defensive coordinator in Flores. I think it's going to be really tough sledding for Dylan Gabriel. I do not see him having 19 completions. So I like that under. And then I also like Minnesota in the first quarter, -0.5 at +115 as well. The Vikings were overseas last week playing in Ireland, right? So I think the body clock's certainly a little bit more there for Minnesota to get adjusted, to get ready. And again, Gabriel, first NFL game, first quarter. I'm very, very conservative, where I think Minnesota wants to come out and try and play with the lead. So Vikings first quarter, -0.5, +115, and then Gabriel under completions.
Oh, I love that Gabriel call. All right, my play in this one, you guys already know it if you've been fans of the show and listening all week. I think Quinshon Judkins from the Ohio State, I have to say that for copyright purposes, got to bring the thump. I'm taking the over on 72.5 rush yards. So what I grab that at -115. I think it's up now to 74.5. I'd play that. Even a little step ladder, I got some action for 80+ rush yards at +120. I think he's going to hit all three of those numbers, quite frankly. Why? The Vikings have been trash in the trenches. They've allowed 4.38 yards per carry, 108.5 rush yards per game just to the running back position. 3 RBs already gone over the 72.5-yard mark on the ground against them. They're normally number 26 in rush EPAD on the season. And look at Judkins, man. He has been a moneymaker. Number 4 in yak per attempt at 4.18. Outstanding in that category. Forced 8 missed tackles, and his snaps have increased in 3 consecutive weeks. I think he's going to get maybe upwards of like 18 or 19 carries in this one. And the Browns defense will keep it close. Give me Quinshon Judkins over 72.5 rush yards at -115. Let's move on to the next game.
The Las Vegas Raiders, the Indianapolis Colts.
All right, Raiders, Colts. Colts, the surprise sensations of the NFL season. Indy -7 right now. Over-under sitting at 48 at BetMGM. So side, total, player prop, SGP. PJ, what do you like in Raiders and Colts?
Yeah, I'm going with the Raiders +7, Brad. I like them to cover the points in this game. Something I always look for in the NFL, whenever I'm handicapping the week, the first thing, Sunday Night Football, right before the game's about to happen, and I get a look at the games, I always look at the teams that lost at home the previous week and then go on the road the following week. And I especially love it when the team who lost at home is a favorite and then they go on the road as an underdog, like Vegas is this week, lose to the Bears at home as a favorite, go on the road to Indy as a dog. Very profitable in the NFL. You just saw it with San Francisco last night where they lost to the Jags at home as a favorite, go on the road to LA, win that game outright. So the Raiders +7. You're also getting the Colts off of a really tough loss against the Rams. So I just think from a situational spot, it's a really, really good one for Vegas. I could see the Colts being a little sluggish. Vegas is 1-3. They should have had that game last week against the Bears. Pete Carroll's teams have been very good when going through multiple time zones into the Central or the Eastern time zone. And Geno Smith is in a dome where historically he's been very good throughout his career. Again, he's struggled so far this year, but normally good when he's in a dome. So I think it's going to be an entertaining game. I think the Raiders are going to keep it close, and I like that we're getting the 7, Brad. So I'll go Raiders +7. And then, as I gave out earlier in the show, Geno Smith over 1.5 passing touchdowns +125.
I'm here for a shootout. It really leans into my play here. Give me the rookie sensation, Tyler Warren, over 54.5 receiving yards at a -115. You look at Vegas, number 24 in drop-back EPA defense this season. That secondary is largely lousy, though they have allowed the 11th fewest tight end yards in the league at 41.8 per game. You look at Hunter Henry is the only guy to go over that 54.5-yard mark against them, but Tyler Warren's a different dude. He's seeing 6.8 targets per game. He's number 7 at the possession in total air yards, number 2 in total yak. He's gone for 70+ in 3 of 4 games, make it 4 of 5. He is going to sky over, I believe, this 54.5 receiving yards mark against Viva Las Vegas. Again, that being a -115 juice. All right, 2 games already in the books. Don't go anywhere, though. We're going to take a little siesta. We come back. Giants, Saints, Boys, Jets, Broncos, and Eagles. It's a freaky fast Friday, fools. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Tons more to come. Don't you go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. BetMGM tonight will be right back with more football bets on the BetMGM Network.
Now it's Lamar. 2 to 3 weeks. You thought it couldn't get any worse, Ravens fans? Now you don't know that if QB1's going to be out there, and you are now a dog against Houston.
I didn't think it would go through Pick'em. We had this conversation yesterday. What does it go to if he's out? And I thought Baltimore 1, and here we look up this morning, 1, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. So the look-ahead number was 9.5. They reopened it 6.5, and now we're 1.5 the other way. They're not saying Lamar Jackson's worth 8 points, but if you do the math, it's right around there. From 6.5 on the Baltimore side to 1.5 on the Houston side. I don't know that he's worth that much, considering how bad their defense has been. That's a massive move. Not many quarterbacks will justify a line move like that, from 6.5 to 1.5 the other way.
And you were going to have Lamar in a desperate spot. Lamar with a 1-3 record. And now what do you have? You might have that desperate feeling in the building, but so what if Lamar's not out there?
Let's start with that Cincinnati and Iowa State game as we look at some of the top 25 matchups that we have. It feels like
Sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
Not going to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Probably the big noise Evans with it. The glass man in the house, PJ Glasser, in for Ryan Horvat on this Freaky Fast Friday. We're going to give you 3 more game breakdowns in this segment. A full slate of action. NFL Week 5. Though we have 4 teams on a 1-week siesta. Atlanta, Chicago, Green Bay, and Pittsburgh all taking a cat nap, but that doesn't mean it's going to deter us. We're going to, on any of the action of the remaining games available on the slate. So in the same, we're going to be talking Giants, Saints. Actually, that's the next statement. I went down a little bit too far in the script. We're actually going to be doing, that's right, Giants, Saints, also Cowboys, Jets, and Broncos and Eagles. So I am in the right spot there on the script. If you want to talk with us about maybe your fantasy football franchises, you could be bleeding right now. Medic! I'm screaming for one, and one hasn't really come and helped me. Try to duct tape a few rosters together with all of the gaping holes that I currently have. We're here to help. If you want to talk any sports betting as well, maybe you got some hot plays you want to share with our audience, whether in college football or the NFL or possibly the MLB postseason, just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also just up via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. And guess what? We got a caller right now, our good friend Est in California. Est, welcome to BetMGM tonight. How can we help?
Guys, it's a Friday night, so it's exciting. Sweating Delaware -2.5 and talking to you guys. All right. So here we are. I'm looking. So some guy in my league decided to drop Rico Dowdle on Tuesday to spend $47 of his $100 fab budget on Darren Waller. Yes, I love playing against these guys. So now I'm trying to pick up Rico Dowdle myself because my running backs are just disappointing as hell with Chase Brown, Travion Henderson, Tony Pollard. But I have $77 left of fab of a $100 original budget. What should I be looking to spend on Dowdle? I mean, I know he'll probably be there for about 4 weeks or so.
Yes,
but that's what I'm trying to contemplate right now.
Yeah, a significant portion of the season, and obviously you got to play for now. You got to win. You got to scratch and claw and try to fill some of the gaps that you have. And you got a lot of disappointments on your roster, the running back position. 77 remaining. You're not going to empty the clip. I would not recommend doing that. I would probably go around 25 to 35 within that range. So about at most half of your budget that you have remaining. It gives you a little bit of a leeway in case the injury imp continues to snack on various lower appendages and maybe springs loose some added opportunities that you could then acquire and hopefully strike it rich overall. So Dowdle is going to be the main man. You look at his player props, they're in the mid-50s on the ground. His receiving yards right around 21.5 is what I saw at BetMGM. So the expectation is he's going to be able to put up some damn good numbers this week, as he should, against a lackluster Miami defense. I just wouldn't go overboard. Again, 25 to 35 feels right to me. PJ, do you agree with that range? You go higher, go lower? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I was thinking 20 to 25 would probably be the range that I would consider. Especially if you're hurting at running back, right? And that's a position in need. You have a chance to get somebody who's going to get a good amount of snaps and get a good amount of production for you. So, I mean, that's a big part of it, right? Like, we all know our teams. We know which areas we're hurting, which areas we need production. So the fact that you need some running back help, you have a chance to get a guy who can produce for you for the next month. I think 20 to 25, maybe even 30, like that seems reasonable to go and get Dowdle.
Yeah, and the guy's already been proven that he can handle the load and produce as an RB2 in 12-team and deeper formats. He did last season there for the Dallas Cowboys on multiple occasions. Good luck in Week 5 and appreciate the phone call. Again, if you want your fantasy football question answered, PJ and I are here on the clock for you, fool. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us at 833-732-3875. Again, 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, and we'll answer your questions that way as well. All right, we got to march on to the next game.
The New York Giants, the New Orleans Saints.
All right, we got Giants, Saints. PJ's already in on the fleur-de-lis to get the first victory of the season. New Orleans laying 2 points right now. Over-under at just 42 down there in the Crescent City. So whether side, total, player prop, SGP, what do you like? And Giants, Saints, and you're doubling down, aren't you?
I sure am, Brad. Nothing for me in the prop market. Certainly nothing with the Giants. You know, it's only the second game with Dart. It's his first road start. Neighbors is out for the year. So I really do not know what to expect from this Giants offense in this game. I just like the Saints to win. I think it's a great opportunity to fade New York after them getting their first win of the season, pulling off the upset. Dart's going on the road for the first time in his career. And the Saints are desperate, right? I mean, how many games are the Saints going to feel like they can actually win? This is going to be the only game that they're favored in all year. They want to get Kellen Moore his first win. This is certainly the game to feel like they can do that. So I like the Saints, Brad. I know it's a gross game with two terrible teams, but I feel good about it. And if you really want to get nuts this week, I think if you want to use the Saints in Survivor, I don't think it's a terrible option.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to play that card, it has to be this week, right? You may not get another opportunity all season long with the fleur-de-lis hurtling and barreling toward the number one overall pick in April's NFL draft. All right, I ain't scared of any G-men. I'd like Cam Scattaboo. It's the Halloween season, boo. I think he's a guy that could really rack the rush attempts in this one. I'll take the over on 17.5 rush attempts at a -120. I think he's a top 20 running back playing fantasy as well. He had 25 tireless carries last week for 79 yards, also 2 grabs for 11 against the LA Chargers. Played 73.7% of the snaps. Could see a snap share maybe greater than 80% this time around. New Orleans, not all that intimidating in the trenches. Middle of the pack at number 15 rush EPAD. They're giving up 23.5 rush attempts per game to the running back position. James Cook, though, is the only running back to go over 17.5 grips on the ground against him. But, you know, Scattaboo, a guy very efficient, 3.02 yards after contact per attempt. He's forced 11 missed tackles, and he's number 8 in yards created per touch. And the dude just takes a licking and keeps on ticking. He is like a juggernaut, the Marvel character in the flesh. I mean, he just pounds through brick walls, gets up unscathed, and just keeps working. So I love the over on 17.5 rush attempts at -120. With that game now in the rear view, let's move on to the next game.
The Dallas Cowboys, the New York Jets.
All right, we got Cowboys Jets. Fireworks should be popping there in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Dallas laying 2.5 on the road. The over-under is set at 47.5. One of the higher totals there on the board. So look at that side. Total. Player prop, maybe you want to build an SGP. I might. What do you like? And Cowboys and Jets, PJ.
So 2 plays I like, Brad. The first one, Justin Fields, anytime touchdown, plus 130. We talked about this yesterday. This Dallas defense is so bad, and teams can just do whatever they want against them, right? I mean, Russell Wilson threw for 450 yards against this defense. Like, they are bad. Justin Fields, he showed us the athletic ability against Miami. We saw it in week 1 against Pittsburgh. I think he's going to be able to score a touchdown on the ground. So I like that price with Fields. Yep. And also, Brad, I think the Jets are one of my favorite teaser legs of the week, teasing them up to 8.5. Right now, BetMGM, they're 1.5, so getting them to 7.5. But look, Dallas has shown us this season they play to the level of their competition, right? Could have beaten Philly on opening night, tie against the Packers, overtime against the Giants, lose to the Bears. Like this is what they do. They play bad teams, they play down. They play good teams, they play up. So getting 7.5, 8.5, Brad, I think is a good teaser leg with the Jets. So I would look at that, and I would look at Justin Fields anytime touchdown.
Yeah, let's stick with the Fields theme. It's the Fields of sports betting dreams, if you will. And I think he is a guy you can get all kinds of creative with in a multitude of markets. I love him as well in anytime touchdown market, but I also like in these 2 markets. I'm going to build a little same-game parlay, and I constructed this here at BetMGM. Justin Fields, 170-plus pass yards. I'm going to pair it with Justin Fields, 40-plus rush yards. Somehow, some way, that gets you to plus money at plus 110. So little baby seduced by the juice, and I'm going to maximize the matchup because Dallas, as you mentioned, a heaping mile-high pile of manure. They are downright stanky on defense. How bad are they? Well, they're dead last in drawback EPAD. They're number 25. In rush EPAD, they're giving up 309.3 pass yards per game to quarterbacks, and they're also allowing 30.5 rush yards per game to quarterbacks. Jalen Hurts went way over the needed 40 yards on the ground against them. He had 62 earlier this season. And you look at Fields, he's done this not once, but twice in the same game in both categories. Against Pittsburgh, 218 and 48. At Miami last week, 226 and 81. And remember the other matchup, he had the concussion, so he exited early in that one. Shockingly, Fields is number 11 right now in the NFL in adjusted completion percentage, and a guy that's averaging 8 rush attempts per game. Cherry on top of the Sunday, my buddy Rachel Krychek at Betalytics has him projected for 183.66 pass yards, 48.39 rush yards. Again, Justin Fields, folks. Beep, beep, beep. I'm backing up the truck. I already locked this sucker in on my always free transparent spreadsheet there at thegamingjuice.com. Same game parlay. Justin Fields, 170-plus pass yards. Justin Fields, 40-plus rush yards, plus 110. It's screwing. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Brad, let's just bring out a little bread. Yeah, we're sledgehammering everything Justin Fields. It's the cowpokes. They're pathetic, folks. Mic drop. We got to march on to the next game.
The Denver Broncos, the Philadelphia Eagles.
All right, Broncos-Eagles. I think this one's going to be one of the more entertaining affairs of the entire weekend. Fly, Eagles, fly. Laying 3.5. The over-under set at 43.5 right now at BetMGM. So, PJ, side, total, player prop, SGP. What do you like? And Broncos and Eagles.
So I haven't bet it yet. I'm hoping that we get down to a -3 with Philadelphia. I don't think we're going to. But, Brad, Jalen Hurts in his career as a home favorite of 6 points or less is 9-0 against the spread. Jalen and the Eagles cover spreads when they are when it's tight, right? And we all keep looking to fade Philadelphia every week because they shouldn't be undefeated. They've gotten lucky to win some of these games, but that's just they're a good team, man. They find ways to win games, and more often than not, they find ways to cover these small spreads. So Denver, since Bo Nix has been there, has been a team that they beat up on bad competition, and they struggle against elite teams, especially when they go on the road. I understand the love for Denver because all the underlying metrics say that they should maybe win this game. It should be close, but I have no interest in fading Philadelphia. I'm hoping we get a 3. Then I'll definitely be on the Eagles. I lean that way, though, at 3.5. I think they're a good bet in money line parlays and stuff. But yeah, I like the Eagles. I would definitely not bet the Broncos in this game.
All right, going fly, Eagles fly. There with Philadelphia, the city of brotherly shiv. I am also going to go with the Eagles, but I'm going to live in the land down under on a player prop. And a guy's been disappointing largely because of the ultra-conservative nature of this offense. Devontae Smith under 46.5 receiving yards at a minus 115. You look at the Broncos, number 6 in drop-back EPA defense this season. They've allowed the 10th fewest wide receiver yards, so 4 wide receivers have gone for at least 47 through the air against them. However, Devontae Smith, who lines up in the slot 57.7% of the time, has got to see a lot of Jaquan McMillan, who has been outstanding in coverage, the 19th best pass coverage grade according to PFF. He's number 84 in yards allowed. He's only given up 63 in that category, 86.8 as well passer rating that he has surrendered. Smith's only seeing 5 targets per game. He's number 51 uncharacteristically, and total air yards, he's only averaging 9.3 yards per catch. Number 77 in the league, and he's gone under in 2 of 4. So Devontae Smith under 46.5 receiving yards, minus 115. My play in this game. Don't you go anywhere, fools. When we come back, we got 3 more games to break down. Dolphins, Panthers, Texans, Ravens, Titans, and Cardinals. We're barely getting warmed up right here on BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM Network. Stick around.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Now it's Lamar. 2 to 3 weeks. You thought it couldn't get any worse, Ravens fans? Now you don't know that if QB1's going to be out there, and you are now a dog against Houston.
I didn't think it would go through Pick'em. We had this conversation yesterday. What does it go to if he's out? And I thought Baltimore 1. And here we look up this morning, 1, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. So the look ahead number was 9.5. They reopened it 6.5. And now we're 1.5 the other way. They're not saying Lamar Jackson's worth 8 points, but if you do the math, it's right around there. From 6.5 on the Baltimore side to 1.5 on the Houston side. I don't know that he's worth that much, considering how bad their defense has been. That's a massive move. Not many quarterbacks will justify a line move like that, from 6.5 to 1.5 the other way.
And you were going to have Lamar in a desperate spot. Lamar with a 1-3 record. And now what do you have? You might have that desperate feeling in the building, but so what if Lamar's not out there?
Let's start with that Cincinnati and Iowa State game. As we look at some of the top 25 matchups that we have, it feels like Cincinnati would be the play, right? I mean, unranked team favored against a ranked team. The problem is in college football, every year, there is a team like Iowa State who is
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. And in for Ryan Horvath, PJ Glasser, a.k.a. the Glass Man. We're rocking and rolling here through the NFL Week 5 main slate on Sunday. It's a Freaky Fast Friday after all. We do this every single week during the NFL season. Giving you our favorite thoughts on a side, a total, a player prop, or an SGP. And working some bonus time wagers as well. By the way, if you want to contact us, you got any fantasy football questions, maybe you want to share a favorite sports bet of the weekend, whether in college football or the NFL, hey, you absolutely can. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. Mike in Miami did exactly that. Mike, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. How can we help?
Hey guys, good evening. I was calling in to get some advice on PPR wide receivers for this week in a dilemma after losing neighbors. So I have between Ladd McConkey, T. Higgins, and Chris Olave. So I need two of them. Thanks so much.
All right, so Ladd, T. Higgins, Olave, two of these three have been on the struggle bus, PJ. And really no fault of T. Higgins' own by any stretch of the imagination. But Ladd McConkey has been in a funk, and it's been a bit bizarre. Really, the WR1 is Quentin Johnston right now for the LAC. So who would you take? Two out of the three, Ladd McConkey, T. Higgins, or Chris Olave?
Yeah, that's a good one, man. I don't know, Brad. I kind of been leaning towards Olave and Higgins, to be honest with you. I worry about McConkey now too because of the Joe Alt injury, right? I mean, when he went down, Herbert just had no time in that game against the Giants, and Washington's been good up front this season. Their D-line, their front seven's been good. It's been the secondary that's been the issue, but if Herbert doesn't have time, McConkey's it won't have much production. Olave's had a nice season. I would expect him to have a good game against the Giants. And then, look, against Detroit, I mean, I think Browning's going to play a lot better this week, Brad, being back at home. And we know they're going to have to score. And they cannot run the ball with Chase Brown, so they're going to have to throw. So I think it's Higgins and Olave. I do like McConkey a lot. I think eventually he's going to break out one of these weeks, but with the injury to Alt, man, it's going to be tough for the Chargers to give Herbert consistent time back there. So I would go Higgins and Olave, Brad.
Yeah, I think you just kind of leaned exactly where I want to go. It's like it's going to happen eventually for McConkey. Why not this week? Yes, the Alt injury is a concern, but the Commanders are a sensational matchup. Number 28 in dropback EPA defense. Honestly, I don't trust anything about Jake Browning at all. I know your expectation a little bit higher than mine, but man, he's been just a hot garbage the last couple of weeks. So my vote, definitely with Olave. You and I are congruent there. But I'm going to go the McConkey donkey over T. Higgins. Good luck to you, Mike, in Miami. Hopefully you can score that dub in week 5 of the fantasy football season. All right, we got to move on because we got a 3-pack of games to cover here right stinking now. And with the next game,
The Miami Dolphins, the Carolina Panthers.
All right, Miami, Carolina. We have the Dolphins laying 1.5 on the road there against the Hello Kitties of Charlotte. Over-under sitting at 44.5. So PJ Glasser side. Total player prop SGP. What do you like? And such an epic battle between the Fins and the Panthers.
You know, I actually kind of like Carolina in this game, Brad, at minus 102.
Oh.
The reason being, to be honest with you, is just the fact that they're home in the game. I like Carolina way more at home than I do on the road. We have seen them get absolutely blown out on the road in Jacksonville. We saw it last week in New England. We saw it for 3 quarters against Arizona. But they obviously smoked Atlanta at home. So the Panthers are a better home team, which you like. Dolphins are coming off a short week, which you like. No Tyreek Hill, so they're losing a big part of their offense as well. Brad, look, I mean, it was we were both looking, and you bet it with McCaffrey yesterday over the receptions, right? And that was a big number at 6.5. He went over that with ease. I'm looking at A-Chain over 4.5 at minus 140. I'm interested to see if Mike McDaniel, if he uses Ollie Gordon and A-Chain on the field at the same time a little bit more moving forward with the Hill injury to put some more playmakers out there. But I think Tua is definitely going to target A-Chain through the air. So even though it's juiced, I would lay that over 4.5 receptions. But I like the Panthers to win the game. I would take them on the money line, minus 102.
Yeah, I'm muy interessante. Totally agree with you on Devon A-Chain getting it done through the air. And I'm going to go with a guy who's a baller. He's a shot caller. It's Darren Waller. He's back from the dead. It's kind of crazy. He looked just outstanding, awesome last week. It barely played, and he himself said, my body is ready to ramp up, and I think he's going to see a far greater snap share and run a ton more routes. So give me the over on 29.5 receiving yards. This is why I locked it in at a minus 115. And look at Carolina. Yeah, middle of the road in drawback EPA defense, number 15 in the NFL, but they've allowed the second most tight end yards this year through the air, giving up 71.3. A handful, exactly 5 tight ends, have gone for at least 30 yards against them. And you look as well, Darren Waller, he only had the 4 targets last week, but caught 3 balls for 27 yards and those pair of touchdowns. He only played 27.6% of the snaps. He only ran 10 routes in the game. I think those numbers could easily double this week, again, with him ratcheting up the PT. You look at Betalytics, Rachel Krychek's got projected for 31.2. Again, all I need is 30 to cash. So, loving me some Darren Waller on the over 29.5 receiving yards at a minus 115 juice. Let's move on to the next game.
The Houston Texans, the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, the Ravens. Right now, they need to try to get off the schneid, and they're going to have to try to do it without Lamar Jackson. Cooper Rush slated to start in this contest. All kinds of defensive issues on the front end, on the back end right now. They're not playing particularly good football at all. But we got Texans and Ravens. Houston laying now 2 points in this one. The over-under set at just 40.5, so could be a rock'em sock'em robots kind of low-scoring affair. So whether side, total, player prop, SGP, PJ, what do you like in Texans and Ravens?
Yeah, so I like the Derrick Henry over rush attempts. We gave that out at the start of the show, over 18.5, so I'll definitely be on that. But Brad, I like the Ravens in the game. I think they're going to win outright. I would take them plus 105 on the money line. I understand they have all these injuries. Lamar's not going to play. Their defense is atrocious. But man, Houston's offense is really bad. And they have not been a good team away from home. They're not a good team when they're favored on the road. And the Ravens have owned this matchup. Now, Lamar has owned them, and he's been a really difficult puzzle for Houston to solve. But Brad, I like the desperation spot for Baltimore because they get the Rams next week at home. Lamar's not going to play in that game as well. So this is the game they got to get because they're not going to beat the Rams next week, most likely. And if they lose that and lose this one, they're 1-5. And then their season's really looking bleak for them. So because of that, desperate spot for the Ravens. They're back at home. Horrible performance against KC. Derrick Henry is rested. He's ready to go. And John Harbaugh's on the hot seat a little bit. You know, he's starting to feel it.
Yeah.
So we'll see how hard this team plays for him. We'll see how the other guys rally. I like Baltimore in this spot. I usually like backing, backup quarterbacks in that first game, especially with that first start with a new team when there's not really film on him with that system. So I think Baltimore's got a lot going for them. I think they win the game.
PJ, just follow-up question. Who do you think is going to be the most heavily targeted Raven off the hand of Cooper Rush? Is it going to be Zay Flowers, Mark Andrews, somebody else?
I think it's going to be Bateman. I think he's going to be the guy.
Really?
Actually.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's going to be Bateman. You know, you got Likely back. He's going to be playing his second game. So him and Andrews could take targets away from each other, but with Stingley on Zay Flowers, I think that could open some things up for Bateman. So I kind of feel like this could be a Bateman game.
All right, your Buckaroos on Bateman. I still think it's going to be Zay Flowers as the primary pass catcher. Again, I'm on the over as well on 4.5 receiving yards, tied at the guy you just mentioned. And Derrick Henry, who is going to have a huge emphasis on the ground. I just need one stinking grab. Just one! But my best selection of the game, receptions marks the spot. See what I did there? Give me the over on Woody Marks, 2.5 grabs at a -105. So a little bit lower juice there, and highly investable, in my opinion. A guy that was heavily acquired in fantasy leagues across the country this weekend for good reason. He may have overtaken the Chubb Club last week. Outstanding play by him. Going for the 4 receptions against the Tennessee Titans. A guy that's run around 10.5 times per game on 33.1% of his snaps, catching 75% of the intended targets coming off the hand of C.J. Stroud. Baltimore, number 25 in dropback EPA defense, but even better for the purposes of this prop, they've given up 7.3 receptions per game. Again, 7.3 receptions per game just to the running back position. 6 guys have gone over this. So no matter game flow or script, I think Woody Marks is going to haul in at least 3 passes. He does so. It's at -105 with that game in the books. Let's move on to the next game.
The Tennessee Titans, the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh, my goodness. A Medusa affair in which you're going to need to get some action on it to try to stomach it for 3.5 hours. It's Titans and Cardinals down in the Sonora in Arizona, laying 7.5 points in this one. The over-under at 42. So side, total, player prop, SGP. What do you like in this god-awful matchup, Titans and Cardinals?
Yeah, I mean, I want to bet the Titans, Brad, at 7.5. I cannot do it. I cannot do it because every week in a Titans game, I look at the line and I'm like, that's too high. That's too many points. And then we get to the third quarter and it's like nothing is too many points with 10. You can't have enough points with that team. So I'm not touching anything with the side, not doing anything with the total. I'm just going to take Trey McBride over 63.5 receiving yards. We had Bo Brock on last night. And look, I mean, with all the injuries to Arizona's running back room, I think they're going to lean a little bit more on Kyler, and I think Kyler's going to lean on his top target, and that's Trey McBride. So McBride over 63.5 receiving yards, I think is a good look. I think he has a big day against that Tennessee defense. So it's the only play for me. I think Arizona's a good bet in teasers. I know they're going to be popular in survivor pools this week. I think that's a good play. They win the game. It is just interesting. That line has come down from 9.5 to 7.5. And it's like, who would be betting the Titans this? Why are you doing that to yourselves again? So nothing on the spread, but I like McBride over receiving yards.
Yeah, it's kind of insane in the membrane. Anybody back in that offense right now? Cam Ward dead last among eligible quarterbacks and adjusted completion percentage. He's not looked particularly good. We don't know if Calvin Ridley's even going to play. His WR1 has missed practice a couple of days this week. He's status very much up in the air. Tony Pollard's been the only consistent weapon they've had. Everybody else has been a massive disappointment. I'm going to go with an Arizona Cardinal, another hot commodity off of waivers in fantasy free agent pools. Michael Carter, elevated practice squatter. He said himself that he is going to get the start. Now, Jonathan Gannon was asked that question today from the media, and he pleaded the fifth. 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth for you Dave Chappelle fans that are out there. I think Carter's going to hit the over on 47.5 rush yards. Now, this number has come cascading down the mountainside. It opened at 55.5. It actually bottomed out at 47.5. I grabbed it. It's now bounced back. It's at 49.5. I just checked while you were talking about Trey McBride. I do like the over on it. Look, we've seen this story play out before with Michael Carter. Remember, Trey Benson was out in Week 18 last year, and so was James Conner, and he got the majority of the touches. Even with DeMercado on roster, he had 21 touches in that game, went for 59 yards. The week before, he also saw ramp up in Week 17 last year, 15 for 81. So he's a guy I think can hit at the half-century mark on the ground. Why? Tennessee giving up 5 yards per carry, 117.5 rush yards per game to running backs, and the number 30 in rush EPA defense. So at a minimum, Michael Carter has flexi, sexy appeal for you fantasy leaguers in 12-team and deeper leagues. And again, with a bye-heavy week and the rash of injuries that are impacting squads, it's all right to plug him in at RB2 if need be. You might be able to get 10 to 12 points out of him. And again, you'll take that all diggity day long. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, games, and more games. Buccaneers, Seahawks, Lions, and the Bengals making picks in both those matchups. And we'll answer some more questions if they come in. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Now it's Lamar. 2 to 3 weeks. You thought it couldn't get any worse, Ravens fans? Now you don't know that if QB1's going to be out there, and you are now a dog against Houston.
I didn't think it would go through Pick'em. We had this conversation yesterday. What does it go to if he's out? And I thought Baltimore 1, and here we look up this morning, 1, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. So the look-ahead number was 9.5. They reopened it 6.5, and now we're 1.5 the other way. They're not saying Lamar Jackson's worth 8 points, but if you do the math, it's right around there. From 6.5 on the Baltimore side to 1.5 on the Houston side. I don't know that he's worth that much, considering how bad their defense has been. That's a massive move. Not many quarterbacks will justify a line move like that, from 6.5 to 1.5 the other way.
And you were going to have Lamar in a desperate spot. Lamar with a 1-3 record. And now what do you have? You might have that desperate feeling in the building, but so what if Lamar's not out there?
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. The Glass Man along for the ride. PJ Glasser in for Ryan Horvath on this Freaky Fast Friday. Folks, we're going to get through 3 more NFL games ahead of the main slate of action in NFL Week 5. But before we do, friendly reminder to check out our pole dancing poll question today live right now on the X at BetMGM Tonight. And it's asking you this: which running back has the best shot at 100 rush yards in NFL Week 5? Odds pulled from BetMGM. Your options are Quinshon Judkins against Minnesota over in England at plus 210. Jonathan Taylor at home against the Raiders at plus 115. Jahmyr Gibbs on the road against the Bengals at plus 180. Or Saquon Barkley at home against the Broncos at plus 145. So far, 181 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Speaking of BetMGM, it's time to zero it in on every snap. Activate your Odds Boost token on any college football bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. So opt in right now on the Odds Boost token ahead of the college football main slate tomorrow, or got 3 late night games to choose from. If you want to burn the midnight oil tonight on this Freaky Fast Friday, go ahead and use that Odds Boost token and make the night all the more entertaining right now, only at BetMGM. With that business put to the side, it's time to get after it with the next game.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Seattle Seahawks.
All right, Buccaneers, Seahawks. Of course, we've been talking extensively about the injuries impacting the Tampa backfield. Looking like it's going to be Rachaad White, a little bit of Sean Tucker mixed in there. From the people that we have talked to this week, we're expecting anywhere between like a 65-35, 70-30 split, White to Tucker in action. So Tucker does have some sexy appeal, but the matchup is going to be a tough one, PJ, against this very stout and inflexible Seattle front line. So right now the Seahawks are laying 3.5 with an over-under set at 44.5. So whether it's on a side, total, player prop, SGP, what action has enticed your dollar in Buccaneers and Seahawks?
I'm going to Mecca Ibuka under 63.5 receiving yards, Brad, against Seattle. Ibuka's obviously had a terrific rookie season. He's been good as advertised, like he was throughout the preseason. And I just think this is a bad matchup. You know, you're going up against one of the best defenses in the NFL with the terrific secondary. The safety, Imanori's supposed to be back. Doesn't look like Devin Witherspoon, though, is going to be out there for Seattle. But I looked at when the Bucs played Houston earlier this year, Brad, and Ibuka had 29 receiving yards against that Texans defense. I would put Seattle in that same grouping as Houston, and we're getting 63.5, so I think it's going to be an under going up against another very good defense. You have Godwin back as well, which could take away some of the production. You have all the injuries to the running backs with Tampa Bay. So I think it's going to be a struggle potentially for them to move the ball in this game. I kind of like the under 44.5 as well. So I think it's a low scoring game, and I think Ibuka under 63.5 receiving yards. I think that's too high.
Yeah, I think it's a great call there, my friend. I am going to go with an over wager, though, and one at significant plus money, at least when I grabbed it yesterday there at BetMGM. Sam Darnold, make me some dollars, baby, on the over 1.5 passing touchdowns at plus 125. Yeah, I'll roll the shoulders because I got seduced by that that juice. You look at Darnold, a guy that's played really well so far this season. Number 5 at adjusted completion percentage through 4 weeks. Modest, though, number 18 in red zone completion percentage. However, he has cashed the over on 1.5 passing touchdowns in 2 of his last 3 games. And you look at Tampa, this is a defense that is very mid-May, rather vanilla. Number 20 in dropback EPA defense. A pair of quarterbacks have gone over on this prop. Jalen Hurts did it, and Tyrod Taylor. If Tyrod Taylor can throw for 2 passing touchdowns, Sam Darnold can do the same. Jamel Dean, their top cover corner, looks like he is not going to play in this contest either, so even weaker as a result. And even when they're at full strength, they're a highly beatable secondary. And you have one of the elite wide receivers in the game right now to chuck the rock to in JSN. For those of you that don't speak in acronyms or abbreviations, that's Jackson Smith and Jigba from the Ohio State. So I think Sam Darnold on the over 1.5 passing touchdowns very much in play at plus 125. I also bet on Rachaad White. I shared earlier in the show over 3.5 receptions. But sticking with White, I'd like the under on his rush yards. That number right now is at 49.5. It's only minus 110 on the under. Yeah, his volume is going to be pumped. There's no question about it. Again, probably going to see 65% to 7% of the opportunity share working in concert with Sean Tucker, but nobody's running on Seattle. They really aren't. I mean, they have been stiff and stout, outstanding, inelastic overall. They're top 5 in the NFL in rush EPA defense. Are giving up below 3.5 yards per carry to opposing plowshares. So I like White, the receiver. Again, that's why I grabbed on the over 3.5 catches. But I am fading White, the rusher, and betting the under on 49.5 rush yards. All right, with that game in the books, let's move on to the next game.
The Detroit Lions, the Cincinnati Bengals.
All right, Detroit, hopefully not going to pull a Rams. Again, I was a perfect 3 for 3 my entries and my survivor pool until last night. The Rams let me down. My other 2 still alive entries both have Detroit. I usually don't like to take teams on the road, but it seems like a bit of a layup. Based on how bad and I've been just repugnant, repulsive, rancid, putrid, whatever adjective you want to apply, it sticks to the Cincinnati Bengals. So Detroit laying 10.5 on the standard spread. The over/under at 49.5, one of the highest totals on the board. So what do you like? Side, total, player prop, SGP, and Lions and those pathetic cats of Cincinnati.
Yeah, I like the over 1.5 passing touchdowns for Jake Browning, Brad, at plus 160.
Wow.
So I think Browning's going to play well in this game. I do. I know it's looked awful the first 2 weeks, but keep in mind he was on the road for his first 2 starts this season, and he was going up against 2 good defenses in Minnesota and Denver. Now he comes back home against a Detroit defense that's not in the league of those 2. The problem with this game, obviously, for Cincinnati is how they're going to get stops. And that's why I don't want to take the spread or anything like that. But I think that the Bengals are going to be able to score. So, Brad, a lot of times when I think that the underdog is going to score, but I don't necessarily think they're going to cover, I think looking at like Bengals team total over 17.5, Browning over passing touchdowns, those kind of things. Like, I think Cincinnati is going to be able to do some things on offense in this game. The past 2 weeks, they have been putrid on offense. So I think this week in practice, they have shifted all their focus into getting the offense right, getting that part of their team cooking, because they have those 2 great receivers, but they can't run, they can't protect. Their O-line's a disaster. But I think being at home is going to be a big deal. So I think we get some points. If you want to take the over 49.5, Bengals team total over, Browning over passing touchdowns. But I think this is going to be a high-scoring affair. I can't take the 10.5 with Cincy. It'd only be Detroit or pass for me, because I don't know if Detroit's going to punt in this game, Brad. I mean, they should probably be able to get in the 40s,
right.
and I don't see Cincinnati getting many stops.
Yeah, based on the implied total, essentially, Detroit's seems like a shoe-in to score at least 30. So I think 40 is entirely there on the table. Yeah, the Bengals are just a wreck. They're an absolute mess. There is no duct tape and not enough of it in the world or Band-Aids that could, ply and really plug up any kind of holes or gap defensively for this franchise. I'm shocked you're going with Browning and the over 1.5 passing touchdowns, but plus 160 is awfully juice seducing, to say the least. I'm going to work a little minus money. I'm going to build a same game parlay. Give me the Lions on the front end on the money line. All I got to do is win straight up and give me mandatory Montgomery and Jackals, my guy. Anytime touchdown. I do it every single week. I kind of have to. I get to minus 120. Honestly, I shouldn't be a fraidy cat here. I should just take Detroit on an alt spread. Let's say minus 2.5, maybe playing up to minus 6.5, and then pair that with Montgomery and get it to plus money. Maybe I should rebuild it and go that route. I would recommend doing that if you're going to tail me. But those of you who are going to fade me, Godspeed to you. Here's the deal with mandatory Montgomery. Cincinnati, number 27 in rush EPAD on the season. They've been nearly the bottom of the barrel, giving up 4.70 yards per carry just to running backs, 170 flat total yards per game to RBs, and 6 total touchdowns to the position as well. Mandatory number 3 in yak per attempt at 4.26. He's 4-7 missed tackles. He's already had 11 red zone touches, and he's only seeing 32.3% of the opportunity share, with Gibbs getting the heavy side of that. He has scored 3 times. He's looked awesome, with the exception of last week, and that's all because of Browns. A bunch of man-eaters. Whoa, here they come. Watch out. They're man-eater. And they swallowed Montgomery whole, to say the least. BetAlytics gives a mandatory a 66% chance of splashing 6 in this game. So, again, I'm going to go with Montgomery anytime touchdown. Detroit, some sort of alt line. I took him to the money line on this one at minus 20. But if you go to minus 2.5, you probably get to plus 100. You go to minus 6.5, you're probably going to get to plus 115, plus 120. That is the way that I play Lions and Bengals. And I swear to God, if Detroit loses this game, I'm going to swallow the damn tequila bottle worm this weekend, because I'll be eliminated in all of my survivor pools as a result. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight, but don't you go anywhere, fools. We got a couple of more games yet to cover. Commanders, Chargers, and also Patriots and Bills. More action right here on BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM network. Stay tuned.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
Will Jalen Hurts have the stats to potentially justify a bet? You could get him 18-1, 20-1 range. The team keeps winning. All he does is silence critics, but it's not sexy. Will he have the numbers to justify a bet?
I don't think Jalen Hurts will. I also don't think Josh Allen will. The Bills have moved into their next era of football, which is that they are happy to let James Cook get touchdowns. They are happy to play 6 offensive linemen. Josh Allen right now only has 7 passing touchdowns through 4 games. His rushing stats, he's got fewer yards per game than you would expect. He does have the 3 rushing touchdowns. I definitely would not bet Josh Allen at this number. I wouldn't. If I was going to place one wager for MVP right now, I would say my number one, particularly at the BetMGM price at 15-1, would be Jordan Love. The second one that I would do, I take advantage of this 2-game absence for Jaden Daniels. I believe Jaden Daniels is available at 35-1 at BetMGM. The NFC is going to just be a way easier conference to rack up a bunch of late season. They also play in that really weak division. But yeah, Jordan Love to me Like, I would have Jordan Love ahead of Mahomes right now in MVP odds, I think, because Mahomes is not going to win it.
What if I'm wrong about Dylan Gabriel? What if we're all wrong about Dylan Gabriel? Because the consensus opinion about this dude is that he's bad. And I think that's probably coming from a lot of people who just want to see Shedeur Sanders play, that they think that, oh, Gabriel's a bad quarterback. Like, I thought that, like, Shedeur aside, I just don't think he's that good. Never thought he was good in college, like I said. But, like, what if we're wrong? Because we're wrong all the time about quarterbacks. Why can't we be wrong about this one? And what if the Cleveland Browns front office just hit a home run with this draft class? So far, it's looking pretty damn good, isn't it? Mason Graham's a key contributor. Carson Schlesinger is a key contributor. One of the short shots to win D-Roy. Quinshon Judkins, now that he's back, he's obviously balling. Harold Fannin Jr., Dylan Sampson. Like, what if they just knocked it out the park with this draft class? And what if that means they also nailed it with Dylan Gabriel? I mean, this team might be cooking with gas. Seriously. And I didn't think I would believe this when I went to bed last night. But the more I thought about it, when I saw the news this morning, and I said, hey, if this guy could just be serviceable, what kind of possibilities does that open up for the Cleveland Browns in 2025? Because the one thing we do know about the Cleveland Browns, and I think any football fan would agree with what I'm about to say, they have a championship-level defense. That is a fact. The Cleveland Browns defense is one of the best in the NFL. And it's not just this year. This has been going on multiple years since they've had Jim Schwartz as their defensive coordinator and Myles Garrett has been playing like the future Hall of Famer that he is. Like last season, they were top 10 in defense and success rate, the stat that I love, that we always talk about here on the show. They were top 10 last year despite how bad things were on offense. This year, top 5 in defensive EPA per play when you take away turnovers from the equation, when you just want to look at like turnover luck aside, who's just playing down-to-down great defense. Cleveland's in the top 5 in defensive EPA per play. And Myles Garrett, who's won Defensive Player of the Year in his career, I think is playing at the highest level that he's ever played. He looks unblockable this year. He's insane. He's amazing. And he is one of the best players in the NFL, and he leads this defense that has been insane through 4 weeks.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you along and for the ride and in the house this evening. The one, the only, the outstanding PJ Glasser, a.k.a. the Glass Man. We're keeping our eyes on the lone college football game that really has my attention. Unless you're a Delaware Blue Hens fan. You know Joe Flacco is locked in right now to some hot and steamy Delaware action. South Florida up 33-7 on Charlotte under a minute to go in the first half. Although Charlotte's got an opportunity maybe to get some points on the board. 2nd and 5. They're right now at the 40-yard line, their own 40-yard line. Hoping to inch their way to make this thing a little bit closer. But South Florida is mostly dominated this first half as expected. expected. I think they close as 27.5-point favorites. PJ, I think you have the Delaware game on right now. They're playing the Western Kentucky Hilltoppers. And Western Kentucky usually has a sick uniform game, but I haven't seen the score lately because my attention has been focused on this. How's that game shaping out right now? Who do you think's going to take it? Is it going to be the Blue Hens or the Hilltoppers?
Yeah, Delaware's up 17-13, Brad. There's about 8 minutes to go in the third quarter. Been a lower scoring game. Total was about 62.5. Delaware was a 2.5-point favorite. Now they're a 4.5-point favorite. I still like Delaware. You know, they've been able to keep Western Kentucky to a couple field goals. They actually scored a touchdown right before halftime, which was a huge play in the game. I still like Delaware, though. So maybe Western Kentucky takes like a 20-17 lead. You can get them at plus money. And if that's the case, I might buy in on Delaware for them to win the game. But keep an eye out for the Blue Hens, Brad, in Conference USA, man. Their first year in the FBS, but they got a really fun team. Their quarterback, Nick Minucci, is excellent. And it's a fun game. This was the game I was most excited to tonight. And so far, we got a good one that should come right down to the wire.
All right, there's your update there in college football. And again, we got 3 games left tonight. They're all kicking off at either 10 p.m. Eastern or later. So go ahead and brew a pot of coffee. If you want some action on it, sit down, relax, maybe pour yourself a stiffer beverage if you like. Fire off a couple of tickets and let it ride. You can sweat along. PJ, I will probably be long gone here on BetMGM tonight. But plenty of action still on the board tonight. And, of course, over the weekend, Saturday in college football, the main slate, week 5 of the NFL season on Sunday, which means we got to break down more games. We're going to get to that here in a second. For the reminder, folks, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, maybe you're just, cracking your brain right now because of all the various injuries. Got 4 teams on bye: Atlanta, Chicago, Green Bay, Pittsburgh, and you're like, I don't know who the hell to start in my PPR league. We are here to help. So by all means, if you need some lineup assistance, pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X, at BetMGM tonight. We got 2 more games yet to cover in NFL Week 5. So let's get back after it and move on to the next game.
The Washington Commanders, the Los Angeles Chargers.
All right, Commanders, Chargers. Honestly, this is one of the games I'm really looking forward to this weekend. LAC laying 3 in this one, over-under of 47. We got the big news today that Jaden Daniels is good to go after missing a couple of games, so he is healed up. Hopefully he's going to be back to his running ways. A lot of fantasy investors feeling the same belief there, knowing they spent a pretty penny on him, and they need that duality in the worst way this week. So PJ, side, total, player prop, SGP, what has caught your eye in Commanders and Chargers?
Keep going back and forth on the Chargers-Commanders side, which one I want to take. At +3, it'd probably be Washington for me, plus the points. Again, Brad, those offensive line injuries for the Chargers are a massive deal. Getting Jaden Daniels back is a massive deal. I think Washington's going to play well in this game. My favorite play, though, is Amarion Hampton over 67.5 rushing yards. I really like that one. Now, the way to attack this Washington defense has been through the air. It's to attack their secondary. Their front 4 and has been solid. Their defense against the run has been pretty good. But Hampton just keeps getting better and better as the weeks goes on. He ran for nearly 130 yards last week against the Giants. And this is the Chargers' MO, right? Like Jim Harbaugh, Greg Roman, like these are guys that want to run the football. And Brad, they just really haven't done that yet this season, not to the extent that we all thought they would. I think this is one of those games where with the injuries that they have on the O-line, with some guys are missing on defense, they're going to get back to their bread and butter. So I like Hampton over 67.5 rushing yards. I think he's going to have a good game. You had to make me pick the side. I think I'd probably lean Washington +3. I think they're alive to pull off the upset as well. You'd expect the Chargers to bounce back off of disappointing loss against the Giants. But with Jaden back, I think that's going to be a nice jolt to Washington. I think they've got a chance to win that game.
PJ, just a follow-up question for you for fantasy footballers that are out there. This Washington backfield has been really hard to decipher. Full-blown RBBC, Jeremy McNichols has shined like he did against Viva Las Vegas. He had that long touchdown run in that game. Chris Rodriguez, he was the leading rusher last week, has come on strong. JCM, Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, everybody expected him to be the guy coming into week one, and he has showed up and showed out, but on a rare occasion. Out of that triumvirate, who do you believe is going to have the most fantasy value and maybe somebody you will plug in to the flex position? Is it Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, Chris Rodriguez, or Jeremy McNichols? Who's your pick there?
Oh, man. I think it'd probably be Bill, honestly. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, if I had to choose. I was leaning between him or Chris Rodriguez. I think he's more of the battering ram, guy that they like short yardage goal line situations. Right now, Ja'Cory has the highest receiving total of running backs, and he has the highest rushing yards. So I think he would be the guy to lean on if you were looking this week for running backs to use for Washington. But I think Jaden, though, is going to use his legs a little bit, Brad. You talked about earlier, his rushing number was at 40. Yep. I think Jaden's going to have a nice day on the ground. I think it's probably Bill. I think Rodriguez is interesting, though. He would be the guy that I would bet if I had anytime touchdown. If I were to bet one of the three to score, I would feel most confident about betting Rodriguez to find the end zone.
All right, here's some interesting markets available right now at BetMGM. Just pulled this up. So Jane Daniels is now up to 46.5 rush yards. Juice the under at minus 125. To maybe helping answer this question, nothing is available on McNichols as of yet, but JCM, Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt is at 30.5 rush yards. Chris Rodriguez at 25.5, and I'll give you another market to use as a measuring stick. Rushing attempts. JCM, 7.5. Chris Rodriguez, only 5.5. That was just way to the over at minus 155. I'll just add one more little factoid. Chris Rodriguez, among eligible running backs, numero uno, according to Pro Football Focus entering the week, in yards after contact per attempt. Dan Quinn, feed the man. Give him the rock. He'd be my pick.
I like it. I think you made a good case. Again, I think it's one of the two guys. I think Rodriguez is probably the preferred guy just because of his physicality, and he's a better receiver of the two. I think it's fair. The numbers leaning towards Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, though, are what's kind of keeping me away from definitively saying that Rodriguez is the guy. And in a game like this, Brad, I mean, you're going to need guys that get yards after contact because the Chargers are such a good defense. They make you work for everything. That's why I think for this matchup, it's going to be interesting, but Rodriguez just might end up being the guy.
At 25.5 is a low number in rush yards. I'm going to probably bet that. It's a minus 115 either direction there. So during the break, I'm going to lock in on that. I'll throw it on the always free, transparent, and public spreadsheet, which you can find on thegamingjuice.com. All right, I'm going to go to the Chargers side of things for my official bet here in this segment. Keenan Allen, he seems like he's about 55 years old. But he's only 33, and he's balling right now. I'd like the over on 54.5 receiving yards, also at a minus 115 juice. Why? We look at Washington, and they're just number 28 in drop-back EPA defense. Well, I can see a lot of Trey Amos in coverage, who is a modest number 59 in pass coverage grade, according to Pro Football Focus. Sandra Still, we'll see if he plays. If he is in uniform, Allen may see him occasionally in the slot where he lines up about a third of the time. Sandra Still's given up a 17 total receptions to his assignments this season. And you look at Keenan Allen, man, he's just got those choppy legs. That foot action gets enough separation. Doesn't burn guys, ever has on the field. Just a tactician in terms of his route running. He's seen 9.3 targets per game. He's got 132.2 passer rating when targeted, number 29 in air yards. And he's gone 68, 61, 65 and 37 receiving yards. So he's gone over in 3 or 4. I think it's 60 plus again. All I need is 55 to cash. So I like that. And to piggyback on what you were saying with Amari and Hampton, again, I gave this earlier in the show. Same game parlay, anytime touchdown for Hampton. And Amari and Hampton, 3+ receptions, so over 2.5 grabs. It's plus 129, PJ. I mean, his role as a receiver is really ramping up. He's been balling in that regard. You know, a lot of people were panicking because they spent a pretty penny in fantasy for him in August drafts. They were like, I'm going to sell him after a couple of weeks. He's a huge letdown. They were saying the same thing about Ashton Genty. And boy, if they got rid of him for like 50 cents on the dollar, do they feel like a horse's ass right now?
No doubt. No doubt. It's a great call. Hampton has been great as a receiver. And, you know, with the injury to Najee, it's allowing him to play more, and they're keeping him out there for all 3 downs. So there's a reason they drafted Hampton, you know, with that 21st pick. They fell in love with them, and he's been getting better and better every week. So you like the angle a lot this week, Brad, with some of the receptions and the receiving yards with the running backs. And I like it. I like it. I think we could have a bunch of those this week.
I'm going down with the ship. All right, let's move on to the next game.
The New England Patriots, the Buffalo Bills.
All right, let's smash some tables of the Bills Mafia there in Western New York under the prime time lights. And boy, they're going to be sauced by the time this sucker kicks off on the evening tip. Buffalo laying 8. The over-under at 49.5. Side total player prop SGP. PJ, what do you like in Pats and Bills?
Going to take the Patriots team total over 20.5 points at plus 105. I think it's going to be a fun game on Sunday night, actually. I think we could get some points. Now, the Bills are getting healthier on defense. They're starting to get some guys back. But, Brad, to be honest with you, I don't think their defense is all that good. And this is a Mike Vrabel spot for me. You know, like the reason I wasn't too high on the Patriots coming into the year was the fact that they were favored in 11 of the 17 games that they were going to play. And Vrabel, through his time in Tennessee, was always great as an underdog, especially a big underdog. And he really got his teams to play up to the level of their competition. And I think that's what you're going to see this week with New England. I think they're going to hang around and they're going to play Buffalo pretty tough. So I would lean New England plus the 8. I think it could be a close game, but I like Drake May and the Pats to put up some points. They know they're going to have to be aggressive. They're going to have to score touchdowns against Josh Allen, especially in Buffalo. So the aggressive nature that I think Vrabel is going to set the tone in this game, I think the Pats are going to be able to score a little bit, Brad. So I would look team total over 20.5 plus 105.
Yeah, I think that is a great call. Like, points are going to be plentiful in this one. And can you digs it? Hell yes, I can. So much so, I'm going to go with the alt market. Stephon Diggs, 60+ receiving yards, plus 155. Really getting seduced by that juice on that wager. Like, Stephon Diggs looked great last week. Cardi B's baby daddy was, moving the body like it was like 6-7 years ago with the Minnesota Vikings. He's number 12 in yards per route run, number 25 in total yak. He's seen a lot of snaps out of the slot, 57.7%, which means he's going to get a ton of Teron Johnson, who's getting up an 83.3% catch rate. I know Buffalo is number 8 in dropback EBAD, but revenge game! I love betting on those narratives. I think Diggs balls out. I think it's 60+. I also like Drake May on the over 1.5 passing touchdowns. Done that in 3 straight games, and that's at plus money. So those are my 2 favorite bets in this contest. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back here on BetMGM tonight. We're going to try to make some college cash and work in some bonus time wagers as well, right here on a Freaky Fast Friday, right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Don't you dare go anywhere.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Some of the favorite stuff I'm on this week is Detroit Lions ladder stuff. So like Detroit Lions to cover 17.5 points, Detroit Lions team total over 40.5, Jared Goff over 350 passing yards, Jahmyr Gibbs to score 2 touchdowns, stuff like that. The Lions are one of the few teams, maybe the last team actually left in the NFL, that just keep scoring until the whistle goes. The Bills don't do it. The Ravens don't do it. The Chiefs don't do it. The Chargers don't do it. None of these really. The Eagles won a game where they didn't complete a pass in the second half, right? So a lot of the good teams just stop scoring points. The Lions don't. And the Bengals are this unique type of bad where they can't run, so they shift to the pass, but they also can't really pass. So you just get in these pass, punt series. They're like, oh, you just used 37 seconds of game clock and then punted and gave the ball back. Like, the Lions are happy to score 50. They did it twice last year where they got to 50, including one game where they scored a touchdown on every possession. And they've already done it once this year in week 2. They got the 52 with 0 punts. So some of those Lions ladders I really like.
Now it's Lamar. 2 to 3 weeks. You thought it couldn't get any worse, Ravens fans? Now you don't know that if QB1's going to be out there, and you are now a dog against Houston.
I didn't think it would go through Pick'em. We had this conversation yesterday. What does it go to if he's out? And I thought Baltimore 1, and here we look up this morning, 1, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. So the look-ahead number was 9.5. They reopened it 6.5, and now we're 1.5 the other way. They're not saying Lamar Jackson's worth 8 points, but if you do the math, it's right around there. From 6.5 on the Baltimore side to 1.5 on the Houston side. I don't know that he's worth that much, considering how bad their defense has been. That's a massive move. Not many quarterbacks will justify a line move like that, from 6.5 to 1.5 the other way.
And you were going to have Lamar in a desperate spot. Lamar with a 1-3 record. And now what do you have? You might have that desperate feeling in the building, but so what if Lamar's not out there?
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brian the Big Noise Evans with you. PJ Glasser, a.k.a. the Glass Man, along for the ride on this Freaky Fast Friday. Folks, we have already gone through every single stinking matchup. NFL Week 5 on the main slate on Sunday. If you missed any of our breakdowns, we gave you a bet in every single game. Some of the games, multiple bets, whether on the side, the total, a little player prop action, or SGP. Working in some fantasy twists in there as well. You can always listen to the BetMGM Tonight podcast, Apple Podcast, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Download, subscribe right now to the BetMGM Tonight podcast, and don't miss a minute of this jackass's musings, and more importantly, a minute of either Ryan Horvat or PJ Glasser's awesome breakdowns in the NFL or in college football. And speaking of college football, we're going to try to make some college cash here this segment and work in some bonus time bets as well before we dive in on that. For the reminder, folks, we have our pole dancing poll question today live right now on the X or the Twitter. And it's asking you this: which running back has the best shot at 100 rush yards in NFL Week 5? Odds, of course, pulled from BetMGM. Your options are Quinshawn Judkins and Joe England taking on the Minnesota Vikings at plus 210. Jonathan Taylor against Viva Las Vegas at plus 115. Jahmyr Gibbs against Cincinnati at plus 180, or Saquon Barkley at home against the Denver Broncos at plus 145. So far, 181 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Speaking of X, somebody actually asked us a question, and it's in regards to one of the games yet to kick off tonight in college football. Again, we have three of them that are going to be starting at either 10 p.m. Eastern, one of those at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. And Drew in Milwaukee asks, can one of you fine gentlemen talk me out of taking West Virginia tonight, please? PJ, last I saw, BYU in this game was laying, I think, 18.5. I don't know if the spread
20
is
and a half.
18.5 in front of me. It's up to 20.5, okay, against the Mountaineers. So it's moved. It was 18.5 earlier this week. So at the current line, 20.5, I'll just ask you the question. Are you going to fade or follow BYU against a just awful West Virginia team that Drew Milwaukee is thinking about betting?
Can I just go to bed? Can that be the third option, Brad? In this game, I don't.
Yeah, save your money for Saturday.
Yeah, please, just get your sleep, save your money, wake up, and enjoy the games on Saturday. This game, West Virginia is not good. They are not good at all. I understand they had the nice upset win over Pitt, but that's a rivalry game, and they were at home in Morgantown. Okay, you look at what West Virginia's done on the road this season. They lost to a MAC team in Ohio. Now, Ohio's a very good MAC team. Parker Navarro is a terrific quarterback, but they still lost to a MAC team on the road. Then they got trounced by Kansas on the road, and now they have to travel across the country to Provo and take on BYU, who's coming off a narrow win against Colorado. It's not good, Brad. They're making a quarterback change in this game. I would stay away. I think the play, to be honest with you, would probably be West Virginia's team total under. I'm looking to see what that line is. But with the low total of 46.5, a team that already struggles to score points, and now they're going to their backup 13.5. Yeah, Brad, I wouldn't be surprised if West Virginia doesn't crack double digits in this game. So WVU team total under, if I had to make a play, that would probably be it. If you had to make me pick the game, I would probably lean BYU. But I would not bet the game from a side standpoint.
Look, I'm afraid of cats, so I took at the alt market. I bet a little 3-leg parlay just to keep myself entertained and engrossed tonight. I have South Florida at minus 16.5. They're up 33-7 right now. Just started the second half of this game. The other play I have tonight, as well as a part of that 3-leg parlay. San Diego State on the money line straight up against Colorado State. That one is the latest kickoff at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. And then BYU I took down a -9.5. I'm only going to play this in the alt market, but there is no way I can touch West Virginia either. And the advanced data backs that up. West Virginia, according to Football Power Index, is number 82 in the country. And offense efficiency is tracked at PFF. They're number 130. 130, nearly dead last in offensive efficiency. They got a backup stinking quarterback taking snaps. They're number 98 in defense efficiency. Drew in Milwaukee, save your money. Bet on something more reasonable tomorrow, but if there is anything, I'm with PJ. I would lay it on the heavy chalk there with BYU. Now -20.5. That -18.5 number looked a hell of a lot better a couple of days ago. I can tell you that for sure. All right, let's stay in college and try to make some of that college cash, PJ. Give me a bet you're really fond of tomorrow that maybe Drew in Milwaukee will tail because he's got to stuff that $20 bill back in his pocket.
You know, Brandon gave it out earlier in the show, and I'm with him. I'm taking Vandy plus the points against Alabama. I've seen a lot of people this week, Brad, a lot of people whose opinion I respect and I trust and I value what they have to say. A lot of people are on Bama in this game, and the reasoning is all the same, right? They lost to Vandy last year. They're not going to let it happen again. They lost to Florida State, changed the season. They realized they can't take anybody for granted, all this stuff. And, all that's true, right? I mean, Bama's definitely going to learn from what happened last year. They're going to be more prepared for Vandy than maybe they would be if they didn't drop that game. But at the end of the day, they still have to go out and execute. And the fact is with Bama, Brad, they cannot stop offenses like Vandy, like Florida State, like Auburn. Any team that has a mobile quarterback that runs like zone reads, jet sweeps, pre-snap motion, all these kinds of things, Brad, I mean, for the last 2-3 years, their defense just has not been able to figure it out for whatever reason. And I was talking to my buddies, because I'm a Bama grad, and we're looking at the rest of Bama's schedule, right? And we're going through all the teams. And, I mean, their schedule is crazy. It's Vandy, Missouri, LSU, Tennessee, Oklahoma. I mean, they play ranked team after ranked team. And we were all ranking which games make us the most nervous the rest of the season. We all agreed at Auburn in the Iron Bowl was the game we're most worried about the rest of the way. The game that we are the most worried about after that, the number 2 game, it's not LSU, it's not Tennessee, it's not Oklahoma. It's tomorrow. It's Vandy. This is the game we're really worried about. So I think Vandy's live. I think they're going to keep it close. I like them plus the 11.5.
Yeah, Diego Pavia has been quite the sensation this season. A ton of fun to watch. I'll be really curious with the elite speed of Alabama, how he's going to hang in that game. The other marquee matchup, you might say it's even bigger, is a Battle of the Sunshine State between Miami of Florida against Florida State. I like the Noles plus the 4.5, man. I think Mike Norvell's club is going to hang tough in this one. If they're going to lose this thing and maybe by a field goal boot, a lot of the advanced data really supports that notion. You look at the offense efficiency numbers at Pro Football Focus. The Canes, number 11 in the country. Florida State even better at number 8. They've been outstanding there. Defensively, Miami better at number 5. Florida State, number 41. But again, the home field advantage, it's worth something. Again, I think this line should be closer to 3, maybe 2.5. I did see I think at BetMGM earlier today it was at 3.5. I think it moved back to 4.5, but I did grab it earlier in the week at Florida State plus 4.5. They could actually win this thing outright, coming off that tough loss in overtime against the Virginia Cavaliers. So give me FSU plus a 4.5 tomorrow as my college cash selection. All right, bonus time. Maybe you want to add some more college football action. Maybe we'll go back to the NFL. Any market, totally up to you. MLB postseason, totally cool and down with that. All I require is you to give me another bet. So, PJ, serve your boy up.
Yeah, let's do my favorite teaser of the week in the NFL. Jets plus 8.5, Cardinals minus 1.5. Put that together, you can get something close to even money. I like the Jets a lot as a teaser leg this week, Brad. Again, talked about earlier in the show. The Dallas Cowboys just play the level of their competition, right? You've looked at, they've played against 2 very good teams in the Packers and the Eagles. They tied against one. They lost by 4 to the other. Could have won both those games. And then they've played 2 really bad teams in the Bears and the Giants, and they lost to the Bears and they went to overtime to the Giants. So that's the Cowboys just play the level of their competition. Lamb's still out. They got some offensive linemen that are injured. They're banged up. Jets are hungry to get that first win, and Dallas's defense is so bad. So I just it's terrible. And then when it goes on the road, it's just even that much worse. So I like the Jets in a teaser. And then Arizona. I mean, look, if the Titans win that game or if they lose by 1, then so be it. I'll tip my cap. But they are the worst team in football. Callahan is the worst coach in football. And whenever they're on the road, I think they are an auto fade. So Arizona minus 1.5, Jets plus 8.5 in a teaser. Another play that I like this week.
Just to piggyback on your Jets belief, I love Mason Taylor as well. I grabbed the over on 29.5 receiving yards. It seems like a really low number. Coming off season high, 65 yards. He had 7 targets in the game last week against the Miami Dolphins. And the reason why I really love it, Dallas employs zone coverage more than anybody else in the NFL at 85.1% of the time. That is a formula of success for a zone buster like Mason Taylor. He's a guy like Steph Curry, trying to line him up in a 2-3 zone, and he would just jack threes from 40 feet away and sink it and break up that zone. That's what Mason Taylor's going to do across the middle of the field on Sunday. So I love that prop. I also like this one, too. Another hot commodity off waivers for fantasy football franchisees out there. Kendre Miller of the fleur-de-lis of the New Orleans Saints. I like the over on just 29.5 rush yards against the G-Men. Why? It's some other mall matchups. New York is dead last in rush EPA defense. They're coming up 6.04 yards per carry to the running back position, 116.3 rush yards per game to RB specifically. 5 RBs have already trounced them for at least 30 yards on the ground. And Miller's roles starting to ramp up, starting to increase. Alvin Kamara may or may not be on the trade block. Trade deadline coming up in early November. He's seen 27.4% of the opportunity share, getting 7 rush attempts per game, averaging 31 rush yards per game. He's RB 16 in yards created per touch. He's also number 9 in yards after contact per attempt at 3.71. He's forced a dozen missed tackles on just 28 rush attempts. And he's coming off that monster game on just 11 carries, 65 yards and a touchdown against Buffalo last week. He might repeat that feat. All we need is half that, and we cash on the over 29.5 rush yards. So liking that. PJ, one more bonus time. Give me something else you like.
Right, I like that over in Chargers Commanders, over 47. I think both teams are going to be able to put up some points a little bit in that game. Now, the Chargers have had a very good defense, and they really make you work for it down the field, but that's what Jaden Daniels is so good at. He's so accurate. He makes great decisions, and I think he's going to be able to put up some points against the Chargers, and then vice versa. We've talked about we think Hampton's going to get a good workload in that game, but the Washington secondary isn't very good. Herbert should be able to make some plays as well. So I think that game's going to be a shootout, Brad. To me, that feels like a 30-27 type game, somewhere in that neighborhood, 27-24, something there. Either of those get us a winner. So I'll take over 47, Chargers, Commanders.
All right, I like this market quite a bit. I always play a couple of these every single week, and that is yards longest catch. My favorite one, bar none, in week 5 is JMO. Jameson Williams. I'll take a shot on him for sure against the Cincinnati Bengals on the over 21.5 yards on that longest grab. Wrote about him on thegamingjuice.com, my wide receiver fantasy flames for week 5, and it's understandable why. Cincinnati number 22 in pass EPA defense this season. They have allowed the 9th most fantasy wide receiver points per game this year. More specifically, he's going to see a lot of DJ Turner in coverage, who's given up the 14th most yards of any defensive back in the NFL, and a sky-high 17.8 yards per catch as well. You know what the specialty of JMO is. That's getting chunk gains. He's number 1 in yards per catch at 21.4. He's number 4 in ADOT. He's number 2 in passer rating when targeted 137.5. And a guy that 4 times this season has gone for at least a 22-yard catch. So definitely one of my favorite plays the entire weekend. Jamison Williams over 21.5 yards on the longest catch at minus 115. Fair to follow? That, of course, is up to you. All right, we're going to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to view our cards, our favorite bets on maybe tonight and of the weekend. Give you some final thoughts as well from me on the NFL Week 5 slate. And maybe answer some more of your questions. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. BetMGM tonight will be right back. If you missed any part of the show, check out our podcast on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Will Jalen Hurts have the stats to potentially justify a bet? You can get him like 18-1, 20-1 range. The team keeps winning. All he does is silence critics, but it's not sexy. Will he have the numbers to justify a bet?
I don't think Jalen Hurts will. I also don't think Josh Allen will. The Bills have moved into their next era of football, which is that they are happy to let James Cook get touchdowns. They are happy to play 6 offensive linemen. Like Josh Allen right now only has 7 passing touchdowns through 4 games. His rushing stats, he's got fewer yards per game than you would expect. He does have the 3 rushing touchdowns. Like, I definitely would not bet Josh Allen at this number. I wouldn't. If I was going to place one wager for MVP right now, I would say my number one, particularly at the BetMGM price at 15-1, would be Jordan Love. The second one that I would do, I take advantage of this 2-game absence for Jaden Daniels. I believe Jaden Daniels is available at 35-1 at BetMGM. The NFC is going to just be a way easier conference to rack up a bunch of late season. They also play in that really weak division. But yeah, Jordan Love to me, like I would have Jordan Love ahead of Mahomes right now in MVP odds, I think, because Mahomes is not going to win it.
What if I'm wrong about Dylan Gabriel? What if we're all wrong about Dylan Gabriel? Because the consensus opinion about this dude is that he's bad. And I think that's probably coming from a lot of people who just want to see Shedeur Sanders play, that they think that, oh, Gabriel's a bad quarterback. Like, I thought that, like, Shedeur aside, I just don't think he's that good. Never thought he was good in college, like I said. But, like, what if we're wrong? Because we're wrong all the time about quarterbacks. Why can't we be wrong about this one? And what if the Cleveland Browns front office just hit a home run with this draft class? So far, it's looking pretty damn good, isn't it? Mason Graham's a key contributor. Carson Schlesinger is a key contributor. One of the short shots to win D-Roy. Quinshon Judkins, now that he's back, he's obviously balling. Harold Fannin Jr., Dylan Sampson. Like, what if they just knocked it out the park with this draft class? And what if that means they also nailed it with Dylan Gabriel? I mean, this team might be cooking with gas. Seriously. And I didn't think I would believe this when I went to bed last night. But the more I thought about it, when I saw the news this morning, and I said, hey, if this guy could just be serviceable, what kind of possibilities does that open up for the Cleveland Browns in 2025? Because the one thing we do know about the Cleveland Browns, and I think any football fan would agree with what I'm about to say, they have a championship-level defense. That is a fact. The Cleveland Browns defense is one of the best in the NFL. And it's not just this year. This has been going on multiple years since they've had Jim Schwartz as their defensive coordinator, and Myles Garrett has been playing like the future Hall of Famer.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. PJ Glasser, a.k.a. the Glass Man, in the house as well. Again, we went through every single NFL Week 5 matchup on Sunday. Just a friendly reminder, if you missed any of those breakdowns, side totals, same game parlays, and a ton of player props, you can always go back and listen at your convenience, at your leisure with the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Download, subscribe, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Lock and load the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Go to review our cards here momentarily, but first up, two reminders. Number one, phone lines remain wide ass open. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, you want to talk sports betting as well, maybe some late night action in college football, by all means, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question today. Let me go ahead and shut that bad boy down. It was asking you this: which running back has the best shot at 100 rush yards in NFL Week 5? Odds pulled, of course, from BetMGM. Your options were Quinshon Judkins against the Vikings at plus 210, Jonathan Taylor against the Raiders at plus 115, Jahmyr Gibbs against the Bengals at plus 180, or Saquon Barkley against the Broncos at plus 145. Officially 181 votes cast. PJ, who led the way?
Oh man, I'm gonna go with Gibby.
Really good guess. I probably would have gone that route as well, especially with the plus 180 juice. Second place, I got the silver medal at 30.9%. Your pack leader, Jonathan Taylor. Captain obvious for a lot of people, but the Raiders have been outstanding in run coverage. 49.2%. My pick would have been Quinshon at plus 210, especially at 14.9%, and Saquon dead last, only 5% of the vote. Our outstanding EP and man around the board here on BetMGM Tonight, Brandon Combs chimed in and said Saquon versus a Denver defense that you can absolutely run on at plus 145. Take my money, BetMGM. Take it. So he's one of the minority members there at 5%, going with Saquon Barkley to get to the century mark on the ground against the Broncos at plus 145. We appreciate all your votes. And for those of you that offered your 2 cents as well, we still got some questions coming in. We got a question here from Derek. I'll go ahead and throw this out. He goes, looking for a home run play, not in baseball, Rashid Shaheed or Michael Carter full point PPR. Is Carter really a home run? This seems obvious to me, PJ. I'm going with the Arizona running back.
100%. I mean, especially as a 7.5-point favorite, he's going to be the number one guy. Yeah, Carter, definitely the guy to go with for sure.
Yeah, and he'll catch a couple of balls too. It's not like he's got banana hands. And, she's got a nice matchup against the Giants. You're on the Saints on the money line. I agree with that point of view, but come on, man. Side with the volume there. And Michael Carter, good luck to you, Derek, here in week 5. All right, PJ, let's go ahead and break down our cards. Again, all these looking ahead. Because the slate wasn't all that exciting tonight, but I'm a sicko. Of course, I have some action on it. Shared my parlay earlier on in the program. Oh, actually, you know what? Before we get to our cards, our fantastic EP, Brandon Combs, speaking of sickos, he is one. He is going to get up and have some bangers and mash, I think, in honor of the London game. He built a parlay. Brandon, would you like to share?
Yeah, absolutely. So I had to do something for the game in London because I'll be producing game day that morning with the guys and Kate Constable as well. So I had to put something on it, and I went with the same game parlay of Vikings money line, Browns plus 3.5 points, and the under 36. I think the Browns keep this close. I think it's a low-scoring game. I think it's a field goal game. I think both of these defenses are ridiculous. I think there's going to be a lot of running the ball. I think the under 36 is a great play, and I think the Browns can keep this close. I think the Vikings win on a last-second field goal, something like 13-10.
PJ, I'll ask you a question. Which leg buckles?
12-1.
12-1. Which leg buckles? Probably Minnesota money line. I think if the Browns cover, I think they win outright. You know what I mean? Like I like the thought because it's such a low total. Points are going to be at a premium. It's probably a close game. So it's actually a really smart way, Brandon, to go about it by taking the winning side with the underdog and hoping you get that middle. I just kind of feel like if the Browns, if they cover, they're going to win. It's kind of going to be like the Packers game, right? If it's 13-10, they're probably just going to find a way to win that kind of game. So that would be the one that scares me. But I don't hate the angle, Brandon, especially for the price. I think that's pretty clever. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too, quite honestly, and I concur with you. It's just the Minnesota money line. I could see Cleveland win that game outright. There could be a miscue, mistake, maybe by Carson Wentz. Maybe Jordan Mason puts it on the ground. Maybe it's on special teams or something. I mean, the Browns are just so competitive because that defense is just extraordinary. And they're stifling, suffocating. They just stamp out the competition, drive after drive after drive, and really ratchet up the pressure. So that's the only one that I would be concerned about.
What I heard you guys say is I should hedge and I should take Browns money line and a Dylan Gabriel anytime touchdown. That's what I heard. So done.
No, here's a smart way to do it, honestly. Brando, this is God's honest truth. I like the plus 3.5 at Cleveland. Do the same thing for Minnesota. If you feel it's going to be a field goal game, lean into that belief. I love the under on the 36, but take the Vikings at plus 3.5 to go along with Cleveland at plus 3.5. You don't give a rat's you-know-what who wins this game. Just keep it by, within a field goal margin because the under's going to hit as well. It'll reduce your overall juice. I know you get seduced by it, but it's still going to be a pretty handsome payout.
I like it.
I do too. That's a good thought. Brandon, while we have you as well, you hit Tanja's first touchdown yesterday in Niners-Rams. What would be your gut first touchdown feel in Browns-Vikings? Who would be the guy that you would go with?
God. If I had to pick one, it's one of the two running backs. It's either going to be Jordan Mays or Quinshon Judkins. So I'd probably lean Quinshon.
Yes, smart man. You take Quinshon all day. And guys, I bet him 80-plus rush yards early day at plus 112. It's going to be a hell of a game for him. God, I just can't believe he's a thing. I mean, we were like a month ago debating whether or not he's going to play a single down in the NFL this season. Remember there for that fleeting moment, PJ? I think there was some reporting about Quinshon debating going back to college. That was on the table as one of the options that he had in light of the investigation, which is still ongoing, by the way. He's not fully out of the woods yet. We haven't heard anything from the NFL like, he's absolved of any wrongdoing. He's going to be good to go for the entire year. He very well could be. but they could ultimately come out with a ruling. My belief is, there'll be an internal investigation. They may rule on it, but it probably won't impact him until next year. So I think he'll be safe for this season, but he was the biggest roller coaster ride, not even remotely close, of anybody in fantasy drafts. And one day he was like, oh, I got to take him like in round 5. The next day, negative news. I ain't touching him with a 10,000-foot pole. I'm not going to draft him at all. And he fell into double-digit rounds. And then it seesawed back the other direction and then back the other way. And for those of you that roll the dice, took the gamble on Quinshon Judkins, you're getting the last laugh because the dude is balling and breaking tackles all over the field.
Brad, he's turning into what it felt like everybody thought Travion Henderson was going to be 2 weeks before the season start, right? I mean, he was right. Everybody was just standing in line, ready to get Travion, and just still a weird situation there in New England that they just really aren't playing him at all. But yeah, I mean, Judkins is the guy right now for Cleveland. They've made the move to Gabriel, so they're going young at quarterback. They're going to lean even more on Quinshon. So, you got him on your fantasy teams. That's a nice guy to have right now. He's going to be good for you for the rest of the season.
All right, PJ, I'm going to ask you something random. Give me any game on the NFL slate. I'm going to build a parlay and give you the odds on it, and you're going to decide if fade or follow. So name the game.
All right. Let's go with Let's go with that Raiders and Colts game. I think that could be a fun, sneaky game in that 1 o'clock window. So tell me a parlay that you like there between Indianapolis and Vegas.
Let me see if I actually built one. No, that's the one game I didn't build one. Give me another game.
Okay. What about that's amazing. What about Cowboys and Jets? Anything for that one?
Okay, I did build one there, and I already shared it on the show. So I'm going to get your thoughts on it. Justin Fields, 170-plus pass yards. Justin Fields, 40-plus rush yards. That's plus 110. Now, if you want to get greedy, let me ask you the question. The third leg. Could always have fun with third legs. Would you rather have Justin Fields anytime touchdown or Garrett Wilson anytime touchdown, which I grabbed earlier in the week at plus 135?
I think I'd rather go with Fields. That was one of the bets I gave out today. I like that a lot. And Brad, I'd maybe tease up the Jets too to plus 7.5. Throw another little leg in there, up the juice. I really like that teaser leg. So I might do
Brandon?
that. But
are you Brandon Combs?
I might. He's wearing off on me a little bit. Yeah, it might be.
No, look, Fields. I think in any of the parlays that you build this weekend, he has got to be featured. If you could do something across the board at some point in the parlay, dude is going to go off. I mean, he was even looking at 200-plus pass yards. That's plus money right now in the alt market at BetMGM. Dallas doesn't play a lick of defense. Really, Jets don't either.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
What if I'm wrong about Dylan Gabriel? What if we're all wrong about Dylan Gabriel? Because the consensus opinion about this dude is that he's bad. And I think that's probably coming from a lot of people who just want to see Shedeur Sanders play, that they think that, Gabriel's a bad quarterback. Like, I thought that, Shedeur aside, I just don't think he's that good. Never thought he was good in college, like I said. But, what if we're wrong? Because we're wrong all the time about quarterbacks. Why can't we be wrong about this one? And what if the Cleveland Browns front office just hit a home run with this draft class? So far, it's looking pretty damn good, isn't it? Mason Graham's a key contributor. Carson Schlesinger is a key contributor. One of the short shots to win D-Roy. Quinshon Judkins, now that he's back, he's obviously balling. Harold Fannin Jr., Dylan Sampson. Like, what if they just knocked it out the park with this draft class? And what if that means they also nailed it with Dylan Gabriel? I mean, this team might be cooking with gas. Seriously. And I didn't think I would believe this when I went to bed last night. But the more I thought about it, when I saw the news this morning, and I said, hey, if this guy could just be serviceable, what kind of possibilities does that open up for the Cleveland Browns in 2025? Because the one thing we do know about the Cleveland Browns, and I think any football fan would agree with what I'm about to say, they have a championship-level defense. That is a fact. The Cleveland Browns defense is one of the best in the NFL. And it's not just this year. This has been going on multiple years since they've had Jim Schwartz as their defensive coordinator, and Myles Garrett has been playing like the future Hall of Famer that he is. Like last season, they were top 10 in defense and success rate, the stat that I love, that we always talk about here on the show. They were top 10 last year, despite how bad things were on offense. This year, top 5 in defensive EPA per play when you take away turnovers from the equation, when you just want to look at, like, turnover luck aside, who's just playing down-to-down great defense. Cleveland's in the top 5 in defensive EPA per play. And Myles Garrett, who's won Defensive Player of the Year in his career, I think is be playing at the highest level that he's ever played. He looks unblockable this year. He's insane. He's amazing. And he is one of the best players in the NFL, and he leads this defense that has been insane through 4 weeks.
Some of the favorite stuff I'm on this week is Detroit Lions ladder stuff. So like Detroit Lions to cover 17.5 points, Detroit Lions team total over 40.5, Jared Goff over 350 passing yards, Jahmyr Gibbs to score 2 touchdowns, stuff like that. The Lions are one of the few teams, maybe the last team actually left in the NFL, that just keep scoring until the whistle goes. The Bills don't do it. The Ravens don't do it. The Chiefs don't do it. The Chargers don't do it. None of these really. The Eagles won a game where they didn't complete a pass in the second half, right? So a lot of the good teams just stop scoring points. The Lions don't. And the Bengals are this unique type of bad where they can't run, so they shift to the pass, but they also can't really pass. So you just get in these pass, punt series. Like, oh, you just used 37 seconds of game clock and then punted and gave the ball back. Like, the Lions are happy to score 50. They did it twice last year where they got to 50, including one game where they scored a touchdown on every possession. And they've already done it once this year in week 2. They got to 52 with 0 punts. So some of those Lions ladders I really like.
Now it's Lamar. 2 to 3 weeks. You thought it couldn't get any worse, Ravens fans? Now you don't know that if QB1's going to be out there, and you are now a dog against Houston.
I didn't think it would go through Pick'em. We had this conversation yesterday. What does it go to if he's out? And I thought Baltimore 1, and here we look up this morning, 1, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. So the look-ahead number was 9.5. They reopened it 6.5, and now we're 1.5 the other way. They're not saying Lamar Jackson's worth 8 points, but
it's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Final hour, BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. PJ Glasser With you filling in for Ryan Horvat on this Friday. We're going to give out our favorite bets of the weekend coming up in college football and the NFL over the next 40 minutes or so. Coming up in the second and third segment, we're getting ready to talk to Jerry Harris Jr. here in a little bit as well. But real quick, an update on what's going on in college football. South Florida's up 33-10 on Charlotte, and then Western Kentucky with a 27-24 lead over Delaware. You have 3 more games coming up tonight in college football, and then, of course, a full Saturday slate. And while we have a full Saturday slate of college football, we also have a full day of Major League Baseball playoff games as well. Division Series games, including the Dodgers and the Phillies in Philadelphia. And to talk about that, we welcome on Jerry Harrison Jr., 16-year MLB veteran, World Series champ, current broadcaster for the LA Dodgers on Sportsnet LA. And you can give him a follow on X at @TheRealJHair. Jerry, really appreciate the time, man. How's everything going?
Going really well. No problem.
Yeah, man. It's great to have you on. How excited are you about this series? It feels like 2 heavyweights going at it. Phillies, obviously, one of the top teams in the National League all year. Dodgers, defending World Series champion. What are you expecting out of this divisional series matchup?
I think it's going to be a great series. It's unfortunate it's only a 5-game series, and it's the NLDS. I just have this feeling that this is a series where it's whoever comes out of this series, I think will eventually go on to be the World Series champions. Obviously a lot can go on in the NLCS and the World Series, but these 2 teams, the way they're playing complete brand of baseball. The Phillies have an excellent lineup. They got power. They got a little bit of speed. They got great starting pitching, and they just got Durant at the deadline, who's one of the best closers in all of baseball. They're a great team. The Dodgers are starting to play really good baseball. I know the bullpen has been an issue a little bit. I'm hoping for our sake that it's been resolved with Roki Sasaki now. It's really no secret. He's going to be the closer, or at least get those tough outs in either the 8th or the 9th inning. And I think they're going to add Clayton Kershaw to the bullpen, Glass now as well, and then Sheehan. So they're going to help the bullpen guys out to go along with Alex Vesia, Blake Treinen as well. So it's a tough series. I have the Dodgers come out of this series, but it's going to be fun.
What do you make of the Zach Wheeler loss for Philly, Jerry? Because I don't feel like enough people are talking about it, right? You're talking about one of the best pitchers in baseball and a guy who's always great in October. Now, the Phillies pitching staff has been terrific. Christopher Sanchez is going to start for them in Game 1. But, as somebody who played, right, when you have your ace out there in Game 1, just not having him, especially for a series like this, that's a huge deal, isn't it?
It is a huge deal. Zach Wheeler is as good as it gets. You mentioned what he does in the postseason, but, I thought he was one of the top 2 or 3 guys, front runner for the NL Cy Young. That's what kind of year he's had. Really, his career has been amazing. He's as tough as it gets. He's got wipeout stuff, and I think one of the reasons why really a lot of people are not talking about it is because the Phillies have done a great job of not making excuses. They got great leadership in that clubhouse. And they feel they have enough to win. Obviously, they've proven it with the season that they have. And you mentioned Sanchez. He's as good a lefty as there is in the game of baseball. He's tough. He's an ace in his own right. And they got guys that can take the ball, give you 6, 7, 8 strong innings, and give you a chance to win. So they got 3, 4 legit starters. Dodgers are well aware of it. So that's why a lot of people haven't really – kind of talked about it, but you're right. Zach Wheeler is an absolute stud, and he is going to be missed. And hopefully, for our sake, we kind of take advantage of it. But again, they still have elite arms in that rotation.
They sure do. Jerry, I'm curious. In your career, did you ever play any playoff games in Philly? Because as a fan, just watching it on TV, it's just one of those places that it feels like they have a real home field advantage. There are some places in baseball where it just feels like the crowd's on top of you. They're constantly making noise. We know Philly is a great sports city. Did you ever play any games there in October? Because it just feels like from a bird's eye view, like that is a tough place to win a game on the road.
I had an incredible seat. I was on the 2009 Yankees when we played in Philadelphia, but I didn't get in those games. I didn't play. I was trying so hard to see if Derek Jeter would get nervous, or Alex Rodriguez or Robinson. I say, hey guys, if you're nervous, I can go out there and play for you. They weren't. They were up to the task, obviously. So I never got a chance to get in the game, but I was there on that team, and it is an incredible atmosphere. The Philly fans, it's no secret, they are one of the best fans in all of sports, not just baseball. So I know the guys are fired up to play in that environment. It's a great environment. I loved being there, and it's great as a visiting player in the regular season. It's great, and let alone the playoffs. And when I was there in the World Series, to be in that dugout, the intensity, I was hoping to get in the game because it's just a great environment. But, we had stud guys in our lineup, so it was kind of tough to crack that lineup. But I did start game 2, though. I did start game 2 in right field in Yankee Stadium, though.
Very cool. Jerry, what do you think is the most difficult thing that the Dodgers are dealing with right now in terms of trying to go back-to-back, right? We know how hard it is to win a championship in consecutive seasons. What do you think is really the thing that is going to be the hardest for them to overcome if they want to do that?
Well, I think baseball is one of the hardest sports to repeat. You just mentioned it. It's been, 25 years since there's been a repeat champion. There's so much parity in our sport. Again, this is not the NFL where, every year you're going to see Patrick Mahomes because he's a stud quarterback, Josh Allen, or Lamar Jackson. Those three guys have a chance, and they're going to be in the AFC Championship game. It's just like that every year because you can run out your starting quarterback every game because you play once a week. Baseball is different, man. You have to have a great rotation. They got to be firing on all cylinders. You got to have a great lineup, and you got to have a really good bullpen. I think heading into this series, I think it's no secret the bullpen has been an issue. I think that's going to be the toughest test for us to repeat is can we get quality innings, shutdown innings in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning? If our bullpen pitches like they did last year with our starting pitching, I think they have a great chance to repeat. Now, if that does not happen, it's going to be extremely difficult, especially with so many good teams, not just in the National League, but in the American League as well.
That's a great point. The bullpen last year, Jerry, was awesome. And then it felt like the other guys, right, outside of like Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman really delivered in the postseason for the Dodgers as well. Will Smith was not in that wild card series against the Reds. He's going to be available for the Dodgers in the NLDS. I don't know if Dave Roberts or anybody from the Dodgers, Jerry, came out today and said if he was going to play in game 1 or if they had a plan for what they were going to do with Will Smith. But would you expect him to be behind the plate for all the games in this series against Philly?
I expect him to be in the lineup. Now, I know he's pushing hard to be in that lineup. We desperately need Will Smith's presence in the lineup, not just his production. Against these left-handed pitchers. We mentioned earlier, the starters that the Phillies have, they're elite. And Will Smith, does a great job against left-handed pitching, but he's just a great postseason performer. He's great in the clutch, and adding his bat to go along with him shutting down the running game. He's one of the best catchers in all of baseball, shutting down that running game if the Phillies choose to try to steal bases. So getting Will Smith back, I think, is a huge piece that the Dodgers need in this series, and I have a feeling he's going to be in the starting lineup.
We're talking with Jerry Harrison Jr. here on BetMGM tonight. 16-year MLB veteran, World Series champion, current broadcaster for the LA Dodgers on Sportsnet LA. Jerry, look, we've been talking about this series. It's going to be a lot of fun. I don't think anybody would be surprised if it goes the full 5 games. Do you have a feeling that the winner of this series is going to go to the World Series? The Cubs and the Brewers are 2 awesome teams, but I think a lot of people feel like these might be the 2 best teams in the National League. So kind of where are you on that? Do you think this is almost the de facto like NLCS in a sense? How do you think these 2 teams stack up with the Brewers and the Cubs in the National League?
Listen, I don't want to disrespect the Brewers and the Cubs. They have really good teams, great players on both sides, and they've had great years. They can win, and either one of those teams can advance to the World Series and win it. But if I were to be kind of a betting man, I would have to go the winner of this series because of the momentum that they're going to gain. I said it last year when the Dodgers and Padres met, I felt in the postseason, whoever wins that series is going to go on and win the World Series. Dodgers won that series, end up winning the World Series. I have that same feeling this year. I think the Phillies just have an incredible season. They got great momentum. They've learned from past series. in the postseason. Bryce Harper is a dude, man. He's a guy that wants all the smoke. Same with Kyle Schwarber. They're getting Trey Turner back, who's a difference maker. But on the flip side, Dodgers have experience. They've won together recently as of last year, and they got guys that I mentioned, and you mentioned earlier, guys like Tommy Edman, who was the NLCS MVP last year, guys like Max Muncy. We just mentioned Will Smith. Kike Hernandez, who is an incredible postseason player. These guys know how to win, man. They are going to be a tough out. I have a feeling the Dodgers are going to rise to the occasion and figure out a way to beat this tough Phillies team. But to answer your question, yes, whoever wins this series, I think is going to win the World Series.
Jerry, we've talked about the lineup with the Dodgers. We've talked about the bullpen. I want to ask you, because the starting rotation is stacked and these guys are healthy. We're going to see Ohtani tomorrow. Then it's going to be Snell, Yamamoto. It looks like Glasnow potentially for Game 4. Who do you think is the most important starter for the Dodgers if they're going to want to make another deep run in October? Because all those guys are awesome. All of them could go out any given night and throw an absolute gem. But kind of who's the guy that you look at and you're like, if the Dodgers are going to win the World Series again, that's going to be the guy that leads the way for the rotation?
You know what? I think for this series, because these are two veteran ball clubs, so these teams aren't going to be rattled. You're not going to scare them. You're not going to rattle them. I think it's important for the Dodgers to get Game 1 because the Phillies have had a long layoff. It's tough to hit, if you sat for a week. This is not football. Guys play every day. Guys like Harper, Schwarber, all these guys are everyday players. So I think the Dodgers having momentum, I think it's so important to strike first, especially on the road. So I'm going to say Shohei Ohtani because if the Dodgers get Game 1, all the pressure goes on the Phillies because obviously they've stolen home field advantage, and now they got a day off to think about it because there's a day off between Games 1 and 2. So I'm going to say right now, Shohei Ohtani is the most important because he's got that Game 1 start, and then he can have that next day to kind of rest his arm, rest his legs, and be fresh for Game 2. I think it's important the Dodgers, I'm hoping the Phillies are a little rusty, being a week off, and then the Dodgers can take advantage of that.
Jerry, did you ever think you'd ever see a guy like Ohtani? I mean, I know we've seen him for a while now. We're kind of used to it, but just being around the team like you are and getting to see him up close so much, I mean, does it still just amaze you what he's able to do at the plate and on the mound as well?
It's so funny. Like when he was going through his rehab, he couldn't go on a rehab assignment, when he was building up his arm because he was our leadoff hitter. Not only just our leadoff hitter, he was hitting bombs. One of the best hitters on the planet, and he's coming in early around noon to pitch in a sim game at 2:00 so he can get his innings up, and then by the way hits a leadoff home run at 7:00. Like I never thought I would see that, and it's so fun to see. And listen, it's no secret if you follow me on X, Michael Jordan's the greatest basketball player that I've ever seen. I've never seen Wilt Chamberlain, no disrespect to him, or Bill Russell. But Michael Jordan was the best offensive player and his best defensive player at the same time. We're seeing that with Shohei Ohtani. For him to do both things, being an elite ace-type pitcher and then being an elite hitter, maybe outside of Aaron Judge, who's a better hitter than Shohei Ohtani all around, right? So I never thought I would see it. It's so cool to see. I don't think I'll see it again, but it may happen, 20 years from now. Maybe 10 years from now, we have a kid in Tennessee by the name of Blaine Brown. His dad was a NFL running back. He throws about 97, 98 from the left side and drops bombs. So he could be the next guy. Blaine Brown at Tennessee right now, he could be the next guy. But it's so fun to see a player do both.
It really is, man. What a talent he is, and what a series that should be between the Dodgers and the Phillies. Great to have Jerry Harrison Jr. with us. Give him a follow on X at @TheRealJHair. 16-year MLB veteran, current broadcaster for the LA Dodgers on Sportsnet LA. Jerry, enjoy the series, man. Enjoy the rest of the postseason. Really appreciate the time. I hope to catch up with you again soon.
Anytime. This is the best time of year. Playoff baseball and football rolling at the same time. I love this time of year.
Amen. October, playoff baseball and football. It really is the best. So great stuff there from Jerry Harrison. Again, all 4 division series will get going tomorrow, including game 1 between the Phillies and the Dodgers. We might look at who we like in game 1 coming up in the next couple segments of the show, who we like to win all those series. We'll also dive into some football. Our great producer, Brandon Combs, will join me for a little fade or follow NFL style. Stick with us. BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Now it's Lamar. 2 to 3 weeks. You thought it couldn't get any worse, Ravens fans? Now you don't know that if QB1's going to be out there, and you are now a dog against Houston.
I didn't think it would go through Pick'em. We had this conversation yesterday. What does it go to if he's out? And I thought Baltimore 1, and here we look up this morning, 1, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. So the look-ahead number was 9.5. They reopened it 6.5. And now we're 1.5 the other way. They're not saying Lamar Jackson's worth 8 points, but if you do the math, it's right around there. From 6.5 on the Baltimore side to 1.5 on the Houston side. I don't know that he's worth that much, considering how bad their defense has been. That's a massive move. Not many quarterbacks will justify a line move like that, from 6.5 to 1.5 the other way.
And you were going to have Lamar in a desperate spot. Lamar with a 1-3 record. And now what do you have? You might have that desperate feeling in the building, but so what if Lamar's not out there?
will Jalen Hurts have the stats to potentially justify a bet? You can get him like 18-1, 20-1 range. The team keeps winning. All he does is silence critics, but it's not sexy. Will he have the numbers to justify a bet?
I don't think Jalen Hurts will. I also don't think Josh Allen will.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
All right, what a great win for Western Kentucky on the road. Improved to 5-1 on the season with a 27-24 win at Delaware. South Florida up 33-18 on Charlotte. They got a second and goal upcoming from the 1 with a little less than 10 minutes to go in the game. When they come back from commercial break. San Jose State out to a 7-0 lead on New Mexico midway through the first quarter. And then BYU and West Virginia get going in 8 minutes. BYU favored by 20.5. And Colorado State taking some money as they are now only a 4.5-point dog against the Aztecs. They were a 5.5-point favorite. Now that's down to 4.5. So a little money coming in on Colorado State. All right, Brando, let's do a little fade or follow as I welcome on my producer, Brandon Combs. Are we just going to pick every NFL game against the spread, Brandon?
Well, we could do it one of two ways. You and I can go head-to-head ATS, or what we can do is I can give you what me and Horvat's, because we did ours earlier in the week. I can give you what our picks were, and you could decide who you're fading and following in each game. Some of them we picked the same outcome, but some of them we picked against each other.
Yeah, we can do that. I like that. Yeah, you tell me what you guys had. Yep, you tell me what you guys had, and I'll tell you which pick I agree with.
All right, so we'll start in London, and we both like the Cleveland Browns plus 3.5 over the Minnesota Vikings. Did you fade or follow that one?
That I would probably follow you guys on that one. I don't think I'm going to end up betting the game, but again, such a low total. The only part of it that worries me is Gabriel is making his first start. And like what a I mean, you could not ask, I think, a worse spot for a rookie to be starting overseas against the Brian Flores defense and just a terrible supporting cast on offense. So it's a bad, just starting point for Gabriel. But on the flip side, I mean, Carson Wentz against that defense, like you got to like that if you have the Browns. So it's going to be an ugly game. You would lean the dog, especially getting the key number of 3.5. So I'll follow you guys, but I don't think that's going to be an official play for me.
Okay. All right. So now we go over to another game that I think this is a gross spread. I think it's gross overreaction to what the Saints did last week. And I have the Giants plus 2.5. I actually bet the Giants on the money line today too. And Horvat took the Saints minus 2.5. So you following me or are you following Horvey?
Yeah, well, I'm with Horvat on that one. I do like the Saints as well. So, Brando, what was interesting about this game, the Giants opened as a 2.5-point favorite. And then everybody just started betting the Saints. And now they're a 2-point favorite. And we're starting to get to the point where now I think the Giants might be the right side because it's just going to be one of those games where I think it's going to be close and, be a field goal type game. I just like the fact that New Orleans is 0-4. This is the only game all season they're going to be favored. This is probably their best chance on paper to get a win. They got a first year in Kellen Moore who's desperately looking for that. The team's playing very hard. And I think overall, the Saints have been more impressive this season than the Giants had. Now, I understand it's Dart and it's not Russell Wilson, which certainly helps. But it also hurts that Dart is making his first career NFL road start. And there's probably going to be some mistakes. There's going to be some turnovers, some growing pains. I mean, New Orleans hung tough with Buffalo on the road for 4 quarters. They were right there against Arizona and San Francisco. And if it just wasn't for, special team debacle against Seattle, that game probably doesn't get out of reach. But it was 28-3 before he could even blink, and it was over. So I think the Saints are better. I think they played better. They're at home. And they're 0-4, and they're looking for their first win. So I just think they have a lot going for them. They're getting the Giants off an upset win. Now, I don't think this would get to 3, but if it does, I would look at the Giants.
Yeah.
But yeah, right now, -2. I'd rather just take the money line, but I would side with Horvey and take the Saints.
Well, your reasoning for taking the Saints is the same as Horvy's was, and my retort is the same, because you guys both said, well, look, I mean, they hung tough with Buffalo last week. The Giants beat the Chargers, and before that game, people were talking about the Chargers maybe being the best team in the NFL. So I just I don't know. And for me, this is I think the Giants win this game by 10. I really do. I think the Giants whoop them. I think the Giants defense is just they're just so good.
The Chargers game, they lost Alt in the second half, and then they got away from running the football, and their pass protection was just a mess. It was the first game of Dart, so you didn't have any film on him, right, like the Saints do now, so they can learn from that a little bit. And it was just a brutal spot for LA, Brandon, because they had 3 straight divisional games to start the season, and then they had to fly across the country and play a 10 a.m. game on their body clock. So I just think it was one of those games, just one of those weird games for the Chargers where they had a lot going against them. They still should have won. But look, no doubt, you got to give the Giants credit. But I also think because they won that game, they're a little overrated right now, and people think they're a little bit better than they actually are. So it's going to be a fun game. I mean, I don't know if I'll ever get this excited for an 0-4, 1-3 game the rest of the season, between 2 crappy teams. But I think this one's going to be pretty good, but I like the Saints.
All right, let's move on to the Raiders and the Colts. This game moved a little bit since me and Horvat both took our picks. We got it at 6.5. We both took the Raiders over the Colts at plus 6.5. It's now a 7-point spread.
Yeah, I like the Raiders, man. I like the Raiders in this game. So
So you're with us.
I'm with you. I would follow. I would take the Raiders plus the 7. I don't think they're going to win the game, but I think they can keep it close. Again, if you're betting the NFL, I talk about spots all the time. When I'm handicapping games, when I'm on the air, I use the word spot a lot in the NFL because that's what it is. Like, these guys are all professionals at the end of the day. We talk about any given Sunday. Like, there's a reason why survivor pools are impossible. You're not getting the same team every single week, right? I mean, like you just mentioned, the Giants just beat the Chargers, right? Those teams could play 100 times. That would probably only happen like 10 or 15 times. So, sometimes there are upsets. The Niners yesterday was a massive upset. I just think this is a good spot to back the Raiders because they're coming off of a bad home loss. The Colts are coming off a demoralizing road loss. And, the Colts right now, I mean, it's just peak value on them. Like, they've been so impressive. They've been so good at home. They haven't punted yet when they've been at home. And eventually, Geno is going to play well. And I think this might be the game where that happens. So I'll take the Raiders plus 7. This is also just trusting Pete Carroll to have the guys ready. They're going to be competitive. So I think they keep it close. I'm with you and Horvat. I like Vegas.
All right, moving on to the Cowboys at the Jets. Now, this was a 2.5-point spread when we picked it. It's now a 1.5-point spread. I liked the Cowboys minus 2.5. Horvey likes the Jets plus 2.5. Who you fading? Who you following?
Yeah, I'm following Horvat, Brando. I'm sorry, I'm riding with him again with the Jets, man. I think the Jets are going to win this game. I really do. Dallas, if there was ever a team that plays to the level of their competition, it is the Dallas Cowboys. And that defense is so bad, Brandon, and I don't want any part of it when they go on the road. So, look, it does help them, the fact that they play the Giants every year. So they're used to MetLife. They'll have their routine. I think that aspect that definitely helps. And the Jets are coming off a short week, which does help Dallas as well. But I just think the CeeDee Lamb injury is going to be a big one, so you can put sauce on Pickens. And I think Fields is going to be able to make plays against this defense. We saw what he was able to do against the Steelers in week 1. Now he goes up against Dallas. So I like the Jets. Every week in the NFL, we usually get a game like this where there's a short road favorite that looks a little fishy, and you're wondering why. And that is this game this week, and I think the Jets are the right side.
All right. You're following Horvey an awful lot. I'm starting to take this personally. All right. We got Broncos and Eagles. And I went with the Eagles minus 3.5. This is now a 4-point spread. And Horvey went with the Broncos plus 3.5.
Brandon, I'm following you on this one, big guy. We're with the Eagle. I mean, Jalen Hurts is 9-0 against the spread as a favorite or 6 points or less. Like, these type of games, the Eagles win and the Eagles cover. Brandon, they have won. They're like 22-1 in their last 23 games. When Hurts, Barkley, Devontae Smith, and A.J. Brown all play for Philadelphia, do you know how many games they've lost?
None.
0. They haven't lost any games. So, I mean, we keep trying to fade Philadelphia. And look, they can win the game and only win by 3. And you still get the Broncos. But I don't really want to be in that business. You know, if I'm betting the Broncos, I want to feel like they have a shot to win the game. And I don't think they're going to. So I like Philadelphia.
Yeah, the last time that I bet against the Eagles and I took a team +4 was against the Rams, and then the Eagles blocked a game-winning field goal, and some 385-pound human being ran it back to the house to cover. So there's no damn way I'm doing this to myself again. It's the Eagles all day. All right, Dolphins and Panthers. This is a 1.5-point spread. It was 1.5 when we picked it as well. We both are on the Panthers +1.5 against the Dolphins.
Following you guys with Carolina, it really, for me, it's the fact that they're the home team in this game. When Carolina's on the road, I want no part of them. My fear going into the season was Bryce Young would turn back into the guy we saw his rookie year in the early parts of last year, and that's kind of what it looks like. But with, you know, the Tyreek Hill injury and with Carolina at home, I think that's big for them. So I think they win the game. Even though Tua in his career has been good against some of the bad teams in the NFL, I think Carolina wins this game. So I like the Panthers as well.
Yeah, I think Mike McDaniels gets fired soon. So I like the Panthers. I think Dolphins are a hot mess. All right, Texans-Ravens, your game, your Ravens. Cover your ears. I took the Texans. Horvey took the Ravens +1.5. Texans are the favorite in this game in Baltimore, which no Lamar, so that helps. Where are you going?
I think the Ravens are going to win this game, Brandon. I actually do. I mean, their injury report is a CVS receipt. They have so many guys that are injured and a lot of really good players. I just don't think they should be dogs, though, to Houston. Houston's offense is so bad. It's maybe a little bit better than the Ravens' defense right now, but both units are atrocious. Harbaugh historically has been very good as an underdog. And look, I mean, the best player in this game is still Derrick Henry, man. So just give the king the ball and let him eat. I mean, you barely fed him the last 3 games. So I think he gets a heavy workload, and the Ravens find a way to win it. So I do like Baltimore.
All right, moving out to Arizona. Titans and Cardinals. Titans +7.5, Cardinals -7.5. I took the Titans and the points because in a world where Battlefield, the new game, has been released, Call of Duty's coming out soon, I am not going to give up that many points with a Kyler Murray-led team. Horvey took the Cardinals.
Spending a lot of time playing the game this week, right? Maybe not watching as much game film. I will tell you what's interesting is that this line has come down from 9.5 to 7.5. And Brandon, last week, the Saints-Bills game came down from 16.5 to 14.5. And I'm like, that's pretty interesting that the Saints-Bills game moved 2 points, because that's got to be professional money moving that line. There's no public bettor who's taken the Saints against the Bills, and they were right. The Titans are just so bad against the spread, Brandon. They're so bad. I can't do it. I can't do it, especially on the road. It would probably be Arizona for me if I had to bet the spread. I just like him in a teaser. I like him in Survivor. That's the way I'd use Arizona this week. I could see how you would like the Titans, and that's the way I would initially lean. They've just burned me so many times. I just can't go back to the well.
It's funny because I did take the Titans in this one, and we both said we would not bet it, and I also took Arizona in my Survivor pool, so I like that you said that. All right, maybe the game of the week in a really tough spread, in a really tough card, I should say, for the NFL on a Sunday with all the bye weeks. Buccaneers, Seahawks. Buccaneers are actually a 3-point dog, and anytime that I get Baker Mayfield in points, I'm going with Tampa. And Horvey agreed. We're both on Tampa +3.5.
And I agree with you guys, man. I'm following you right there. I'm getting the better quarterback. I'm getting Tampa Bay off of a tough home loss. And I think, Brandon, one of the biggest misconceptions right now in the NFL is Seattle is still this great home field advantage. under Mike McDonald, they have been awful at home. They only won 3 games at home last year. They're already 1-1 at home this year. And when they go up against competent teams, like they struggle at home. So anytime I'm looking at a Seattle game, I'll almost always bet them on the road, and I'll almost always fade them at home. You're giving me a 3.5 with a really good quarterback and a good team. I'll take it. Give me Tampa.
All right, last one real quick before we get to break. Lions, Bengals, 10.5 point spread. I had the Lions minus 10.5. Horvey inexplicably took the Bengals plus 10.5. Where you at?
I'm going to follow you, Brando. I'm going to take Detroit. I can't do it with. How are they going to get a stop in this game? How?
I don't know.
I mean, if the Lions score 40, like, are the Bengals getting to 30 and covering the spread? I don't think so. I don't even know if the Bengals are getting to 20. Their team total 17.5. I'm with you. I like the Lions. I'll follow you. Take a minus 10.5 against the Bengals. All right, couple more NFL games to go. We'll get into some of our favorite college picks for the weekend as well. Wrapping up the show, wrapping up the week. BetMGM tonight.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Will Jalen Hurts have the stats to potentially justify a bet? You can get him like 18-1, 20-1 range. The team keeps winning. All he does is silence critics, but it's not sexy. Will he have the numbers to justify a bet?
I don't think Jalen Hurts will. I also don't think Josh Allen will. The Bills have moved into their next era of football, which is that they are happy to let James Cook get touchdowns. They are happy to play 6 offensive linemen. Like, Josh Allen right now only has 7 passing touchdowns through 4 games. His rushing stats, he's got fewer yards per game than you would expect. He does have the 3 rushing touchdowns. Like, I definitely would not bet Josh Allen at this number. I wouldn't. If I was going to place one wager for MVP right now, I would say my number one, particularly the BetMGM price at 15-1, would be Jordan Love. The second one that I would do, I take advantage of this 2-game absence for Jaden Daniels. I believe Jaden Daniels is available at 35-1 at BetMGM. The NFC is going to just be a way easier conference to rack up a bunch of late season. They also play in that really weak division. But yeah, Jordan Love, to me, like, I would have Jordan Love ahead of Mahomes right now in MVP odds, I think, because Mahomes is not going to win it.
What if I'm wrong about Dylan Gabriel? What if we're all wrong about Dylan Gabriel? Because the consensus opinion about this dude is that he's bad. And I think that's probably coming from a lot of people who just want to see Shedeur Sanders play, that they think that, oh, Gabriel's a bad quarterback. Like, I thought that, like, Shedeur aside, I just don't think he's that good. Never thought he was good in college, like I said. But, like, what if we're wrong? Because we're wrong all the time about quarterbacks. Why can't we be wrong about this one? And what if the Cleveland Browns front office just hit a home run with this draft class? So far, it's looking pretty damn good, isn't it? Mason Graham's a key contributor. Carson Schlesinger is a key contributor. One of the short shots to win D-Roy. Quinshon Judkins, now that he's back, he's obviously balling. Harold Fannin Jr., Dylan Sampson. Like, what if they just knocked it out the park with this draft class? And what if that means they also nailed it with Dylan Gabriel? I mean, this team might be cooking with gas. Seriously. And I didn't think I would believe this when I went to bed last night. But the more I thought about it, when I saw the news this morning, and I said, hey, if this guy could just be serviceable, what kind of possibilities does that open up for the Cleveland Browns in 2025? Because the one thing we do know about the Cleveland Browns, and I think any football fan would agree with what I'm about to say, they have a championship-level defense. That is a fact. The Cleveland Browns defense is one of the best in the NFL. And it's not just this year. This has been going on multiple years since they've had Jim Schwartz as their defensive coordinator and Myles Garrett has been playing like the future Hall of Famer that he is. Like last season, they were top 10 in defense and success rate, the stat that I love, that we always talk about here on the show. They were top 10 last year, despite how bad things were on offense. This year, top 5 in defensive EPA per play when you take away turnovers from the equation, when you just want to look at like turnover luck aside, who's just playing down-to-down great defense. Cleveland's in the top 5 in defensive EPA per play. And Myles Garrett, who's won Defensive Player of the Year in his career, I think is be playing at the highest level that he's ever played. He looks unblockable this year. He's insane. He's amazing. And he is one of the best players in the NFL, and he leads this defense that has been insane through 4 weeks.
Some of the favorite stuff I'm on this week is Detroit Lions ladder stuff. So like Detroit Lions to cover 17.5 points, Detroit Lions team total over 40.5, Jared Goff.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
South Florida closed as, I believe, a 28.5-point favorite against Charlotte. They're up 29 with 5 minutes to go in the game. Charlotte has the ball, looking for the backdoor cover. I mean, it's unbelievable how some of these lines just come right down to the wire. So that is a sweat for anybody who has that here in the final 5 minutes. We got a lot of late night college football tonight on this Friday. So a great slate if you're out there on the West Coast. Maybe you want to stay up, watch some college football tonight. You have San Jose State up 14-0 on New Mexico. BYU and West Virginia are scoreless, and so is San Diego State and Colorado State. So you got those 3 games going on as South Florida and Charlotte are wrapping up. But Brandon and I, we're picking the spread for every game in the NFL in week 5. We have 3 more left to go. Then we'll get to some college football picks, maybe talk a little MLB postseason as well. But Brando, what's the next game up that we have in the NFL?
Yeah, so the next one is the Commanders and the Chargers. And Horvey and I are both on the Chargers.
I think I like Washington in the game. I'm going to fade. It's not a strong play for me. I'm leaning Washington, though, because with Jaden Daniels back, I think that's a game changer. Those offensive line injuries, too, for the Chargers, I just think are a crushing blow. And the Chargers are so good about making you work down the field. They want you to make a mistake, and Jaden is so disciplined, and he just doesn't do that. So I think Washington's got a bunch of different things going for them in this game. I think they got a good shot at winning. So don't know if I'm going to get there at the window. I'm hoping that maybe this gets bet up somehow to 3.5 on game day, or maybe I get a +3 at -105 something. But I think I'm going to fade you guys. I'm leaning towards Washington in the game.
Yeah, no Cosme on the line for Washington either. And Washington's also going to be without Terry McLaurin. They're going to be without Noah Brown. I don't know how healthy half of their wide receiver core is going to be other than those two. I just don't know who he's going to throw the ball to, and I don't think they can run on this Chargers defense. So that's why I think I went with the Chargers, and I'm pretty sure Horvath had agreed with that. Buffalo in New England, 7.5 point spread is what was when we took it. It's still 7.5. I went with Buffalo. Horvey took the points and went New England. As long as it's not a 9-point spread, Josh Allen tends to cover. It's a 9-point spread where Buffalo just, I don't know what it is. Josh Allen forgets how to play football when he's favored by 9 points or more. But what do you think?
I like New England in the game, Brandon. I'm leaning towards the Patriots plus the points. It's the respect I have for Vrabel and how good he is in these kind of games as a big underdog. You know, when he was with Tennessee, they were so good against the Chiefs and the Ravens when they were big dogs in those games. Now, he would struggle with Buffalo from time to time, but obviously this is a different team, different personnel, so we'll see how that looks. But look, I think New England is going to keep it competitive. I think they're going to keep it close. These Buffalo home games so far this season, I mean, between the Ravens game and the Saints game, have been pretty thrilling so far up to this point. So I think the Bills can. I think the Patriots can keep it close against Buffalo. The Dolphins game was pretty good too on Thursday night. I like the Patriots plus the points. I don't think they win the game, but I think it's a one-score game. So I will go with Horvath. I'll follow him with the Pats.
Yeah, I think you both better hope that Drake May doesn't fumble the ball 5 times. That's what I think.
I think that's fair. Yeah, I think it's fair.
All right. Last one, the Monday Night Football game, Chiefs and Jaguars. And look, Chiefs are a 3.5-point favorite. Chiefs have not played the greatest football all year long, but there is not, you could put me in 7 different parallel universes, and not in one of them would I ever put a single penny of my money on a Trevor Lawrence-led football team. Never going to happen.
Especially against the Spags defense. Like, I'm totally with you. This is Kansas City all the way. Now, there are still some threes out there, so if you like Kansas City like Brandon and I, make sure you grab the 3 with Kansas City. But yeah, I mean, Brandon, it's just that matchup with Lawrence against Spags, I think, is a really bad one for Jacksonville. And couldn't you just feel the shift with KC's offense last week with Worthy back in the lineup? It just gives them that spark, that deep threat, another comfort level for Mahomes. It just felt like offensively it was such a struggle without Worthy and without Rice. Now they have one of those guys back. And I think they're going to be able to make some plays against this Jacksonville defense. So we all thought, maybe the Chiefs are going to miss the playoffs. Maybe they're in trouble when they started 0-2. The Giants game was ugly, but then they get Worthy back. They look good against the Ravens, and I think they're going to carry that into Jacksonville this week. So, yeah, Brandon, I'm with you, man. I like the Chiefs as well.
All right. Well, there you have it. You got the NFL ATS. You went a lot with Horvey on the ATS NFL this year. I am 29-25-2 overall. Horvey is 25-29-2 overall.
Okay. Very good. Yeah, a tough week in the NFL and in college, if I'm being honest with you. I really didn't love anything this week. I'm in a pool, Brandon, where you have to pick 5 games every week in college and the NFL. It has to be at least 2 NFL and 2 college, and then the 5th pick can either be college or NFL, right? So you get 5 total, 2 college, 2 NFL. The 5th one can either be from one or the other. And what you can do is, of your 5 picks, you can choose each week to have a lock, right? So for every win, you get a full point. If you make one of those picks a lock, you get a 1.5. I did not choose a lock this week for the 5 picks that I had. I did not love anything. So it's just one of those
ATS
weeks.
or
so
straight up?
Yeah, ATS.
Okay.
So we went over the NFL slate. The college games that I had in that pool and the college games that I bet, I'll just go through the slate and tell you what I like. Let's see. I'm scrolling through the games till the first one I get. Arizona, I like them minus 20.5 against Oklahoma State. I think that's a good smash spot. They're coming off a bad loss to Iowa State. And the Cowboys, they fired Gundy. Last week was the week to bet them. Now they go back to being terrible. I think they get absolutely smashed. So I like Zona in that one. We're both on Vandy. We're in alignment, Brandon. I see what you're seeing. And you know, there's reverse line movement on this game, which means that everybody's betting Vandy, but the line is going the other way. And usually that worries me. Now, that doesn't mean that the bet necessarily is always a loser, but those are the kind of things that you look for, because that means the smaller bets are on Vandy and the bigger bets are on Bama, and that respected money is moving the line the other way, even though a majority of the money is coming in on Vandy. So a lot of smart people, Brandon, a lot of professionals like Bama, but I think they just like the spot. They just like the motivation factor. They like the fact that they lost to this team last year. But knowing my team like I do, they just do not stop teams like this defensively. And I don't think Vandy's going to really be able to stop them either. But Vandy just does such a good job at grinding the clock and going on 8-minute drives, 9-minute drives. Pavi is a terrific decision maker. So I know we're in lockstep on that game. I like Vandy with you there. I like Louisville minus the 6.5 against Virginia. I think they win that game by a touchdown. Oregon State, I took them plus the 1.5 against Appalachian State. Oregon State's 0-5, yet they're only a 1.5-point dog to App State. I think they win that game. Akron, one of the worst teams in college football, Brandon. We're taking the Zips plus 7.5 against Central Michigan because I think they're going to keep that game close. What else do we got? I think there was like one or two more plays. I like Texas A&M minus 16.5 against Mississippi State. I think they beat them pretty good. And then give me California plus 2.5 against Duke. Back-to-back road games for Duke. They have to travel nearly 3,000 miles from Durham to Berkeley to play Cal. And I think Cal's going to win that game. So I like the Bears late at night against the Dukies as well. Brandon, what do you like in college football this week?
Yeah, so there's quite a few that I like in college football. I mean, I wouldn't say, because this slate is not great, but there's a few plays that I've made. The Purdue plus 9.5 against Illinois, I just think I think that's the play, and it is because of the look ahead spot for Illinois with Ohio State coming up. Like, I feel like it is a letdown spot for Illinois, and I think Illinois is just overrated. I've thought that all year long. I try not to say that too much around these parts because we know Brad Evans loves him some ILL. But it's just, they're just that team that I wouldn't look ahead. If I'm Brett Bielema, I'm telling my guys, hey guys, we've got to take care of business because we're gonna get smashed by 50 next week. So let's take care of business this week, and we'll worry about next week. So I do like Purdue in that game. I also I like Georgia to cover the 20.5 against Kentucky. Me and Horvat, we picked that game head to head. He actually was on Kentucky plus the 20.5. I think Georgia covers this spread. I think they actually probably win this game by closer to 30. And then Michigan. I like Michigan to cover the 17.5 as well. I think that you have to go to the big house. It's Wisconsin. This Wisconsin team is just not very good, man. And
terrible.
Yeah. Ever since Fickle took over this team, man, it's just they're not good. So
No.
I'm all over Michigan in the 17.5, and then obviously my Golden Domers, Notre Dame. Notre Dame covers the 20.5, and Horvey, the traitor that he is, took Boise State in this game.
Man, you're laying some big numbers this week in college football. You're hoping it's that kind of week.
I think it's that week.
The big favorite role. Okay, it absolutely could be. So we'll see. That's what Brandon likes there in college football. Major League Baseball. Again, while all that college football is going on tomorrow, you got 4 games, wall to wall, back to back of MLB postseason. Cubs, Brewers, Yankees, Blue Jays, Dodgers, Phillies, and Tigers, Mariners. I've bet the Yankees at plus 105, Brandon, and I'm going to bet Cal Raleigh to hit a home run. I haven't done that yet. I don't know what the number is, but I'm going to bet that against the Detroit Tigers. Because you know what? It's his season. He should win MVP. I don't know if he's going to, but it's his season. Seattle's having a magical year. They won the division for the first time in forever. Bet Big Dumper to go yard tomorrow.
I bet Cubs, Yankees, Dodgers, Mariners on a parlay, and I added a Cal Raleigh home run. So let's go, baby.
Cal Raleigh. Love it. Well, let's hope he goes yard tomorrow. Going to be an awesome day of sports. Great weekend. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Enjoy your weekend. Ryan back on Monday with Brad. They will see you then. I'll see you on Send It In on the BetMGM network. Have a great rest of your night.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Some of the favorite stuff I'm on this week is Detroit Lions ladder stuff. So like Detroit Lions to cover 17.5 points, Detroit Lions team total over 40.5, Jared Goff over 350 passing yards, Jahmyr Gibbs to score 2 touchdowns, stuff like that. The Lions are one of the few teams, maybe the last team actually left in the NFL, that just keep scoring until the whistle goes. The Bills don't do it. The Ravens don't do it. The Chiefs don't do it. The Chargers don't do it. None of these really. The Eagles won a game where they didn't complete a pass in the second half, right? So a lot of the good teams just stop scoring points. The Lions don't. And the Bengals are this unique type of bad where they can't run, so they shift to the pass, but they also can't really pass. So you just get in these pass, punt series. They're like, oh, you just used 37 seconds of game clock and then punted and gave the ball back. Like, the Lions are happy to score 50. They did it twice last year where they got to 50, including one game where they scored a touchdown on every possession. And they've already done it once this year in week 2. They got the 52 with 0 punts. So some of those Lions ladders I really like.
Now it's Lamar. 2 to 3 weeks. You thought it couldn't get any worse, Ravens fans? Now you don't know that if QB1's going to be out there, and you are now a dog against Houston.
I didn't think it would go through Pick'em. We had this conversation yesterday. What does it go to if he's out? And I thought Baltimore 1, and here we look up this morning, 1, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. So the look-ahead number was 9.5. They reopened it 6.5, and now we're 1.5 the other way. They're not saying Lamar Jackson's worth 8 points, but if you do the math, it's right around there. From 6.5 on the Baltimore side to 1.5 on the Houston side. I don't know that he's worth that much, considering how bad their defense has been. That's a massive move. Not many quarterbacks will justify a line move like that, from 6.5 to 1.5 the other way.
And you were going to have Lamar in a desperate spot. Lamar with a 1-3 record. And now what do you have? You might have that desperate feeling in the building, but so what if Lamar's not out there?
Your college football game day has come early.
Goes down the field for Sicky, goes up high. He's got getaway from the top speed, and the ball is free. Woo! What a hit! You got barbecue back there?
From underdog triumphs to powerhouse showdowns, we've got your winning playbook covered. It's BetMGM with Chris Mack, RJ Choppy, and John Martin on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
And welcome in. We're going to bet
Might not be the best slate in the world, but we're going to bet on it anyway. Alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGMU live coast to coast on the BetMGM network. Wherever you may be inside your Odyssey app, make sure you've downloaded it so you can take us with you and get us in podcast form, not just inside that Odyssey app, but wherever you download your podcasts. And make sure you follow along with all the nonsense and shenanigans and all the best bets, too, on all your social media at BetMGM Network. You can watch the show on YouTube, the BetMGM Network. Search that. You'll find us. Welcome in as we get ready for Week 6 of the college football slate. I mentioned maybe not the best in the world, but we definitely got a few games that we want to dive into. We'll talk about some long shot playoff teams, or at least some teams with some decent odds. Maybe you don't think they're long shots, and you're going to want to bet them to make the CFP towards the end of the show. Maybe we'll throw some parlays and best bets at you before we wrap up as well. But we got to start, as much as I don't want to, with a look back at Week 5. If you're in Baton Rouge, if you're in Athens, if you're in State College, or a fan of one of those teams, just buckle up. Let's talk about each one of these losses and get them out of the way and move on, because I don't think any of the teams that lost is out of the playoff conversation, but they definitely didn't look good in some cases, even in double overtime in one case. And let's start, Choppy, with Oregon over Penn State. Had my doubts about this one. I told you guys, even as a Penn State alum. Yeah, convenient I don't have the Penn State hat on this week, huh? Had my doubts about this one, and they came to fruition. Penn State looked terrible for 3 quarters, made a game of it in the 4th quarter, and then had the ball on the 25 in double overtime, and Drew Aller said, F it. Let's throw into triple coverage on first down and see what happens. Penn State loses to the Ducks 30-24. I don't want to put it all on Penn State mistakes. Oregon looked really good, in particular that defense. Oregon looks like one of the true national title contenders, one of the few true national title contenders we should be talking about after the first 5 weeks of the season, RJ.
Yeah, look, I mean, that was a really fun game at the very end. Penn State did not look like they were a top 5 team playing at home for the first 2.5 quarters, 3 quarters. And that was disappointing. It was disappointing. It was really disappointing. And like you see that certain players kind of show out in these kind of games. Drew Aller showed played well in the 4th quarter, but where was he in the 1st quarter and the 2nd quarter and the 3rd quarter? And then you get over to the Oregon side. It's like, okay, you jump out to a 17-3 lead on the road. I don't need the final score to know who the better team is. Generally, the better team is the team that jumps out to a 17-3 lead. That was fun. It was good to see Oregon do what they needed to do. There were some questions, about Dante, and there's questions about James Franklin that we got answers really to both of them in this game.
John, James Franklin is apparently never going to wash off the stink of his record against top 10 teams. Maybe, presumably, Penn State gets to the playoff and he's got a chance against another top team late in the year. He'll have a chance in Columbus in a few weeks. But as of now, it's not even urban legend, because an urban legend would imply that, maybe there's some myth to it. No, it's just fact. It's truth. James Franklin against good teams is, exactly what the Titans have called themselves over the last week. Ass.
Yeah. I mean, I think this to me is like